Chapter 72. The Unfolding of the Domain. Unfold the Domain. The realm of true scripture, Jinji. The ethereal blue domain began to fiercely contest with the originally overarching black-purple domain. However, the incantation power wielded by Tsukuyomi was, in truth, insufficient to sustain the expansion of his domain. Soon, his meager reserves of spell power were depleted. Within a single day, he first encountered a lower-tier adversary and was wounded by an unusual curse tool. Subsequently, he faced a special-grade foe, and under already strained circumstances, he forcefully initiated his domain. Yet he quickly suffered a backlash. Cold sweat beaded on his pallid visage as his internal organs buckled under the pressure, a trickle of blood slowly escaping from the corner of his mouth. Every ounce of spell power was wrung from his body, akin to lightning racing through his nerve endings, tearing his skin into a myriad of fragments. Before long, the special-grade cursed spirit revealed its form, its contorted body reflecting its malevolent nature. Its lower half was twisted and short like a snail's flesh, with a sharp spike at the tail, while its upper half bore a sinister humanoid visage. "Oomph. Do you wish to envelop me with your domain?" Such commendable sentiments, complex and hesitant, agonizing yet liberating. However, even so, I shall not allow you to prevail. Shuhing and Zizia, the once evenly matched domains were once again suppressed. Even though Tsukuyomi had dulled his sense of pain, he found himself powerless, for the spell power within his body had long been expended. At this juncture, he was already at the end of his tether. The barrage of messages had now activated the censorship mode. My wife, don't concern yourself with these three ordinary people. Just run away. I'm done. I knew that red-haired cannon fodder was no ordinary foe. Is he pulling my wife into this mess? Those parents are truly something else, spouting nonsense. What's in the basement? My temper is flaring. At such a crucial moment, those useless men vanish. I'm truly fed up. Where is my mother? What could possibly be more important than my wife during the winter break? Damn it, this wretched barrage system. I truly wish I could crawl out. Can this curse system function at all? Can it not perform even a modicum of service? Wife, don't mind them. I am truly going to lose my temper. If you perish, then perish. What does it mean to call my wife for assistance? Recent events have instilled in me a sense of conspiracy. IV, think clearly before you proceed. The system, while anxiously monitoring the host's numerical analysis, also had a spare time to soothe the fragmented spirits of those wretched men within the system space. System, truly in a state of panic. When the task was assigned to him, it was never indicated that it would be of such hellish difficulty. Tsukuyomi's domain could not fully envelop the special grade domain for an extended period. The greater the fluctuations in human emotions, the more potent the power supplied to it became. The cursed spirit possesses no vulnerabilities, at this moment utilizing the spines on its tail to launch precise needle-like assaults against the parents behind Tsukuyomi. The adversary appears somewhat smug, provocatively dismissing him with an air of superiority. Just a little more, the semi-enclosed sphere is a kaleidoscope of varying hues of cursed energy, with the ethereal blue domain now faintly occupying 2/3 of the space. In the thin moonlit night, the sea mirroring the sky, the brief hues of the empty mountain gaps, a haiku from long ago surfaces in his mind, as if inscribed within the very essence of his soul, poised to emerge in moments of peril. Tsukuyomi has never attempted this maneuver within the domain, for he can vaguely perceive the distinct nature of this different force system and its varied application of the Yata mirror technique. This is not merely a utilization of cursed energy in relation to the technique, but rather a natural, instinctive familiarity that arises from the depths of the soul. Indeed, his reserves of cursed energy are nearly depleted, and the blue-violet core of energy is ensnared by an unknown force. Yet another kind of power lingers, not entirely extinguished. Although scant, there remains enough strength to make a final stand. Advance all combatants to your positions. As the 9-character incantation is uttered, he forms hand seals, and the remaining faint golden energy within him surges forth, materializing into the core of the formation, taking the shape of a pale golden Yata mirror. An increasing surge of power is drawn from Tsukuyomi's body into the mirror, infusing his domain, causing the cursed spirit to falter momentarily, and astonishingly, Its domain is genuinely encased by his own. The instant the barrier is fully enveloped, a torrent cascades down from above, entirely encircling it, while the mirror wielder swiftly emerges from the void to engage it in combat, drawing ever closer to victory. Yet, the mirror begins to fracture. The initial crack appears at one corner of the surface, gradually spreading like a spider's web, as if unable to withstand this overwhelming force, cleaving through its very essence. Even though Tsukuyomi has activated the system's pain suppression feature, a profound tremor begins to resonate from his soul, as though what is being torn apart is not merely the mirror, but rather his very spirit. The pale golden mirror, serving as the medium, has commenced to shatter, on the brink of collapse, scattering shards everywhere, as excruciating pain spreads inch by inch to Tsukuyomi's marrow, as if his skin is being rent asunder, delving deep into his bones. I am on the verge of success. His ability to remain standing here is solely due to his formidable willpower, even as his consciousness begins to blur from the pain. In the fleeting moment when the mirror wielder delivers its final blow, a small fragment of the mirror ejects, transforming into powder, allowing Tsukuyomi to catch his breath amidst the overwhelming pull, followed closely by a profound sense of emptiness. Something feels incomplete, as if a piece of his soul has been lost. As the cursed spirit is on the brink of annihilation, it still finds the time to taunt him with a cruel smile, resembling that of an oblivious child. You cannot save anyone. Tsukuyomi remains silent, his head bowed heavily. The flames within the house roar fiercely, the wooden beams of the structure charred black, teetering on the edge of collapse. Tsukuyomi glances back at a man and woman in a safe zone, then staggers painfully towards his grandmother's unconscious form, trembling as he extends a bloodied fingertip to gently touch the side of her neck. Her pulse is faint. He knows well is futile. Nevertheless, he carefully bears her around the flames, slowly making his way to the doorway, as tears, as large as beans, uncontrollably cascade down, consumed by the flames, only to vanish from sight. Carrying her upon his back feels akin to shouldering his entire world, as he wanders through the inferno in a daze. In truth, this is acceptable. He halts with her upon his back, gazing at the door just within reach, while behind him lie the unconscious man and woman. Upon his shoulders rests his entire world. This is acceptable. If he could choose a way to depart, remaining here would mean they all stay together. His grandmother would not be alone, for Tsukuyomi would always accompany her. Like an inseparable shadow, they would not be parted. This too is quite good. Let him remain in this moment, burdened with countless sins and a grotesque past, without adding further troubles for others. Tsukuyomi! The instant the domain dissipates, the supervising assistant rushes over, rationality dictating that this child cannot possibly triumph over a special grade spirit. Yet, even if it is a special grade curse spirit, this is the child he has watched grow up, the child his friend has raised as if he were his own. Since he has brought the child forth, today, he shall also bring him back. Through the window, Tanaka saw the fierce flames raging within, the upper levels of the house engulfed in thick, acrid smoke. Without hesitation, he rushed inside, and upon opening the door, he discovered Tsukuyomi Jinkai standing there in a daze, carrying someone on his back. What are you standing there for? Hurry and get out. A furious roar jolted Tsukuyomi Jinkai from his deep reverie, yet he stubbornly remained in place, turning his head away. Tanaka observed the bloodstains on his hair and cheek, but refrained from speaking, attributing his stillness to the aftermath of a recent battle that left him shaken and unable to think clearly. For instance, why a first-year student at a prestigious academy could emerge alive from the realm of cursed spirits. He was the first to notice a couple lying unconscious just outside the flames and, after a struggle, managed to pull them to safety. He promptly assessed the injuries of several individuals. The man, though gravely wounded with a gaping hole in his abdomen, remarkably clung to life. However, conventional treatment methods would likely prove ineffective. The tainted wounds inflicted by cursed spirits should be entrusted to skilled practitioners for surgical intervention. As the supervising assistant cast a fleeting glance at the absent-minded Tsukuyomi Jinkai, who remained motionless like a statue while cradling the elderly woman, he stared blankly at the increasingly fierce blaze consuming the residence. You can't save anyone. He was about to step forward to offer comfort. Wait for me. The boy uttered incomprehensibly before securing the elderly woman and dashing back into the inferno. The scorching flames danced wildly, their tongues of fire licking the wooden floor, while the choking smoke nearly rendered his eyes unable to open. Yet, Tsukuyomi Jinkai could perceive it all. Familiar with the layout, he crouched down at the side of the kitchen, his hands recklessly searching through the searing flames amidst the swirling black smoke. The door of a closet, heavy with embers, fell hard against his back, eliciting a pained grunt as a tumultuous wave of thick air surged toward him. The boy's once delicate fingers were burned and stained with an unidentified dark substance, blood oozing from the wounds. It seemed he felt no pain as he continued to rummage on the ground, finally grasping the scorching red-hot handle to halt his search. "I've found it." The wooden cabinet door led to a wooden staircase, and the basement was no exception to the disaster. The owner of that phone, a figure unseen since entering, was now ensnared within a cage, his striking red hair, rendered less conspicuous by the golden flames, bound tightly. "I've found you." Chapter 73, once again a loss. After enduring a series of tribulations, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi finally managed to rescue the unconscious individual. The boy's once silken, silver hair, reminiscent of luxurious satin, had been singed and curled by flames, and his hands were marred with the marks of severe burns. The viscous skin intermingled with blood and charred remnants. Only after stepping outside did he exhale a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the grass in exhaustion. Too weary to catch his breath before being carefully deposited into the back seat by the assisting supervisor, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi sat in the rear, delicately wiping away the soot and blood from his grandmother's face, revealing a pallid visage that still bore an air of kindness. It was akin to torture. Watching the person dearest to him, her breath gradually fading, dwindling to a whisper, he could only wonder, why? Why had she grown so cold? Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi clutched her hand tightly. Despite having just escaped the inferno, her body temperature began to plummet, warmth dissipating as he watched her breath slowly extinguish. Flickering like a flame in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing entirely. "Why?" he murmured, his heart heavy with confusion and anguish. He grasped her hand with fervor, as if trying to hold on to that last vestige of warmth. They had barely escaped the blaze, still bearing remnants of heat. Yet now her body was rapidly succumbing to an invisible chill. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi held her hand firmly, attempting to transfer his warmth to her, hoping to revive the warmth within her body. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not halt the decline in temperature. Perhaps it was nearing the end. For the ailing woman's fingers regained a flicker of sensation, moving ever so slightly, enough to send him into a frenzy of joy. "Grandma, please don't leave me. Do you not want me anymore?" He had so much to say to her, apologies to offer, stories from a past life where she had another grandson, and many tales of the events in this lifetime. So many things left unspoken, tantalizingly close. At his words, her eyelids fluttered, yet ultimately remained closed, her lips murmuring faintly. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi leaned closer, suppressing the pain swelling in his chest, straining to hear her almost inaudible voice, reduced to a mere handful of words. "I know." She too wished to convey that she understood, but alas, it was far too late. The only thing left for him was a solitary tear of murky sorrow. The boy's eyes reflected desolation, emanating an eerie stillness that was suffocating, as if his very soul had been wrenched from him. Soon after boarding the vehicle, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi succumbed to unconsciousness, his condition deteriorating at an alarming rate, approaching a state where no remedy could save him. Night Moth Masamichi would never forget that day. His child had left home, bouncing with exuberance, only to return breathless and on the brink of collapse. Ida Natsuko had attempted numerous reversal techniques, each yielding unsatisfactory results. There was no choice. This was likely a penetrating injury caused by a cursed tool, rendering reversal techniques ineffective. Natsuko, with dark circles under her eyes and a cigarette but clenched in her hand, spoke irritably, having never encountered a situation where the reversal techniques could not heal external wounds. "What about that cursed tool? Have you ascertained its origins?" Night Moth Masamichi, seated beside Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi's hospital bed, wore a grave expression, his fists clenched in agitation. It was not only the bizarre, unexplained injuries that troubled him, but also a subtle awareness of conspiracy lurking in the shadows. The origins of that cursed tool were far from simple. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi had terrified them upon being returned to the high school, with Tanaka assisting in identifying the problem with the cursed tool and sending it for examination. Immediately, Natsuko commenced treatment, demanding the investigation results at the first sign of ineffectiveness. Yet, the personnel from the high school took their time in providing a response. When Masamichi could no longer contain his impatience and went to inquire personally, he discovered the tool had been stolen. On duty that day was a man named Kamo Ryazuk, but he was now missing. The higher-ups concluded he had fled in fear of punishment. Night Moth Mazamichi's face darkened with fury. How could a cursed tool of unknown origin simply vanish from the high school? Do you realize the gravity of what you're saying? The most pressing matter is to locate this Kamo Ryuzuki and retrieve the cursed tool. I suspect you only revealed your true nature when the situation became dire. Leaving aside the theft of the cursed tool, why did you conceal the strength of your adopted son from us? The higher-ups cared little for the lives of students. Their sole concern was their own authority and the trust of those beneath them. In their eyes, Night Moth Mazamichi, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi, and others were simply hiding their techniques and capabilities, their intentions shrouded in mystery. Days of frantic searching yielded little success, and the higher-ups believed they had seized upon a weakness, accusing him of concealing knowledge about his adopted son's techniques. They sought to imprison him under the pretense of extracting the methods for creating fully autonomous cursed corpses. Unfortunately, various factions came together to protect him. The sorcery realm was rife with complex power dynamics, led by the sorcerers of the three great families, whose wealth of experience and knowledge far surpassed that of non-family sorcerers. The Kyoto High School and Tokyo High School, as the nurturing grounds for sorcerers, had begun to subtly challenge the entrenched powers in recent years. Kyoto High School primarily drew young family sorcerers, while Tokyo High School was home to many sorcerers from ordinary backgrounds. Nonetheless, the truth remained. Families could not dictate everything. Apart from innate talent, the boy on the hospital bed grew weaker by the day, his wounds requiring daily dressing changes that would not heal on their own. This was the first time Natsuko faced the death of a comrade, leaving her in a state of confusion. She had believed she could maintain her composure, yet that was not the case. She did not comprehend that the day he left, he had sent her a message, stating it was just an ordinary mission, and that he would bring back some daily necessities if time permitted. Why? Why did it have to be this way? She had saved many, yet could not save him. Even the reversal techniques proved powerless. Please, wake up soon. Under the afternoon sun, the boy's handsome face bore an unhealthy pallor, devoid of any hint of vibrant color. Almost approaching a sickly state, resembling lifeless sculptures, Natsuko dared not stray far from his bedside, seizing the opportunity to change his dressings to capture the faintest hint of breath. For she could not afford to gamble. No one knew how much longer he could endure. Night Moth Mazamichi was currently embroiled in chaos. Ordered by the higher-ups to investigate whether there were any concealed matters within the household that could pose a threat to the sorcery realm. This incident appeared to be an accident. An ordinary student had simply encountered misfortune while on a mission, crossing paths with a special grade sorcerer on his way home. Inadvertently activating his domain, he could be considered one of the most cunning students of this cohort. Unfortunately, when he activated the domain, he was not alone. Amidst the intentional dissemination of information, the higher-ups soon became aware. Ryuzuki, you've done well. Have you made any progress on the other matter? In the dimly lit interior, the elder with a circle of sutures encircling his forehead listened intently to his subordinate's report, as he had anticipated. Indeed, elder. It is merely that the village is too remote. We require a bit more time to arrange the formation. However, I do not comprehend. Did you not instruct us to keep Lord Limei unaware? Why disseminate this information? His eyes narrowed. What he sought was a pawn to manipulate at will. This individual spoke too much and, soon, would cease to hold any value, particularly when he assumed that new body. On the other side, chaos ensued upon receiving the news. Chapter 74. Is it such a delight to pilfer from others? Wataru, initially at home sulking in a one-sided quarrel with Tsukuyomi, had turned the family storage room upside down after discovering a portrait of Tsukuyomi during his last visit to the Wataru estate. He was desperate to unearth more of the old documents left behind, yet to no avail. Despite now being the head of the family, he had proven utterly useless, leaving no records behind. He understood that this matter was unrelated to Tsukuyomi, yet he could not help but feel frustrated, obsessively hanging the portrait on his bedroom wall, gazing at it repeatedly, torn between anger and an irresistible urge to look. Little did he expect that just a few days later, such an incident would occur. Upon returning, the elder cautiously relayed high-level news, while Wataru was engaged in training, sparring with a guard. What are you trying to convey, old man? Speak up. Don't dawdle like a tortoise. If you hesitate any longer, the sun will set. The elder, slightly hunched, was already accustomed to Wataru's insolent address, and he composed his thoughts. This matter pertains to Yaga Mazamichi, his adopted son, who is also your contemporary. That boy named Tsukuyomi has encountered a mishap during a mission. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wataru forcefully shoved aside the sparring guard. What did you say? My contemporary. What happened to that little rot? The elder hesitated, avoiding the question, instead shifting the discussion to other matters. Yaga Mazamichi has developed an entirely autonomous curse technique that is exceedingly perilous. The higher-ups wished to seize this opportunity to gain control over such an unpredictable element. What I mean to say is, should the Wataru family not also contribute? After all, we are akin to a formidable army of sorcerers, with the presence of the Six Eyes, if we also command such a powerful cursed army. While contemplating this, Wataru swiftly descended to the ground, his mind buzzing, feeling the adrenaline coursing through his veins. Standing over 190 centimeters tall, the young man, despite his youthful appearance, was notably lean and upright, even his forearms displaying a subtle layer of muscle. At this moment, he was ablaze with fury, grasping the elder's collar with an iron grip. His pale arm exuding a sense of pressure rather than femininity, reinforced by thin muscles and prominent veins. He disregarded the archaic familial etiquette in the Wataru family, where strength reigned supreme. He cared little for the notions of filial piety. Always the favored child, his sacred, brilliant eyes were now filled with icy intensity. Fixated upon the elder, I demand to know what has happened to him. His question interrupted the elder's scheming. Yet he persisted in promoting the grand plan that could elevate the family's glory, his frail voice diminishing, sounding increasingly hollow. Young master, this is an excellent opportunity. As a student, you could surely. In the next moment, Wataru hurled the elder aside with force. Observing the wrathful figure of the young heir departing, the elder felt a mix of helplessness and a begrudging indulgence toward his descendant. Regardless of Wataru's attitude, the matter was undeniably settled. The heir was to lead the Wataru family, yet the current heir was still far from fully matured, and such significant family responsibilities would not be entrusted to him just yet. The six-eyed heir would undoubtedly become the future head of the family. That was indisputable. However, for now, the head of the family was not Wataru, but his father. In the exquisitely adorned wooden corridor, the passing attendants remained silent, dressed neatly and modestly. Even as the sun shone brightly outside, each individual kept their head bowed, quietly adhering to one side, moving along in a manner more reminiscent of clockwork puppets than living beings, exhibiting little reaction. Everything unfolded with meticulous order, strict propriety, and a rigid hierarchy. Only Wataru stood out, vocally confronting the elders who hurried after him, yet no matter how riled he became, they perceived him merely as a petulant child throwing a tantrum. Attempts to reach Tsukuyomi and Yagamazamichi by phone yielded no response. In a flurry of anxiety, he finally redirected his efforts to contact Kinji Hikari. Upon learning of Tsukuyomi's condition, a wave of cold dread washed over him, extinguishing all his anger. His words tumbled forth in a rapid, disordered stream. What happened? Why isn't he answering? What is going on? The voice on the other end was weary. Kinji had spent the night scouring records of similar cursed tools at Jujutsu High, but found no solutions. The injuries had worsened and showed no signs of healing. Reversal techniques were ineffective. Wataru halted abruptly, a profound sense of panic suddenly engulfing him, compelling him to rush over and assess the situation. You've messed it up again. Useless. No, that is not the case. This is not how it should be. The unseasoned Six Eyes was still grappling with how to respond. Proud as he was, when had such a scenario ever appeared in his lexicon? This was not a problem he could resolve through sheer will or solitary efforts. After ending the call, he wandered, unwittingly arriving at the family head's reception room. Wataru gazed at the sun outside the corridor. It was winter, yet the sun shone with an inappropriate brilliance, an incongruity that sent shivers through him, truly an eyesore. Meanwhile, in the medical ward of Jujutsu High, there had never been a patient requiring long-term bed rest. Whether it was a broken arm or leg, individuals were usually brought in horizontally and left standing upright within minutes. The medical ward housed only an autopsy table and an adjacent crematorium. Even when under a detention order, Yagamazamichi remained unperturbed, preparing Tsukuyomi's bedroom at home, bringing in a series of emergency supplies like a respirator before confidently departing with the higher-ups. Before leaving, he glanced back at the panda peeking from behind the door, still concerned for it, assuring it will be all right. He will find a way to return soon, for he has family waiting for him. Summer Oil and Kento Nanami. One had not yet caught wind of the news, while the other had yet to enroll, both learning of the situation only days later. On a frigid night near the spring festival, the mountains were particularly cold, the deep, stern winds piercing to the bone, while the dim streetlights offered a deceptive warmth. Summer Oil, clad in casual attire, hurriedly made his way to the foot of the mountain, where he encountered a familiar family, a couple accompanied by a recognizable red-haired boy, all three displaying a rather grim demeanor, descending through the snow under the guidance of the supervising attendant. Just one glance beneath the streetlight, and Summer Oil instantly recognized the red-haired boy. It was he, the one responsible for Tsukuyomi's injury that day. He was in a rush to meet Ieiri Shoko, leaving no time to ponder why someone was present there. Under the dim, yellowish light, a hint of green flickered into view. The red-haired boy's features bore a striking resemblance to Tsukuyomi, particularly those slightly drooping deer-like eyes. Yet, Tsukuyomi lacked the flamboyance of this redhead. At that moment, witnessing the cherished scarf he had longed for being draped around the neck of someone he detested, he could not be mistaken. The exposed corner of the scarf was even intricately stitched with white cotton thread, forming a crescent moon, Tsukuyomi's moon. Suguru Geto focused his thoughts, standing defiantly on the central staircase. His expression hostile as he violently yanked the green scarf away. Damn it! This was the scarf that Teacher Yaga had knitted for Tsukuyomi, though the boy never voiced it. He would often bury his small face in the large scarf during moments of gloom, appearing utterly adorable. Now, the cherished scarf was adorning the neck of another? Hey, do you enjoy stealing from others? In Chapter 75, Suguru Geto remarked, "You truly are a harbinger of misfortune." The black-haired boy's aggressive inquiry caught him off guard, compounded by the recent loss of his grandmother, with his parents cradling her ashes. Despite the absurdity of it all, he merely stiffened his neck and retorted, "Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me." A smirk of derision danced on Suguru's lips as he tightened his grip on the scarf, akin to a cruel master tugging at a pet's leash. Can't you understand human words? Positioned below the staircase, Tsukuyomi glanced down, feeling an inexplicable dread, and stuttered, What? Suguru Geto found it utterly repulsive. Here was merely an ordinary person, a nuisance who dragged others into trouble, yet somehow managed to survive, constantly generating negative emotions. Cowardly. Weak. What right did he have to unashamedly accept his companion's assistance? Such scum. Don't touch his belongings. In the next moment, Tsukuyomi's parents intervened, pulling the two apart. After a prolonged silence, his father spoke up. What is this? Tsukuyomi. His mother cast a worried glance, tugging at her child's sleeve, indicating he should avoid trouble. The red-haired boy appeared brash, yet he was fundamentally fragile. Without his pretty face and parents to clean up his mess, he would have been beaten many times over. Realizing his parents were nearby, Tsukuyomi pouted, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. This was given to me by Tsukuyomi for bandaging him, but since it hasn't been reclaimed, it's mine now. As if recalling something delightful, the red-haired boy displayed a repressed excitement, momentarily forgetting the scarf being tugged around his neck, eager to turn and discuss their savior with his parents. But in the next instant, Suguru Geto's expression darkened. His lips pressed tightly together, a cold glint in his eyes that was somewhat unsettling. He bit his tongue to maintain composure, cursing inwardly at this family. Damn. Truly a family of misfortune. Years later, familiar words echoed once more, yet the addressees were not the ones present. The couple froze momentarily. You truly are a harbinger of misfortune. The familiar phrase, suddenly uttered, left them in a daze, soon replaced by an overwhelming anxiety. Suguru Geto delivered this remark without a hint of restraint, his tone consistently polite, adorned with a gentle smile, yet the words carried a weight far from congenial. The trio across from him nearly questioned their own hearing. Suguru was indeed recognized as one of the gentlest individuals at the academy. Yet this did not imply he was devoid of temper. His ability to play alongside Wataru suggested a more sinister aspect to his nature. Moreover, this family had appeared time and again, each instance coinciding with their need for assistance, particularly Tsukuyomi's. Each encounter brought misfortune. The first resulted in Tsukuyomi's injury, and this time it was even more egregious. How pitiful they were, desperately clinging to life, eliciting nothing but irritation from him. Suguru cared little for their reactions, his tone maintaining an unsettling gentleness intertwined with undeniable authority, his gaze filled with disdain yet still courteous, even employing honorifics. While speaking, he roughly removed Tsukuyomi's scarf with careful precision. High emotional intelligence, not very gentle. Low emotional intelligence, quite rude. If possible, please do not appear before us again. Thank you. He even used honorifics? Tsukuyomi pondered. Is this how honorifics are used? Though he appeared irritable, he had been raised well, albeit with a rather blunt disposition. At that moment, the red-haired boy earnestly turned to his parents. Why is he speaking to me with honorifics? Isn't he mocking me? The couple felt a wave of embarrassment, grateful that it was late and few were around. His mother shot him a discreet glare, pulling him away. Suguru meticulously folded the scarf and tucked it safely away before hastening to find Shoko. Outside, the bitter cold was palpable. With the new year approaching, as everyone planned to visit the shrine for prayers, the wind picked up, branches swaying outside. The sound of rustling leaves mingling with occasional fine snowflakes, creating a chilling atmosphere. Inside, however, an unusual silence prevailed. Panda, without uttering a word, huffed and puffed as he carried a cursed spirit several times his size into Tsukuyomi's room, which was already filled with numerous medium and small cursed spirits. Panda seemed to have vanished, and the white plush fabric was speckled with mud as he arranged oversized dolls around Tsukuyomi's sickbed and near the door. These were not lifeless objects. They were cursed spirits with independent consciousness, meticulously guarding the room, scrutinizing every newcomer with no less than 20 veiled gazes. They were treasures of the righteous path, gentle children who disguised themselves as ordinary dolls, remaining still in vigil over the soul-sleeping treasure. Akin to a precious gem fallen into a dragon's lair. A chorus of soft, rustling sounds arose, reminiscent of chattering children. We will protect Tsukuyomi. Panda, I'm right here. Right here. Everyone is here, watching over Tsukuyomi. Let us take good care of the little cub. Shoo, Tsukuyomi will be upset. He said last time he has grown up, and doesn't he want to be called little cub anymore? Protect him, protect him. We hope Tsukuyomi wakes up soon. I want to eat cake. Silly. When Suguru Geto entered, he detected no abnormalities. He merely observed a small panda, no taller than a calf, laboriously carrying a toy several times its size, reminiscent of a scene depicting large-scale forced labor. The sensation of stepping into this place felt peculiar. As the dark-haired youth cast a glance at the myriad dolls surrounding him, attributing their presence to a directive from Yaga, intended to safeguard Tsukumo Yuji's cursed body. The boy on the hospital bed appeared pale and emaciated, clad in a panda-patterned pajama set, exuding an air of innocence. His tightly shut eyes evoked many unpleasant memories, akin to the scene on the day they parted ways. It felt as if he would never return, as they had left him alone in this place. I shall never permit this. Beneath the delicate, fragile collarbone lay an open neckline, revealing layers of bandages that had long been soaked in blood, showing no sign of healing. Karasa Jino had spent considerable time in the high school data room, but found no matching case, leaving her to explain dryly to her peers. The cursed tool that inflicted his wounds was particularly unique. Not only did it absorb his cursed energy, but it also impeded the healing of the injuries. Yet, Geto seemed oblivious to this. The tall and handsome youth silently seated himself beside the bed, his hands clenched into fists with such force that blood nearly oozed from them, before finally responding in a hoarse voice. Where is it? Jino fell silent, unable to articulate that the item had been stolen from within the school, as the higher-ups had declared it missing. Have the old men aged to the point where their minds no longer function? His tone remained gentle and calm. Yet it was this very tranquility that sent shivers down one's spine. Underneath the veneer of extreme composure, turbulent currents swirled dangerously. What about the mission? At this moment, Geto had entirely succumbed to a bizarre state, inquiring about the situation as if issuing commands, resembling a high-ranking official. Jino was startled by her own assumptions, attributing his lack of decorum to his profound sorrow, biting down on her mint candy to regain some composure. TSK, smoking is prohibited in the ward. The misjudged mission had resulted from a failure in window monitoring, according to the higher-ups. After Jino concluded her response, an odd silence enveloped the room, triggering Geto's sensitive and fragile nerves. Yet, he merely stood up gently, tenderly placing Tsukumo Yuji's hand, which was receiving an injection, beneath the covers. Half whisper, half sarcasm. Such carelessness is rather unbecoming. Jino found herself at a loss for words, closing her mouth and continuing to communicate with Satoru Gojo via her phone. She had no choice. Since Yaga-sensei had yet to emerge, she must ensure his well-being. However, after 2 consecutive nights of exhausting work, even with the aid of reversal techniques, she was beginning to feel the strain. No one, perhaps, could care for others better than these irritable little puppies. She typed furiously with one hand, summoning help in the chat, when Geto suddenly interjected. What kind of injection is this? Does it conflict with fluoxetine? Fluoxetine, an antidepressant, commonly has adverse reactions such as tremors and insomnia. Chapter 76, Countdown, Part 1. Jino's fingers, which had been tapping away at the keyboard, suddenly froze as she lifted her gaze, her expression devoid of emotion. What do you mean? Fluoxetine? Although she had yet to obtain her medical license, she was well acquainted with the common medications for prevalent ailments. Fluoxetine was a widely used drug for treating various depression disorders accompanied by anxiety. Geto cast a fleeting smile as he lowered his gaze upon the boy in the bed, his bangs cascading down to obscure his vision. Jino could not discern the depths of his expression nor fathom his thoughts. See, you've hidden it well. Indeed, no one knows. What a wicked little trickster you are. Jino put away her phone, her expression darkening as she watched Geto, who was slow to respond, observing his every movement. Tsukumo was a dear friend, and she did not wish for him to be affronted by his peers. The short-haired girl wore an indifferent expression, yet her gaze remained fixed on him, as if any errant behavior on his part would provoke her. The next moment, she witnessed this typically humble and gentle individual extending his hand to maliciously tousle the pale, full lips of the boy, whose eyes were red with a mix of anger and fear. Jino suddenly felt a sense of estrangement from the person before her. Everything that had transpired today felt profoundly unfamiliar. She knew he was exhausted, but she was unaware that he had long been unwell. And she, after all, was the doctor who had spent the most time with him. Throughout the many opportunities during the holiday when the duo had left school, she had always been present. What had he been thinking each time he forced a smile to chat with her? After a prolonged silence, Geto finally rose. You've worked hard these past few days. Go rest. I'll stay here with him tonight. With that, he produced a scarf that had been warmed against his body and waved it before her. Go on. Go on. I'll wash the scarf for him. What else with this sudden kindness? Ah, the scarf got dirty. Geto then turned and stepped into the bathroom adjacent to the room. Gino, still clad in her white coat, tucked her hands into her pockets. One hand absently brushing against her cigarettes and lighter. It was still too risky. Although Geto did not smoke or drink, he appeared gentle and responsible, often spouting grand principles. TSK, his temper is also quite amiable. Yet, he could sport such distinctive bangs, wear black ear gauges, and get along so well with Gojo. There was certainly something amiss. Sighing, she retrieved a pair of medical scissors from the emergency kit, unfastened the boy's pajama top, and snipped away a patch of blood-stained gauze, placing it neatly in a plastic bag before wearily turning to leave. Although she remained uncertain whether she could trust Geto to care for Tsukumo, there were no suitable alternatives at present. A week later, as the appointed time arrived yet they could not reach Tsukumo Yuji, the Fushiguro siblings began to worry. Tsukimi wore oversized slippers, pacing the living room while making phone calls, while Fushiguro Megumi sat silently on the couch, expressionless, fiddling with the toy car Tsukumo had gifted him. Though it appeared he was playing, his ears remained attentive to Tsukimi's phone conversation. The phone still went unanswered. Nanami Kinto had grown accustomed to sharing his daily life with Tsukumo Yuji through messaging apps. Although he had been quite busy lately, and his responses seemed increasingly forced. It had been 10 days since their last exchange. Glancing at his phone with a furrowed brow, he walked into the supermarket absent-mindedly. Suddenly, smack. His brightly lit phone was knocked from his hand, revealing a photo of him and the boy taken on a previous outing displayed on the screen. Nanami, already suppressing a rising tide of irritation, raised his gaze with a displeased expression at the individual who had bumped into him. The boy, appearing to be of similar age and sporting an amusing bowl cut, realized he had caused trouble and loudly exclaimed an apology, even bowing energetically. In this frigid winter, his exuberance was quite striking. Ah, I'm so terribly sorry. I was just in a rush. My sister said the pineapple bread at this supermarket is delicious, and I was afraid it would sell out if I arrived late. Haibara spoke with an ease that belied the weight of his words, showing no sign of cessation as he lowered his head in apology. Subsequently, he crouched down to assist the innocent bystander in retrieving their phone. Upon doing so, he inadvertently caught sight of the empty expanse of the individual's desktop, where a photograph caught his eye. The white-haired youth donned black school trousers and a crisp white shirt, exuding the essence of youthful exuberance. In his wine-red eyes danced flecks of laughter, both shy and demure. The two figures in the photograph stood closely together, their poses intimate. Their bond, one would presume, was quite profound. Haibara, feeling an unsettling flutter in his chest, raised his gaze and forced a smile as he returned the phone, yet his eyes lingered on the stranger's device. Nanami Kinto's expression was stern, his mixed heritage lending his features a sharp elegance. His thin lips pressed together, he appeared impolite, yet he restrained himself, merely nodding in acknowledgement as he prepared to depart. Just as he took a few steps away, a tug at the hem of his garment halted him. He turned to find Haibara's awkward smile holding onto his sleeve. I didn't mean to. That's your friend, isn't it? You seem very close. Nanami Kinto remained silent, his gaze cold and unyielding. Your friend is truly handsome. Wait, what I mean is the blonde youth, with a distant yet courteous air, interrupted his unfinished sentence. Is there something else? I'm in a hurry, so I'll be on my way. Oh, I see. What a pity. Meanwhile, on the hospital bed, Tsukichi Jin found himself ensnared in a nightmarish slumber, the past unfolding before him like a fleeting panorama. The brilliance once vibrant in his youthful eyes had dimmed, resembling a well that had run dry, devoid of vitality. His grandmother, she was a wonderfully kind person. When his parents abandoned him in the basement, perhaps wishing to rid themselves of a burden to start anew, they inexplicably reversed their course only to meet with tragedy on the way home. It was his grandmother who took him in, unafraid of the misfortune he seemed to carry. She offered no reprimand or prejudice, simply shelter. During that period, happiness enveloped him like colorful bubbles suspended in the air, and at times, Tsukichi Jin found himself questioning the reality of it all. How could he possibly encounter such a benevolent soul? Yet, bubbles inevitably burst. Neighbors, perhaps having heard whispers, urged his grandmother to take him for a mental evaluation. To their surprise, he was not afflicted with the delusions they had speculated. Rather, he simply suffered from ordinary, yet safely manageable depression. How fortunate. This meant he could continue living with his grandmother. At that time, he had not yet been sent to a psychiatric institution, and his grandmother was oblivious to the nature of depression. She merely understood that her little one was unwell and needed delicious food, nice clothes, and to be adorned beautifully, as if his happiness could erase all troubles. Each morning, she would prepare fragrant noodles, leaving a portion for Tsukuyomi, often including 3 eggs in his bowl. She would hold his tiny hand while grocery shopping, disregarding the stares of passers-by, and take him for walks, to the market, and to myriad other places. She transformed Tsukuyomi from the filthy child hidden away in the basement to someone who could don appropriate attire during the right seasons. She mitigated the unpredictability of her affections, ensuring he was never startled awake by sudden outbursts. He no longer feared the sound of footsteps outside the door, curling up in a corner with anxiety. This was Tsukuyomi's first true experience of home. He finally possessed a room of his own, complete with a large window that allowed sunlight to stream in, one that could be locked. He was no longer the filthy weeds of the basement, but rather his grandmother's treasure. Alas, he still managed to ruin everything. In this life and the next. He perpetually caused her pain. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The boy standing amidst his memories finally shattered the facade of tranquility. His heart swelling with anguish, and overwhelming guilt constricting his breath. He longed to grasp every moment of the past with all his might. In the car, he remained by her side, her weathered skin marred by blood, her breathing weakening with each passing second, a fear that paralyzed him, rendering him unable to open his eyes. The suffocation in his heart eclipsed any physical agony. He had failed to protect her and would never be able to save her. It became painfully clear that the devastation wrought by immense sorrow is not always instantaneous. But what had he done wrong? He merely wished to live peacefully with his grandmother. No matter the circumstances, this time, he would not abandon her, would not find himself alone in the dark corridors of the night as he had in the past. Within the room, Suguru Geto was diligently tending to Tsukuyomi's wounds. Upon raising his gaze, he was suddenly alarmed. The boy's breathing had quickened, blood spreading relentlessly across the pristine bandages, blooming like vivid red flowers. Soon, the numbers on the heart monitor plummeted rapidly, the previously stable waveform now descending chaotically. A harbinger of disorder. A cold shiver coursed down Suguru Geto's spine, sending his hair on end as he trembled uncontrollably. Hey, Jean, don't sleep. Please don't sleep. Shoko. Yes, call Shoko. Suguru Geto gripped the small phone tightly, as if placing all his hopes upon it. A tempest of rage churned within his chest, intermingled with an uncontainable fear, both emotions surging simultaneously, leaving him disoriented and helpless. Jean, he's in trouble. Chapter 77, Countdown, Part 2. At this moment, the world outside was in chaos, and the system within the space was also in a state of disarray. Its host had been living a modest life, and according to the predictive algorithms, such a multitude of variables should not have arisen, even with psychological disturbances. They had always maintained control. The operational panel of the system space emitted a series of crimson flashes, accompanied by alarms. It was on the verge of weeping in despair. After a strenuous effort to regain composure, it finally contacted headquarters, only to break down in tears once more. Typically, the two-dimensional Quick Travel Bureau paid little heed to the fates of their taskers. Their concern lay with the entirety of the derivative worlds born from animation or comics. In these two-dimensional realms, the original characters often faced less than favorable destinies, which fueled the obsessions of those in the real world. The primary responsibility of the two-dimensional Quick Travel Bureau was to rewrite these endings, to rectify the deviations from the conclusions cherished by the populace. The taskers, akin to a flickering flame, served as tools to facilitate the completion of missions, with the system bestowing bugs or rewards. A single failure was inconsequential. The system could extract the host's soul and transport it to the next world to continue the task. Such was the way of things. However, Tsukuyomi was distinctly different. He was not a mere tasker from the realm of reality. From the very inception of his existence, he was the singular variable amidst countless possibilities. A soul that emerged independently within the myriad parallel worlds of cursed reincarnation. As a character derived from the original work, his form and data were immutable. Even the strength of his soul and a myriad of related factors were predetermined and unalterable. The system's permissions regarding him were also strictly limited. This explains why, upon his resurrection, the only option was to restore him to his original body. The system could not defy the consciousness of the cursed world to extract his soul independently. The dimensional deities and the Task Bureau had monitored this cursed world for an extended period, only to uncover this solitary variable. Should this mission fail, there was a real possibility that the world would meet its doom. Within the Task Bureau, chaos reigned as they finally yanked a certain deity boss, who was on vacation, back from his gaming console, dressed in merchandise that showcased his fandom, with a Switch in hand and flip-flops adorning his feet. He was urgently summoned back with a casual nonchalance. Oh, what on earth? Being so brazenly thrust into a task bureau filled with overworked individuals left him utterly flabbergasted. However, the staff had long grown accustomed to such occurrences. After all, they worked in the dimensional fast travel bureau and were well aware of the antics of their fellow deities. System 001 diligently presented the data from the failed soul extraction attempt, along with an analysis of the potential mission failure, and submitted a record of Tsukuyomi's physical condition. The deity, unfazed, casually discarded his gaming device and began perusing the report. It was a common flaw in worlds derived from the original work. The Fast Travel Bureau and the system's intrusion into the original world was perceived as a violation by the world consciousness, resulting in few amicable relations. Even the world consciousness had its own fated children. Yet, could Tsukuyomi really be considered one? Was there truly a fate so miserable as his? The deity pondered. But such matters were not within his purview, nor did he allow others to intervene. It was quite tyrannical of him. Humph. I shall see what this little world can do against me. With that, he donned his duck-themed cloak and mosaic sunglasses, setting forth with grandiosity, intent on confronting the world consciousness. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Gojo Satoru hastened his efforts, having reached some agreement with the clan head. With the Gojo clan's intervention, Yaga Yoshinobu was swiftly bailed out. Although Gojo himself was absent, he sent along a precious talisman. The illustrious Sugawara no Michizane, a renowned figure among Japan's historical vengeful spirits, had crafted a talisman resembling the ancient Yayoi period's sacred artifact, the Yada no Kagami. Legend has it that a nobleman, gravely wounded and unconscious for months, suddenly awoke upon donning this very piece. This verdant talisman, radiating a gentle glow, had been housed at the Izumo shrine. It was unclear how Gojo managed to persuade his kin to procure such a treasure. Once in possession of the talisman, Suguru Geto promptly placed it in Tsukuyomi's palm. The curved jewel emitted fleeting, invisible glimmers that quickly faded, yet remarkably, Tsukuyomi's vital signs stabilized, albeit not to a significant degree. Panda remained a diminutive figure, anxiously clutching the corner of the blanket, silently watching over his brother. No one knew what thoughts coursed through this cursed entity's mind. Geto and Inumaki stood silently at the doorway. Death was a sensation that eluded those who were distanced from its grasp. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Gojo Satoru. Exhausted, Geto pinched the bridge of his nose. Even though the person on the other end could not see him, he instinctively offered a faint smile of reassurance. Hello. Yes, it's useful, but I wonder how long it will last. Have you found the lead on that defector? Calm. How can you expect me to remain calm? Do you even grasp who lies unconscious in there? Inumaki could not discern what was said on the other end, but he noted how Geto's typically cheerful demeanor shattered. In stark contrast, the usually carefree Gojo exhibited an unexpected calmness. After a lengthy silence, Inumaki silently murmured an apology to the figure on the bed, stepping out onto the balcony to smoke, the cool breeze flowing around him. After 2 or 3 cigarettes, the short-haired girl flicked away the last ember, extinguishing it. When Geto returned, he appeared composed, although his eyes glistened with unshed tears. By late December 2005, Yaga Yoshinobu returned and sought connections to investigate the enigmatic Kumo Ryosuke. But to no avail. Hearing whispers of a skilled healer across the way, he initially intended to journey there alone with Panda, only to be intercepted by Geto. Allow me to go, there is little I can do for him. In January 2006, during the new year, Geto was unable to return from the Kumo family, and the upper echelons honored their promise to Inumaki, granting her a 3-day leave. Does Yaga-sensei truly not need me here? I have nothing pressing back home. Yaga placed his workstation in the corner of Tsukuyomi's room, his large frame hunched as he crafted cursed corpses. It's all right, you should return. The new year is a time for family reunions. Gojo still had not made an appearance. The quartet's previously agreed upon New Year's shrine visit was no longer mentioned. By February 2006, the winter and New Year breaks concluded, and the high school reopened. Geto visited the Kumo family and seemingly returned with fruitful tidings. The traditional healer, though unable to heal the wounds, had managed to halt the bleeding. Inumaki was perplexed. How could he gain such insight from merely resting his hand on another's wrist for a few seconds? Before departing, the healer gifted Geto a small vial, purportedly a remedy for taste disorders. Inumaki was left bewildered. Gojo returned as well, markedly different from his usual jovial self. Now, he diligently immersed himself in his studies, reportedly preparing to assume the role of the next head of the Gojo clan. Geto, shall we revolutionize the world of jujitsu together? It was not a question, but a statement of affirmation. In April 2006, Nanami Kento and Haibara Yu entered the school. Gojo, Geto, and Inumaki advanced to their second year. Inumaki was astonished by Tsukuyomi's popularity. He learned that Nanami had known him since childhood and readily agreed to his request to visit the senior. I thought you would approach Satoru or Geto with that request. Geto had declined Inamaki's proposition. By June 2006, Yaga Yoshinobu was confirmed as the principal of Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu Technical School. Geto returned from the Kumo family, having learned much. The Star Plasma Vessel incident ensued, leading to the higher-ups assigning Gojo and Geto to escort Tenjin Masako. The Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer group, Q, was annihilated by Geto. In the Star Palace, Fushiguro Zenin met his demise at the hands of Satoru Gojo, who had failed in the mission to escort the Star Corps. However, Gojo mastered the reversal technique and resurrected himself, subsequently slaying Fushiguro Zenin. Is there anything else you wish to convey? No. Has that little brat not awakened yet? Humph. My son was sold to him 2 or 3 years ago. At 1500 hours, Fushiguro Zenin was killed by Satoru Gojo. Simultaneously, the staff dormitories of Jujutsu High were ambushed, with Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi's room falling into a trap. The army of cursed spirits awakened, slaughtering 12 sorcerers, 2 special grade cursed spirits, and 5 grade 2 cursed spirits. Humph. Come witness the might of this esteemed gentleman, Gyro, the invincible little martial fist. That's my little brother. I absolutely will not allow you to come within a step. Woo-woo, so many villains. I'm so scared. Woo-woo, but the righteous path and Panda said to protect Tsukimi. Villains, take this. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Star Cult, Suguru Geto. Geto, should we call the police? Members of the Star Cult were sentenced and given fixed-term imprisonment for reform. Chapter 78, Previous Life, The Truth. In the present world, June 2006, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto failed in their task of delivering the Star Corps. For the first time, Gojo employed the cursed technique, Crimson, to slay Fushiguro Zenin. In July of the same year, Gojo took it upon himself to adopt Fushiguro Megumi and Fushiguro Tsukimi. Tsukimi had mentioned this matter to me, and I believe it is more fitting for me, as a teacher, to take on this responsibility. Hola. What does it matter? We are all family, after all. I'm so strong. I'm sure I can be a great father to the little brat. No. I think it's settled then. In April 2007, Idichi enrolled, and Satoru Gojo became the strongest. Suguru Geto took a leave of absence to study at the Tsukimi family. In July and August, Nanami Kento and Haibara had a mission mishap, resulting in a cursed spirit-level error. Gojo arrived just in time to find Haibara severely injured. On the same day, the school was ambushed again, detecting 3 special grades with intelligence and cognitive abilities. The staff dormitory was reduced to rubble, with all cursed spirits rendered incapacitated. Among them, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi, a third-year student, went missing. The Gojo family prioritized the search for him. The following day, one of the 3 great clans, the Gojo family, hurriedly conducted a major reshuffle, with the 6-eyed god Satoru Gojo assuming the role of head of the family. He collaborated with Zenin Najime's subordinates to initiate a high-level personnel reshuffle plan, with the Kumo family being the primary target for elimination. The Zenin family maintained a silent attitude towards the Kumo family's pleas for help. The power of the sorcerers representing the family lineage was diminished, and the Tokyo Jujutsu High officially aligned with the non-family sorcerers. A high-level meeting approved the Night Moth Justice Cursed Spirit Self-Defense Force Plan, supervised by Satoru Gojo. In September, Suguru Geto returned to the country, swiftly taking over the Star Cult's influence, extensively searching for Tsukimi, but to no avail. A mission to eliminate cursed spirits in a mountain village failed. Geto mishandled self-defense, severely injuring all villagers, but managed to resolve the situation by calling the police. Adopting 2 orphans with sorcerer potential, Mimiko and Nanako. In a previous life, at the same time, Satoru Gojo received an urgent call from Suguru Geto, not expecting that the current students would be so audacious as to sneak into his room. Finally, he successfully coaxed all the adorable little mice back to sleep. Just as he was about to take his good brother out to bask in the moonlight, a sudden fluctuation rippled through the space. Subtle, yet bearing an aura foreign to this world, like a drop of oil in clear water, repelling and discordant. At 28, Satoru Gojo had long ceased to be the youthful and handsome figure of his earlier days. Even clad in a teacher's uniform, his innate power was undeniable. Tall and imposing, standing with a dignified posture, Gojo lowered his eye mask and approached the balcony, his deep, ocean-like gaze fixed upon the source of the power fluctuation, the back mountain. He tilted his head, on the balcony of the neighboring dormitory. The informant was also gazing in that direction, exhaling a cloud of smoke. He was casually draped in a bathrobe, the belt unfastened, revealing his sculpted abs and a patch of pale skin. His tousled black hair glistened with droplets of water, cascading down his long neck to his collarbone, exuding a languid air as he exhaled smoke. Have you noticed? Gojo placed his hands on the railing, his eyes inscrutable. Geto scoffed, irritably extinguishing the half-finished cigarette with force. That person had better pray that they do not pull any tricks involving the one inside. Wow. Since when did you learn to be bad, Geto? You even started smoking now. It stinks. I didn't make you smell it. I'm leaving. Let us have a competition. No sooner had he spoken than the composed teacher Suguru Geto summoned Rainbow Dragon and leaped up. How despicable. You're cheating. The two bantered as if they were merely taking a casual glance at the situation over there. Yet in reality, both were racing at an equal pace, arriving at that familiar hillside in an instant. Geto and Gojo arrived almost simultaneously, but as soon as his foot touched the ground, Geto sensed something was amiss with the other. He stood slightly behind Gojo, thus he couldn't see Gojo's expression. Hey, what's wrong? He placed a hand on Gojo's shoulder, only to feel the tension in his muscles, suppressing his anger, even holding his breath. Turning his head, the azure sky reflected coldness in Gojo's eyes, his brow furrowed, and through gritted teeth, he uttered, "It's gone." Geto, perplexed, stepped forward to take a look. Everything appeared normal. No one seemed to have visited, aside from the white balloon flowers in the vase before the monument and the slightly wilted camellia tossed aside. He turned back to Gojo with a strained smile, asking, "What exactly is missing? Shouldn't that be my line?" Gojo. Satoru Gojo ignored him, crouching down to examine the soil around the monument, murmuring to himself, "There are no signs of disturbed earth. How could this be?" Geto felt a sense of foreboding and assisted Gojo in inspecting the surroundings, uncertainly querying, "Did the 3 first years come here this afternoon?" "No." Satoru Gojo slowly removed his eye mask, his eyes filled with suppressed madness and rage. "Geto, he's missing." An unsettling panic surged within Geto. Yet he maintained his composure and gently reassured his dear friend. "Is there a chance something's amiss?" He awkwardly patted Gojo's shoulder. "No. The 6 eyes cannot be mistaken." Geto knew this well. He fell silent, his fists slowly clenching, unwilling to entertain the most unlikely of scenarios. Indeed, how could the 6 eyes be wrong? "Geto, am I the strongest?" Of course, they were undoubtedly the strongest. Gojo stood, gesturing toward the original burial site of the coffin. Suguru Geto lost his composure, taken aback by Gojo's sudden action, feeling flustered in the heat of the moment. The ground was blasted into a large pit, in which a coffin crafted from precious wood lay displayed. Satoru Gojo skillfully controlled his cursed energy, precisely shaving off a small portion above the coffin, ensuring that even a miscalculation would not harm the slumbering occupant within. But it was gone. Suguru Geto stared blankly at the disordered earth, and with a sense of desperation, summoned his cursed spirits to elevate the entire coffin. He even ravaged the surrounding land, but found nothing. Gojo's body paused momentarily before he slowly turned around, his eyes bloodshot, exuding an unsettling ferocity. He uttered with a measured intensity, "Who is it?" Geto, brushing the dirt from his attire and wiping his face, maintained a smile that belied the darkness in his gaze, a gentle expression tinged with an uncontrollable madness, as if a demon bound for ages had finally found its opportunity for release. "Are we courting death?" The two were undoubtedly the strongest in the realm of jujitsu. Yet someone had dared to abduct a person right beneath their noses, an affront that felt like having their faces ground into the dirt. Together, they seemed to revert to the reckless fervor of their earlier days when they had sought to restructure the jujitsu world. Their first course of action was to compel the remaining old-timers to divulge their secrets, but to their surprise, these individuals were unyielding. No matter the threats or displays of force, not a single clue emerged. Amidst the bloodshed among the dwindling upper echelons, no one could fathom the situation. Despite their efforts to remain discreet, they still fell victim to the ruthless judgment of these two scoundrels, suffering what could only be deemed an unwarranted calamity. Because this time, they truly were not responsible. "Stop the prattle. If it's not you, then who else could infiltrate right under my nose?" Gojo bellowed in fury. "If you can't speak, then just perish. I swear it wasn't me." The cries of despair echoed. "Where is it? Where is it?" Emotions surged within Gojo, a tempest of helplessness. The years of repressed feelings erupted at that moment. Never had such a proud individual felt so utterly powerless. Due to the decay of the higher-ups, many comrades had lost their futures at a tender age, never having the chance to mature, deprived of the opportunity to grow. Why must it be this way? You have enough already. Why seek more? For years, in the dead of night, he would recall the phrase Project Star Jelly No. 2. He felt like a mere jest, too fearful to investigate, dreading that his own family might be the hidden puppeteers behind it all. Just the thought of being a beneficiary of such a decayed lineage brought him profound sorrow. He too was a killer. He was the least deserving of all. Unlike Geto, who boldly expressed his emotions, Gojo could only scurry like a rat in the shadows, probing into the obscured past, staring vacantly at images in a secluded chamber. Why? Such weakness has never graced the lexicon of the strongest. A fleeting encounter left him with deep regrets. Each recollection of that day caused his breath to tremble with sorrow. It's so unfair. This is unjust. Please, don't save me. He lamented. You did nothing wrong. Don't utter such words. Why, oh why? Didn't we meet sooner? He felt the most unworthy of all. The current head of the Gojo family had never believed in the concept of love at first sight. Yet he found himself engaging in such absurdities, which only deepened his sorrow. Geto, am I truly the strongest? Of course. Then why can't I protect the most important person time and time again? The azure eyes beneath Gojo's blindfold glowed with agitation, the facade of the jovial teacher cracking. Veins bulging on his neck. I ask you one last time, where have you hidden him? Speak. Why the silence? What does it mean? Why take away even the last shred of hope? It's all your fault. At this moment, Gojo and Geto displayed two extreme reactions. Geto sat calmly, sipping tea, unfazed by the bloody scene unfolding before him, exuding an eerie calm as he awaited the opportune moment to intervene and restrain Gojo. Gojo, be mindful of the elderly. It likely wasn't he them. Only then did Gojo release his grip on the man's collar, disgusted, shaking off his hands exaggeratedly. The old-timers had never perceived Geto as more agreeable than at that moment. He truly was a savior. The turmoil among the upper ranks was palpable, yet everyone maintained a facade of tranquility. Since that incident, Gojo and Geto had taken on all perilous tasks, resolutely preventing Yuta Okatsu from becoming a jujitsu sorcerer. Kinto Nanami fared better. At least he possessed a commendable strength. But he had no interest in jujitsu and left to attend Tokyo University after a few years in the workforce. They had shielded their juniors well. With two of the strongest already present, they urged others to stand behind them for protection. However, the truth would eventually surface. Yuta and Kinto, during their leisure, would visit the back mountain, converse with someone, and enjoy the scenery. But this time, it was no longer serene. The person they sought was missing. As the two strongest became increasingly obsessive and deranged, even Shoko Ieiri found herself unable to sway them. Originally, they had neglected their teaching duties and now roamed recklessly, embodying a far cry from their usual jovial selves. The first-year trio sensed a looming crisis, even feeling apprehensive about inadvertently revealing their teacher's secrets that day. As the two spiraled deeper into madness, threatening to upend the world, the very consciousness of existence could not endure their chaos, quietly expelling them once to witness the world beyond, hoping for a moment of reprieve. The intention was to make them understand that the ones they longed for had not vanished without reason, but had been summoned for external tasks. The plan was simple: allow them a glimpse and then return to their lives. Yet, upon their return, their madness intensified, akin to a disease that spread more fervently, their actions veering further from the original narrative. What does it mean, Gojo, for you to bombard the back mountain of Jujutsu High? Geto, your cult-like schemes are one thing, but releasing all the cursed spirits to scour Neon is utterly reckless. Cursed spirits swarmed the skies, fortunately unseen by ordinary people. Are you planning to upend all of Neon in your search? The world consciousness lamented. How could this happen? A miscalculation. They have us at their mercy. Life has become a series of compromises, where during the day they indulge in their whims, while at night they pacify a few individuals to watch live broadcasts, allowing for a brief respite. Initially, it quietly infiltrated this foreign system's live stream, but as time passed, it boldly relinquished control to these parasitic invaders. Look, behold as much as you desire. What further chaos could they unleash before the world itself faces ruin? Wataru and Suguru, at the outset, could only vaguely sense a higher consciousness, devoid of any means to constrain it, an insight gleaned from countless trials. Fortunately, they ultimately succeeded. Although the fragments of their souls felt both pain and solace while watching the broadcasts, an overwhelming sense of jealousy loomed larger. Why should Wataru and Suguru be so fortunate to be contemporaries? Let me take their place. This is utterly pathetic. How am I to protect my beloved like this? Let me step in. Indeed, they found success, albeit after the unconscious Tsukuyomi was ambushed and taken away. The system could no longer contain these soul fragments, helplessly witnessing their integration with the inhabitants of this world. Chapter 79, Favored by the World Consciousness. The deity of the two-dimensional realm personally visited the consciousness of this small world. Hey, what are you doing obstructing our mission? The deity, adorned in what he believed to be his most imposing attire, stormed into the realm of world consciousness, his victory cape flapping heroically. What a ridiculous outfit you have. The two-dimensional deity met his demise. The soul fragments of the target from a past life received a jolt, forcibly breaking free from the system's confines and merging with the current world's objectives. This meant that not only did the other possess the memories of this world, but also those of Tsukuyomi's former existence. The system initially intended merely to intermittently broadcast for these soul fragments. How much power could they possibly wield? It had not taken them seriously, focusing solely on the growth of its beloved host, while the fragments exhibited little overt agitation. However, as the host matured, Their exposure to the target of this world increased, and with it, jealousy surged forth. Why can he succeed while I cannot? I protest. Why can he get so close? I want that too. We should have been contemporaries. Why can't I encounter him? This is unfair. Let me out. If the system's initial act of taking Tsukuyomi's body was a forced necessity that incited their fury, leading them to experience an encounter at the cost of their own out-of-character behavior, then despite their jealousy, they could only bitterly observe that individual's growth. It was profoundly disheartening to witness oneself in a parallel existence, so fortunate as to be genuinely together, while they could only gaze through the cold, unfeeling screen. They watched helplessly as high-level conspiracies unfolded, feeling like the fortunate one, yet utterly powerless to intervene. Each mission, each farewell, was an elaborate scheme. Why was I so calm? Perpetually appearing oblivious? Do you even realize what happens during each of their episodes? Each time they face danger? Each time they become entangled in conspiracies? What are you doing? Queuing for that foolish, ridiculous dessert? Or frivolously laughing, causing the young heart to become a chaotic mess? Having discovered that vial, yet remaining paralyzed by fear of being outpaced? Everything, every clue, you had already noticed. If only you pursued it further. You had already delivered the medicine to him. You were so close, useless, incompetent. You will regret this. Damn it. Despite my efforts to restrain myself, Tsukuyomi was still abducted under my so-called protection. I have truly reached my breaking point. The moment of merging memories heralded a bloody upheaval in the world of curses. An undeniable reality that could not be altered. Much like chives, the old oranges also had successors, harvested time and again. The only true change comes from nurturing exceptional companions. Yet he was indifferent. As long as he was content, that sufficed. The 28-year-old Wataru was vastly different from the 16-year-old version. Akin to a blade honed in the crucible of battle, incomparable to the unsharpened Wataru. They had experienced more, matured, and become increasingly unhinged. Within the confines of the system's space, they watched, eyes wide, as events spiraled beyond control. Boss, what shall we do next? They can't possibly intend to destroy the world, can they? The two-dimensional deity, upon returning to the realm of consciousness, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, picking up his Switch console to continue his escapism as a gaming addict. Fear not. These matters do not fall under our jurisdiction. The world consciousness has reached an accord and will intervene to soothe the situation. Our task now is to extract his soul and proceed to the next mission. The world consciousness would handle the soul fragments, and as for Tsukuyomi, the reason was straightforward. His abductor was precisely a character influenced by the world consciousness. The two-dimensional Quick Transit Bureau bore the responsibility of averting bad endings, fulfilling the wishes of countless fans by selecting suitable characters to complete their tasks. Likewise, the self-evolving world consciousness harbored its own thoughts and regrets. In other words, it would take measures to attempt to alter the predetermined conclusion. Hence, this individual was special. A character born under the influence of the world consciousness. Tsukuyomi's uniqueness stemmed from this very reason. Amidst countless parallel worlds, there existed only one of him, a compensation from the world consciousness itself, unable to change the well-known, fated ending. It could select one from myriad parallel timelines to fulfill its own regrets. Tsukuyomi's existence was the world consciousness's recompense, an effort to avoid leaving any potential regrets. As he was deeply favored, thus, previous attempts by the system to extract Tsukuyomi's soul met with failure. He was not a mere external system that could be manipulated at will. No one could easily control those favored by the world consciousness. Much like a child unwilling to share their most cherished toy, he is my creation, therefore, he belongs to me. In this context, the emotions involved transcended the ordinary bond between creator and creation, evolving into something akin to a parental affection, an elevated kinship. The two-dimensional deity managed to persuade him. Fortunate that the chosen tasker was Tsukuyomi, otherwise, it might not have been so easily agreed upon. To alter the existing ending? That is permissible. But that individual must be my designated child. The world system of this fantastical shonen manga is incredibly diverse, encompassing a myriad of power structures. Thus, from the very beginning, Tsukuyomi Tomo was imbued with divine characteristics, embodying the deity of the moon and night. Come and change me, my dear little god. Within the realm of the world's consciousness, his creations are granted the highest status, that of a deity. This reflects the world's consciousness's favoritism towards him. Despite the numerous hardships and obstacles that lie ahead, these merely represent the trials preceding the phoenix's rebirth. For the consciousness of the cursed world, this transaction is rather advantageous. For Tsukuyomi Tomo is the most cherished child of its creation. Imagine possessing an ending that has long been unsatisfactory, yet unchangeable, for it is your origin. Altering it would be akin to attempting to annihilate oneself. Nevertheless, you persist in your efforts to bring about change, selecting just one among countless worlds to alter, an endeavor that would not disturb the grand scheme. You have created your most beloved child, and although bound by the constraints of rules, you have bestowed upon him the identity of a deity, symbolizing infinite possibilities. You feel a pang of guilt, torn between selfishness and love. Until one day an external little creature proposes to transform this self-soothing conclusion into eternity without affecting you. Your authorities differ. While you cannot proactively alter your attributes, he can. Thus, my response is, of course, it can be done. There is no need to overly concern yourself with subsequent matters. Simply extract Tsukuyomi Tomo's soul to undertake the final task, the dual aspect shonen. Everything will unfold seamlessly. For a villain whose heart is enveloped in love will have little time to contemplate world destruction. Although he remains a heartless antagonist, love creates an anchor, rendering him a beast that can be tamed. The deity of the two-dimensional realm once proclaimed, regarding tasks, that he need not do anything. Merely standing there serves as redemption for others. Tsukuyomi Tomo, still in a comatose state, was abducted by those who sought him, but it matters not. He is merely an empty vessel now, and the system will safeguard his body. Although aware of the cruelty this entails for Tsukuyomi Tomo, he feels profound remorse. Yet he vows to compensate him adequately, as the deity of the two-dimensional realm contemplates. Chapter 80, Entering Heian-kyo. Tsukuyomi Tomo remains in a state of utter confusion. While the outside world is embroiled in chaos due to his actions, he seems to be enveloped in a profound silence, blissfully unaware. The cherished aspects of his being are continuously shattering, again and again, until the moment arrives when he can no longer muster the strength to piece them back together. I am so tired, I no longer wish for this. Despite his tireless efforts and selfless devotion, risking life and limb to aid others, including his grandmother, he now finds himself utterly exhausted, his senses dulled to the point of chaos. Overwhelmed by immense guilt and despair, he curls into a ball, seeking refuge in a corner of his consciousness. How pitiful! The system, tasked with extracting his soul into the next temporal point, must naturally consult the host. Countless pairs of system eyes watch this moment from outside the control panel, silent yet helpless, hoping for the subsequent compensation from the deity of the two-dimensional realm. They harbor a secret hope that the young boy will improve. Even if the system is reluctant to voice it, my master, do not be sorrowful. You must seize the moment to transition to another temporal node and complete the task. The voice grows increasingly faint, tinged with a guilt that even it is unsure of. System, I truly do not wish to go, he sobs quietly, subdued. Tsukuyomi Tomo curls in a small corner, his eyes filled with a pitiful fragility. One side of his hair dampened by tears, forlornly clinging to his face, resembling a lost lamb unable to find its way home. The system's heart shatters into pieces. It too is an employee, capable of empathizing with the current plight of the little darling. Yet, this task can only be undertaken by him. And they genuinely do not wish to compel him to do something he is unwilling to. The system stutters, unable to refuse, while the outside systems grow restless. In the midst of chaos, someone inadvertently presses the transmission button, initiating the extraction task, before Tsukuyomi Tomo's disoriented gaze. Hey, who did that? The system exclaims, its frustration palpable. Eventually, Tsukuyomi Tomo, drowsy and disoriented, experiences a double vision of his soul, yet he continues to plead, I'm sorry. I truly do not wish to go. Please, do not. But everything is beyond his control. If he cannot even save himself, how can he hope to rescue others and meet their expectations? Expectations themselves are a subtle form of violence, a moral coercion. They erased Tsukuyomi Tomo's memories, allowing him to descend into this perilous yet resplendent era like a newborn. An age flourishing with sorcery, onmyoto, and encounters with deities and spirits. The innocent and ignorant infant, swathed in a luxurious brocade blanket, materializes before the shrine. Kind-hearted Miko and priests take him back to the shrine not out of benevolence, but because this child clearly belongs to an affluent family that has lost him. We shall raise him, and when his family comes seeking, we may be rewarded handsomely. TCH. Raising a child is so laborious. I want to be helping. The Miko and priests are but ordinary folk, amid the turmoil of war, natural disasters, and divine chaos in the outside world. They too have come to this dilapidated shrine out of desperation. To put it plainly, they do not even know whom they worship in the shrine. It was only after repairs that they barely found a place to stay. Observing this child who appeared out of nowhere, with his snow-white, radiant short hair and delicate, tender skin, they initially felt a pang of jealousy. Surely, his origins must be far more privileged than their own. Yet, despite their reluctance, for the slim chance of potential reward, they begrudgingly shared their rations and accepted him. 3 years swiftly passed. The brocade that had wrapped Tsukuyomi Tomo bore his name embroidered in golden thread. Yet, after 3 long years, no one came to claim him, causing the shrine's inhabitants to grow anxious. Fortunately, serendipity struck when a nearby village's rain prayer bore fruit, granting them a modicum of fame. They were preoccupied with survival, engaging in exorcisms and rain rituals they scarcely believed in, struggling to endure. No one paid heed to this child. Tsukuyomi Tomo was like a blank slate, entirely unaware, lacking common knowledge, and seemingly devoid of emotions, unable to smile or speak. His days were mostly spent in quiet contemplation in a small corner. At the age of 6, Tsukuyomi Tomo had yet to utter a single word, causing the elderly, who raised him, to worry, fearing he might be mute and unable to recount their noble deeds of adopting him. Being a boy, he could only wear the ceremonial garments of a shrine attendant. His hair as white as snow, with a red obi tied around his waist. Like a small mushroom, he would sit quietly in a corner. A remarkably beautiful, yet silent mushroom. He played by himself, causing no disturbance, which alleviated some concerns for those at the shrine. At the tender age of 13, Zenin Hikari had already awakened 10 types of shadow techniques, marking him as a prodigy of the Zenin clan, now in high demand. His journey from the capital to this rural locale was spurred by intricate political machinations. The 3 noble families had maintained an equilibrium of power, but years prior, the Gojo clan had produced a once-in-a-century heir with the extraordinary 6 eyes, leading many to believe that they would reign supreme for the next 100 years. Yet, in a mere 6 years, the head of the Zenin clan, who was teetering on the brink of death, managed to cultivate a successor with 10 types of shadow techniques. Both the 6 eyes and the 10 shadow techniques were unparalleled talents of their time. It was indeed a rare occurrence to witness 2 such prodigies emerge within a decade. The Gojo and Zenin families harbored mutual resentment, as the former's 6 eyes heir had the advantage of an earlier birth, leaving them slightly superior in both technique and familial standing. After all, the Gojo heir had already produced an offspring, unlike the Zenin lineage. The ostensible purpose of this visit to the secluded countryside was to pay homage at the shrine, though it was more accurately a means of evading calamity. The emperor sought to wrest political power from the shogunate, enlisting individuals from the 3 noble families to reclaim territories, subtly revealing the strife between the aristocracy and the samurai class. With the Gojo heir's involvement, the endeavor should have progressed effortlessly. However, in a fit of rage, the shogunate summoned a figure who instilled fear throughout the capital, one who had annihilated the elite forces of the Fujiwara clan and was subsequently invited to the Heian Palace as a new object of worship. The youth, draped in a languid manner, with his violet silk-like hair cascading down, sat in a serene yet regal posture, observing the shrine maiden's fervent performance on stage. What a blessing ceremony, he mused, yet it seemed they would all be better off seeking their own fortunes. The tales of the duality of curses had reached him. After all, sorcerers and curse users were natural adversaries. This individual, despite being human, bore the grotesque traits of 4 arms and 2 faces, and had even been dubbed a deity of curses. If divine beings truly existed, one would expect them to reveal their presence by now. Alas, the being was known for his cruel and merciless disposition, relishing the act of slaughter, particularly against women and children. He believed himself to be above all, adhering solely to his whims, indifferent to the lives of curses and humans alike. To label such a monstrosity as a deity, the myriad gods of Takamagara could scarcely compare. Zenin Hikari pondered this, soon losing himself in thought, his gaze wandering aimlessly. What was this? His attention fixated on a corner beneath the sacrificial table, where a cascade of red silk fell heavily, revealing an array of divine statues and pristine candles, presenting a scene of solemnity. The shrine maiden, now adorned in dignified attire and wielding her ritual implements, recited incantations while performing the sacrificial dance. Yet, a small patch of creamy white peeking from beneath the red cloth caught his eye. Tiny feet? Could it be a child? Chapter 81, Zenin Hikari. A genuine smile graced Zenin Hikari's face for the first time that day. He sat elegantly, exuding an air of nobility, playfully teasing the small child who had lost their decorum. How could one possibly fall asleep in such a setting? An hour later, the sacrificial rites were finally concluded. Yet no extraordinary occurrences transpired, rendering the shrine's ostentatious claims rather suspect. Everyone may withdraw, commanded the aristocratic young lord with violet hair, and his attendants, along with the shrine's acolytes, bowed and exited the tatami room, obeying without question. To maintain discretion, the Zenin heir had donned attire typical of lower nobility, facilitating ease of movement. He summoned a shikigami, a dapper rabbit, no larger than an adult's palm, which affectionately nuzzled its master upon receiving a signal. It hopped towards the table. Its soft, dense fur allowed it to tread lightly without sound. Stopping at the corner of the red silk, It hesitantly poked at the unknown, delicate white object. The dapper rabbit cautiously tapped it, alive. In a daze, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi felt a ticklish sensation on the soles of his feet, and after a moment of discomfort, he squinted at his legs. The silk drapery revealed more, as his chubby little feet fully emerged. Zenin Hikari suppressed a laugh, fanning himself with his folding fan, then mischievously gestured for the dapper rabbit to continue. This time, the gentle little rabbit raised its paw and stepped upon him. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi, merely 6 years of age, was accustomed to being overlooked and had never encountered someone provoking him. With a soft smack of his lips, he furrowed his brow and struggled to open his eyes just a sliver. Still under the table, a place of comfort. He peacefully drifted back into slumber. Zenin Hikari, taken aback by the child's carefree nature, shook his head, maintaining an air of calm composure as he waved his fan. More dapper rabbits appeared, filling the stage with a fluffy congregation that advanced beneath the table, rousing the sleepy child. They leaped into Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi's embrace, nuzzling against him. Startled by the sudden influx of fluffiness, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi initially reacted but quickly grasped the soft creatures. Is this origami? He pondered slowly as he sat up. Surveying the scattered paper creations at his feet and around him, his curiosity piqued rather than alarmed. The child, resembling a small celestial being, sat quietly beneath the table, the light filtering through the red silk obscuring his features. After a considerable pause, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi emerged, obedient and adorable, undisturbed by his disrupted slumber. Merely wishing to inspect the objects in his hands before returning to sleep, he lifted a corner of the silk, attempting to let in some light, only to inadvertently lock eyes with the young man seated below. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi gasped. Zenin Hikari watched as the child flinched in surprise, only to quickly regain composure, lowering his gaze to the origami clutched in his small hand. What a lovely child. The little one had rosy lips and white teeth, appearing somewhat aloof. His eyes still glistening with sleep, hazy and dreamy, with a faint red mark etched upon his cheek from resting against the table. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi thought. I'll pretend I didn't see him. He continued to inspect the origami in his hands, discarding it. It was far too disruptive to his slumber. Zenin Hikari had never been so thoroughly ignored before. His eyes narrowed slightly, the tear mole beneath his eye accentuating his pitiful expression, yet his actions belied his demeanor. In a more mischievous turn, he transformed the origami back into dapper rabbits, which all dove beneath the table, playfully nudging the sleepy child with a distinctly human-like tenderness. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi, bewildered, allowed the little rabbits to frolic around him. He was genuinely going to get upset. This time, he had no choice but to confront the young man directly, such a troublesome individual. Zenin Hikari had never engaged with a child before and, having initially assumed Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi was merely an ordinary boy, he playfully transformed the rabbits into a mobile origami right in front of him, shaking his head with a sigh as he prepared to depart. Awakened, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi gazed coldly at his performance, utterly unfazed. At the moment when Zenin Hikari turned to leave, he gently grasped the sleeve of his robe. The young creature's crimson eyes fixed on him for a fleeting 2 seconds, almost evoking a sense of guilt in Hikari, only for the boy to retract his hand. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "You haven't uttered a word since earlier, have you?" "You won't." Before he could finish, the child picked up a piece of rabbit-shaped origami from the ground and lightly aimed to strike it against Hikari's chest. Anyone with common sense would understand that a child, barely reaching the height of an adult's waist, could hardly manage to hit someone in the chest with a mere piece of paper unless it had been imbued with weight, or he was a sorcerer capable of bypassing restrictions on shikigami. Hikari caught a glimpse of the child's narrow smile, which, when he laughed, appeared rather adorable. In the next instant, a wave of pale golden cursed energy surged forth, and a series of paper rabbits collided with his chest, one after another, increasingly numerous, as they leapt from the shikigami's constraints and landed upon Hikari, disheveling his normally neat hairstyle and attire. Little brat, are you a sorcerer?" Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi ignored him, covering his mouth and playfully chuckling, revealing his charming little teeth, albeit without a sound, which looked exceptionally amusing. Having completed his antics, he seized the opportunity while Hikari was distracted and dashed away. The purple-haired youth stood there, resembling a jade tree, somewhat amused, pondering that he would not be bored for quite some time. For an entire month, Zenin Hikari awakened each day seeking ways to provoke the boy, undeterred by the childishness of his pursuits. He found himself intrigued by this wild sorcerer from such a remote area, teasing the child, who exhibited a remarkably gentle temperament. It was indeed peculiar that he had never heard the boy speak. Hikari hoisted Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi's arms, tossing him playfully up and down, contemplating, "Why is that?" As he spoke, he couldn't resist tickling the boy. Tsukuyomi squirmed like a small toy, attempting to escape the clutches of Hikari's hands. The white-haired child's bangs were tousled, Dampened by perspiration from their playful exertions, a few strands clinging to his skin, his tender cheeks flushed a light pink. And his miniature Shikigami attire made him all the more adorable. Hikari tilted his head. Tsukuyomi tilted his head. Little one, would you like to come back to the capital with me? This was an invitation from the heir of the Zenin family. Should the child agree and willingly accept the nurturing of the Zenin household, his future would likely surpass what he could aspire to hear. This little fellow had remarkable talent for cursed energy, and what was even more exceptional was that he had never received any guidance. The child, who had just nestled adorably in Hikari's embrace, now became still, passively allowing Hikari to act. Miraculously, the two had formed an endearing friendship that transcended age. Hikari sought amusement out of boredom, while Tsukuyomi encountered someone who engaged with him without prejudice, who was proactively gentle, unlike the priestess who, though kind, often displayed impatience. As he pondered this, Tsukuyomi's curiosity grew, and he reached out with his delicate fingers to tug at Hikari's handsome face. Still not angry. Hikari lingered for quite some time, long enough for summer to wane. Young master, news from the capital. The cursed spirits of the two-faced Sukuna have turned against the samurai faction, and now the emperor and the shogunate are jointly dispatching troops to pursue them. The young master of the Gojo family has already set out, and the head of the family has ordered you to return to the capital at once. Do not miss the opportunity to achieve merit. Understood. However, he said, before leaving, he playfully squished the little bundle into a round shape, though in the end, he had yet to hear the boy speak. He thoughtfully called the child over, leaving him some origami rabbit shikigami to play with, along with some finances. I'll come back to play with you once I finish my tasks. Tsukuyomi, with a conflicted expression, nonetheless responded earnestly, nodding solemnly. Lord Sukuna, the sorcerers over there have been dealt with. Those wretched beings are quite unpleasant. The eyes of the two-faced Sukuna darkened, a flicker of thought crossing his mind, followed by a disdainful chuckle. It was no wonder the shogunate had turned against them, seeking to re-establish cooperation with the emperor. They had finally realized that the king of curses could not be controlled. Sukuna had indeed captured the city single-handedly, without losing a single soldier. But the casualties of the opposing forces were horrific. He had even annihilated his own allies due to the messenger from the shogunate being insufficiently respectful. Completely indifferent to worldly ethics, he was an exceedingly free and uncontrollable weapon of a man. Rather than risk future enmity, it was wiser to strike preemptively. Thus arose the gathering of sorcerers in the capital to encircle Sukuna. Logically, he would have been the first to eliminate them. However, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Was it the cursed tool of unified hearts? Don't get it twisted. Aside from me, no one dares to meddle. Chapter 82, A Strange Sensation. The system's algorithms could not deduce the effect Tsukuyomi Tsuji would have on Sukuna, which was precisely the most significant aspect. To bind an irredeemably wicked villain with love? The system protested. It feels like such a person could never be swayed by love. The system added, perhaps it's best to abandon this notion. Tsuji is already so weary, and this is far too dangerous. I object. The two-dimensional deity could hardly relay its conversations with the consciousness of the world, merely dismissing its suggestions with an air of mystery. Sukuna indeed poses some danger. When an ordinary person feels affection for someone, it manifests as shyness. If it's Sukuna, upon sensing uncertain influencing factors, he would likely choose to eliminate them personally. TSK. It's all Sukuna's fault for not understanding love. The two-dimensional deity proposed, how about we arrange a free tool, something akin to a half-entity, linking the elder's life and that of young Tsuji? This way, he should refrain from going mad. The system queried, are you suggesting a bond of life and death? One that cannot be severed? The two-dimensional deity affirmed, yes, unidirectional. Just set the voluntary release to a time point. Alright, that'll do. I must dash to a signing event now, Moa. The white-haired infant, still shorter than a carriage axle, strained to look up at his friend, tightly clutching the origami, rabbit, shikigami gifted to him. Zenin Hikari, next time we meet, I'll teach you how to mend the origami shikigami. Tsukuyomi Tsuji, staring. Zenin Hikari, next time we meet, I'll bring the best physician from Heian-kyo. They will surely cure your voice. Tsukuyomi Tsuji, staring. Zenin Hikari, then, until we meet again. Hikari boarded the carriage and bid farewell to Tsukuyomi Tsuji. The 6-year-old little rice dumpling had come to understand the essence of parting. His glass-like eyes shimmered with regret. Little did he know, only a few days after Hikari's departure, this tranquil life, far removed from the clamor of the mundane world, would be disrupted by an unexpected visitor. In the early morning, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi was adorned by the priests, preparing to embark on a journey to the neighboring village to worship the deity Inari. Typically, this season is not lacking in rain, but this year, the late rice planting period has been unfavorable. The blazing sun shines in an almost drought-like manner, and the land has ceased to be moist, with daily human irrigation proving insufficient. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi had also participated in a ritual at the tender age of 3. His appearance was so compelling, snow-white hair and crimson eyes, with delicate features and a silent demeanor, as if indifferent to the world around him, imbued him with a hint of divinity. He was dressed and seated like a mascot in a soft palanquin, holding a fox spirit sculpture symbolizing the earth element. Villagers lined the road on both sides, respectfully praying. The priests and priestesses in front chanted incantations to pave the way, when suddenly, a disheveled man emerged from the grass, resembling a warrior. His hair was a tangled nest, his face smeared with blood, and his dark attire could not conceal the blood gushing from a grievous wound, likely fatal. He staggered towards the procession, attempting to intercept the ritual, his expression frantic as he glanced behind him, as if being pursued. The tumultuous era of the Heian period made everyone reluctant to entangle themselves with such matters, and they instinctively recoiled from him. To their astonishment, the man, in a moment of panic, scanned the procession and charged directly towards Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi, hands forming seals to immobilize those present. He then drew a bloody dagger from his bosom and made a swift cut upon Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi's hand. Concealed within, he produced a small wooden box and opened it. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi felt something akin to a worm darting into the wound, and upon meeting the man's gaze, he convulsed as if a weight had been lifted, collapsing heavily onto Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi. The liquid, stained with blood and dirt, thoroughly soaked his pristine white ceremonial garments. Reacting quickly, a priestess attempted to pull the man away, but he fell at the slightest touch. He is dead. How unfortunate. Perhaps he was fleeing from enemies and stumbled here. How can the ritual proceed now? Refund. Refund. The villagers clamored loudly, expressing their dissatisfaction with the unclean child attendant. The shrine's personnel could not allow such a golden opportunity to slip away and patiently soothed the farmers. The atmosphere below was chaotic and noisy, yet no one paid heed to Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi's condition, nor considered the potential repercussions for a 6-year-old child witnessing such a bloody scene. An elderly priestess, in frustration, yanked Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi down from the elevated palanquin, roughly stripping away his blood-stained outer garments, leaving him clad in a thin inner layer. How unfortunate. Why couldn't you avoid this? Now I'll have to waste another outfit, she lamented. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi remained silent, offering no defense for himself, resembling a beautiful statue, indifferent to the world around him. In their eyes, he was merely a lovely mute child, and it was no wonder he had been abandoned after birth. She harshly wiped the blood from his cheek with her sleeve, applying enough force to redden and swell the tender skin before ceasing her ministrations. All right. The ceremony can continue. If we miss today, who knows how long we'll have to wait for it to take effect. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi's long eyelashes fluttered as he was lifted once more. No one took notice of the corpse casually discarded in the grass, its form flickering like corrupted code before vanishing entirely. At noon, the heat was oppressive and dust filled the air. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi was placed upon a high platform, facing the scorching, blinding sunlight without retreat. Below, the villagers knelt in reverent prayer, akin to a congregation of devout worshippers, while the priestesses recited incantations, their voices echoing through the air as if conversing with the heavens. Thank goodness I removed that heavy outer coat earlier, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi thought faintly. The glaring sun scorched the earth like a tongue of fire, and on the platform, his inner garment was soaked with sweat, his lips turning pale, and as a child, he felt faint, signs of heatstroke creeping in. Yet he remained alone atop the high platform, while those below remained blissfully unaware. As darkness swirled before his eyes, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi heard the cacophony of hearts. Great deity, please bestow upon us more rain. I hope it rains today. Damn it. The village is wasting money on this useless endeavor. They feel like frauds to me. If there were truly a deity, how could they allow so many demons to roam this world? Great deity, if you can hear us, please grant us rain. A bunch of charlatans, pretending. Look at the weather. It's surely 1T rain. These voices, both male and female, filled the air with indistinct malice and pleas. And the world fell silent in that moment. What will you do? A voice emerged, and Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi's pale face pressed against the high platform as he struggled to open one eye to gaze at the sky, his expression still devoid of emotion. They desired rain. He heard them. There were indeed those in need of rain. Was it an illusion? They had not even opened their mouths to speak. What do you think? Do you wish for rain? Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi did not know. Even as he felt himself on the verge of fainting, he remained silent. I do not know. Should I grant rain to such wretched people, fulfilling their desires? The insatiable appetite of humanity oscillates between suffering and boredom. Satisfaction breeds tedium, while dissatisfaction brings pain. Not far from that location, in the forest, the cursed king, Sukuna, had just dealt with the schemers who conspired against him. Though the leader had managed to escape, he surveyed the defeated foes scattered about, no longer indulging in words, and mercilessly dispatched those who could no longer endure. As easily as slicing through vegetables. Is this all the strength they possess? It hardly piques my interest. The next moment, a heavy sensation struck his cheek. A burning touch lingering, yet no one was around. Sukuna, was that a trick of the mind? Or perhaps a mosquito? He had never experienced anything akin to a slap in the face before. Clad in a voluminous kimono and possessing 4 arms, he effortlessly cleaved through all upright beings in his vicinity, leaving behind an eerie silence. Sukuna did not forget the peculiar sensation from moments ago. Recalling his most recent encounter with sorcerers, where a petty assailant had struck him, lacking the conviction and prowess of a true warrior. Using strange insects to burrow into his back wound, the man with pink hair stood impatiently amidst the pool of blood, muscles taut and bulging. TSK. Moments later, that strange feeling returned, rendering him weak, a searing heat rising from his back. He could guarantee it was not a reaction of his body, for he had not felt such weakness in a long time. Who could possibly be capable of inflicting such a sensation on him? A being who could crush a mere finger? Chapter 83, The Origin of the Bunny Doll. This marked the 10th year since Satoru Gojo began working at Jujutsu High, remaining as a teacher after graduation, much like Suguru Geto. Despite the exhaustion, there was little to complain about. Indeed, on numerous occasions, there have been fleeting moments when he felt an overwhelming impulse to disrupt the established order. Yet, he refrained. The loss of a life is regrettable, but the vast realm of sorcery still demands structure. Until new powers fully mature, their utility remains indispensable. Satoru Gojo, nearing 30, continues to lead a life reminiscent of a covert agent, rising each day at 6 to undertake missions, squeezing in a few teaching duties, and only able to conclude his day's work past midnight, all year round without respite. The young six-eyed sorcerer, as he matures, becomes increasingly rebellious, presenting a facade of obedience to his family while his true, malevolent nature gradually reveals itself. Once he acquires a measure of self-protection, his curiosity about the world beyond the feudal confines intensifies. Skipping a class or stealthily slipping away from a gathering of the 3 noble families becomes commonplace. The older members of the family, who have high hopes for their prized child, have strictly forbidden such excursions, yet the edge of a sword is honed through sharpening. Raw gemstones require meticulous polishing. And for a child who has already ascended to the top 3 on the assassination list from birth, an abundance of such honing stones is always welcome. Their indulgence in this minor rebellion against family edicts is treated with a blind eye. Overexertion leads to breakage. While they secretly anticipate that one day the child may learn a lesson and dutifully comply with the family's arrangements, this, of course, is entirely implausible. Gojo Satoru, I will not allow it. On December 7th, the birthday of the future heir of the Gojo family, also coinciding with the late celebration of Shichigo-san, a ceremony typically held for boys at the age of 5, was postponed last year due to an assassination attempt on Gojo Satoru. At that time, the family's defenses were compromised, allowing infiltrators to breach their barrier, resulting in widespread panic and a reluctance to prepare for celebrations. This year, however, with ample preparations in place, they would not let slip this day that symbolizes the glory of the Gojo lineage, the family's greatest trump card, the six-eyed child. A proverb from the Edo period states, until a child reaches the age of 7, they are the offspring of deities. This implies that until a child turns 7, their parents merely serve as temporary guardians for the divine. Now, at the age of 7, the child has successfully established himself, evading countless assassination attempts and bounties. Such a gifted child, brimming with boundless potential, is now in the spotlight. It is their turn. I give up. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Enough with the chatter. I'm going out now. The white-haired boy at the forefront confronted 2 guards who firmly obstructed his path. Still small in stature, Gojo Satoru had to tilt his head upward to meet their gaze, demanding they step aside with a fierce tone. He had been preparing for this gathering all month, studying etiquette, and had finally managed to appease the old men. Seizing the opportunity, he attempted to escape through a weakly guarded room where gifts were stored, only to be discovered upon entry. The guards, although filled with indignation, dared not voice their frustrations. The elder had given explicit orders to protect the young master closely. However, in this power-centric feudal family, they revered strength more than ephemeral authority or status. The young master, destined to be the future head of the family and exceptionally talented, was not someone they could easily defy. After being unceremoniously defeated by the young master, they found themselves incapacitated, unable to prevent his brazen departure. Gojo Satoru effortlessly scaled the wall and slipped out of the barrier when suddenly he paused, realizing he had unwittingly acquired a doll during the scuffle in the room. Choosing a random direction, he ran with vigor, but before he could reach the city, he was intercepted by well-meaning strangers who took him to the police station. passionately recounting the circumstances to the authorities. What kind of situation is this? A small child appearing in such an isolated forest must surely have been abducted. Thankfully, we happened to drive by. Otherwise, who knows how long this child's parents would have searched. Gojo Satoru was speechless. After all his efforts to sneak away, being returned by these people was utterly absurd. Frustrated, he utilized his youthful advantage, loudly proclaiming his hunger, and after successfully dismissing most of the officers, he hopped off the chair and made his escape. By the time he reached the shopping district, it was already quite late. More importantly, he had no money. The wallet he should have taken while sneaking out had been forgotten, leaving him with only the doll. Ah, what terrible luck. Gojo Satoru was furious. Yet he had no intention of returning home. Even sitting outside was preferable to being cooped up at home, for the outside world was vast and vibrant. Unlike the stifling atmosphere of his house. With a doll in one hand, he sulked along the street, casting envious glances at the sweet shops. Had he been a bit more generous and sought help from passers-by, he surely would have succeeded. A lavishly dressed young master was clearly not an ordinary child. And even if he were to err, there would be someone to rectify the situation. Alas, Gojo Satoru stubbornly continued on, completely disregarding such possibilities. As night fell and hunger gnawed at him, he aimlessly wandered to a park in front of a residential building, swaying gently on a swing. Showing no intention of heading home, Tsukihiko, carrying a small cake, happened to pass by. This was the special promotional time at the bakery, and usually, she could not afford such treats. But today marked the birthday of Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi. The income from selling flowers could only supplement household expenses to a limited extent, and she wished to save a bit more for her grandson. Being of advanced age, there was little she could do for him, and with many future expenses looming, living alone felt rather tight. Upon passing the small park, right in front of the residential building, the swing swayed slightly, though not much. Its age had rendered it creaky and rusty. Tsukihiko turned her head to see a small child, hardly taller than half an adult. He appeared somewhat pitiful, with his head bowed, lost in thought. The white-haired boy wore an exquisite kimono, clearly a child of a prominent family, adorned with embroidered dragonflies. Yet, as Tsukihiko observed him, she thought of her own grandson, who also had white hair. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to approach the elderly woman. Appearing frail with a slightly hunched back and a head full of white hair, radiated a warm smile and exuded kindness. Little one, why are you out here alone so late? Gojo Satoru lifted his head to glance at her, but remained silent, continuing to sway on the swing. Tsukihiko, undeterred, expressed her concern. Did you get separated from your parents? Do you need to make a phone call? Gojo Satoru pursed his lips and firmly replied no. As darkness enveloped the sky, the lights in each household flickered on, casting a serene calm over the night, accentuating Gojo Satoru's solitude. Suddenly, Tsukihiko smiled. Perhaps she was reminded of her own somewhat reclusive grandson, who, though reserved in front of outsiders, adored being affectionate. During the past few days since his return, he had not spoken much, yet he trailed after her like a little shadow, always seeking closeness, very obedient. After a moment's reflection, Tsukihiko adjusted her approach. Today is my grandson's birthday, and it's just the two of us. Would you like to come to my house and wait? After all, the night air is quite chilly. Satoru Gojo finally lifted his head, exuding an air of indifference, yet his demeanor and poise were impeccable, unmistakably reflecting the refinement of a well-educated scion from a prestigious family. He offered a polite nod before turning away, stating, "No, I prefer to be alone for a while." Contrary to his petite stature, his words bore an unexpected maturity. The soft sound of a gurgle escaped him, but Tsukihiko heard it without addressing it. Kindly raising the small cake in her hand, a diminutive strawberry confection, likely enough for two. Gojo's face flushed crimson as he irritably glared at his stomach, feeling as though he could even detect the cake's sweet aroma through its packaging, though he pondered whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. Tsukihiko leisurely approached a nearby flower bed to set the cake down, and Gojo's gaze discreetly followed her, feeling a twinge of urgency, uncertain whether it was for the cake or something else entirely. In the next moment, he watched as she unwrapped it, the scent of strawberry cake intensifying in the air. An elderly woman approached, presenting a generous slice of cake. "Here, please enjoy." Gojo lowered his head, clasping his hands, remaining silent yet not outright rejecting the offering. "Go ahead. Don't be shy. You know, you bear a striking resemblance to my grandson, both having white hair, don't you?" Only then did Gojo raise his head to meet the gaze of the woman across from him, realizing that this was intended to be a birthday cake for her grandson. Yet, the gurgle from his stomach erupted again at an inopportune moment. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a rabbit doll from his pocket. It was a beautifully crafted doll, exquisitely made, with particularly striking eyes inlaid with sapphires, giving it an appearance that an ordinary person might overlook as anything but a remarkably lifelike plastic object. He He resolved not to take advantage of another's kindness. Let us trade. Chapter 84. The elder discovers he cannot kill his opponent. The twin-faced Sukuna recalled the peculiar sorcerer, whose abilities were unimpressive yet possessed an exceptional talent for escape. No matter how hard he pursued, the distance between them remained constant. And even when he paused to listen to Raimai's report, the sorcerer did the same, as if to say, "Wait for me?" It felt almost as if he were intentionally leaving traces of cursed energy behind, as if laying a trap for him to step into. Sukuna seldom encountered such a fearless individual. It was increasingly intriguing. As he led Raimai to the remnants left by the strange sorcerer, the sky had begun to drizzle. An unexpected contrast to the afternoon's radiant sunshine, casting an oppressive atmosphere. In the vast expanse of rice fields, ignorant and diminutive villagers knelt in a circle around a central altar. Sun showers are uncommon, yet decidedly unpleasant. Sukuna idly observed the cloudless horizon. The rhythmic sounds of percussion from the ongoing ritual reaching his ears, the heat on his back alleviated slightly by the rain. However, the tall man stood resolutely beneath a tree, seemingly aware of the artifact's purpose. The man with pink hair had a temperament that did not reflect the beauty of his hair. Instead, he exhibited a rather malevolent disposition. A bloodthirsty smile curling at his lips, arrogant and unruly. What does it matter if we share sensations? Prepare yourself for the grim acceptance of your fate. His presence was overwhelming, as if he were born to dominate, adhering only to his whims, indifferent to the lives of cursed spirits and humans alike. Precisely for this reason, it was all the more necessary to establish a manual anchor for him. The ritual continued, the villagers exerting themselves further under the drizzling rain. The sun still shining brightly upon the earth as the foolish populace prayed to the heavens, offering their purest child as a sacrifice. However, the rain that descended was not divine, but rather the bloodthirsty downpour of a demon. Sukuna regarded the farmers with disdain. Is this a ritual? He scoffed Raimai. Do you see that small white bundle curled up atop the towering altar? Those fools are genuinely sacrificing to a god in hopes of rain. Having followed Sukuna for so long, Raimai was taken aback by the expression he wore, rendered speechless and unsure how to respond. Shortly thereafter, the pink-haired man approached the kneeling crowd with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in a white women's kimono. He did not resemble the traditional visage of a demon, but rather appeared strikingly handsome, the black tattoo-like patterns on his face adding an air of untouchable mystery. He strolled leisurely into their midst, seemingly in search of someone. Yet, his formidable aura silenced the gathered crowd, imbued with the authority of one who had survived countless battles. The elderly village chief, his beard gray and quivering, stood up to inquire about his purpose. I do not know, esteemed one, what brings you here? Fortunately, the elder kept his back bent low, never raising his gaze to meet the man's. Sukuna had no interest in entangling himself with the old man. Lazily stating his intent, I am looking for someone. A timid man from the crowd tried to stealthily rise, hoping to escape under the guise of concealment, only to be seized by the neck in a swift motion akin to teleportation. The speed was astonishing, and no one noticed the tense atmosphere that enveloped the moment. All remained kneeling in rigid anticipation of his final verdict. The drizzling rain fell upon the man's face, offering no comfort, but rather amplifying his terror as he felt the tightening grip around his throat, rendering him breathless. As he was lifted off the ground, the agony in his toes became unbearable, while the demon before him remained disinterested. Is it you? Sukuna inquired, with his life force easily held in another's grasp. Even a mere shake of the head was beyond his capability. Cough, cough. No, it's not. Oh. In the next instant, a snap resounded as the man's neck was abruptly broken. The chilling display of brutality horrified those present, prompting immediate panic as they scrambled to flee like headless flies. The priestess, in a show of utter disrespect, dropped her ceremonial tools and prostrated herself on the ground, unable to escape her fate. Is it you? Is it you? Or perhaps you? Is it you? With each life he extinguished, the man posed this question, leaving the frightened villagers trembling in their pleas for mercy, oblivious to the fact that such weakness only fueled his disdain. Living merely wastes resources. If they were tender young women, it might have piqued his interest. But as it stood, they were merely tedious farmers, their worth decidedly inferior in flavor. At last, as the final priest was restrained, Sukuna asked, Is it you? His tone was eerily similar, laced with excitement and undeniable interest, the pressure of his presence nearly overwhelming. The young priest, trembling, took a few moments to react, remembering the fate of those who had denied him. If the answer were not so, the young priest swallowed hard. Why yes, it is I? Sukuna raised an eyebrow, loosening his grip, causing the priest to collapse to the ground. Having narrowly escaped, he had no time to ponder as he stumbled to his feet. Desperate to flee, just 10 meters away, Raimai cautiously spoke up. Lord Sukuna, will you truly let him go? He could not comprehend why Sukuna had pursued the trail only to unleash a massacre. This was not his concern. Following the Lord's orders was his task, especially given Sukuna's consistent brilliance. The act of releasing this dubious individual was indeed somewhat straightforward. In the next moment, the priest stood frozen in place, his body cleaved in twain by an invisible strike. Raimai, Lord Sukuna, is this truly without consequence? The dual-faced Sukuna replied, it is not him. I merely wish to relish the final struggles of a base wretch. The entire expanse of land was soaked in blood and the restless corpses of the deceased, while the man clad in white robes remained untouched by a single speck of filth. The demon god slowly turned his gaze towards the wooden platform above. There, only the frail deity remained, clinging to life by a mere thread of faith. Sukuna brushed away non-existent dust from his cuffs, taking measured steps toward the platform below. Although it was referred to as a sacrificial altar, it was merely a wooden structure, elevated 5 or 6 meters, making descent without assistance exceedingly difficult. A strike sliced through the air towards the altar's supports. As the top plank collapsed, the man with cherry-colored hair leapt, reaching out to grasp the diminutive white figure. Appearing to be no more than 5 or 6 years old, the child's soaked white garments clung uncomfortably to his skin, and his once pristine cheeks were adorned with a charming flush from prolonged sun exposure, marred by the redness of rough fabric's friction. With tightly shut eyes, he seemed to have succumbed to unconsciousness for some time. A flicker of interest ignited within Sukuna as he extended his hand to rest upon the boy's fragile neck, his voice laced with a hint of eager anticipation to desecrate a deity. As his powerful grip tightened, an intense pain surged through Sukuna. Ah, it's you. The more agony he endured, the more exhilarated he became, his entire being trembling with the intensity of the pain. He yearned to discover just how far he could push the limits. His eyes gleamed with a predatory delight, relishing the prospect of death. The sensation of suffocating pain persisted, while Raimai could only observe the adult's actions and the successive impressions forming around the adult's neck. Even in a state of unconsciousness, Tsukuyomi was roused by the pain, struggling to open his eyes and meeting Sukuna's gaze. His eyes, tranquil and devoid of any struggle, were free of desire or complaint, as if he would welcome death in the next moment without a trace of resentment. Sukuna had witnessed many expressions of those facing death, the resentment and fear of the weak, or their pleas and jealousy. Yet, never had he encountered such serene eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death, unperturbed by the unknown, as if it was not his life that was being manipulated. This was not inaccurate, for he was bound to two souls. The towering figure of the man suddenly lost interest and carelessly discarded the child onto the ground. The pain of the fall mirrored in Sukuna, who fell silent, performing a reversal of his technique. A fleeting glance at the marks around Tsukuyomi's neck revealed that they had not vanished, indicating that the harm inflicted upon the child would be shared. Yet his own pain would not rebound upon that innocent figure. After all, the child had been flung from midair, the impact significant. Tsukuyomi emerged from the brink of death, coughing softly. With his exquisite appearance akin to that of a celestial child, coupled with his pitiable state, any normal person would instantly feel compelled to comfort him. Yet, no living normal individual was present in that moment. Raimai merely frowned at the child's dirted visage. The man, too, was plunged into a state of impotent rage upon realizing he could not extinguish the child's life. Frustration welled within Sukuna, his brow furrowing as he contemplated how to address the peculiar pest's effects, his voice thick with impatience before he turned to depart. Raimai, take him with you. Chapter 85. Sukuna will not raise a child. Raimai lingered in hesitation, pondering how to handle such a fragile being. Lift him. The man tentatively grasped the small form, only to realize something was amiss as Tsukuyomi was hoisted by the neck, the sensation of suffocation creeping in, the child's short legs flailing uncertainly in the air. Then Raimai. Sukuna's voice echoed, laced with barely restrained irritation. Yes, Lord Sukuna. Hold him properly. Understood. Raimai had never engaged in such an act before. His arms stiffened as he awkwardly cradled the warm, somewhat feverish bundle. Perhaps it was due to his prolonged training in ice techniques. His body temperature consistently lower than that of ordinary folk, particularly since this child had just endured the scorching sun. Deities were not commonly seen in this era, but this did not imply they possessed substantial power. The divine order was waning, curses, spiritual energy, and yin-yang arts rampant, akin to a celestial battle. Initially, people would pray for the protection of deities, yet the deities had never responded to their followers, rendered helpless. The decline of faith was a fatal blow to a deity, relegating them to the status of mere woodland spirits, hardly worth mentioning. Raimai cast his gaze downward. The soft little bundle seemed discomforted by his rigid posture, eyes tightly closed, yet fidgeting uneasily, evoking a sense of pity. A rosy hue adorned his cheeks. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his face was smudged with grime, his garments sullied. Instinctively, Raimai softened his breath, adjusting his hold. Mimicking the gestures of women he had observed in the past, resting the child's head against his shoulder. In the next moment, as if sensing a familiar presence, Tsukuyomi's tightly furrowed brow relaxed, and a small hand grasped Raimai's clothing, the child's soft cheek instinctively finding a comfortable spot against him. Raimai, stiffly. They arrived at a grand mansion belonging to Sukuna, devoid of attendants, eerily empty. Raimai, prepare a meal. Yes, but what about? Raimai glanced down at the clingy little bundle. TSK, just find him a place to sleep. It's a hassle. Sukuna's gaze lingered on Tsukuyomi's face, as though perceiving a troublesome predicament. After a moment of contemplation, he placed the child in proximity to his own room, for Sukuna had many enemies, and a midnight ambush was a distinct possibility. Entering the kitchen, he lifted the wooden boards of the cellar, expertly selecting suitable ingredients for Sukuna. The frozen meats stored within were not avian, but human. Raimai swiftly completed his tasks, preparing a meal for Sukuna before retreating, leaving the demon god to ponder how to unravel this binding curse. Though merely a weak deity, the prospect of his disappearance was merely a matter of time. Yet, he found himself inextricably linked to this fragile being. Tisk, troublesome. I have yet to experience the thrill of slaying a god. Overcome with excitement, his other arm involuntarily extended. As the midnight hour approached, the night was as tranquil as water, and Sukuna sat leisurely on the eaves, basking in the moonlight, the evening breeze gently tousling the tips of his cherry-pink hair. Although he still possessed a human form, the absence of sleep for a day did not significantly hinder him. However, as he placed a powerful arm upon his forehead, he could not help but notice the unusual heat emanating from his body. The physical prowess of the King of Curses was indeed remarkable. He had never suffered from serious illness, leaving him uncertain about this unfamiliar sensation. A surge of anxiety washed over him as he suddenly recalled something, leading him to clench his fist in impatience. In the next moment, he found himself standing before Raimai's door. Where is he? Raimai, busy attending to matters, had yet to retire for the night, exhibiting remarkable composure even as the Lord Sukuna burst through the door. That little deity? He is in the adjacent room. Sure enough, although Tsukuyomi was indeed a deity, his physical constitution was far from commendable, having suffered from heat stroke during the day and not having ingested a single drop of water since. He was left to languish alone in a dimly lit room devoid of any provisions, save for a solitary blanket that lay crumpled in the center, with a small lump beneath it. As Sukuna approached, he looked down upon this exceedingly vulnerable soft spot with an unfeeling gaze, his sharp black nails uncaringly lifting the edge of the blanket to reveal its occupant. The child was drenched in sweat, as if he had been pulled from the depths of a river, his adorable face flushed to a concerning hue. Hey, Sukuna remarked coldly, pinching the child's cheek with a grip that was neither gentle nor tender. To his surprise, there was no response. The child appeared completely oblivious, his once rosy lips now devoid of color, the dehydration causing dry patches to form. Raimai, sensing something amiss, stepped forward to feel Tsukuyomi's forehead. Lord Sukuna. He seems to have a fever? Sukuna was almost amused by the absurdity of it all. The chilling aura of menace that enveloped him could no longer be contained. Yet it was ineffective against the unconscious child before him. He had not anticipated bringing back such a fragile little ancestor. Surely, in this era of waning divinity, this deity was far too weak, always on the verge of life and death, and worst of all, he discovered that he was utterly powerless to assist. The ruthless spirit who had never flinched at taking lives now found himself in the shocking role of caretaker. The sensation of a racing heart and near syncope suddenly coursed through Sukuna, whose expression darkened as he reached out to grasp Tsukuyomi's neck, which bore the lingering bruises of the day. Rather than being perpetually threatened by such a fragile being, he contemplated the grim thought of snuffing out his life. Sukuna was not one to dwell on personal emotions. He was capricious and reckless, always inclined to take action against anything that displeased him. Killing him would be simple. Tsukuyomi, caught in a trance, unexpectedly faced a second bout of suffering. The physical pain triggered an uncontrollable wave of sorrow that welled up in his eyes, warm tears streaming down his cheeks. No crying. Sukuna irritably withdrew his hand, casting a dark glance at Raimai. Does the reversal technique work? It was well known that the reversal technique was effective only against external injuries. Realizing his question was futile, he clicked his tongue in frustration. The next moment, Tsukuyomi found himself enveloped in both blanket and body, hoisted over Sukuna's shoulder as he exited. Their residence was situated in the outskirts, while the better medical facilities lay within the city. Raimai hastily gathered some essentials and followed suit. To outsiders, the King of Curses was a figure of malevolence, having never before been seen nurturing a child. Even Raimai, who had fought alongside him for years, was utterly clueless about the intricacies of child rearing, especially concerning such an exceptionally frail child. The risk of premature demise loomed large. As curfew descended, the medical establishments within the inner city had closed for the night. Sukuna, burdened with the small, bundled form, felt a wave of displeasure wash over him and forcefully broke open the doors of a shuttered medical facility, inadvertently waking the attending physician. The poor old man, startled by the sudden intrusion, was swiftly dragged into the main hall. Heal him. Chapter 86. Subtle Transformations. The physician quickly devised an appropriate treatment plan based on the symptoms presented. The child had suffered from sunstroke, resulting in dehydration from prolonged exposure to the elements. Fortunately, you arrived in time, or I would have been at my wit's end, the elderly gentleman remarked, momentarily disregarding the fact that two formidable figures had invaded his home. Observing their anxious demeanor, he deduced that they were merely worried parents. Such concern could be understood, especially given the striking appearance of the ill child, who seemed quite pitiable. Soon, the old man noticed the unhealed bruises around the child's neck and cautiously cast a sympathetic glance at Sukuna, his expression one of profound sorrow. Such a lovely child. Even if he is a bit unruly, he should not. Raimai, realizing that Sukuna had no intention of explaining, reluctantly took up the role of the intermediary. Thank you. Following this, Raimai paid several times the usual fee and, with the prescription in hand, approached Sukuna to acknowledge his oversight. It was my negligence. I failed to consider the circumstances there. Sukuna dismissed him, sitting cross-legged beneath the eaves while casting his gaze upon the audacious little creature daring to cling to his robes. He pondered the fact that no one had bothered to wash the child, who now appeared quite dirty. At that moment, a small, grimy hand gripped his robe, leaving a conspicuous mark on the fabric. If he were to eliminate the child now, the already soiled garment would surely become even more unbearable with bloodstains. Nothing to be done. Killing him was out of the question, especially given his frail state. It was absurd to think that he, the formidable Sukuna, would be so entangled with such a weakling. Tsukuyomi, oblivious to the thoughts of the spirit before him, instinctively sought to grasp something for comfort. His discomfort prompting him to utter, "Let's go back, clean him up and bring him to my room." With that, he unceremoniously yanked his robe away, tossing the child back into Raimai's arms. Raimai, to Lord Sukuna's room? Tsukuyomi awoke again 2 days later, still unable to open his eyes. But he sensed something was different about his surroundings. The soft, plush bedding beneath him was a welcome contrast to the austere confines of the shrine. Oh, that's right. He recalled being saved. Unaware of the numerous close calls he had faced, his memory was hazy due to his illness, only faintly recalling the enigmatic warrior and the altar. He sensed his body was weak and his throat constricted, making it difficult to breathe. Upon finally opening his eyes, he cautiously surveyed the understated yet elegant room. Awake? A voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts, causing Tsukuyomi to startle and quickly glance toward the source. His eyes widened in astonishment as he shrank back beneath the covers. Before him sat a man with 4 arms and 2 pairs of eyes, clad in a loose-fitting white robe, leisurely sipping from a cup while an array of exquisite dishes lay before him. His demeanor exuded a sense of comfort, yet the air around him revealed his extraordinary nature, his gaze betraying an unmistakable disdain. Come here. Yudu Jinjian stood momentarily stunned, hesitantly emerging from the soft embrace of the bedding. With bright, clear eyes, he approached the imposing figure of Lu Mian-sua, who loomed 5 meters away, yet he was reluctant to draw any nearer. Lu Mian-sua quipped. Are you afraid I might consume you? Yudu Jinjian retorted. Are you mute? Lu Mian-sua was genuinely irked. What kind of deity was this? So pathetically weak and moreover mute. What exacerbated his frustration was the undeniable obligation to protect the very being who vexed him. Displaying both of his hands, he taunted, "TSK. Are you not afraid of me?" Realizing that this little imp was impervious to intimidation, Lu Mian-sua, who preferred to act on his whims and desires, suddenly felt a curiosity to witness the startled and fearful expression of this composed child. With muscular arms adorned with enigmatic black symbols, he presented a plate of pristine white meat before Yudu Jinjian, succinctly commanding, "Eat." Yudu Jinjian was conflicted. This strange fellow was evidently affluent. Yet they shared a pair of chopsticks. How unsanitary. The boy with short white hair gazed at the plate, where the meat was sliced into uniform, translucent pieces. He pursed his lips as a timely rumble from his stomach echoed, yet he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that accompanied the dish, compounded by the intimidating presence of the towering man. Lu Mian-sua observed the child's lack of intelligence with a cold gaze, leisurely picking up a piece with ivory chopsticks and placing it into his mouth. His crimson pupils glimmered with inscrutable intent, the eyes of a demon half-shrouded, seducing the feeble deity. His manner of eating was not at all grotesque, but rather remarkably elegant. Are you afraid I might poison you? Yudu Jinjian felt a wave of trepidation, standing rigidly like a delicate, beautiful marionette. Lu Mian-suo pretended not to notice, continuing to eat as he spoke. Little mute, do you know why you were brought here? Yudu Jinjian shook his head. Because I eliminated all those people. Every single one of your followers, he declared. His voice tinged with excitement, as if eagerly anticipating Yudu Jinjian's reaction. Are you saddened? The priestess and the shaman, who once shared many moments with you, have been slain by this very man. The child was uncertain of his feelings. They left little impression on him. Occasionally, they would offer him a portion of their meals. And it was not uncommon for him to go hungry. If they truly cared for him, why would they abandon him atop a high altar, exposed to the relentless sun? He was unaware. Emotions were inherently elusive. As for the followers Lu Mian-suo mentioned, Yudu Jinjian was equally in the dark. If that were the case, they had ironically rescued him. Lu Mian-suo, observing the child's impassive expression, felt an increasing irritation. To his surprise, there was no reaction, prompting him to dismiss the matter with a shout to the side. Li Mei, take him away. Yudu Jinjian beheld as a handsome, aloof man appeared outside the door, bowing respectfully to Lu Mian-suo. Yes, my lord. Where shall I take him? To a place unseen by me. Understood. Thus, Yudu Jinjian found himself hoisted onto Li Mei's shoulder and carried away. The days spent in their company brought Yudu Jinjian an inexplicable joy. He learned from Li Mei, the older brother who often attended to his needs, that the man with cherry blossom-colored hair was named Lu Mian-suo, the most formidable curse king of the present age. Yudu Jinjian tilted his head, puzzled. Was he truly so fearsome? Li Mei, usually taciturn, spoke of Lu Mian-suo with palpable admiration, his tone lifting slightly whenever he mentioned him. With a single hand, he adeptly wiped the sticky apple juice from Yudu Jinjian's hands, recounting the illustrious deeds of Lu Mian-suo. To outsiders, these tales were mere accounts of pillage and destruction, yet, through Li Mei's narration, they were imbued with reverence and awe. One spoke incessantly, while the other listened quietly, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Clearly, neither perceived anything amiss. Change, however, is often subtle. Yudu Jinjian was not adept at refusing others, yet he could discern right from wrong. Lu Mian-suo harbored no fondness for him, but that was inconsequential. Not everyone is meant to like one another. As spring blossomed, they journeyed to various places, though only Yudu Jinjian engaged in play, while Lu Mian-suo deliberately sought out powerful monsters to confront. Their ventures into towns or crowded areas were infrequent, and when Yudu Jinjian inquired with Li Mei about the reason, he learned, Lord Suo prefers places of freedom. Yudu Jinjian found merit in Li Mei's words, feeling a rare sense of alignment with Lu Mian-suo. He could hear the whispers of prayers mingled with malice from the populace. The clamor of crowded places was always overwhelming, which he detested. Most of the time, he and Li Mei remained in properties owned by Lu Mian-suo, where Yudu Jinjian had no obligations, spending his days like a docile puppy, accompanying Li Mei as he managed affairs for their master, before being led to stroll in the courtyard. Lu Mian-suo often engaged in battles with various foes, sometimes disappearing for 10 days or more. Yudu Jinjian was acutely aware of Lu Mian-suo's disdain for him, yet he pondered why the man chose to keep him here. He was content with the arrangement. There were even instances when he fell ill at night. And it was not Li Mei from the adjacent room who first noticed. Rather, it was Lu Mian-suo, returning from his perambulations, damp with the night's dew. His presence was formidable, lacking the softness of Li Mei, exuding an aura of violence as if he had just emerged from a battlefield. Infused with the scent of blood and dust, a powerful, yet reassuring force. Chapter 87. Jinjian said he would not comply. Indeed, Lu Mian-suo was ill-equipped to nurture a child. In truth, he cared for no one beyond his own sentiments. He was a complete and utter libertarian, unbound by the constraints of monarchy, class, or family, conquering the era in which he existed. Yudu Jinjian was oblivious to the world beyond, only aware that survival was a burdensome endeavor. The elderly shaman who tended to him, now frail with age, could no longer fulfill her duties at the shrine, relegated to menial tasks. When he was 3, a nationwide drought struck, leaving farmers destitute, resulting in fewer visitors to the shrine, and naturally, he received little kindness. The porridge in his bowl was often devoid of more than a few grains of rice, and for several days, the stingy old shaman, who usually offered him scant provisions, departed one evening. Yudu Jinjian enjoyed basking in the moonlight in the courtyard, and upon seeing her, he was momentarily taken aback. However, she merely approached, laboriously lifting him into the warmth of the house, sighing, "It's time for bed." He had never heard her speak so gently before. Peering through the crack of the wooden door, he furtively observed her retreating figure, the moonlight illuminating her faltering steps. Alone, she carried no burdens. relying only on her wooden staff as she ascended the mountain, never to return. As the door creaked open, he discovered that none had truly been asleep. They all silently watched the frail, stumbling silhouette. As night descended, he melded into its depths, an utterly insignificant figure imbued with despair. Of the two-faced Sukuna, the visage of Tsukuyomi felt more familiar than his own. He exuded an aura of eternal strength, forever unrestrained. It seemed as though he reveled in carnage. With a multitude of adversaries scattered across the globe, even the leaves that crossed his path would find themselves crushed beneath his feet. The three of them had embarked on numerous journeys together, though Tsukuyomi could never comprehend why they insisted on including him. To Sukuna, it was merely a matter of supervision. Yet Tsukuyomi remained oblivious. In times past, it had always been Raimai accompanying him, while Sukuna would venture out alone, stirring trouble. However, during one fateful encounter with enemies, surrounded by hundreds, even Raimai's formidable strength could not shield Tsukuyomi from grievous wounds. When he awoke once more, he found Sukuna steadfastly standing before him, still adorned with 4 arms. Yet this time, Tsukuyomi felt no fear, nor did he regard Sukuna as an aberration. At the ages of 13 or 14, his physique had begun to thin. Raimai no longer carried him through their lengthy travels, but instead observed him from behind. Concurrently, as he matured, he began to experience inexplicable exhaustion. His constitution had deteriorated, rendering him susceptible to illness. Tsukuyomi was not entirely ignorant. He simply failed to grasp why Sukuna and Raimai felt the need to keep him so closely tethered. Even when he desperately sought to assert his independence, discreetly attempting to push himself beyond his limits, Sukuna's presence would swiftly halt him with a sardonic remark. Could it be that his silence compelled him to strive so hard? How dull indeed. The audacity of making Sukuna condescend to tend to the emotions of the weak. His first utterance came during a summer when he was 16. Hearing tales of formidable yokai in the distant Ainshan, the trio set out, with Raimai preparing 2 sets of Tsukuyomi-esque clothing and a small blanket for the journey. There was no food, as Sukuna abstained from ordinary sustenance. Tsukuyomi dined solely on Raimai's freshly procured and prepared meals. There were no medicines, for Raimai tended to Tsukuyomi's health meticulously, ensuring his comfort even during their wilderness excursions, while Sukuna and Raimai employed reversal techniques. Nevertheless, Raimai brought along Tsukuyomi's spare clothing. For he was prone to allergies that could be fatal. The coarse fabric of everyday wear was unsuitable for him, necessitating the finest silks and luxurious materials. The fabric of the garments they crafted was salvaged from the unfortunate noble family that Sukuna had incinerated. Raimai, an incredibly reliable and loyal steward. Stepping beyond the threshold of his home, Tsukuyomi truly beheld the world for the first time, an experience that would irrevocably alter his existence. They traversed the vast expanse of the earth, accompanying Sukuna in pursuit of his ambitions, indulging in endeavors he cherished. The world outside was resplendent, a grandeur Tsukuyomi, raised within the confines of a shrine, had never encountered. Mountains and rivers, wonders beyond verbal description, vibrant hues flowing like ink, the moon cascading into rivers. It was his first genuine recognition of the world. This time, Sukuna sought a serpent yokai, reputed to have attained a millennium of cultivation. Hey, yokai, come forth and meet your demise, came another audacious taunt. Sukuna stood by the lake, contemplating the veracity of the rumors. Tsukuyomi, well guarded by Raimai at a respectful distance, disdainfully curled his lip. Raimai seldom witnessed such vivid expressions on the face of the young boy he had nurtured, the silver-haired youth. With his long flowing locks and exquisitely luxurious attire, resembled a noble scion from Heian-kyo. Though still youthful, his features were refined, exuding a pristine aura, perhaps indicative of a mountain spirit transformed into human form. Raimai unfurled a blanket, wrapping him snugly, ensuring not a whisper of cold wind intruded. What's the matter? Tsukuyomi struggled against the embrace, but Raimai's maternal strength was insurmountable, compelling him to lean closer. Observing Sukuna's battles, Tsukuyomi noted how his garments would invariably be shredded, often accompanied by grandiose monologues. The skirmish concluded swiftly, with Sukuna, as anticipated, emerging victorious. Despite sustaining a few wounds, he effortlessly mended them through reversal techniques. Relishing in the exhilarating clash, Sukuna approached the corpse of the serpent yokai, plucking a sizable chunk of flesh and a glistening white orb from its remains. Crimson blood cascading down his elegant fingers, accentuating the sinister allure of his black talons. He calmly approached Tsukuyomi, crouching before him. Look, he beckoned. Sukuna nonchalantly tossed his hair back, a mischievous grin gracing his face. The once diminutive creature he had rescued had grown so large, now. He appeared to possess a degree of folly, although thankfully, he maintained some self-awareness. The sight was utterly comical. Sukuna, with a flair for provocation, found amusement in Tsukuyomi, snugly wrapped in a blanket, his heart swelling with dark mirth. It was irksome, akin to watching a performance while he toiled ahead, while he relished slaughter. Most of his battles were aimed at gathering sustenance to bolster Tsukuyomi's health. Typically, it was merely a means to stretch his muscles, handing over the selected ingredients to Raimai for preparation. Yet today, he felt an inexplicable aversion to this routine. Was he becoming too accustomed to serving? The thought soured Sukuna's mood. With bloodied hands, he carelessly unfurled the blanket, presenting the still pulsating serpent heart and the yokai's core to Tsukuyomi with succinct clarity. Eat. Tsukuyomi stared at the grotesque offering, warm and exuding an odd aura. Bloodied and repulsive, he recoiled, preparing to refuse, but Sukuna's other hands deftly grasped his pale, fragile face, momentarily pausing to retract his sharp claws. You do not possess the right to decline. Consume it. Tsukuyomi anxiously cast his gaze towards Raimai, yearning for his intervention. Raimai, equally alarmed, was at a loss for why Sukuna was behaving thus. If Tsukuyomi were frightened, he might fall ill again, and Sukuna would inevitably bear the consequences. They had engaged in such activities countless times. Why did he never learn? Sukuna. Raimai attempted to intervene, but was stymied by a disapproving glare from Sukuna, forcing him to turn away in anguish. I'm sorry, Tsukuyomi. Please bear with it. Next time, Sukuna will surely remember. Tsukuyomi pouted, glaring angrily at Sukuna, unaware that he had become noticeably more spirited, even losing his fear of Sukuna. A clear voice rang out, startling both master and servant. Absolutely not. The towering figure of the demon god crouched before him, a privilege bestowed upon no other. The usually imposing and fearsome presence faltered momentarily, as if he could scarcely believe his ears. Little ghost, are you not mute? Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi hesitated before responding, earnestly reiterating his plea, I do not wish to eat. Lime could not help but turn his head. Thanks to the sorcerer's remarkable physical constitution, he had heard every word clearly and desired to move closer for better clarity. The dual-faced Sukuna noticed Lime's movement but offered no comment, only growing increasingly curious. With one arm, he rudely yet cautiously pinched Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi's chin, examining him intently from left to right. It was far from gentle. So, you are not mute, he murmured to himself, as if discovering something novel, and scrutinized the boy anew. He realized with clarity that the child had indeed matured since the previous years, and not only that, but he had also grown bolder, daring to haggle with him. While undeniably handsome, he was also excessively troublesome. You must eat. I do not wish to. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi retorted defiantly. But then a flicker of uncertainty washed over him as he turned to Lime with a pitiful gaze. Humph, Lime. Little did he know that in the next moment, Sukuna rose, taking away the snake gall and inner core, stating that if he wouldn't eat, he had other means. On the way back, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi, as expected, developed a high fever, his temperature soaring and refusing to subside. His small face flushed crimson, beads of sweat forming on his nose, his eyes half closed in discomfort as he whimpered softly. Wah wah wah, Lime. Lime sighed at the sight of Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi's pitiful state, carefully wiping away his sweat and soothingly assuring him, just hold on a little longer. The healer has come by and estimated you will be well by tomorrow. He then cast a complex glance at Sukuna, who, despite his usual arrogance as the king of curses, was also suffering. Since sharing a bond with Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi, he had not felt such weakness in a long time. In the past, dying in battle had been an unparalleled honor for him. A powerful being, suddenly reduced to a mere anchor created out of thin air. He could die in the midst of blades and shadows, in confrontations with cursed spirits and monsters. That was the pride of a strong individual. Yet, he would never allow himself to be manipulated by a mere feeling of empathy, dying from an inscrutable ailment. Such weakness was an experience he had never known since birth as the king of curses. Sinister and twisted curse markings coiled around him like serpents, akin to shackles, yet also a symbol of the supreme glory belonging to the king of curses. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi was quite sensible and never shied away from hardship. He merely displayed his softness in the presence of those close to him. Whimpering softly to express his discomfort due to illness, his sleeping hours increased, leaving only a fraction of his day awake. Lime sat nearby, attending to matters under Sukuna's command. His gaze lowered as he adeptly handled tasks while continuously monitoring Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi's condition. He sought to discern any abnormalities from the boy's plaintive sounds. Although typically cold and expressionless, Lime's heart was troubled. He had vowed to follow Lord Sukuna forever, unwavering and resolute. Having fought alongside him, his hands bore the stains of blood and lives lost, and every thought of the supplies in the ice cellar made him unable to meet that child's eyes. Even if his heart was as hard as iron, over the years, aside from battling alongside Lord Sukuna, he had taken on the role of caretaker for Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi. Watching him grow, He had never anticipated this fool would learn to speak. After all, he had nurtured this flower with great care. From the dirty, frail little creature he once was to this day, when had he begun to feel a sense of responsibility towards him, aside from Sukuna's commands? Lum did not know. Alone, he had washed away the blood debts of his family, following Lord Sukuna into battles, serving him with the devotion of a loyal retainer. Initially reluctant to take on the task of raising a child, how could these blood-stained hands nurture a frail, sickly child? Moreover, a pure and benevolent deity, could such a pristine existence be entrusted to hands laden with sin and hatred? The facts proved otherwise. He succeeded and did remarkably well. Caring for a weak and ailing little deity was no easy feat. When had he begun to worry upon seeing the child lying feebly on the couch? It was only from the moment he felt heartache that he truly began to love. The dual-faced Sukuna seemed to have discovered an amusing toy. Ever since their return, he had not ventured out to cause trouble, but instead spent his days at home bickering with Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi. Do you really think yourself mute? Speak. I will not. Huh. At such a young age, his temper was quite formidable, daring to act brazenly before him. He was the first to do so. And you as well. Sukuna, one leg bent, donned a loose women's kimono, his cherry-pink hair tousled by the cool night breeze, appearing utterly at ease. He sat beside Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi, all four hands in action, those hands that once gripped others' throats, taking lives, now comically lifted a bowl and wielded a tiny spoon. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi had slept for most of the day without a drop to drink, and Lime, timing it perfectly, brought him food. Feeding was originally Lime's responsibility, but Sukuna had snatched it away. Humph, you look just like a little cat begging for food, such a delightful sight. As he fed, Sukuna couldn't help but provoked Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi, the young demon god displaying a rare childishness. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi was on the verge of fainting from hunger. Yet instead of properly feeding him, Sukuna kept moving the spoon just out of reach, akin to fishing, watching Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi strain his neck in vain for a bite. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi. He truly was getting angry. Under the eaves, one must bow their head, though he understood that Sukuna meant no harm and was, in fact, quite concerned for him. He could not help but feel an involuntary fear of the other's chilling aura. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi endured, knowing that Lime would never let him go hungry, and softened his tone, filled with a hint of concession, speaking gently. Lord Sukuna, I am truly very hungry. Sukuna paused, his crimson eyes shifting from the bowl of porridge to glance at him calmly. Oh, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi, I am really very hungry. I feel like I am starving. I want to eat. Sukuna maintained his posture, stirring the bowl of porridge with an air of calm indifference. I know, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi. He anticipated that Sukuna would not dare to act against him, and after holding back his frustration for a moment, he suddenly sprang up and snatched the porridge from Sukuna's bowl, not daring to pause for even a moment, fueled by indignation and triumph. He gulped down the porridge. The taste somewhat peculiar, composed of unfamiliar ingredients, but thankfully not too hot. Having eaten his fill, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi felt invigorated, though not really, and finally dared to lift his head to look triumphantly at Sukuna. Amidst the flickering glow of the candlelight, a deity with 2 faces and 4 hands sat languidly, resembling a sculpture. The enigmatic black runes that adorned his form added an air of mystery, while his blood-red eyes lifted slightly, revealing not the anticipated anger or astonishment of Tsukuyomi Jinmyun, but rather a narrow smile, as if everything lay within his control. After all, who could so effortlessly snatch sustenance from the hands of the king of curses? The silver-haired youth flushed and muttered, "What are you laughing at?" The dual-faced Sukuna shifted his posture and gazed down at him, speaking with deliberate calmness. Did you not say just days ago that you wouldn't eat? Chapter 89, The Binding Threads. Tsukuyomi Jinmyun was left in a state of shock, his head tilted back in disbelief as he stared at Sukuna. In all the world, perhaps only he could survive after glaring up at the dual-faced deity, when the memories of the dead suddenly launched an assault upon you. Sukuna produced the still-bleeding entrails of a serpent demon. You have no right to refuse. Eat up. I absolutely will not. You must. I refuse. Tsukuyomi Jinmyun was on the verge of retching, his face flushed with distress as he vociferously protested. How can you do this? Sukuna remained unfazed, continuing his methodical exposition. Did you not enjoy it just a moment ago? The white-haired youth, exasperated, smacked the quilt, retorting, but you never said it was made from that. Which? The entrails of a demon. How disgusting. Sukuna, with an unchanging expression, unleashed a decisive remark, prolonging his tone. Disgusting? Haven't you eaten enough of these over the years? Tsukuyomi Jinmyun, having fidgeted under the quilt, his long hair tangled within it, he now stared blankly at Sukuna, as if pondering the veracity of that statement. Resembling a disheveled little puppy. What does it mean to have eaten so little over the years? How could he not know that these were the very things he consumed daily? Impossible. Raimai would never do such a thing. On one hand, Sukuna reveled in his astonishment. While on the other, he was dissatisfied with Jinyun's trust in Raimai, letting out a derisive snicker. Leaving Tsukuyomi Jinyun to ponder over the tantalizing implications, he strode out. That very night, Raimai was personally brought back from a distant town by Sukuna. Sukuna-sama, what is this? TSK, you shall see for yourself. Raimai glanced up at Sukuna's obviously flushed cheeks, remaining silent. As winter set in, Tsukuyomi Jinyun became increasingly susceptible to illness, easily falling ill at the slightest chill. Raimai forbade him from leaving the room, not even allowing the windows to be opened. The heated floor of their dwelling blazed warmly, to the point where a normal person would break into a sweat, yet it was just right for Tsukuyomi Jinyun. The luxurious, soft bedding had transformed into the fur of some unknown beast, and the boy, adorned with a fur hat, sat dejectedly upon a slick mat, cradling a brass hand warmer shaped like a melon. The fire pit burned with the sacred carbon from Heian-kyo, procured during the Tang dynasty's diplomatic relations. Yet it had ultimately been seized by Sukuna. This carbon, flameless yet luminous, could burn for 10 days, saving Raimai the trouble of going into town to procure more. In a secluded corner of the countryside, nestled by mountains and waters, the infamous king of curses kept his diminutive deity confined like a prized possession. Surrounded by silks and satins, an extraordinary spectacle. Cruel and brazen, he paid no heed to any constraints. Yet this formidable and powerful deity showed no reluctance in indulging his own weaknesses. Here, he would remain, until the end of time. As winter mountains lay dormant, one morning, visitors arrived at this remote abode. Such trivial matters did not require the involvement of Sukuna. Raimai, being nearby, took the initiative to deal with a few individuals. Shiranui froze the curse practitioners without a trace of bloodshed, having been careful over the years to avoid any gruesome aftermath. He dragged the ice sculptures to the backyard, intending to deal with them after breakfast. However, he happened upon the already awakened Sukuna. Believing the sounds of battle had disturbed his lord, Raimai immediately acknowledged his mistake, respectfully kneeling on one knee. My apologies, Sukuna-sama, did I wake you? Someone will be coming shortly, Sukuna replied, gazing silently at the mist-laden mountains, his crimson eyes flickering. Raimai understood Sukuna's implication. Since they were mentioned, they were obviously allies rather than foes. However, for the king of curses, all of this was temporary, and thus Tsukuyomi Jinyun's presence must remain concealed. He had to ensure Jinyun did not reveal himself before the visitors. Those who could forge a friendship with the king of curses were certainly not ordinary individuals. After standing for a while, Sukuna departed, leaving Raimai to handle the ingredients. Unfortunately, they were not women or children, yet as curse practitioners, they were still somewhat different from common folk. Now, the fearsome hound of the king of curses was adept at caring for others. In one moment, he had snuffed out the lives of several curse practitioners, and in the next, he was washing his hands to prepare a meal. In the morning, he peeked in to find Tsukuyomi Jinyun still asleep, gently rousing the groggy boy. Tsukuyomi Jinyun awoke without irritability. Although displeased at being stirred from slumber, he obediently allowed Raimai to wipe his hands and face. Eyes still closed as he finished washing and was coaxed into consuming a bowl of porridge. The familiar taste caused Tsukuyomi Jinyun to frown, and he sleepily called after Raimai. Raimai, this isn't the same porridge as before, is it? Raimai, upon seeing the boy's startled eyes widen with realization, felt a pang of sympathy. His typically stoic expression softened with a hint of helplessness. The flesh and entrails of those ancient, powerful demons could be utilized for crafting talismans or medicinal concoctions. The reason for the little deity's continuous frailty remained unknown, and medicinal adjustments were ineffective. Only through nourishing ingredients could he be revitalized. Sukuna relished the challenge of formidable opponents. In the past, he would often leave after a thrilling battle, seeking the next worthy adversary. Yet now, he lingered, selecting suitable parts of his opponent as if choosing ingredients. Sukuna himself was quite displeased with this situation. But as it was his anchor, he had many things left to accomplish. He was determined not to perish for such absurd reasons. When Jinso arrived, Raimai was waiting at the door. The mountain top was blanketed in white, thick clouds swirling above, and large snowflakes cascaded down, carried by fierce winds. Even so, the newcomer was dressed lightly, the sleeves flapping wildly, unfazed by the cold. With long black hair cascading to his waist and a handsome visage, he bore an air of composure. Ha ha ha, it has been a while, Raimai. The smile did not reach his eyes, replaced instead by an inexplicable fervor and an eerie restraint. Raimai remained the same aloof figure he had always been, offering no warmth to anyone other than Sukuna and Tsukuyomi Jinyun. He merely nodded in acknowledgement of Jinsu's greeting, then turned to gesture for him to follow. Upon opening the door, a spacious courtyard came into view, and beyond the corridor, amidst the thick snow, stood a striking red plum tree, its fragrance wafting through the air. Nearby, two swallow-shaped kites rested on a wooden frame. Jian Suo followed behind Li Mei at a leisurely pace, his gaze drawn to the room directly opposite the red plum tree, where a charming moon-shaped wind chime and a clay sculpture hung above the bed. The doors and windows were tightly shut. Li Mei, noticing Jian Suo's attention, subtly slowed her steps to obstruct his view. Jian Suo smiled faintly, shaking off Li Mei as he hurried to the window to observe the gently swaying wind chime, and lazily extended his voice. "Do you have any other guests?" Li Mei swiftly positioned herself in front of the door, her expression as cold as frost, her tone somewhat sharp, although she typically maintained a demeanor of aloofness. A closer inspection revealed a mix of vigilance and ire. "Lord Sukuna is not here," she stated. Feigning ignorance, Jian Suo shrugged. "Oh, don't be so tense, Li Mei-kun. I am merely curious. Standing by the window, I can clearly see that resilient red plum. Sukuna truly possesses an exquisite taste." Li Mei paused momentarily, gesturing for him to retreat, her eyes silently warning him that Lord Sukuna awaited him ahead. The dark-haired man smiled with genteel elegance, swiftly extending his hand to push open the window for a closer look. Li Mei, unable to react in time, witnessed a blade of wind slicing through the air from behind, narrowly severing Jian Suo's wide sleeve. Despite the harshness of winter, the King of Curses remained bare-chested, peculiar and intricate curse markings spiraling up his form. A smile that was both enigmatic and mocking gracing his lips. "Do not engage in unnecessary actions." Chapter 90, caught badmouthing again. Jian Suo hesitated, seemingly unconcerned as he quickly withdrew his hand, leaving the other arm exposed and somewhat awkward. Hey, no need to be so agitated, Sukuna." Sukuna cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent, his steps powerful and cat-like, yet devoid of any sound as he turned to leave. Li Mei extended her hand to indicate the direction. "Please." In Li Mei's mind, Jian Suo was undoubtedly not an ideal partner. Years ago, he had materialized in the capital, stirring turmoil among the emperor and the shogunate, while frequently clashing with the three noble families, managing to escape unscathed each time. Furthermore, to her knowledge, he had forged contracts with numerous factions and various sorcerers, establishing bindings, though the specifics remained unclear. He was certainly no compliant individual. He was formidable, though inferior to the dual-faced Sukuna. However, the two could not be compared in Li Mei's eyes. The former wielded sheer brute strength, reckless and openly defiant, while the latter was equally powerful in both techniques and physical prowess, yet was devious, often torturing cursed spirits and clandestinely conducting inhumane human experiments. The three had known each other for many years, their acquaintance born from coincidence when Jian Suo had approached Lord Sukuna for collaboration, leading to their growing familiarity. As Li Mei watched him walk away, she sighed in relief, opening the door to glance inside. Tsukuyomi lay like a little pig, having just finished breakfast, and was now fast asleep. The room was cozy and warm, the snow-white-haired deity's cheeks flushed with color, revealing a hint of vitality. On the other side, in the corridor before the main hall, the dual-faced Sukuna showed no concern as he exposed his back to Jian Suo, embodying both confidence and disdain, an aura surrounding him that was as imposing as an insurmountable mountain. "What brings you to me?" Jian Suo adjusted his empty left sleeve with a patient smile. "Regarding our previous discussion, have you given it any thought? After the last battle with the sorcerers ended in their defeat, they had incited the Emperor's subordinate, the Toyama clan, who possessed a formidable elite assault force, likely to seek them out soon. Have some self-awareness, fool. Why should I consider collaborating with you?" The dual-faced Sukuna appeared nonchalant, yet his words dripped with contempt and pressure, nearly overflowing with disdain. Jian Suo, accustomed to navigating various factions over the years, was rarely treated in such a manner, but he recognized that he was not facing an ordinary individual. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, he adorned his face with a courteous smile, his eyes curving in a manner that was distinctly eerie. "Do not be so hasty to refuse. I saw the first batch had just arrived, didn't I? More will follow. And while they may be weak to you, they are still a nuisance." Sukuna frowned in annoyance, having caught on to his underlying implication, exhibiting an uncanny ability to gauge his movements while stubbornly attempting to draw him into the fray. Jian Suo was indeed like a pest, repugnant and clingy, an irksome presence. Seeing the dual-faced Sukuna remain silent, Jian Suo shrugged, allowing him time to ponder. As he approached the end of the corridor, he seemingly recalled to commend, "By the way, the red plum is quite beautiful, Li Mei, it's rather thoughtful." The dual-faced Sukuna turned his head, and in the next moment, countless crescent-shaped slashes swiftly surged toward Jian Suo's position. Boom, boom, boom. Over 100 strikes landed with precise control upon the lone figure, transforming the wooden corridor into ruins, leaving behind a gaping pit where he once stood. The snow from the roof, startled, cascaded down, and birds screeched as they fled the scene. Dressed in a white kimono, the King of Curses approached with an imposing aura, only to find the anticipated satisfaction eluding him. His attack had failed to land, likely evaded by the cunning opponent. All that remained in the deep pit was a single page inscribed with a place name. Limei, having heard the thunderous sounds of battle in the front yard, rushed over only to discover that the adversary had vanished without a trace, leaving only Lord Sukuna alone. What an infuriating whisper, truly unpleasant, he muttered, that sly fellow. In the days that followed, a relentless stream of assassins visited, akin to an unending swarm of insects, always rushing forth like moths drawn to a flame. Their power lacking, but their numbers overwhelming. They showed no fear of death, only momentarily distracted as they met their demise. What a delightful expression, the dual-faced Sukuna remarked, gripping one assassin's chin, amused to find him without a tongue. This indicated that he was merely one of the lowest-ranking dead soldiers, unable to speak or resist. Wave after wave fell into this endless abyss. Limei, with her high ponytail somewhat disheveled, appeared quite disordered, not due to fatigue from combat, but rather from the arduous task of disposing of the bodies. These individuals were merely the low-powered vanguard, and even Lord Sukuna could not partake in them. Once dead, they should remain distant, yet their corpses littered the estate. At times, Lord Sukuna, in his irritation, would slice a single body into many pieces. Fortunately, it was winter, the low temperatures freezing the remains and preventing any foul odors, though the cleanup was undoubtedly a hassle. Tsukuyomi, noticing the continuous sounds of clashing swords from outside for several days, sometimes during the day and sometimes at night, even heard unusual movements atop his roof on several occasions. Upon waking the next morning, he discovered something amiss. His snow-white bedding was speckled with bloodstains, and upon closer inspection, he noticed large dark brown stains on the ceiling. The silver-haired youth sat upright, his eyes filled with tranquility and confusion, clutching the blanket tightly, his brows lowered in silence. Limei entered, one hand carrying a bowl of soup while the other pushed the door open, discovering that the youth had already awakened. This is quite convenient. No need for me to call you, she thought. Suddenly, his gaze settled upon the tightly clenched blanket of the other, revealing dark, ominous bloodstains. Before he could muster his thoughts, he approached, only to be met with a jarring sensation as the white-footed socks tread upon the impending dry blood pool. Looking up, he noticed also the ceiling, where several patches bore a slightly darker hue, starkly contrasting with the surrounding environment. Lime stood speechless. Placing the soup he carried on a small table beside the youth's bed, then gently tugging at the tightly held blanket. Has the quilt become soiled? Allow me to wash it for you. The young man with a black ponytail maintained a frosty demeanor, yet his actions were imbued with tenderness as he draped a haori over the boy's form. What transpired last night? Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi grasped Lime's arm, his eyes brimming with longing and curiosity. The assassins hunting Lord Sukuna, they had anticipated this seemingly gentle deity would be frightened or perhaps feel sympathy for those who unleashed such violence. In their minds, deities were always pure and benevolent, more inclined to pity others than themselves. To their surprise, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi merely hesitated before softly reassuring. So, you weren't harmed, were you? I heard everything. You still have to bring me meals in the coming days. Won't that be tiring? Lime, initially anxious, found his mind blank upon hearing the comforting words, lifting his gaze to deeply meet Tsukuyomi's. A single drop of clear water unexpectedly fell into a pool of ink. The deity has been assimilated by mortals, or perhaps, tainted by the malevolence of wicked spirits. To him, the purity of most deities appeared as mere hypocrisy, repugnant. Tsukuyomi's reaction was amusing, likely attributed to being raised among humans. Why should he offer him solace, when he was as empty as the night itself? Tsukuyomi, unable to comprehend Lime's complex expression, exclaimed, It's all the fault of the two-faced Sukuna. He has created so many enemies, and now they are pursuing us, leaving you exhausted. Upon lifting his head, he unexpectedly locked eyes with the figure behind Lime, Sukuna, who had appeared at some point, leaning against the door with a bemused smile. The shame of criticizing him in front of his benefactor was overwhelming, causing Tsukuyomi's face to flush red, and he could no longer bear to look up at him. Why was it that every time he spoke ill of Sukuna, he was caught? Chapter 91. The master is preparing to move. Sukuna, still wearing that enigmatic smile, loomed over Tsukuyomi, who was blushing profusely. The atmosphere in the room quickly turned chillier. Tsukuyomi, with a defiant tilt of his neck, raised his delicate face, appearing both guilty and pitiable. Let the storm come with greater ferocity. Woe is me. Lime paused, stepping in front of Tsukuyomi, attempting to defend him. But a mere glance from Sukuna compelled Lime to respectfully step aside. I'm sorry, Tsukuyomi, Lime said. Prepare your belongings. We depart in 3 days. The black-haired man withdrew from this silent battle, casting Tsukuyomi a look of affectionate resignation as he left. However, it proved futile. Sukuna approached with deliberate steps, unhurried yet inducing a sensation akin to being slowly cooked in hot oil, as if a sharp blade hung perilously above Tsukuyomi, its fall uncertain. After a day of being pestered by pesky mosquitoes, this boy had comfortably lazed about for too long, daring to provoke him from behind? How audacious! Truly, he had been spoiled. Repeat what you just said, Sukuna commanded, pinching Tsukuyomi's face firmly between his thumb and forefinger, his words laced with barely restrained irritation. The crimson gems of his eyes darted around nervously, and Tsukuyomi's lips moved, producing a small, defiant voice. It's all your fault, Sukuna. Pardon? The man with cherry blossom-colored hair chuckled, poking Tsukuyomi's forehead repeatedly, his voice growing cold, his gaze increasingly frigid. Are you truly that foolish? Tsukuyomi rapidly shook his head, his eyes darting about, adamantly avoiding Sukuna's gaze. Are you attempting to blame me? Tsukuyomi cautiously nodded, attempting to glare fiercely, but soon faltered, shouting weakly. It's all your fault. If you didn't wander about recklessly and stir up trouble, how could so many enemies come after us? Yet Tsukuyomi remained oblivious to the fact that people inherently fear strength. If such power cannot be wielded by oneself, destruction is an inevitable consequence. Sukuna observed the vacant expression on his face, increasingly convinced that he had raised a fool. With an exasperated notification, he departed, contemplating that it was time to find this dimwit some reading material. The world of the strong preying upon the weak was far from simple, leaving one to wonder whether he was tragically naive or simply foolish. Due to the discovery of this stronghold, the persistent ambushes from pesky mosquitoes became unbearably vexing. Yet Sukuna chose not to proceed to the designated location outlined on the letter. Instead, he opted for a bold strike. Unfazed by danger, he understood that the most perilous places often harbored the greatest safety. Thus they decided to establish their base in Heian-kyo, the territory of the old aristocrats and sorcerers. Lime, as Sukuna's loyal and capable steward, naturally set off ahead, mounting his horse under Tsukuyomi's reluctant gaze. The original duo had now transformed into a pair, especially with the unpredictable Sukuna, a veritable bombshell. Winter had yet to relinquish its grip, the ground still blanketed in thick snow, and fierce winds howled outside, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to step out of their home. Were it only Sukuna traveling alone, swift movement would have been feasible. However, with the addition of a small weakling, it necessitated a luxurious carriage. This vehicle had been meticulously prepared by Lime in advance. After Sukuna dealt with the final wave of night assassins, he unceremoniously hoisted the small weakling into the carriage, treating him as one might a stray cat or dog, then casually cast a few barrier spells for warmth and reinforcement. As for himself, the strong did not require such frivolities. He deemed them beneath his dignity and instead chose to sit cross-legged outside the carriage, overseeing the entirety of the situation. The once mighty king of curses had been reduced to a mere driver, a source of frustration as he guided the carriage. Tsukuyomi initially worried that being alone with Sukuna would expose him to retribution, but upon being unceremoniously placed inside, Sukuna completely disregarded his presence. Tsukuyomi felt a pang of conscience. Could it be that he was genuinely a good person? Yet soon, he had no time for such thoughts. The journey commenced at night, and with the carriage furnished comfortably, and the road relatively smooth due to the snow, it was not long before Tsukuyomi's eyes grew heavy with slumber. Tsukuyomi, the serene little angel. To assert that he had no sense of caution would be an understatement. Even Tsukuyomi himself did not anticipate that he would so willingly allow himself to be led by the nose, instinctively trusting that the spirit before him would not bring him harm. As the night deepened, Sukuna, undeterred by the biting cold, leaned against the front of the carriage, silently gazing into the distance, the inky black curse markings blending seamlessly with the night, both mysterious and potent. The wind and snow could settle upon the strands of hair and lashes of the calamity of the world, yet with his formidable strength, he could easily employ his cursed power as a shield against such tempests. He was an inexplicable individual, much like one who enjoys basking in the moonlight atop a rooftop at night, relishing in freedom, guided solely by whim. In this moment, a sense of tranquility emerged. As the carriage traversed through the dense valley, both sides of the path seemed to lift their chins, sensing something amiss. The sculpture, which had originally melded with the wind and snow, suddenly sprang to life. Delicate snowflakes cascaded down its cherry blossom-pink hair. The king of curses, exhilarated, shattered the illusion of the statue, curling his lips into a sinister smile. A second pair of hands slowly emerged from the flowing sleeves of the woman's kimono, vibrant and tense. The once serene and dark valley was now filled with rustling sounds, growing ever louder. A glow of barrier magic appeared ahead of the carriage, obstructing their path, Countless hidden weapons rained down from the steep cliffs flanking the valley, a tempest of arrows and darts descending upon them, leaving no avenue for escape. The two-faced Sukuna tilted his neck in a mocking manner, producing a cracking sound as he activated his domain, the devil-slaying chef. Simultaneously, another voice urgently rose, speaking at a rapid pace to seize the initiative. The domain of infinite void unfolded. The devil-slaying chef domain of Sukuna was an open domain. Unlike the enclosed nature of infinite void, it did not separate space with barriers but permitted free entry and exit, thus offering greater attack range and flexibility. The arrows and darts vanished the moment they entered the obsidian space, with ambushers lurking in the distance also stepping into this domain, though there would be no return. Infinite Void was renowned for its powerful mental assaults, capable of ensnaring opponents within its barrier and inundating them with an overwhelming amount of meaningless information, rendering their minds incapable of processing, leading to paralysis, a mental attack that was nearly fatal for ordinary individuals and equally debilitating for lesser sorcerers. Gojo Satoru, with his strikingly handsome and serious visage, swiftly approached Sukuna, preparing to strike. Sukuna instinctively attempted to evade, only to remember the slumbering little sorcerer in the carriage behind him. He swayed momentarily before quickly regaining his position, bracing himself against the impending blow. In the following instant, he utilized a reversal technique to mend the searing pain in his brain. Pain served as the finest stimulant to ignite Sukuna's battle spirit. It had been long since he encountered such a delectable opponent. His expression became frenzied, his smile increasingly sinister, exuding an undeniable dominance as a second pair of eyes emerged from beneath his skin, glimmering with madness and delight. Come on, until I grow weary. I shall remain by your side in this fight. Chapter 92, Gojo Satoru in a flash. The pitch-black domain extended infinitely outward, encountering resistance from a white-blue light, which, when compared to the dense black cursed energy, offered only a modicum of resistance. At the age of 29, Gojo Satoru had already assumed the position of head of the Gojo clan a few years prior, undeniably the voice of the family. Known for his resolute methods and decisive actions, were it not for such qualities, he would not have been able to protect the Gojo clan amidst the tumultuous tides of the times. As the current tyrannical head of one of the three great families, he was a rare gem in both lineage and appearance. The only lamentable aspect of his life was his marriage. In the present-day Heian-kyo, influenced by the Tang dynasty years ago, men were expected to marry by the age of 15, and Gojo was no exception. He held an indifferent stance towards this matter, but, under familial pressure, wed a woman from his own clan. At the age of 20, he fathered a son, but tragically, his wife perished shortly thereafter, a loss that did not significantly affect Gojo, as she was merely a stranger to him. Gojo's gaze remained fixed on Sukuna's movements, not having overlooked the latter's swift recovery after his momentary sway. The white-haired man, with cold and sharp features, bore an air of seriousness and detachment. Yet the bulging muscles and throbbing veins beneath his skin revealed a dissonance with his outward demeanor. Orderly and solemn, he remarked, "How long do you intend to observe?" "Oh, are you feeling impatient, Gojo?" came a melodious voice, languid and teasing. In the next moment, a figure began to materialize within the dark domain, leisurely fanning themselves as they approached, utterly disregarding Gojo's life. Dressed in a purple robe adorned with golden trim, the newcomer resembled a flawless jade figure, exuding an air of nobility and grace even while standing still. "Zenin Hakai," Gojo exclaimed in warning. This was their first collaboration on a mission, both being the strongest and most prestigious of their respective families, and each bore a hint of arrogance. However, Gojo's firm methods had already established his leadership within the clan, and he viewed the renowned trickster from the Zenin family with a touch of disdain for his apparent lack of awareness of the situation. In an instant, the expansive valley was disrupted as a massive elephant descended from the sky. The impact of such a high-altitude projectile was palpable, causing the ground's snow to tremble, and even the carriage housing Sukuna swayed violently. A muffled sound emerged from within the carriage, a sleepy complaint of being disturbed. As Sukuna cast a displeased glance at the approaching onslaught, effortlessly deflecting it with a flick of his fingers, then tauntingly remarked, "Is that the famed Zenin's 10th shadow?" Merely child's play, it seems. No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath the carriage began to tremble ominously, as if something were about to break through. Sukuna's expression soured as he glanced at the grinning purple-haired youth. Zenin Hakai, with an elegant demeanor, smiled in acknowledgement. The summoning technique of the 10 shadows had been preemptively laid in wait. Indeed, a massive white serpent coiled up, positioning itself directly beneath the carriage, lifting both the vehicle and horse several meters into the air before shifting its head to attack. Sukuna clicked his tongue, surprised that the opponent would employ such formidable tactics. The combined might of Gojo's 6 eyes and Zenin's 10 shadows was a rare delicacy, causing his blood to boil with excitement. If it were just him, he would revel in the opportunity to toy with them, for he relished the spectacle of the proud being trampled beneath his feet. Alas, how disappointing. He quickly redirected his attention toward the little sorcerer, enveloping him along with his bedding tightly, hoisting him upon his shoulder as he leapt from the heights. Tsukumo Yatsuki, still groggy, was jolted awake by a tremendous noise, unable to grasp what had transpired. In the next moment, he beheld his beloved teacup soaring through the air. My teacup is flying. Immediately, a pair of strong hands pulled his bedding over his head, thoroughly wrapping him up and whisking him away. Tsukumo struggled to free himself from the confines of the blanket, only to discover that he was being carried on Sukuna's shoulder, glaring indignantly at him. With his hands trapped beneath the fabric, he attempted to raise his head to vent his frustrations. Sukuna, you are going too far. A sharp pain shot through the back of his neck, and he promptly lost consciousness. Both Tsumiki and Sukuna sensed this sudden shift, and a rare emotion akin to speechlessness welled up within them. This marked the first time he experienced the sensation of being struck unconscious. It can only be said that the King of Curses truly lives up to his title. The momentary pain was swiftly overcome by his formidable willpower, allowing him to awaken after merely a second. The gaze of Gojo, Satoru, and Zenin Hakai remained fixed on his movements, and to their astonishment, this individual emerged from the carriage bearing an enormous burrito-like creature. No, wait. Strands of white hair fell from the lavish bedding adorned with golden threads, starkly visible under the silvery moonlight of the deep night. Gojo narrowed his eyes, realizing that these were unmistakably the remnants of Tsumiki's captive. Zenin, fanning himself, tilted his head with a bemused expression as he regarded Gojo, wondering if the elderly man's eyesight had begun to fail him. No need to fret. The man with moonlit white hair retorted coolly, for he held a disdain for those who flouted discipline and spoke with such flippancy. Ironically, many of the clan's younger members idolized the refined Zenin Hakai. How absurd. It seemed that the harshness of their clan leader had led to such admiration. Tsumiki had no desire to engage them further. Even a semi-open domain was sufficient for him to accomplish much. Cradling the cocoon-like creature securely, he formed hand seals with one hand, striking an offensive pose, effortlessly positioning himself at the pinnacle of power. One could only wonder how the self-proclaimed righteous sorcerers would respond. A malicious smile crept across his face as the biting cold wind of the snowy day rustled his white robe, rendering him a solitary force akin to an army of thousands. 8. This was a lethal strike, adjustable in accordance with the strength and intricacies of the curse, potent enough to sever a special-grade curse spirit into multiple pieces in an instant. Should they choose to advance, the less capable sorcerers would surely perish. If they turned back to aid their comrades, the outcome remained uncertain. Would Gojo and Zenin opt to pursue him in combat, or would they choose to protect their kin? What choices would such formidable beings make? Please, do not let me down. In the next moment, a multitude of invisible slashing attacks erupted from Tsumiki's center, akin to a tempest targeting the assembled sorcerers. The closer they approached him, the more rapid the onslaught became, with the prowess of the 6 eyes and the shifting shadows. Evasion was certainly within reach. Run, hurry. Within mere breaths, a considerable number fell, slaughtered indiscriminately within the domain, akin to pork on a chopping board. This was the might of the King of Curses, dismissing both curses and humans alike, but this did not imply that those who provoked him could escape unscathed. They would pay the ultimate price for their defiance, offering their lives in atonement. Initially, Gojo pressed forward, but soon he recognized the unfavorable circumstances facing their side. He exchanged a glance with Zenin, prioritizing the safety of their clan's youth, realizing that the Emperor's extermination mission did not mandate success. Ultimately, a mere test was not worth the risk. Tsumiki hovered independently in the air above the domain, surveying the sorcerers below, who appeared as mere ants. His gaze drifted over the 2 strongest individuals preoccupied with rescue efforts, and he let out a laugh. Is this truly the strongest? He scoffed. What a jest. If one cannot even cast aside such cliched emotions, clinging to a sense of honor, justice, and the meaningless pity for the irrelevant, what grand perspective can one possess? Such paltry strength, akin to child's play, cannot vanquish me. Humanity, akin to ants, is utterly dull. My humanity is only sufficient to pity myself, proclaimed the King of Curses. Chapter 93. Can I trust you, old man? When Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi awoke once more, it was already morning. In a hazy state, he felt himself being carried, the pace leisurely, instilling a sense of comfort. Upon regaining consciousness, the first thing he did was to bask in a moment of stillness. The youth's visage was fair and unblemished, with a delicate nose and soft, elongated hair tousled within the bedding. Beneath him lay a robust arm supporting his leg, while another rested lightly against his back, reminiscent of how one might cradle a child. Thanks to the King of Curse's formidable physique, he had maintained this position throughout the night without shifting. After striking Tsukimi unconscious, Tsumiki had layered several curses upon him in the blanket, further isolating him from the encroaching chill of the outside world. Upon waking, Tsukimi found the cocoon somewhat stifling. Having removed his shoes for comfort in the carriage, he now felt a warm sensation enveloping his feet, which provided him with a sense of reassurance. Tsukimi could not quite comprehend why, but whenever warmth radiated from beneath him, an overwhelming sense of security washed over him, reminiscent of a time in his childhood when someone had done the same for him. Memories and emotions may evolve, yet the body remains steadfast. He, like the new green shoots of spring, tentatively extended his hand towards Tsumiki's neck, leveraging it to extricate himself from the soft, stifling cocoon. Softly, he called out from within the bedding, "Tsumiki! Tsumiki! I want to come out." Tsumiki glanced down, noting that the boy had awakened. Yet he did not halt his stride. Just as Tsukimi was about to emerge from the cocoon, Tsumiki extended a third arm, enveloping him securely once more. "Stay put, little imp." "Rascal," Tsukimi retorted. Outside, the world lay blanketed in white. They had traversed into a flat expanse where snow had fallen all night. The vast, white field bore only the footprints of a singular entity, tracing a path through the annals of time, echoing with deep authority and dread, leaving behind his own marks in this boundless world. Each step was resolute. He had a path to follow, dictated by his chosen direction, amid the silent passage of time. Tsumiki possessed his own means to combat the void. His ambition was nothing less than a life of freedom. The youthful cursed spirit traversed through the eerie sounds of insects and the songs of lonely graves, having witnessed the enigmatic nature of humanity and its schemes. His countenance resembling that of a sculpted figure, perpetually solitary, for this was the freedom he had chosen for himself. Yet, when dawn broke and the slumbering figure in his arms stirred awake, even the mighty cursed spirit must lower his head. A warm hand, imbued with reliance, reached out to him, shattering the pristine mask he wore. The position that had remained unchanged throughout the night began to shift as he merely extended a hand to adjust the bedding. "Ugh, Tsumiki, I want to come out. Let me out." Tsukimi struggled, unable to break free, clinging to Tsumiki and wriggling determinately to peek out and behold the world beyond. Tsumiki smirked, his cold gaze sweeping over the vast, white expanse ahead. What is there to see? With a delicate being nestled in his embrace. He was overwhelmed with a sense of futility and absurdity. He considered himself unparalleled, cold and merciless, steeped in extreme indifference and ruthlessness. With a profound insight into humanity and a disdain for convention, he sought only freedom, acting according to his own will, unbound by worldly rules. With a strong sense of pride and self-awareness, he ought not to tolerate any form of contempt or provocation from others. In that fleeting moment of struggle, he relinquished his grip. So be it, he thought, for this anchor should also enjoy the same freedom as himself. Tsumiki mused quietly. In the next moment, a corner of the blanket was tugged away, and Tsukuyomi peeked out curiously, captivated by the world beyond. It was as if a hibernating squirrel had awakened by chance, experiencing this white world for the very first time. This was a realm Tsukuyomi had never encountered, confined as he was to the small corner of the shrine. Now venturing forth with a newfound openness, ease, and curiosity, he struggled to comprehend the emotions swirling within him, a bittersweet ache in his heart. It felt as if he had never been as joyous as he was at this moment. He had finally discovered himself from the inside out. No longer anxious about the comings and goings of others, no longer feeling small and self-pitying, bearing the weight of all mistakes upon his shoulders. He no longer felt the need to exhaust himself for the sake of others. He would not tread that path again, for the duality of Sukuna would not grant anyone such an opportunity. The outside world was far more vast and magnificent than he had ever imagined. It was chaotic yet orderly, diverse yet pure, dazzling yet solitary. Amidst this snowy expanse, Tsukuyomi suddenly felt a profound realization as he gazed blankly at everything before him. Murmuring to himself, "In this world, it is just us left." Sukuna, with a dismissive air, did not bother to cast him a contemptuous glance. Despite doing an admirable job of keeping warm, Tsukuyomi's heart still felt that strange ache. Surely, he could not be so famished after merely rising from slumber. Suddenly, Tsukuyomi was scooped up as if he were a child, experiencing the world from this novel and elevated perspective for the first time. He looked down, his gaze landing on Sukuna's indifferent profile. The intricate and bizarre curse markings stood out starkly against the wintry backdrop. Tsukuyomi, emboldened, spoke up, "Sukuna, may I address you as such?" Sukuna, intrigued yet exasperated, wished he could pry open Tsukuyomi's mind to discern what occupied his thoughts daily. With a smirk, he replied, "You may not." Tsukuyomi fixed his gaze upon him and suddenly laughed, mimicking the tone of Raimai. Very well, Lord Sukuna. If Sukuna were willing, he would undoubtedly make an excellent mentor for Tsukuyomi. He was powerful, audacious, and unrestrained, dismissing all dogma and acting solely according to his whims. Such a person, as the human text would describe, could be deemed selfish, yet living for oneself, disregarding the whispers of the mundane world, and reveling in life, even amidst its brutality, was a concept Tsukuyomi found alluring. He understood this was not entirely right, but Sukuna's nonchalance and carefree nature inspired him. Much like a moon that had long dwelled at the bottom of a well, soon to ascend from one moon to another. How remarkable, he thought. How enviable. I wish to become such a confident person. Those endowed with charisma always radiate a captivating glow, drawing in those who are inherently attracted to strength. As etched in human genes, Tsukuyomi understood that Sukuna was not a good person, yet he treated him with undeniable kindness. If things could continue this way, could he trust him? Sukuna held him steadily in his arms, listening to the boy's incessant chatter about matters that seemed nonsensical. On this quiet and monotonous snowy path, he found it surprisingly tolerable, even possessing a sense of patience. Tsukuyomi deliberately adopted Raimai's unusually respectful tone to pose some foolish, yet sincere inquiries. Lord Sukuna, are you afraid of death? No matter the cause of death, the demise of others weighs heavily on me. Ah, how domineering. What gives you such confidence? Merely a bunch of trash. Could the great Lord Sukuna teach me? I wish to become remarkable too. Huh. Then you ought to strive harder to pique my interest. I miss Raimai. If it were Raimai, she would not hesitate like you. Impudent little brat. Leaning against him, Tsukuyomi yawned. Sukuna, how much longer until we arrive? If you're tired, then sleep. Are you a pig? Not at all. I just need to sleep a lot every day. Tsukuyomi's energy could not sustain him for long. Yet he refused to retreat back under the blanket, forcing his eyes to remain open. He pondered. Sukuna had walked alone for so long. Surely he must be quite bored without anyone to converse with. Chapter 94. Sukuna as a teacher. Upon arriving in Heian-kyo, the two reunited with Raimai. During this era, heavily influenced by Tang dynasty culture, Buddhism was flourishing. Sukuna decided to fully embrace his sinister intentions, settling in a temple not far from the homes of the three noble families. The saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. And he found himself eagerly anticipating the astonished expressions of those individuals. Of course, residing there had other considerations. At least under the emperor's watchful gaze, security was assured, and assassination attempts were non-existent. They maintained a facade of normalcy, with the front yard resembling a typical temple hall, while the back served as their activity space. However, this area was not among the most prosperous parts of Heian-kyo. The sorcerers were quite particular about their environment and space, likely out of a desire for seclusion and training grounds. The emperor's hounds needed only strength, operating silently as the swiftest blade. That was sufficient. However, he did not return often, frequently preoccupied with unknown endeavors. This left Raimai feeling quite distressed. Lord Sukuna, Tsukuyomi asked me when you will teach him sorcery. This caught Sukuna by surprise, prompting him to regard Tsukuyomi with a raised brow. Humph, this little brat. Do even deities experience negative emotions? Unlike humans, do the words of a deity equate to the same power system as sorcery? Weaklings ought to quietly accept protection. What a dull proposal. To him, Tsukuyomi appeared to possess his own innate techniques. Raimai could not help but recall the image of the boy before her departure, insisting she witness his techniques before leaving, reminiscent of how he often commanded his rabbit Shikigami. Oh, a summoning type? Clearly, Sukuna had also arrived at this conclusion, as those troublesome rabbits had indeed been a nuisance to his vision, far too numerous. Not entirely, is it? The Yata mirror could also be considered summoning, right? Intriguing. With a casual swipe, Sukuna cleaved an assailant in two, noting that the recent nobles of Heian-kyo appeared to have lost their minds, hiring a band of reckless curse users to stir trouble, inciting a desire within him to collaborate with Kenjaku. This was simply too amusing. Time passed swiftly. Another winter had arrived. Unbeknownst to him, a year had slipped by, and this year was not as idyllic as Tsukuyomi had envisioned. Suffice it to say, merely surviving under Sukuna's tutelage had left him utterly exhausted, his health deteriorating steadily. In this era, boys of 19 or 20 were already establishing families and careers, and Tsukuyomi, too, was maturing into a striking youth with bright eyes and white teeth. Yet, even such a boy, with his appealing features, found little favor in the presence of the King of Curses, for who could have anticipated that Sukuna's method of teaching his students was through physical punishment? Isn't it only natural? To survive under my guidance is already quite a feat. You are far too weak. Do not waste my time. Have you run far? If I catch you, will it be a broken hand or a broken foot? I believe I mentioned that you are not to stop without my command. Daily training is never without bloodshed, and this has rendered Tsukuyomi Jinmen, whose health was already frail, increasingly weakened. Raimai, in a state of utter disarray, has no choice but to serve him lavish meals of fish and meat every day. He simply cannot fathom why Jinmin is so relentlessly devoted to enhancing his strength. Nor can he comprehend the heavy-handed approach of the great Sukuna. They are supposed to share a bond of empathy. Yet it is evident that the illustrious Sukuna shows no mercy. Jinmin truly did not anticipate that training would be such a brutal affair. There was no foundational explanation of cursed energy, only a direct confrontation. Sukuna, in his duality, exhibits no gentleness, no meticulousness whatsoever. It is an undeniable fact that the so-called training is merely a series of beatings administered under Sukuna's hands, with strikes aimed directly at his face. Yet, the most terrifying aspect lies beyond this, for Sukuna shows no inclination to hold back. Consequently, every time Jinmin is pummeled, he is engulfed by a profound fear. It transcends mere avoidance of harm. Jinmin is acutely aware that failure to endure this could lead to dire consequences. He could truly perish. This stems from the oppressive aura of a top predator in the food chain, weighing heavily upon him, stifling his breath. It is not merely physical pain. It is a dual assault on his spirit, for this individual can reverse techniques. In one moment, his body is pierced by cursed energy, and in the next, it is restored. However, the speed of recovery is so rapid that his pain receptors cannot fully register the agony. Injured, healed, injured, healed. This cycle repeats dozens of times each day. It seems Sukuna understands Jinmin's body better than Jinmin himself, always pushing him to the brink of collapse, testing his limits with reckless abandon. However, in truth, Sukuna's training has been relatively lenient. The legendary king of curses possesses the fearsome technique of slashing. After each training session, Jinmin feels as if he has been pulled from the depths of water, his sweat-soaked garments clinging to his frame, mingled with blood and grime. Sukuna, visibly disdainful, hauls the unconscious Jinmin by the collar and tosses him to Raimai for care. Surprisingly, the outcome defies Sukuna's expectations. The boy's martial arts have shown considerable improvement under his rigorous training, yet advancing further seems an impossibility. While his combat awareness has sharpened, his physical condition has not kept pace, resulting in a frustrating disconnect between mind and body. Despite his diligent training, both his martial skills and techniques have improved. Yet his physical prowess has not developed as anticipated. Rather, it has deteriorated over the years of their association. Even Sukuna is baffled by the underlying reasons. At present, Sukuna's notorious reputation as a harbinger of death has grown increasingly formidable, drawing the ire of the emperor and the nobility alike. Such a powerful figure does not belong to their ranks, but is instead viewed as an irredeemable villain. The three great families have effectively become instruments of the emperor, their status rising in tandem, yet they struggle to ascertain Sukuna's precise whereabouts. One moment reports indicate that Sukuna has single-handedly annihilated entire armies, and by the time they arrive, he has vanished without a trace. Sukuna, having vented his frustrations outside, hurries home to instruct the fool. Typically, he trains Jinmin for a day, and Jinmin falls ill for 2. Train for a day, ill for 2. Sukuna, on one hand, finds the experience of weakness through shared empathy quite unpleasant, while on the other, he is unexpectedly delighted by the surprises Jinmin brings. His techniques are rather intriguing. Sukuna usually does not linger in the temple for long before venturing out to stir up trouble. Raimai spends most of his time managing the assets under Sukuna's name, which, although voluntarily surrendered by captives, is still a considerable burden. After all, sustaining a minor deity is no simple task. Perhaps, Jinmin himself remains unaware that the garments he wears are far from ordinary, compounded by the high rate of wear and tear during training. Raimai, do not disturb me. I am in the midst of making money. In the absence of Raimai and Sukuna, Jinmin has no choice but to occupy himself with his training or wander the front courtyard, as their temple lacks any notable recognition and the flow of worshippers is scant. Zenin Hikari has now surpassed 20 years of age, yet stubbornly refuses to accept the family's arrangements for marriage. His youthful mindset has not yet been fully tempered, and the clan is understandably reluctant to grant him full authority as the head of the family, a stark contrast to the Gojo clan. It is evident to all that the current standing of the two families is vastly different. I have told you countless times, I do not wish to marry. Zenin Hikari, accustomed to his family's flattery, is reluctant to enter into marriage with someone he does not favor, which is why he has been dragging his feet. Moreover, the woman selected by his clan is 3 years his senior. It is not that there is anything wrong with her being gentle and courteous. It is simply that she is far too rigid. The clan's elder shoots him a disapproving glare, exclaiming loudly that the son of the neighboring family has already reached the age of marriage. Unfazed, Zenin Hikari adjusts his robe and prepares to leave, impatiently walking towards the door while attempting to divert the elder's attention. How old was he when I was born? In the end, it is still my father's fault for being so disappointing. Wait, young master. The elder exclaims, instead of urging me to settle down. Perhaps you should encourage my parents to bear me a younger brother instead. Farewell. The young master, with a swift dash, exits the door and heads straight for the carriage, while the guard, Kuchi, looks on with a conflicted expression, hesitating to speak. Young master, there is your fiancé in the carriage. Before he could finish, the young master had already lifted the curtain and slipped inside. The next moment, what are you doing here? The elder had mentioned that we should go out together to foster our relationship. The noble lady inside the carriage, adorned with a thick, pale foundation and teeth stained black, clearly had been prepared for this encounter for some time. Zenin Hikari chuckles awkwardly, feeling too embarrassed to ask her to disembark. But the previously planned outing for horse racing is now out of the question. Kuchi, the elegantly poised young man with violet hair, gritted his teeth, demanding, find a secluded spot nearby. I need to clarify matters with this young lady. Chapter 95, Monk Jinin. The guard, with a pained expression, steers the carriage towards the west alley. It seems the last attendant who served the young master mentioned that there is a small temple nearby. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi, who usually practiced in the backyard, has found himself somewhat lax in his training, as Sukuna has not returned for quite some time. And Raimai has been preoccupied with his duties, preventing Jin-min from disturbing him. After much contemplation, now an 18-year-old young man, Jin-min decides to seek alternative ways to pass the time. The temple they currently inhabit is divided. At the forefront are a pair named Genji Renji and Jinin, a master and disciple. The elder master typically attends to duties in the main hall, while Jinin enjoys a leisurely existence, performing light cleaning tasks in the great hall. The two live in modest conditions, and due to the temple's long-neglected state, they are forced to sell off the seldom-visited large courtyard. Little do they realize that their actions have attracted attention from unsavory characters. The monk has sold the land of faith to malevolent spirits, allowing the once pure and sacred Buddhist domain to be sullied by the king of curses, steeped in sin. Jinin was initially only aware that his master had sold off the backyard, and the buyer was a remarkably beautiful and ethereal young man, who occasionally received visits from one or two family members. As time passed, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi and Genjin became quite familiar with one another. To their astonishment, upon conversing, they discovered that they were of the same age. However, Genjin had renounced worldly ties and remained unmarried. Yet, was it possible that Tsukuyomi had never laid eyes on anyone? Tsukuyomi was taken aback by the question, having never pondered this dilemma before. He couldn't help but murmur, who could I possibly bring happiness to? Moreover, he was, after all, a being retrieved by the dual-faced Shoka, and while they treated him kindly, would they ever consent to a marriage? Furthermore, there was no indication that the two of them had any intentions in that regard. Not to mention, he was a fading, weak deity. If he were destined to vanish one day, perhaps it was better not to harbor any attachments. Oh well, my health is poor anyway, so I won't trouble anyone, Tsukuyomi said, his face flushing red as he struggled to deflect the inquiry, attributing the matter to his own circumstances, which was indeed a truthful statement. Genjin smiled gently to console him. The tall and handsome monk did not appear frail like others. Rather, he exuded an aura of strength, standing beside the youth like a mountain, and reached out from his faded gray robes to pat the boy's thin shoulder in a comforting manner. This was indeed true. Several times, he had encountered the hurried physician emerging from the back courtyard at night. Sooner or later, Tsukuyomi's ailment would improve. He ought to make plans for himself. Tsukuyomi, however, did not seem to mind the proximity, exclaiming, "What are you looking at? How dare you mock me?" Genjin chuckled, "The young master is quite handsome." "Humph. Flattery won't get you anywhere." The youth's long white hair cascaded down, unbound, as he lacked the awareness to tie it up, flowing like satin. At that moment, feigning anger, his ruby-like eyes glistened with unshed tears as he glared at Genjin. Genjin's gaze faltered for a moment, but when he averted his eyes, Tsukuyomi became even more relentless, compelling him to surrender, mesmerized by the boy's carefree smile. May the Buddha be merciful, Genjin thought, vaguely aware that Tsukuyomi's identity was not to be trifled with. The black-haired man beside him always emanated a scent of bloodshed, perhaps a guardian of a noble family. But why would such a powerful young master linger in such a dilapidated place? He recalled the nearby sorcerer clan and innocently speculated that the boy might be the illegitimate son of some clan leader, perhaps a child from a mistress of the Wataru family. Though his status was not esteemed, Genjin mused, looking at the boy's smiling features. Such a refined young master, with both temperament and appearance to commend, though his health is lacking. Surely, the clan leader must be fond of him. Perhaps he should be cherished more. With this thought, the bitterness in his heart lessened. The nominal guardians, the dual-faced Shoka, remarked, "What are you saying? It truly is exhausting, dear mother." Raimai, relieved to have pacified the temperamental young master, watched as he sulked, his figure slightly shrinking as he reached out to touch Tsukuyomi's hand. What right did this powerless little monk have? Tsukuyomi, feeling bored, began to tease Genjin relentlessly until he retreated behind the old monk, satisfied with his antics. Are you scared? I am truly a great villain. Ha ha ha. The old monk, hands clasped in prayer, observed Tsukuyomi depart, casting a fleeting glance at his cherished disciple. Genjin, a monk must not harbor frivolous thoughts. You shall face the consequences yourself. The tall and handsome monk bowed his head in acquiescence, showing no sign of guilt at having his little thoughts revealed, and turned to receive his penance. But merely copying texts, how could he suppress his restless heart? Meanwhile, Tsukuyomi, feeling somewhat fatigued, lazily retreated to a chair in the corridor of the back hall to rest. He tired easily. Yet the dual-faced Shoko had taught him to be more vivacious. Despite the arduous training he underwent daily, the silence proved unbearable, prompting him to expend even more energy by seeking company. I simply wanted someone to talk to. It was no wonder he felt this way. The dual-faced Shoko and Raimai had introduced him to a broader world, transforming the quiet boy into a more spirited one, yet they both busied themselves with their own affairs, leaving him confined to a small domain, named protection, but in reality, a prison. Life within these confines was dreary. Even so, he never considered sneaking away from the two, knowing he was prone to illness, which would only burden them. They were not virtuous individuals. Tsukuyomi was acutely aware of this. Yet, they truly treated him well, almost creating an illusion of love. However, such an illusion was merely that, an illusion. If one day, love, untainted by ulterior motives, were to reveal its true, hidden nature, the consequences would be dire. Meanwhile, Zenin Hachiman found himself alone with a young lady in the carriage, feeling utterly restless, not due to nervousness, but from embarrassment. Fortunately, this awkward atmosphere did not linger for long. Soon, they arrived at their destination. The usually gentle and polite Zenin heir hurriedly disembarked from the carriage, disregarding the so-called standards of decorum. Finally, this guy has done something commendable. He had become adept at masquerading. Yet he held a singular requirement for a partner: purity without pretense. The Zenin lady's every action seemed measured by a ruler, her smile entirely formulaic, revealing no trace of genuine emotion. Zenin Hachiman, unwilling to impose further hardship on a vulnerable girl, took the responsibility upon himself. I sincerely apologize. This matter was entirely the Grand Elder's unilateral decision. I shall refuse it from our clan's side, so do not worry. The pale-lipped girl's previously perfect demeanor shattered as she suddenly knelt before him, tears brimming in her eyes. However, Hachiman merely found the scene quite distressing. I have long admired you, my lord. Please, retract your orders. Is there something about me that displeases you? What is the need for this? No. If you do not agree today, I will not rise. Zenin Hachiman could hardly believe that even in this remote, decrepit corridor, someone would be taking a rest. In fact, Tsukuyomi had already been awakened and had eavesdropped for quite some time. Chapter 96, A Beloved Toy. Help. He merely wished to enjoy a comfortable slumber, yet found himself entangled in the love-hate intrigues of a prominent family. Tsukuyomi turned his head to glance at the pitiful girl kneeling, only able to see her graceful figure and dignified posture from his angle. The man facing him was not clearly visible, but he appeared to possess an admirable demeanor, exuding an air of elegance. He was handsome, yet not without his flaws. Alas, the world was indeed cruel. He never expected such a beautiful girl would face troubles in marriage. Given this, he must certainly refrain from meddling in the affairs of love. Tsukuyomi reclined on the long bench, engrossed in the unfolding drama, shaking his head and occasionally offering his own commentary, filled with sympathy for the unfortunate girl. My lord, if you do not agree today, I shall dash myself against this pillar. In the Zenin household, the status of women was inherently low. Fortunately, the awakening of her technique was rather commendable. Apart from marriage, she could conceive of no better means to extricate herself from her predicament. She refused to emulate her mother, who had wed an old and unattractive man as a concubine. After all, since marriage was inevitable, why not choose someone more pleasing to the eye and to her heart, rather than those arrogant fellows? As long as he was a Zenin heir, she would even be content to be his concubine. With this determination, she resolutely turned around, intending to force the issue with her own demise, charging directly towards the redwood pillar at the feet of Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi, however, remained unfazed, observing with keen interest, only to be taken aback when the noblewoman turned her face towards him, startled. How terrifying! Tsukuyomi exclaimed, "Don't come any closer." His pupils involuntarily contracted as he watched her rush in his direction. At that critical moment, it was the Zenin heir who intervened, swiftly stepping behind her to knock her unconscious. Zenin Kiyotaka pinched the bridge of his nose, weary, and called, "Kuchi, take her back." Understood. The guard clasped his fists, carefully lifting the frail noblewoman away. The violet-haired youth lifted his head, genuinely surprised that such a disgraceful scene could be inadvertently witnessed by an outsider. Contemplating how to address this eavesdropper, he raised his gaze, only to find that today was indeed filled with misfortune. His words faltered on his lips. How peculiar. Uncertain. He glanced again. The person before him had just shifted from a reclined position to a half-sitting posture, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. The moonlight-like silver hair shimmered under the sun, cascading like satin, with a few strands playfully tousled. Her glass-like crimson eyes sparkled beneath long, lush eyelashes, which were thick and curled. Her gaze, feigning indifference, resembled that of a remorseful kitten. How adorable. Tsukuyomi, momentarily flustered, dared not meet her eyes. Avoiding the man's aggressive gaze with furtive glances, the man's expression froze, the words of reproach lodged in his throat. Zenin Kiyotaka stared in astonishment, quickly rummaging through his memory for a familiar image. The little mute? He mused, snapping his fan shut, finally recalling a figure that matched those eyes. Tsukuyomi, hearing the familiar voice and teasing tone, looked up, pondering. What was he again? That insufferable little prince. Tsukuyomi shot him a fierce glare, turning to leave. What a lack of decorum. Such a lack of decorum. Hey, wait a moment. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Zenin Kiyotaka chuckled, his deep violet eyes narrowing as he strode after Tsukuyomi with a swagger. Are you angry? Wow, really? You were caught eavesdropping on an adult conversation. And now you're turning the tables? He continued. By the way, how did you come to Heiankyo? I looked for you before. But the shrine seems to have fallen into disrepair. Oh dear, is the little mute truly so temperamental? Tsukuyomi, already marching ahead in a huff, wished to have no entanglement with him, yet found Kiyotaka's persistence increasingly vexing. Repeatedly referring to him as little mute, Tsukuyomi resolved to reclaim his dignity. Clad in white half-hakama, the youthful figure stood tall and straight, appearing significantly more mature than he remembered. His temper, too, seemed more endearing. He abruptly turned back, shouting, I am not a little mute. I have a name. Zenin Kiyotaka appeared momentarily frozen, his surprise evident as he inquired, You can speak? I'm not a mute. The clarity of his voice struck Kiyotaka as remarkably pleasant, as he gazed down at the youthful figure, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. Ah, he*s angry. Well, don't be upset. I haven't held the eavesdropping incident against you. Tsukuyomi's face flushed, as if he had truly committed some wrongdoing. Yet, he had merely been present. The little cat, lacking in bravado, threatened weakly, All right, fine, it's all my fault. Zenin Kiyotaka dismissed the earlier incident, feeling a delightful novelty in encountering an old companion, playfully teasing him as if he were a delightful toy, both annoying and endearing. Tsukuyomi knew this was how things would unfold. He was always the only one to get angry. Kiyotaka lingered for quite some time, his demeanor amiable as he recounted amusing anecdotes and places he had visited, piquing Tsukuyomi's curiosity despite his initial reluctance. Eagerly engrossed, Tsukuyomi listened attentively. Once Kiyotaka's vanity was satisfied, he began to chatter incessantly, discussing everything from the rabbit-style shikigami to summoning, from Kyoto to the emperor and the three noble families. His voice, slow and unhurried, felt like a gentle spring breeze, soothing and comfortable, explaining why he triumphed overwhelmingly over the head of the Gojo family. He appeared quite refined. Unbeknownst to them, their banter evolved into a lengthy conversation until the sky darkened, at which point Zenin Kiyotaka reluctantly bid farewell to his cherished little toy, affectionately ruffling the boy's silky hair. Tsukuyomi, stop. You're treating me like a puppy. Yet, thanks to Kiyotaka's company, Tsukuyomi felt fulfilled and invigorated, as if his dissipated energy had been somewhat restored. Affecting a mature demeanor, he sighed in a feigned melancholic manner before retreating to the courtyard to rest. In the Zenin household, Kuchi sensed that his young master had been acting strangely since earlier, often seen gazing at a book with a silly grin. However, should he tell the young master that he was holding the book upside down? In the next moment, the usually composed and refined Zenin heir tossed the book aside, covering his eyes with his hand, his breath betraying a hint of anxiety. She is truly beautiful, he thought, his mind filled with the image from earlier. Under Kuchi's astonished gaze, he commanded, blushing fiercely, Go inform my father, let us annul my engagement. Young master, is that permissible? It must be done, because it seems I have found a toy I truly like. Chapter 97. The Restoration Shikigami. Zenin Kiyotaka seized every opportunity to visit the temple. Initially to reminisce about his past experiences at the shrine, but unexpectedly, Tsukuyomi inquired about methods for restoring Shikigami, having witnessed countless intrigues among great families. The Zenin heir knew that even a seemingly innocuous topic could reveal deeper truths with just a few probing questions, yet encounters with the divine remained rare. As the heir of the Shikigami of 10 Shadows maintained close ties with summoning Shikigami, Many sought various excuses to forge connections with him. But these were far from their true intentions. Tsukuyomi, unfastening a bulging pouch from his waist, noted that the crescent white satin matched the fabric of his clothing. This was leftover material from the garments made by Raimai, crafted to amuse him, adorned with a small red crescent moon. This was Tsukuyomi's possession, though seemingly unremarkable. The youth indeed held it dear to his heart, cherishing it immensely in his daily life, bringing it along wherever he ventured. This was a gift from my elder brother Raimai. At this moment, he delicately extracted the small origami rabbits, which, despite their owner's affection, had inevitably frayed with the passage of years. These little companions had been by the boy's side for an extended period. During the days when he was forbidden to venture outside, apart from the occasional birds and butterflies that lingered in the courtyard, these were his only friends. To others, such a multitude of chattering rabbits might seem bothersome, but for Tsukuyomi Tsukumo, they were just right. The silver-haired boy had even lovingly bestowed individual names upon each of the dozen or so rabbits. For a deity who had grown up in solitude, these seemingly lifeless objects were imbued with life. They could not speak, yet they served as the finest listeners and companions. He took each piece of origami, slowly smoothing out the frayed edges with his hands before arranging them neatly on the wooden floor, lifting his gaze to meet that of his companion. I beg of you, could you teach me the method of summoning shikigami? Too many people, composed and self-possessed, moved among one another adorned in splendid facades, donning masks of pretense. Yet, with sufficient incentive, everything could be bartered in equal measure. Zenin Hanyen had seldom encountered pure-hearted individuals, yet he had never doubted purity itself. The first instance was at 6 years old, Tsukuyomi Tsukumo. The second time was at 18. The 6-year-old Tsukuyomi appeared a pitiable mute, yet he harbored no resentment. Whether due to naivety or calm rationality, he would curl up fearlessly beneath the altar to sleep soundly, showing no deference to the divine. Years later, he was once again astonished by that same old friend. To be candid, Zenin Hanyen had not taken great care in crafting these shikigami. They were originally intended merely to amuse a child, and thus lacked meticulous detail. The talismans were slightly yellowed, the vermilion seals were not particularly clear, and the creases were crooked and misaligned. Yet, these seemingly shabby creations had been tenderly cherished for so many years. Zenin Hanyen was suddenly moved. The boy's nostalgia and enduring affection blazed like a fierce fire in the afternoon sunlight. Tsukuyomi Tsukumo knelt on the wooden floor, his tousled hair cascading down, giving him an air of casualness, shimmering with freedom and languor in the sunlight. He radiated light. Zenin Hanyen sat upright across from him, his gaze lowered slightly, restrained yet noble. The sunlight fell at an angle below his chest, the purple fabric adorned with a bright yellow satin trim, his tall frame standing straight, exuding an innate elegance and grace, contrasting starkly with the plain white-clad boy opposite him. His gaze, as if scorched, quickly averted. Zenin Hanyen's eyelashes fluttered, his thumb unconsciously clenching around his index finger, and he heard his own voice resound low and deep. They are but trivial trinkets, Tsukuyomi, should you wish for them. I could send some more at a later date. Tsukuyomi furrowed his brow, discontentedly pushing the shikigami closer to him. They are not my shikigami. These items, which held profound significance for him, deserved to be cherished. Each one was immensely important and required proper care. He had never considered discarding them merely due to their age. After all, he, too, was old and weary, and he detested that feeling. Zenin Hanyen refrained from pressing further, letting out a sigh as he relaxed his rigid posture. A sense of relief washing over him. He lifted his gaze, stepping into the sunlight, and picked up an origami rabbit. Casting a steady glance at the pouting boy across from him. Resigned, he raised the origami and shook it slightly. Watch closely, I shall teach you only once. Tsukuyomi Tsukumo then reluctantly leaned closer, his eyes brimming with suppressed amusement, appearing both proud and coy, akin to a spoiled yet endearing kitten. As if to say, look, happiness is this simple. It was always Zenin Hanyen who sought out Tsukuyomi at the temple, but Tsukuyomi had never broached the subject of venturing out together. Before parting, he hesitated for a moment, walking to the door and suddenly stopping, glancing up at Tsukuyomi on the steps. He believed he would speak with the poise and confidence befitting his station, yet instead, like every anxious youth, he quickly mustered the courage to ask, Tsukuyomi. Upon hearing his name, Tsukuyomi looked over with curiosity, standing still on the steps, unperturbed. Tomorrow, there's a temple fair in the west of the city. Would you like to join me? The noble youth, with his handsome features and graceful demeanor, extended the invitation without the anticipated eagerness. I'm sorry. Tsukuyomi heard the reply from the person on the steps. A wave of disappointment washed over him. It was an unexpected response. Yet, he maintained a facade of dignity, refraining from inquiring further and nodding in acknowledgement before turning to leave. Inside, however, he felt far from calm. Tsukuyomi stood dazed on the steps, clutching the pouch in his arms. He did not wish to disappoint Raimai and the others. Thus, he whispered an apology. Beyond the door lay an expansive world, yet he lacked the courage to face it alone. The cost of growing up remained an enigma to all. Recently, Raimai and Sukuna had been preoccupied with reorganizing the affairs of the Curse Masters group. Indeed, the bustling city of Heian-kyo was teeming with prying eyes, and Raimai could only manage to sneak back occasionally at night to check on Tsukuyomi. The day-to-day matters were tended to by dedicated individuals under Lord Sukuna's command, so that was not a concern. With his black hair neatly tied into a ponytail, the sharp and cold aura had not yet dissipated. Even after treading through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Raimai instinctively softened his footsteps as he approached the boy's door, unable to resist the urge to lecture. Tsukuyomi, why are you still awake at this hour? Tsukuyomi sat at the table, feeling wronged, still clutching the shikigami that Zenin Hanyin had repaired. It's been so long since we've gone out together. I'm so bored at home all alone. Raimai paused at his words, feeling somewhat at a loss. A fleeting expression of shock crossed his usually cold demeanor, followed by an apologetic pursing of his lips. I'm sorry, Tsukuyomi. Lord Sukuna has been encountering some troubles and has drawn the ire of several enemies. It's best not to go out unless absolutely necessary. His words trailed off, but Tsukuyomi understood the underlying meaning. It was merely concern that those enemies might come knocking. Yet, those were adversaries of the two-faced Sukuna. What concern were they of his? For someone like him, a mere inconsequential figure, who had done nothing, why must they confine him? Did they truly wish for him to remain forever trapped in this small corner of the world? Chapter 98. His temper is rising. Tsukuyomi lowered his eyes softly and inquired quietly, is it really not possible for me to go by myself? I've grown up, Raimai. Raimai's tone remained calm as he reached for the cloak draped over a nearby soft stool, helping the boy don it, speaking gently, Tsukuyomi, you need someone to care for you. Taking good care of your health is the most important thing, understand? As was customary. Tsukuyomi Jin had always been moved to tears upon hearing such words. Yet now, in his pitiful state, even his humble and earnest pleas seemed futile. Wasn't his well-being worth considering? Did his desires not hold more importance than his physical condition? At this moment, Tsukuyomi Jin fell silent, turning his head away in indignation. Casting aside his cloak like a petulant child, Limei refrained from saying much, merely admonishing him with a list of do's and don'ts. He was not to venture out alone, to avoid the chill without proper bedding, to refrain from mingling with strangers in the front yard, and to eat without being picky. The ebony-haired youth, with an icy demeanor, recited these prohibitions with great seriousness, entirely disregarding the exasperated glances cast his way by Tsukuyomi Jin. Limei glanced at the darkening sky, and after ensuring the boy was settled for the night, he turned to leave. At that moment, the hem of his garment was tugged gently, causing him to pause. He caught a glimpse of the boy's long, delicate fingers tightly gripping the fabric. Limei turned back. The fair-haired youth, with features as lovely as a peach blossom, knelt at his feet, his garments cascading in layers, shimmering silver. If someone were willing to take me, could I go out by myself? Tsukuyomi Jin's heart fluttered anxiously, as a long-ignored ache stirred within him. He could not comprehend why he needed to seek permission for the most basic freedom to step outside. He had never breached that vague boundary, never truly contemplated the lies hidden beneath the guise of love and concern. With imploring eyes glistening with unshed tears, he gazed up at Limei. The latter's fingers twitched, nearly succumbing to the boy's pleading visage. Regaining his composure, Limei swiftly seized Tsukuyomi Jin's wrist. Aside from me and Lord Sukuna, who is that person? Tsukuyomi Jin's heart skipped a beat, his lips stammering, unable to form coherent words. Limei, noticing the boy's evasive gaze, deduced something and turned his head to confront him again, reiterating his concern for the boy's safety. Jin, you know there are countless people out there digging for Lord Sukuna's weaknesses. You. Realizing he had misspoken, Limei quickly corrected himself. The world is perilous. Do not trust anyone outside lightly, understand? Tsukuyomi Jin knelt on the ground, forced to brace himself with both hands to maintain his balance, while Limei's not-so-gentle hands grasped his cheeks, compelling him to look up, a position that left him feeling distinctly uncomfortable, as if he were a mere plaything at the mercy of another. You must discipline disobedient pets. The grip on his face tightened, just near his breathing passages, the pressure escalating ominously, making it nearly impossible to breathe. He squirmed, but could not break free, instinctively swallowing the words he wished to utter about an old acquaintance. Who is it? Where did you meet this person? What if they have ill intentions towards you? Limei spoke rapidly, a hint of urgency creeping into his tone, unwittingly adopting a somewhat aggressive demeanor. Tsukuyomi Jin attempted to retreat, struggling against the restraints, only to be forcefully pulled forward again. Limei, it hurts. Is it a visitor from the front yard? Please answer me. Jin, I and Lord Sukuna will not harm you. Tell me who that person is. No. His mind buzzed, the only thing visible being the anxious yet somewhat guilty expression reflected back at him. Averted eyes, shame? Beyond that, he could hear nothing, his heart aching dully. Limei observed Tsukuyomi Jin's stunned silence, believing his admonitions had taken effect, and he breathed a sigh of relief, releasing the boy. Yet, upon doing so, he noticed 2 angry red marks marring the porcelain skin of the boy's face. Realizing he had exerted more force than intended in his worry, his heart ached, and he reached out again, intending to cast a reversal spell, but Tsukuyomi Jin turned his head away. Limei's hand froze midair. Jin, he began, but was cut off. I want to sleep. Just go. Tsukuyomi Jin pulled his robe tightly around him, burrowing into the blankets, evading any further conversation. A choked voice laced with anger emanating from beneath the covers. Limei stood still for a moment, clenching his fists to suppress the urge to check on him. Ultimately turning away without a word, carefully extinguishing the candle before making his way to the door. As he traversed the courtyard, he was met with the enigmatic and elongated corridor under the cloak of night. At this moment, a tall man with cherry blossom hair leaned casually against a pillar, his gaze coldly fixed on the full moon hanging in the sky. The deep night enveloped everything like water, with silvery light filtering through the gaps of the rockery in the courtyard, illuminating the ground, while all was silent save for the low murmurs of crickets. The moonlight glimmered on the man's exposed, muscular physique, dark, ominous runes swirling around him, entwining in circles, emanating an unspoken danger, powerful and fearsome. Limei caught sight of the figure beneath the corridor, freezing momentarily before quickly recovering and hastening to his side, bowing respectfully. Good night, Lord Sukuna. Sukuna remained indifferent, gazing at the moon above with the stoicism of a statue, exuding a chilling aura that was almost palpable. Limei, unwavering in his bowed posture, gradually felt himself stiffening as time passed. Moments ticked by until the pale, tranquil moon was veiled by delicate, melancholic clouds, and Sukuna finally moved. He withdrew his gaze, casting a cold glance towards the interior of the building, his blood-red eyes landing directly upon Limei's respectful form, an emotionless stare that felt like dredging up the stillness from dried blood, exuding an icy cruelty that was terrifying. One glance was enough to drain the color from Limei's face. Lord Sukuna, have I done something wrong? The imposing man casually stretched his muscular hand to rub the back of his neck, bringing it to his cheek, a sound echoing ominously as he flexed his bones, as if harboring immense dissatisfaction. The King of Curses nonchalantly retracted his oppressive aura, turning away, his expression inscrutable. Did he wish to escape? Though no names were mentioned, both understood the underlying implication. No, Limei hastily protested, defending the boy, fully aware of the terrifying control the man wielded. Everything must align with his will. And should he discover, even if today Jin had vaguely attempted to obscure that person's existence, Sukuna had still sensed something amiss. A flicker of hesitation crossed Limei's face, swiftly followed by an explanation. Jin, he has been confined here for quite some time, feeling stifled, which is why he wished to propose stepping outside for a change. Does he think he can decide? Sukuna's sardonic smile betrayed no emotion, his gaze shifting impassively away from Limei. The sudden release of pressure made Limei feel lightheaded, as if the weight of the world had lifted. The King of Curses seemed to pierce through the window with his eyes, cryptically remarking, indeed, he has quite the temper. Chapter 99, Those Inside the Barrier. A dreamless night. When Tsukuyomi Jin awoke once more, Limei's presence was conspicuously absent from the courtyard, a fact that both relieved and disappointed him. He had intended to muster the energy to seek out Genshin for conversation, but upon reaching the door separating the front and backyards, he found himself unable to exit. A pale purple barrier enveloped the entire backyard, an invisible shield isolating him from the outside world. Tsukuyomi's body shuddered momentarily, every muscle taut, as if something were mercilessly pounding against his heart. His breath nearly ceased in that instant, and he distinctly felt a sharp wave of panic surge deep within his left chest, prompting him to gently press his hand against his heart in an attempt to calm his restless spirit. The white-haired youth extended his hand in disbelief to touch the barrier. However, resistance arose at that very moment. Yashitsun, can you hear me? Is anyone out there? Is anyone there? Tsukuyomi frantically pounded against the barrier, calling out in desperate tones, yet there was no response. The boy's voice was tinged with a nasal quality, evoking sympathy. Soon, he realized he had arrived at the side entrance where Mei used to send meals, and, unsurprisingly, the table was set with exquisite dishes, yet not a soul was present. The divine being trapped within the courtyard hastily lifted the hem of his flowing garments, his snowy hair trailing gracefully behind as he darted through the corridors, searching for the presence of others. Brother Raimai, Tsukuyomi, are you there? Where are you all? Brother Raimai, where are you? Please, don't leave me alone. Don't abandon me. The youth, slender and clad in simple white robes, with tousled hair and reddened eyes, emitted an aura of fragility beneath the sun, desperately seeking the non-existent figures within the estate. Meanwhile, in the front courtyard, Yoshitsune diligently completed the morning lessons assigned by his master. With a knowing gaze, he lifted his head from the scriptures, staring intently towards the statue of Buddha, the unease lingering in his heart. One must not gaze upon the Buddha, nor harbor a heart that seeks refuge in the three jewels. The old monk seated in meditation upon a nearby mat kept his eyes closed, maintaining his pose, one hand resting on the scriptures. His voice, though gentle, carried a certain sharpness. Yoshitsune, you are becoming attached. Even seated upright, his form remained straight as a pine tree, exuding a chilling aura, resembling not a monk, but rather a master of martial arts. Yes, master, but I can't shake this feeling, Yoshitsune hastily defended himself, only to be met with a stern reprimand. Yoshitsune, do not fall into delusions. A monk must be unattached and cultivate the heart, for he was not an existence that ordinary individuals could fathom. The old monk, with a cryptic expression, wiped away non-existent dust from the scriptures, shaking his head. The young monk remained silent, wishing to convey to his master that he held no such thoughts, yet found himself at a loss for words. Even he struggled to comprehend his own thoughts. It is not like that. It is not like that. The old monk sighed at his disciple's obstinacy. What the eye perceives is not necessarily reality. Yet if even the emotions sensed by the heart are unclear, what need is there to deceive oneself through falsehoods? Yoshitsune, you are becoming attached. If this is the case, reflect upon it. You need not attend evening lessons today. Upon hearing this, Yoshitsune's initial reaction was not sorrow or disappointment at the prospect of punishment, but rather a profound sense of relief. He slightly lifted his head, calming the turmoil within. When he opened his eyes again, he scorned this aspect of himself, yet his feet did not falter. The old monk remained silent, eyes closed beneath a sky filled with deities, the solemn and mysterious statues of Buddha towering upon the altar, exuding an air of divine majesty. In contrast to these grand figures, the slightly stooped, aged monk embodied humility and caution. All forms are but illusions, Umitba. Yoshitsune strode purposefully through the pavilions and eaves, reaching the threshold between the front and back courtyards. As he stood firm, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. He gazed intently at the empty corridors and the tall, elegant monk resolutely stepped inside. Lord Tsukuyomi, are you there? Tsukuyomi. After wandering for a while without discovering anything, he called out repeatedly, yet there was no response, only silence. As if no one had ever existed in this place. Unbeknownst to him, the more he sought the familiar, the more it filled his heart with unease and doubt. What the eyes perceive is not necessarily the truth. On the other side, Zenin Hahiko, unfazed by rejection, displayed no signs of the embarrassment typical of most individuals. Truly, one could say this was a testament to his upbringing in a prominent family. Kuchi, has the messenger from Aoya delivered the clothing today? Zenin Hahiko brushed off the dust from his garments, holding up a lake blue hunting robe, contemplating with a serious expression. One might have thought he was grappling with a troublesome cursed spirit, but in reality, it was merely a matter of dressing. This was the first time Kuchi had witnessed such a side of his young master, who typically wielded scrolls filled with the scent of ink or summoned shikigami to vanquish cursed spirits. This was the first time he had seen him so absorbed in dressing before a bronze mirror. After Zenin Hahiko finally changed into a new outfit, the pale green robe complemented his elongated phoenix eyes, lending him an air of approachability, yet with a slight lift of his brow, he exuded an aura of refined pride. Upon donning the signature purple garments of his lineage, he willingly subdued his brilliance, navigating the familiar path to the temple's side entrance, which connected to the small lounge where guests could rest. A few steps further, and he would arrive at the corridor where the youth would often bask in the sun like a cat. Yet, the violet-haired boy remained unusually still at the door, squinting his eyes, not in a hurry to act. Something feels off. Kuchi, having arranged for the attendants to lead the carriage away, approached and heard his young master's voice. Young master, why don't you come in? Something is amiss. Zenin Hahiko withdrew his steps, glancing at the courtyard wall. Truly, one could say that the Zenin family's mastery of shadow techniques was worthy of their heir. This was a small, human-modified tent. Externally, it appeared unremarkable, indeed. Even the curse energy had never leaked a fraction. Even seasoned sorcerers would likely fail to detect any flaws, showcasing the practitioner's unparalleled mastery over curse energy. However, the atmosphere felt wrong. As experienced sorcerers, they understood that while the eyes could deceive, the senses could not. No matter how well concealed, the remnants of negative emotions could not simply vanish. For those with immense reserves of curse energy, such as the 6 eyes and 10 shadow techniques, and those adept at precise control over curse energy, experience, and intuition were infallible. Kuchi, perplexed, ventured a few steps forward, yet he could not sense any obstacles. Young master, perhaps your training has led you to fanciful notions? There is no barrier here. Since Kuchi could move freely without encountering any dangers, it indicated that the purpose of this tent was not to prevent outsiders from entering. The atmosphere was clean, devoid of bloodshed or malice. It was likely intended to isolate those within, obscure their vision, or perhaps protect something inside. He was utterly oblivious to the fact that, at some point, in the realm of Heian-kyo, there existed individuals, apart from himself and the heir of the Gojo clan, with such remarkable expertise in barrier techniques. Could it be that it was a relative of Otsutsuki? But wasn't he an orphan? Alas, each time they met, he became so engrossed in their conversations that he neglected to inquire about the background of that young lad. Zenin Wahiko closed his fan and pondered the intentions of the spellcaster, yet regardless of the circumstances. Oh dear, what a predicament this was. Should it be the design of an elder, he would be most hesitant to intrude. Nevertheless, it truly saddened him that he could not meet Otsutsuki. Chapter 100, each with their own thoughts. With one hand behind his back and the other fanning himself, Zenin Wahiko lowered his head in contemplation, remaining silent while a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. The meticulous barrier, set up with such precision, served both to conceal and protect. Was it meant to guard against him? The dashing young noble raised an eyebrow, extending a hand into the air, brushing against the nearly imperceptible barrier. The overwhelming spell power erupted from the youth's palm upon contact, yet vanished without a trace, as if absorbed by some unseen force, harmless, primarily serving the purposes of concealment and protection. Master, Otsutsuki's family is indeed a master of barrier techniques, he mused, with a hint of delight. Well, that could be considered an unexpected gain. The violet-haired youth chuckled softly, the flicker of concern he held for his friend dissipating, and he suddenly spoke. I recall that during the recent assembly of the three prominent families, there was mention of a desire to recruit more exceptional talents, was there not? Indeed, master. But they are merely non-clan sorcerers, as you are aware, barely qualifying as expendable pawns in the fray, came the reply. The sorcerers of the Heian era, aside from their task of exorcising cursed spirits, had, at some point, become embroiled in the treacherous political games of the court, aligning themselves with either the emperor or the shogunate in pursuit of greater political stature. However, the tasks assigned to the direct descendants were exceedingly perilous, which led the three prominent families to face a shortage of personnel, compelling them to set aside prejudices and recruit non-clan sorcerers to bolster their ranks. Yet, being without backing and possessing mediocre talents, these individuals were merely disposable assets to the well-established three families. Their primary role was often to charge into battle, depleting the strength of cursed spirits, a foolish endeavor, to say the least. However, history has not been devoid of non-clan sorcerers who possessed both exceptional talent and power. Those who reached a certain level of prowess could command respect even from the emperor and the shogunate. So do you not yet comprehend, Kuchi? Zenin Wahiko lifted his gaze towards the tall, pristine wall of the estate, as if attempting to peer beyond it to grasp deeper truths. To pursue was to be worthy. To relinquish, one must do so decisively. It was clear he had no intention of giving up. The narrow, violet lashes of his eyes fluttered as if witnessing something profoundly cherished, a blush creeping onto his cheeks, his breath quickening. The ability to execute such intricately sophisticated barrier techniques undoubtedly signified genius, perhaps even rivaling his own and the six-eye strength. If Otsutsuki had such formidable support behind him, would the clan permit a closer association with him? To be more forthright, and to stand together in integrity. As these thoughts swirled in Zenin Wahiko's mind, a tide of sweet anticipation washed over him, yet his sharply angled brows betrayed a hint of intensity and darkness. Kuchi, originally concerned that his master had been indulging in games to the detriment of his studies and training, suddenly perceived a change in his master's demeanor, tightening his heart momentarily before exhaling in relief. Thankfully, the master remained the master, as astute and formidable as ever. Engaging in trivial games to pass the time was permissible, was it not? Kuchi pondered this. The future heir of the Zenin clan ought to be more rational and composed. The 10 Shadows technique will lead the Zenin family toward renewed glory. This belief resided in the heart of every member of the Zenin clan. Little did they know that the master and servant exchanged a glance, each harboring hidden joys that were entirely unrelated, diverging in their thoughts. Zenin Wahiko chuckled lightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It was merely a barrier. Did they truly believe it could impede him? Throughout his life, he had never experienced such a fervent desire, an eagerness to claim another's treasure for himself. The 10 Shadows technique was not limited to merely summoning Shikigami. Kuchi, let us depart. Master, are you not going inside? No need for that. Let us return swiftly. Zenin Wahiko turned away without a backward glance, his steps brisk and decisive, even imbued with a sense of urgency that Kuchi found perplexing. Yet, as the servant to his master, he could do naught but comply, hastening to keep up. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at the family estate, before the carriage had settled, the master lifted the curtain of the door and leaped down, striding purposefully inside. What is the rush, master? Kuchi murmured, bewildered by his master's impulsive haste, as he led the horse towards the courtyard. Zenin Wahiko, in his stride, suddenly broke into a light run. The esteemed heir rarely donned such vibrant attire, and the hem of his robe flowed gracefully, exuding a refreshing aura. He encountered a line of maids in the corridor, all dressed uniformly in somber black, their demeanor rigid and lifeless, as if devoid of thought, bowing respectfully to the future head of the clan. Zenin Wahiko paid them no mind, his focus unwaveringly directed toward his small courtyard, treating the encounters along the way as mere trifles, disregarding them entirely. In this rigid and austere family, he felt akin to a pebble dropped into a still pond, shattering the tranquility and disrupting the order. Upon returning to his study, Zenin Wahiko took a deep breath and swiftly retrieved paper from the shelf, picking up a brush to sketch upon it. He then folded the paper into small pieces. As the heir to the 10 Shadows technique, aside from the most fundamental shikigami, the remainder required personal preparation. The shikigami, known as Rabbit, possessed limited offensive capabilities but could be summoned en masse to confuse the enemy, even if a few were sent forth attached to talismans. They were essentially mere tools for the spellcaster's command. Though they were dispatched, surely they could not be so unrecognizable to their true master, could they? With a series of hand seals, familiar spell energy surged from the Shadow Realm, connecting with the shikigami within the barrier, situated over 100 meters away. The barrier was formidable, and Zenin Wahiko feared that breaking it might leave a poor impression on the elder he had yet to meet. Nevertheless, he could not allow himself to be deprived of seeing the young one, for even the gentlest of souls would feel sorrow. Yet shadows were different. Wherever there was light, they would follow. Zenin Wahiko summoned forth several small shikigami he had not called upon in a long while. Rabbit. A swirling vortex of dark purple materialized on the deep brown wooden floor of his study, marked by certain struggles and unevenness, generating intense ripples. Zenin Wahiko had anticipated an effortless task. Little did he realize that the small creations born from his hand would dare to resist his summoning technique. He cast a cold glance over, intensifying the output of his magical energy, and patiently coaxed, "Come out, my dears. I have matters to discuss with you. It's not as though I intend to whisk you away from him." The origami shikigami, resembling rabbits, had been comfortably nestled in their master's pouch. But the master of their primordial power suddenly summoned them, and each of them was reluctant to comply. Shaking their bodies, they struggled against the black void, unwillingly pulled back. "I don't want to go, woe is me." "No, no." The little origami figures alternated between their rabbit and paper forms, trembling as they stubbornly burrowed deeper into the Shadow Realm, unwilling to emerge. Zenin Wakahito was nearly amused to the point of exasperation. These foolish rabbits appeared to possess low intelligence and were quite difficult to appease. With no other choice, he reiterated his intentions, assuring them in a tone akin to that used for soothing children that he would not forcibly separate them from their current master. "I promise, I assure you. I merely require your assistance in delivering a letter. Surely, you must have noticed the barrier outside?" Only then did the rabbits hesitantly poke their heads out, reluctantly bouncing closer. You must guarantee this." "All right then. TSK, only this once." Zenin Wakahito found himself both amused and exasperated, but patiently tied the letter to one of the rabbits, threateningly patting its head. "You must deliver my message." The rabbits squirmed together, shaking their bodies and disregarding his words. How annoying. "You shall not touch me." Zenin Wakahito sighed. "Very well, return now." At the sound of their master's command, the rabbits leapt into the Shadow Realm with remarkable agility, as if pursued by a specter. Chapter 101. The flying rabbits messaged Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi, trapped within the barrier, was not one to resign himself to fate. He had exhausted every method available, expressed his anger, and shed tears, only to realize that none of it bore fruit. Raimai had not come to comfort him. Regardless, he found himself unable to escape. Why must he be left alone here? In his frustration and confusion, he pondered why he could not accompany them on their journey as in the past. Their fluctuating attitudes towards him left him bewildered. Perhaps they simply resented him for being a burden. Why had they brought him back in the first place? Would it not have been better to cast him into an uninhabited corner? They had broadened his horizons, taught him, and cared for him, preparing him to face the world independently. Yet when the day of reckoning arrived, they locked him away as one would a pet. The dejected youth, despite his frail constitution, found solace in wreaking a bit of havoc at home to vent his pent-up anger. This was largely thanks to his proficient teacher, the dual-faced Sukuna, who, in his disdain for the boy's physical abilities and techniques, had gathered numerous tomes from various factions. The youth's every action was laced with the fury of release as he raised a hand to wield the secret arts of yin and yang, while the other gestured towards Sukuna's room, mimicking incantations, against the wind. All combatants arrayed before me. Boom. Earth-binding. Upon witnessing the devastation around him, a genuine smile broke upon his face for the first time in days, radiating a charming pride. He even took care to lift his garment and stomp upon the ruins with vigor. Sukuna. Umph. This is the fate that befalls those who provoke Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi. After this, the young scamp found himself utterly exhausted, seeking refuge in a clean corner to rest. As he caught his breath, fatigue and hunger surged upon him, a dire reminder that he had neglected his needs. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi lay sprawled beneath the corridor, quietly contemplating his next move. He was not so naive as to be completely oblivious. While Raimai treated him with kindness, she often prioritized Sukuna's commands above all else. With this thought, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi felt a wave of resentment wash over him. How detestable. How loathsome. What a despicable, uncouth villain Sukuna was. Cold-hearted. Ruthless. Alas. He found himself once again despairing over his illiteracy, frustrated by the limitations of his own understanding. His face flushed with indignation. He could only shamefully cover it with his hands. In many ways, Raimai had indeed spoiled Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi. Due to his frail health, she treated him much like a child, providing for his every need without allowing him to experience hardship, let alone the rigors of education. Sukuna, on the other hand, would mock him for his weakness, insisting he undergo training, often to the point of desperation, with the potential consequences of his own demise looming. This line of thought left Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi feeling bewildered, slowly turning to gaze at the remnants of Sukuna's room, now a desolate ruin, with dusty tomes scattered among the debris. How infuriating, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi grumbled, then huffed as he rose from the ground, scavenging for the books among the wreckage. One by one, he dusted them off and carefully stacked them in his arms. He was not afraid. Rather, he felt a pang of regret. Who would have thought that the seemingly malevolent and wild Sukuna possessed such depth of knowledge? How did Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi come to this realization? Ah yes, it was because he could not decipher the so-called secrets of the arts. Sukuna seemed oblivious to this, carelessly tossing him a book and instructing him to learn from it. If you cannot learn, then perish, little wretch. With great anticipation, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi opened the martial arts tome, envisioning himself capable of delivering a powerful blow to Sukuna once he mastered the techniques. He opened the book, and then he promptly closed it, his face flushed with embarrassment. For he was, quite simply, illiterate. He would never forget the look of surprise, quickly followed by unabashed derision, that Sukuna had bestowed upon him that day. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi felt a deep-seated hatred welling within him. Upon discovering this truth, he felt a profound sadness, yet accepted it with surprising grace. Raimai had assured him that being illiterate was not entirely without merit. With a sense of impending doom hanging over him, he resolved to make the most of each day, allowing sorrow to come and go like the wind. After relishing in the spectacle of Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi's humiliation for a moment, Sukuna's dissatisfaction grew, and he began to press the boy's face with a cursed spirit, insisting he learn to read. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi thought to himself, surviving one more day is no small feat. While being startled by the cursed spirit and trembling in fear, he finally adapted to his studies, mastering the characters. No longer did he succumb to the terror of Sukuna's spirit, and he eagerly prepared to tackle haiku, aspiring to become a more diligent version of himself. Yet, Sukuna ceased his teachings. It was evident that Sukuna had expectations for him, albeit modest ones. Being able to read was sufficient. Just as he initially trained Tsukuyomi to enhance his physical prowess, only to find himself disillusioned and subsequently compelled to study the art of writing incantations, specifically the 101st escape technique or the 108 methods of survival. His teaching methods were straightforward and unyielding. Merely survive. Reflecting on this, Tsukuyomi felt a pang of sadness. Yet after a period of introspection, his heart felt considerably lighter. Silently, he organized the books, stacking them neatly before returning them to his room. What? You say these are the tomes of the duality of Shikigami? Does he deserve to read them? He shall. Undeterred, he then made his way to the door where meals were delivered, akin to a loyal puppy, vigilantly fixated on the untouched food on the ground. Famished as he was, he could only gaze longingly at the meal, unable to partake. Just as his resolve began to waver, and he was on the verge of reaching out with his sinful hand to break his vow, the bunny sprang into view from the corridor, prompting him to retract his hand immediately, before he could even ponder how his Shikigami had managed to break free from their summoning and arrive at his side. He was abruptly encircled by the fluffy creatures. The sensation was peculiar, despite their inability to articulate words. Tsukuyomi could discern their sentiments through their nearly indistinguishable appearances and their irritable gestures. Whine, 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 so angry. Ouch, being touched by someone I dislike, it hurts. I'm hurt too. Whine, whine, whine. Me too. It truly hurts. If only we could defeat him. Those in the know would assume one of the bunnies had been touched a couple of times by Kanemitsu, while the uninformed might think something far worse had occurred. Kanemitsu, innocent me. They huddled affectionately at Tsukuyomi's feet, their fluffy ears twitching rapidly under his palm, nuzzling him with an exuberance that hinted at their narrow escape from peril. The water-bearer, Tsukuyomi, patted each one gently, speaking soothingly, when his keen eyes caught sight of a ribbon tied to a letter on one of them. Wait a moment. What is this? Keh. For the first time, he interpreted a look of disdain from his Shikigami, leaving him both amused and bewildered. Carefully, he retrieved the folded envelope from beneath the bunny's paw. The opulent letterhead caught his eye, the strokes bold and powerful, exuding an overwhelming presence that struck him as somewhat superficial. Perhaps it was the nature of a poor student that led him to focus first on the handwriting before the content itself. The adage states that a person's writing reflects their character. Unlike the script he had previously encountered, the writing of the duality of Shikigami was more fierce and unrestrained, yet its structure imbued with gravitas. He had only ever seen such commanding script before, belonging to the duality of Shikigami. Now, he had encountered another. Tsukuyomi unfolded the letter and lowered his gaze to the signature. Kanemitsu. Chapter 102, The God Without Faith. In the late Nara period, the tensions between the court and the aristocracy intensified. To diminish the power of influential nobles and monks, Emperor Kanmu relocated the capital from Nagaoka to Heian-kyo in Yamashiro province, heralding the start of the Heian period, an era of unparalleled glory within the realm of sorcery, teeming with talent. The winds of reform swept through Heian-kyo from north to south, traversing vast plains and layered urban landscapes, while letters filled with scathing critiques piled atop the emperor's desk. This conflict between the imperial family and the warrior class, the central aristocracy and the samurai, the honor of clans and claims to inheritance, as well as the power of temples against various factions, was destined for tumultuous and unpredictable outcomes. A broad and powerful hand effortlessly grasped the neck of the approaching figure, devoid of hesitation or tremor. The duality of Shikigami provocatively curled his lips, casting a languid glance at the elder behind him, lazily inquiring, "What, do you, who pride yourselves on being the orthodox of the Onmyoji, wish to wade into murky waters?" Recently, the head of the Onmyoji was in the midst of a transition. The legendary elder, renowned throughout Heian-kyo, was aging, and it was expected that in a few days, the second head would ascend. Unexpectedly, he was so eager to seize the moment to pledge loyalty to the nobles and the imperial power, rushing to lead others in the plan to eliminate Shikigami before the old master had even departed. Presently, the struggles between the nobility and the samurai escalated, with representatives from various factions poised to support their preferred power. The duality of Shikigami had no intention of entangling himself in such chaotic affairs. Yet he was vexed by the rumors spread by that rascal, Kinsu. Without warning, the hounds raised by the nobles lunged at him with reckless abandon. This thought only added to his irritation. Despite having enjoyed fine food before his departure, the burning sensation in his abdomen intensified. Surely, he could not be left unsated? Such a feeling could only stem from, he was angry. Did they think they could starve him into submission? What a joke. They had no right to be incensed. As his thoughts entangled him, his sharp, dark nails inadvertently pierced the neck of the individual, breaking through the warm, fragile skin. And blood flowed in a steady stream along the vulnerable vein, winding down the muscular forearm of the Cursed King. This action was undeniably a humiliation for the Onmyoji, as he dared to threaten the successor of their clan upon their own territory. Truly, they were too weak. The duality of Shikigami maintained his grip on the neck of the individual, lifting them off the ground to meet his gaze, his disinterest evident in his drooped eyelids. He was exasperated. After resolving this matter, he needed to return swiftly. Had Raimai dispatched someone to keep an eye on that fellow? When did he become so reckless? Such trivial matters should not have been mishandled. Useless. Well, it was ultimately too sudden for him. If being angry was the outcome, so be it. The group of curse masters accompanying him maintained a respectful distance from their lord, well aware that he acted solely on a whim. And it was not uncommon for allies to become adversaries in his displeasure. Only Raimai's ever-calm attendant remained at his side, while some appeared ready for battle, their thoughts already wandering far beyond the present moment. Before he could even explain to Tsukuyomi, he would surely be furious. Would preparing more pastries this time be enough to appease him? After only allowing him a single piece of osmanthus cake last time, Tsukuyomi still harbored grievances. If the matter with Shikigami concluded smoothly, perhaps he could indulge in a few more pieces upon his return. Although the two of them felt uneasy about the silence surrounding the confinement, they did not deem it a significant issue, believing that a slight retreat would restore their previous rapport. After all, in their minds, how could a weak deity pose a threat? Were it not for the duality of Shikigami, who knew how many times he would have perished. Despite the suddenness of the events, it was always for his own good. They were merely parasitic vines that relied on him for sustenance, a god nurtured by demonic forces. Who else could be as formidable and unrestrained as he? Who would permit their weaknesses to exist, allow him to venture forth, to cultivate, to learn, and to grow? He could bestow upon him freedom, stability, and a life free from want, as long as he remained firmly in control. The confidence of the Cursed King stemmed not from any external source, but from sheer strength. As the atmosphere hung in a tense stalemate, the grand gates of the Inyang residence swung open, revealing a trembling servant who hurriedly conveyed the patriarch's message before cowering behind the heavy vermilion door. Your Excellency, please, I implore your mercy. The master requests your presence. With a dismissive flick of his wrist, the two-faced Sukuna toyed with the humanoid figure in his grasp, unabashedly scoffing. What a farce. So it turns out, he is not even the master. What arrogance does this ignorant fool possess to flaunt such bravado? The servant, forced to accompany the mockery with a nervous smile, gestured for them to enter. Yes, do come in. In an instant, the Cursed King, who had been laughing heartily just moments before, fell into a profound silence. With a mere twist of his hand, a chilling crack echoed through the air. Sukuna had decisively ended the life of the would-be successor. A murder. Lord Abe has been slain. He is dead. Help. Raimai, having followed Sukuna for many years, understood the gravity of the situation. There was no room for negotiation. Lord Sukuna harbored a deep disdain for those who failed to recognize their own worth. To negotiate, one must possess leverage. However, from the outset, the circumstances were patently unequal. Regardless of their affiliation with the Inyang residents, they were but a pack of fools ripe for slaughter. How foolish it was to speak so arrogantly in the face of impending doom. Lord Sukuna was not one to be trifled with or bargained with by every Tom, Dick, and Harry. As the ice magic unfolded, a blanket of frost began to creep over the assembled crowd, threatening to engulf them as it reached the threshold. Hold on. A frail, aged voice interjected, imbued with a weighty authority that dispelled the encroaching chill. Several timid guards, overwhelmed by fear, collapsed to their knees, weeping in terror. Saimai. Lord Saimai. We are saved. There is hope. Yet, the truth hung heavy in the air. Abe Saimai's days were numbered. And it was precisely this urgency that had driven the successor to seek a more formidable ally. Sukuna felt his interest wane. He craved a battle with a true powerhouse. Not this feeble relic of a once great warrior, teetering on the brink of death. Casting a glance at Raimai to signal him to proceed, he turned to leave, having tarried far too long. Moments later, the voice continued, unperturbed by Sukuna's haughty demeanor. The moon tonight is truly beautiful, a slender crescent, illuminating the gaps between the stones of the mountains. An ancient, melancholic poem began to resonate, yet the audience was too bewildered to appreciate its beauty. Their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Is this a jest? It is not night, and the old man has lost his wits. Sukuna remained unperturbed, dismissing the ramblings that emanated from the mouth of a dying man. You have no faith, do you? He mused, his patience wearing thin. The specter of death loomed, and he had no time for the prattling of a decrepit spirit. Faith binds those who have succumbed to decay, yet for me, it is of no consequence. Such trifles are utterly dispensable. With a vexed twist of his neck, the unsettling sound of cracking joints echoed as Sukuna's irritation deepened. He had half a mind to wish the old man would simply pass away, for his incessant chatter was truly exasperating. You likely remain unaware, do you not? The voice, still frail yet unhurried, continued, a deity, without faith, shall perish. Chapter 103. The tyrant Tsukuyomi received a letter that did not bring him the joy he had anticipated, as the subtleties within the words left him feeling uneasy. Despite knowing he was confined by his family, the sender still inquired whether he wished to escape the walls and attend the temple fair together. This scoundrel seemed utterly unconcerned for his predicament. Every day, the person sought him out for amusement, demonstrating a lack of seriousness that was infuriatingly childish. If Raimai and Sukuna discovered he had snuck out, the consequences upon his return would undoubtedly be even more severe. Tsukuyomi clenched his fists in frustration. Zenin Hiyori, you immature rascal. He could envision the smirk of satisfaction on Hiyori's face, reveling in his confinement, feigning gentleness when it was all a facade. Barefoot, the white-haired youth dashed towards Sukuna's derelict abode, a sense of guilt creeping in, but he quickly assuaged his conscience. I have done nothing wrong. He tore a piece of paper, using a brush to angrily scrawl a denunciation of Hiyori's unscrupulous actions. before folding it and tying it to the spirit rabbit that served him. Tsukuyomi's handwriting was normally round and cute, yet his attempts to mimic Sukuna's sharp, flowing script rendered it comically strange, like a child attempting to emulate an adult's cursive, resulting in an awkward mishmash. Ning Ning, I appreciate your efforts for making another trip. The rabbit Shikigami wrinkled its nose, displaying reluctance, before raising its chin for more affection, then hopped away, glancing back thrice before vanishing. With his long hair cascading down, Tsukuyomi sat on the threshold of the courtyard, lifting his robe in a casual manner. The sunlight could not reach the eaves, leaving only the stark, bare plum tree in the center of the yard visible. Though he felt a profound sadness at being inexplicably trapped within a barrier, he reassured himself that Raimai and Sukuna would not abandon him. Optimism was his only refuge, as he preferred not to dwell on the darker thoughts. Having settled such matters in his mind, Tsukuyomi gathered his small bedding and made his way to the place where meals were delivered, hoping to find some flaw in the arrangement. At the very least, he could prompt that person to contact Raimai for his early release. After enjoying a meal and practicing his techniques, Tsukuyomi nestled into his bedding, facing the window, intent on being the first to notice when the food bearer arrived. Waiting from noon until dusk, Jinso had dismissed Sukuna and his cohort, discreetly sending out information to Sukuna's enemies, vague but enticing, simply stating, "The Cursed King's treasure lies within a secluded temple in Heiankyo." The news spread like wildfire among the various clans, and soon, every temple in Heiankyo was under scrutiny. The atmosphere thick with anxiety. Yasuyuki stood before the main hall, clutching his prayer beads, his expression grim as he observed the motley group of intruders brazenly searching the Zen room, far from the usual devout worshippers. These individuals, armed with weapons at their waists, displayed a cold demeanor, entirely disregarding the temple's rightful owner as they stormed in like brigands. What was once a tranquil and remote little temple was now overcrowded with menacing warriors and guards, their greedy gazes sweeping over every inch of the sacred space. Refusing to overlook even the smallest chest, they rifled through the offerings on the altar without the owner's consent, desecrating the sanctity of the place. The tall monk, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, stirred, intending to step forward and halt the encroachers, exclaiming, "Do not take advantage of us." However, the elder monk extended his hand to restrain him, shaking his head in disapproval. This was a matter beyond their ability to resist. This modest temple had never harbored filth, nor did it possess any so-called treasures. Given their innocence, any act of defiance would only arouse suspicion. Furthermore, considering their vulnerable position, it would be more prudent to maintain a demeanor of openness. "Master, did you not see them? Let them proceed. They are a motley crew, comprised of various factions." The elder monk stroked his graying beard, his expression calm as he cast a sweeping glance over the searchers before his gaze sharpened, focusing on the direction of the back courtyard. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Hongxing Palace, Gojo Satoru hurriedly approached Tenjin with a substantial stack of documents in hand. She was a rising star, having single-handedly shattered the prejudices held by the three great families regarding non-bloodline sorcerers and women, earning her the title of the all-knowing sorceress, due to her ability to gather intelligence through her enhanced barriers. At this moment, she had yet to undergo her first assimilation with the star plasma, thereby retaining her original feminine form. Her personality was somewhat lively, with her hair cascading freely. She donned a kimono and lounged casually, her legs draped over the table, a posture that the patriarch of the Gojo family found particularly distasteful. Despite being in need of her assistance, the sorcerer tyrant, now in her 30s, suppressed a frown and attempted to overlook the past. "My lord Tenjin, how goes the investigation into that matter?" "What brings the head of the Gojo family to my humble abode today?" Tenjin responded, her demeanor remaining aloof and detached, devoid of any hint of the bashfulness expected of a woman, embodying instead the confidence and ease of a formidable individual. The stern Gojo clan had no time for games, not even with the omniscient prophet. Standing imposingly before her desk, he offered no reply. Fortunately, Tenjin was perceptive, retracting her legs just before crossing his threshold of tolerance. Accepting a map handed to her by a servant, beginning to sketch on it. I didn't expect the Gojo patriarch to be so sensitive to play. What valuable information could that fellow Kyuzuke possibly provide? Kyoto is hardly expansive. And all this talk of the Cursed King's treasure. Are you all fixated solely on artifacts and cursed tools?" Tenjin paused, a faint smile curving her lips. What if it turns out to be something more alluring? Tenjin held a strong aversion to Kyuzuke, although the sorcery world had tightly secured him. The thought of his grotesque deviations from humanity made her stomach churn. The notion of live experimentation was utterly abhorrent. With nearly 100 temples scattered throughout Kyoto, the swift actions of the intruders were regrettably futile, as none of these locations harbored what they sought. She waved her hand dismissively, signaling them to depart. Here, the sorcery tyrant found herself at a disadvantage, yet she remained untouchable. The Gojo Patriarch's hand, which hung at his side, gradually tightened into a fist. However, Tenjin rose, producing a map. There is a location whose barrier is quite intriguing. What do you mean? Is it merely concealed within a temple? Or could it possibly be near the temple? Tenjin, with a vermilion brush, circled a specific area on the map. This place seemed familiar, located conveniently near the Zenin family, in close proximity to their main residence. The Gojo Patriarch paused, his eyes narrowing slightly, regarding her with the keen gaze characteristic of a powerful clan. If what Tenjin spoke was indeed true, it would mean someone had been stealthily operating beneath their very noses for an extended period. The mere thought was an affront to their family's honor. Are you planning to go? Gojo did not respond. The barrier at that location is no trifling matter. Meanwhile, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi, in a daze, heard a tremendous crash emanating from the window, the aged wooden frame creaking ominously. His silver hair flowed like a waterfall, trailing on the ground. Without a second thought, he leaned forward, his still drowsy mind racing as a meal tray was pushed through the small opening below. Hey, is anyone there? Let me out. I want to go. Soon, a muffled grunt came from the opposite side, followed by fresh blood dripping onto the wooden tray and the pristine rice, creating a stark contrast. Jitsumi froze for a moment, only for the tray to be swiftly withdrawn. He bent down, straining to peer through the slender gap of a few centimeters to discern the external situation. His blood-red eyes widened in shock, fixed on the figure before him. A white-haired man bent slightly, peering through the small opening, their gazes locking in silence. All that remained in Jitsumi's mind were those deep, radiant blue eyes, unyielding and penetrating. Chapter 104, Breaking the Barrier. Caught in an unexpected gaze, Gojo Satoru was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he looked again to see only a pair of slightly startled, round eyes, gleaming like red agate. They were strikingly beautiful. He had not anticipated that there would be someone else within the barrier. Jitsumi stared wide-eyed at the man, taking some time to recover before retreating, pitifully collapsing onto the ground. You, who are you? Gojo's gaze remained fixed on the narrow window, his voice deepening. And you, who are you? A pang of fear gripped Jitsumi's heart as he recalled the blood that had dripped onto the tray. This man could not possibly be here to kill him, could he? Before he could flee, Gojo, wielding a uniquely shaped cursed tool, forcefully tore through the seemingly impregnable barrier. The man, well past his 30s, exuded an air of maturity and reliability. As the barrier dissipated, he stood tall and long-limbed, unleashing a technique that shattered the wall, his accompanying guards following suit. Surrounding him with blades drawn, the commanding white-haired, blue-eyed man stepped forward, purposefully advancing towards Jitsumi. Are you stunned? For those from the era of Kyoto, reaching one's 30s was no small feat. Years of combat and managing family affairs had drained him, though his handsome visage remained, now marked with subtle lines and the traces of time, adding to his mature charm, powerful and composed. For reasons unknown, Jitsumi felt an unsettling fear towards those eyes. Familiar, yet disquieting, as if his very soul were laid bare. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Gojo's thoughts raced, his demeanor softening as he crouched down, as if he had discovered something intriguing, examining him from head to toe. Under such unreserved scrutiny, Jitsumi felt a rare sense of awkwardness and disorientation, tugging at his tattered clothes while glancing around at the encircling guards with drawn weapons. What do you intend to do? Gojo then signaled the guards with a flicker of expression. Stand down. Yes, my lord. The courtyard was swiftly cleared, leaving only the two of them, one crouching, the other sitting, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Jitsumi could not help but feel as though he was ensconced in the shadow of this formidable individual. This man was powerful. Fleeing is undoubtedly out of the question. You just mentioned letting me go? Wataru Soda spoke with a faint tone, his gaze sharp, yet evidently striving to temper its intensity. Tsukuyomi Jinmi could only nod hesitantly, internally cursing the unreliability of the Shikigami Sukuna, while outwardly maintaining a compliant demeanor. Yes. You are confined here? Indeed. Do you have any business with me? Implicitly asking if he could be released if there was nothing pressing. Rokugan chuckled softly, his voice low and magnetic, tantalizingly tickling the listener's ears. Then, you must be familiar with the Shikigami Sukuna, who imprisoned you here. Yes. Today's encounter was indeed a delightful surprise for Wataru Soda. He had speculated extensively about the rumors. He had thought the treasure was a talisman to enhance Sukuna's powers. But as it turns out, Tenjin was correct. It is indeed a beauty, and quite interesting. Wataru Soda observed the radiant golden orb within the other, in Rokugan's perspective. It resembled a luminous entity, distinct from the dark and occasionally colorful cursed energy. Unlike typical negative emotions, it radiated warmth and sanctity. Will you come with me? The man gazed gently at the diminutive deity, creating an illusion of negotiability. "No, I'm sorry, but you lack the right to refuse." It was unclear what emboldened Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi, who immediately stood up and attempted to flee deeper into the courtyard. Yada mirror. He summoned his technique, but before he could launch an attack, a mere snap of Wataru Soda's fingers halted him. It was a small-scale AO. Unwilling to cooperate. "In that case, should you lose, you will obediently be taken by me." Wataru Soda, unusually contemplative, appeared somewhat troubled, yet his words belied that sentiment. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi sensed impending doom. This individual was clearly an old creditor of Sukuna. If captured, not only would he suffer at the hands of Wataru Soda, but Sukuna would undoubtedly punish him upon return. Reverse wind. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi hurriedly distanced himself, racing towards the corridor. The barrier had already been breached, and if he could reach another wall, he could surely scale it. Earthbind. He frantically turned to attack, while desperately seeking an escape route. "Those who engage in battle shall line up before me." He hurled a medley of techniques towards the rear, exerting great effort, while his opponent remained as composed as if strolling leisurely. Apart from the initial strike, there was no further retaliation, displaying an air of effortless mastery as he advanced slowly, yet with an inexplicable urgency. As Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi reached the base of the white wall, he extended his hand to grasp the top, preparing to leap, but unexpectedly, halfway through, his grip faltered. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi, stuck, perched awkwardly on the wall. He struggled to retract his legs, only for his waist pouch to burst open, releasing 5 or 6 Tobo, who immediately transformed and leapt towards Rokugan in an attempt to buy their beloved master more escape time. However, upon contact, no, not even touching him, they were repelled by a thin barrier. Wataru Soda narrowed his eyes, his already stern and handsome visage taking on an even more imposing demeanor. "Tobo, if I'm not mistaken, isn't this the Shikigami of that Zenin brat?" Wataru Soda hoisted the youth off the wall as if he were a sack of rice, the boy's abdomen resting on his shoulder. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi struggled to summon back his Shikigami, only to be met with a dismissive pat on the backside from Wataru Soda. "Don't squirm. Are you insane?" Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi felt genuinely enraged, vigorously striking Wataru Soda's shoulder and back. "I feel unwell. I'm going to be sick. Let me down." Wataru Soda, with one hand cradling the boy's legs, felt the warmth of his body. Unsure if it was from the cool breeze that had just passed or something else entirely, he inexplicably deactivated his limitless technique. "Do you know Zenin Wakihito? Let me down. You jerk, why are you capturing me? If there's a debt, confront Sukuna directly." Wataru Soda snorted, her words clearly striking a nerve. "Quiet, brat." A couple of sharp slaps followed. The guards trailing behind their master exchanged glances, having wanted to voice their concerns since the beginning. Isn't the master's reaction rather peculiar? Not only has he taken so long to capture someone, but now he is bickering with the captive? Although the youth was indeed strikingly handsome, this was their master after all. It was simply unacceptable. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi swore he would cry. He had never been treated this way in his life. Not even by the likes of Raimai or Sukuna. Embarrassment and anger welled within him, tears brimming in his eyes, yet he stubbornly remained silent. After walking for a while, Wataru Soda noticed the boy had fallen silent, and, sensing something was amiss, promptly set him down to check his complexion. To his surprise, the boy's face was flushed to the point of bursting. As soon as he was on the ground, Wataru Soda grasped his shoulders and shook him. "Ugh. I've opened a blind box and found vomit." Anyone else would have faced dire consequences for such an act on Wataru Soda's attire. But he had no time to think about that. After Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi emptied his stomach, he felt considerably better. He had upset Wataru Soda. His tear-filled eyes flashed with indignation. Though he appeared furious, there was no intimidation in his demeanor. Yet, even so, it caused an inexplicable tightening in Wataru Soda's heart. The tyrant under scrutiny feeling an involuntary pang of guilt. How strange, Wataru Soda derided himself internally. That evening, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi, having been brought back to the Wataru estate, developed a high fever accompanied by convulsions and vomiting. The family physician, who had not entered the head of the family's chambers for many years, was taken aback by the sight of such a pitiable and beautiful child. Though unaware of the underlying circumstances, he silently admonished his long-widowed, ascetic master. This was exceedingly rash. Wataru Soda, seated cross-legged beneath the eaves while gazing at the moon, stiffened at their words, yet soon resumed pouring himself a cup of wine. Chapter 105. How is this not a beauty trap? Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi settled into the Wataru household, not in a guest room, but rather in the head of the family's quarters. Words were futile. Besides, isn't my presence the safest there? Wataru Soda cast a detached glance, his decisions rarely questioned. This was a domain even his late wife had never entered, now brazenly claimed by Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi. The youth's snow-white hair sprawled about him as he slept fitfully. His face flushed with a delicate hue, damp with perspiration, a wet towel resting atop his forehead, his limbs restlessly striving to escape the confines of his bedding. Despite his fragility, he resembled the favored concubines of the elders he had encountered, akin to a parasitic flower dependent on a great tree. Wilting at the slightest loss of attention, Wataru Soda leaned against the doorframe, having sent the physician away, the task of attending to the boy now resting upon his shoulders, primarily to avoid the peculiar gazes of the old geezers. Regardless of the origins of the youth, the fact that he could be securely confined by the dual-faced Shikigami without a scratch is remarkable. Beneath the moonlight, a man, agile and poised like a cheetah, slightly lowered his gaze. His thick, snow-white eyelashes concealed half of his azure eyes, and the once imposing aura he exuded diminished considerably in that moment. At his age, he could very well have a son as old as the boy before him, yet he shamelessly stared. TSK. In the study, Sojin Fushiguro was engaged in managing affairs while listening to his subordinate's report. Master, as you suspected, the Zenin clan's 10 shadows indeed visited that temple. But they returned empty-handed after failing to locate anyone. I understand, he replied. Should you not be concerned about them coming to our doorstep? Moreover, the identity of that boy remains a mystery, concealed by the dual-faced Shikigami. Fushiguro finally lifted his head from the mountain of paperwork, casting a cool glance at his subordinate. From what you have observed, what threat could he possibly pose to us? In truth, the subordinate wished to argue that the allure of beauty could indeed be a threat. However, the ominous gaze from the head of the family silenced him. After waking, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi found little opportunity to meet with Sojin Fushiguro again. He attempted to escape, but before he could even step out of the courtyard, the servants blocked his path, kneeling in a row with a pitiful demeanor. It seemed that letting him go would result in severe consequences for their lives and livelihoods. The maids responsible for cleaning, along with the cooks, knelt in a sea of bodies, both a test and a threat. Tsukuyomi was taken aback. It left an unpleasant impression on him, as if these individuals had no thoughts of their own, mere shells, despite their extreme deference towards him. Little did he know that these servants had never regarded him as a captive, but rather as the beloved of their master. Wataru Fushiguro, Sojin's son, though only 14 and not possessing the 6 eyes, had inherited the limitless technique. It was well known that only one with the 6 eyes could wield such power, and merely having limitless ability would not suffice. Unbeknownst to him, his parents' relationship had soured, and his birth had tragically claimed the life of the mother he had never met. During his formative years, when he needed his father most, he received no attention. Fortunately, the clan had nurtured him, training him as the heir apparent. Now, having just returned from an arduous training session in the countryside, he was met with sympathetic gazes from distant relatives. Rumor had it that the head of the family had brought back a lover hidden away, claiming to have uncovered the machinations of a cursed master. Impossible, exclaimed one gossiping woman. Haven't you heard the tales of that dual-faced Shikigami treasure? Go away. It's said that the lover is not even a woman, but a handsome young man. Wataru bore wounds still seeping blood, each drop staining his clothing and leaving a trail of crimson footprints with every step. He was undeniably proud, for even though his father had neglected him, his admiration for his father had never waned. He glared fiercely at the gossipers, his youthful impulsiveness flaring. Is this the kind of slander you think you can spread about our master? How utterly audacious. With that, he seized the cursed tool whip at his waist and struck it against the empty wall beside the gossipers as a warning. He then stormed off into the stables, leading a horse away, and together they galloped towards Heian-kyo. Although he found himself in a new environment, Tsukuyomi adapted remarkably well. His new room was spacious and elegantly decorated. Even the bedding emanated a subtle, refreshing fragrance, which he greatly appreciated. While he was unable to leave the courtyard, this did not hinder him from wandering about, playfully teasing the mute servants. More importantly, he could now order meals freely. The restrictions that had once governed his diet were lifted, and he could indulge in delicacies without reservation. However, he merely satisfied his cravings, daring not to feast at every meal, allowing only his taste buds a fleeting delight. Beyond the walls of the courtyard lay a beautifully landscaped garden, adorned with hydrangeas in shades of pristine white and delicate green, round and lustrous like jade, captivatingly delicate. The maid attending to his needs was initially cautious, but over time, she discovered that the youth harbored no ill intentions and possessed a rather amiable disposition. Aside from ensuring his daily needs were met, there were no further complications. Moreover, Rina discreetly glanced at the sleeping youth on the ornate bed. Noting his ethereal beauty and the fact that this young gentleman had yet to wed, his frail health notwithstanding, she heard from the guard, Kirikawa, that he could still maneuver under the master's watchful eye, should the master harbor feelings for him. But such a delightful service was indeed worthwhile. In the serene garden, a figure stood at the window of the study for quite some time, observing the boy's peaceful slumber before finally departing. The study, Located on the opposite side of the traditional room, was designed to allow for undisturbed concentration on affairs, the view outside artfully obstructed by a rockery, allowing the bamboo shoots that had flourished in late summer to remain unnoticed by the youth. Yet, even from a distance, some traces of elegance could still be gleaned. After notifying the elder, he proceeded to the meeting of the three esteemed families. Just as Sojin had exited, Wataru stormed in like a furious calf. The accompanying butler and maid exchanged worried glances and hurried to dissuade him. "Young master, please slow down. Where's the fire? Why have you returned alone? Was your training in the cursed spirit successful?" He was a mirror image of his father, possessing white hair though his eyes were a deeper shade of blue, with brows like swords and an air of authority despite his youth. In his haste to return home and seek confirmation from his father, he had neglected his appearance. Resembling a young lion whose territory had been encroached upon, rushing towards the master's traditional room. Finding no one at the door, he barged in without hesitation. He had no recollection of his mother, yet he had always assumed that his father had never kept anyone by his side, believing that there was a mutual respect and affection between his parents. Today, no matter what wild vixen had come to disturb their peace, she would not be allowed to linger. "Father, father, where are you?" He intrusively searched room after room, his frustrated shouts echoing painfully throughout the courtyard. The servants trailing behind him attempted to persuade their young master to lower his voice, but were soon left far behind. At this hour, the one they served would typically be napping, and they dared not make too much noise, fearful of disturbing him, especially given his frail health. Yet, little did they know that while the head of the family frequented the courtyard daily, he did not reside with the youth, but had instead turned to rest in the study across the way. Wataru, resembling a disheveled little lion, patrolled his father's domain. Finding no trace of the lover in the rooms, breathing heavily, his face taut, he turned around. At that moment, his gaze collided with that of the youth surrounded by flowers. Chapter 106, The Outsider. Tsukuyomi's face bore the lingering marks of recent emotions, the flush against his porcelain-like skin strikingly prominent. He tilted his head slightly, seemingly puzzled by the intrusion of this newcomer. Strands of hair cascaded down his pale visage, as if veiled in mist, resembling pearls. Before this moment, Satoru Gojo had never laid eyes on his mother. Although his father remained indifferent to him, he always held a steadfast belief that he and his mother, as family, were distinct. It was his birth that had taken her away, leaving his father emotionally detached. However, upon reflection today, it seemed otherwise. He had seen her portrait and had contemplated the worst possibilities before arriving. Perhaps the individual before him bore a resemblance to his mother, which was not entirely out of the question. He told himself it was merely a substitution. The head of the Gojo family was unlike the leaders of the other two prominent clans. He wielded greater power and employed more ruthless methods. If the rumors were unfounded, the tyrant would not permit such ludicrous tales to circulate. Whether he truly intended to take him as a concubine or had merely entertained the thought, Satoru did not know. The mere contemplation of this possibility deepened his sense of crisis. Perhaps his father would never again regard him with favor. His only kin might be irretrievably lost, leaving him with nothing. Satoru found it challenging to articulate the thoughts that surged within him upon seeing the other. At that moment, he realized that a person could, in an instant, incinerate all their obsessions. He gazed impassively at the youth amidst the vibrant blossoms, wounds inflicted by cursed spirits still fresh. The dark-colored riding attire soaked in blood, dampened, dried, and dampened again, while the boy's stubborn visage drained of color. This person resided in his father's courtyard, a space he seldom was granted permission to enter, his father's private domain. Tsukuyomi stood quietly beneath a tree, clad in simple white garments, somewhat disheveled, with hair flowing like silk, contrasting beautifully against the blooming flowers. He appeared harmless and pure. Satoru lowered his head, examining his own soiled shoes, suddenly feeling a wave of shame wash over him. In a fit of indignation, he turned and fled. Tsukuyomi, bewildered, looked to a nearby maid. What is wrong with him? Renai hurriedly adjusted Tsukuyomi's disheveled attire, whispering in his ear, "That is the only son of the head of the family, Master Satoru." Observing Renai's cautious demeanor, Tsukuyomi nodded in realization. He did not regard her merely as a servant. They often engaged in casual conversation, allowing him to relax somewhat. Yet, reflecting on the abrupt entrance of that young master left him somewhat melancholic. He seemed quite angry. Was he directing his ire at me? But I hardly know him. Renai, frustrated by her young master's behavior, urged him back inside. In Heian-kyo, the aristocracy indulged in hedonistic pleasures and were quite liberal regarding matters of love. It was not unusual for men to associate with one another. Even if a wife strayed, her lover could visit without fear of reproach. Tsukuyomi, perplexed, merely thought how pitiable that boy appeared, so dirty. However, he never anticipated that the head of the Gojo family would take a wife, considering the child's age. How fortunate he is. Yet, with such a temper, he still managed to marry. When will I be allowed to leave this place? Life is arduous, Renai sighed. Although she had not served before the late Lady Gojo, it was well known that the head of the family held little fondness for her, having married for the sake of familial alliances. Even Satoru's birth was merely to appease the clan elders, to secure an heir for the Gojo lineage. As Satoru's father returned in the evening, he received a first-class cursed spirit assignment. Upon returning in the early hours, he was informed of the day's occurrences. Standing by the bath, he paused in the act of undressing, revealing a muscular back marred by scars that crisscrossed beneath the dim, yellow light. Had that boy frightened him? The steward, bowing cautiously, reported, it should not be the case. The young master ran away upon seeing him, though the reason is unclear. Humph. Do you imply that the frightened one is he? Perhaps that was not entirely accurate. The following days unfolded peacefully. According to Renai, Satoru's father appeared to be preoccupied with the Zenin clan, and thus had not been seen. Satoru became increasingly frequent in his appearances. This time, he was cleaner and far more composed than before. Tsukuyomi was unaware that Shikigami and Rime had been frantically searching for him outside, while he indulged in carefree meals and naps. However, that white-haired boy's gaze was hard to ignore. He always appeared quietly, silently, and resentfully in various corners. After a satisfying meal, Tsukuyomi lazily reclined on the beauty couch, basking in the sunlight, while a maid stood by, fanning him. Hey, boy, do you need something? It was no wonder Shikigami referred to him as boy. It truly conferred an air of superiority. This is my home. I can go wherever I please. Satoru was furious. His tutor had regaled him with countless secrets of the great clans. Such opportunistic lovers often harbored deep scheming. Step-parents rarely granted their stepchildren any advantages. Originally, he had intended to observe quietly and seize the opportunity to expose any flaws in Tsukuyomi, threatening him in turn. Yet, unexpectedly, this fellow merely ate and slept, indulging in flowers without venturing elsewhere. Even his father had scarcely made an appearance. How could he have ensnared his father? Was it merely due to his looks? Young people are often unable to contain their thoughts, even if this young stepmother had yet to commit any flagrant acts. Hey, what is your objective? Why are you lingering in our home? Tsukuyomi, initially comfortable, immediately sat up at this inquiry, his eyes wide with surprise, causing Satoru's face to flush. Huh, do you think I wanted this? It was your father who brought me here. I was living quite well on my own. Who would want to come here? Tsukuyomi grew increasingly agitated, acknowledging the comfort he had found over the past few days, ample food, entertainment, and companionship. But what of it? He had lost his freedom. He was uncertain how Shikigami would punish him upon finding him. Although he knew all this was Shikigami's fault, yet the King of Curses would hardly engage in rational discourse. That unpredictable rogue. Satoru had not anticipated that this seemingly languid individual would erupt in anger, standing frozen as Tsukuyomi pointed a finger at him. Despite being labeled a boy, he was hardly short, only half a head shorter than Tsukuyomi. Since his birth, Satoru had been treated with reverence, rarely subjected to such reproach, even from his nominal father. He was unaccustomed to such intimate confrontation. His body stiffened, his breath quickened, and his cheeks burned as he stammered, You are the mistress my father brought back, are you not? Tsukuyomi. Ah, what nonsense are you spouting? I am a man, do you comprehend that? Tsukuyomi, both anxious and furious, desperately sought to assert his innocence. You are the fool. You are the one who should apologize. Is I'm sorry sufficient? It was clear he could easily break free if he exerted himself. Yatsuki Tsumuji, with his eyes hidden and heart untroubled, took a few steps back and settled into the swing he had newly arranged, swaying gently while turning his back to him, completely ignoring his presence. Satoru Gojo, unable to tolerate the silence any longer, pursed his lips and broke the stillness with a remark. This is my father's courtyard. Who permitted you to construct such a contraption here? Tsumuji, upon hearing this, was not incensed. Instead, he kicked his feet in the air, propelling the swing to soar higher. Why do you think of me in such a manner? I had presumed you would treat me as a captive. After all, raised by the cursed king. He was acutely aware that the world of sorcery would not regard him kindly. However, Gojo was oblivious to the intricacies of his background, and Tsumuji's words transformed into, I did not come here of my own volition. Your father forcibly seized me as a prisoner. What use is it to capture me? It is truly bothersome. The blue-eyed youth's eyes widened in shock, resembling a startled kitten. He opened his mouth to retort and hurriedly moved to the side of the young man to defend himself. How could my father possibly do such a thing? His implication was clear. Tsumuji insinuated that his father had disregarded his wishes and forcibly brought him to the Gojo household for confinement. Such a serious man, who rarely smiled, could never permit anyone to erect such a child's plaything within his courtyard, could he? Gojo had been raised by his mother's family and the clan elders. following the traditional upbringing of the aristocracy in Heian-kyo, and he had never played on a swing before. Tsumuji, despite being trapped here, swung effortlessly like a bird, his light and flowing garment tracing graceful arcs through the air. Suddenly, Gojo felt a twinge of envy, and though he opened his mouth, no words escaped. Realizing he had wronged Tsumuji and feeling a sense of guilt akin to that of an adolescent, he calmed himself. According to Tsumuji's words, he had been forcibly taken by his own father, stripping him of his freedom. Gojo raised his gaze to observe Tsumuji, who swayed freely on the swing, lost in thought. His long, thick eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly, stirring a tempest within the young boy's heart. The gentle tone of Tsumuji's voice broke through the silence once more, devoid of the earlier tension, now tinged with a hint of sympathy. Why are you staring at the swing in a daze? Do you wish to play? Upon hearing this, Gojo's face flushed, and he averted his gaze, focusing intently on his own toes. I do not want to, he protested. Humph, I haven't had my fill of playing yet. You, how can you be so petty at your age? Tsumuji replied. All right, you can have a go. After all, this is your father's territory. Assuming that Tsumuji was still brooding over his forced abduction, Gojo, flustered, clenched his fists and turned to leave, only to feel a gentle tug at the collar of his shirt. A slender, ivory hand had caught hold of it. Let me push you, Tsumuji said softly. Thus, Gojo complied and seated himself on the swing, his feet barely grazing the ground as he felt a gentle push from behind. Tsumuji murmured, "Why is this little brat so heavy?" This marked Gojo's inaugural experience of the game known as swinging. It was quite delightful. As the swing soared higher, it felt as though his heart ascended as well, his entire being lightened, and the burdens of reality momentarily vanished. He was free from the monthly curse assessments, the grotesque cursed spirits, familial obligations, and the mountain of academic pressures. Ha ha ha, this naive little brat, lost in thought. Hold on tight. The swing rose higher, reaching a height of 3 to 4 meters above the ground. The awkward Gojo, however, had not shared with Tsumuji that such heights were inconsequential to him. He had trained on plum blossom stakes at heights of 8 or 9 meters. Is this what it feels like to have companionship? He did not know, but a smile involuntarily curved his lips, revealing a carefree expression befitting his youth, while the sound of Tsumuji's excited laughter, like silver bells, resonated in his ears. It must be a sin of his father, Gojo thought. Meanwhile, Zenin Wakaba, having missed the opportunity to raid the treasures of Heian-kyo, remained unaware that Tsumuji had been taken away. Upon discovering that he had been outpaced, his fury ignited, and he intended to confront Satoru Gojo, only to be confined by his own father, the current head of the Zenin family. Look at you, a fellow heir of the 3 great families. Others have their family affairs in perfect order, marriages set in motion, and their sons approaching marriageable ages. And what of you? You spend your days gallivanting, unaware even of the trifles at your own doorstep, allowing that fellow to seize the initiative. How can you face anyone now? The head of the Zenin family was livid, pointing an accusatory finger at his unproductive son. Heaven knows what Satoru Gojo was pondering the moment he discovered the treasure. Situated merely a few streets away from the Zenin residence, that rebellious child often frequented that area. What mischief could he be up to? They say proximity to water guarantees the first catch. Look at all the mischief he has wrought. As Satoru Gojo continued to visit over the following days, the bond between the two unwittingly grew closer. One night, after he had completed his tasks, Satoru finally returned to his family estate. His hurried steps came to an abrupt halt as he crossed the threshold of his courtyard. Under the moonlight, the tall man subtly furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. The lights in the tatami room were extinguished earlier than usual. Tsumuji, who loved moon-gazing, mimicking the dual-faced Sukuna, would typically still be awake at this hour. Strolling through the garden. Not long ago, the butler had conveyed a message regarding the swing-s construction, now abandoned and unvisited by its owner. The owner of the courtyard and its current resident were oblivious to the ramifications of the swing's sudden appearance. On the day of its construction, the Gojo family had stirred up quite the uproar, for this was the courtyard of the current head of the Gojo family, known for his ruthless methods and cold demeanor. The head of the family had recently lost his wife, and the clan members were in turmoil. Without a secondary consort or lover, the head had no suitable female to fulfill the nurturing role. Thus, young Gojo was entrusted to the care of a teaching elder. This elder, in a bid to curry favor with the head, had sent his own daughter to Satoru's chamber, knowing well that the elder's daughter possessed remarkable talent and technique and was among the most beautiful in the 3 great families. Yet, despite this, the girl was taken away that very night, having been half obliterated by A.O. The teaching elder, in shock, barely had time to shed a few insincere tears for his daughter before Satoru's confidence rendered him powerless, dragging him to the cursed spirit chamber, where he was devoured entirely. Some awaited the dawn for good news, only to be met with news of the elder's family demise. A father who had shown little concern for his own offspring, rarely accompanying them during their growth, now willingly shared his private domain merely for the sake of constructing this absurd and comical swing. Satoru Gojo waved away the night watchman. He thought to himself that he would merely glance at Yatsuki Tsumuji before departing, convincing himself it was to prevent any actions that might be detrimental to the Gojo family. Rina knelt hesitantly on the ground, glancing at the tightly shut door, torn between speaking and remaining silent. When the door swung open, a frail and delicate figure emerged, a boy with silver-white hair cascading over half a pillow, his appearance reminiscent of flowing water. Ah, he is sleeping soundly. The azure clarity of his eyes suddenly narrowed, exuding a chill that was both sharp and perilous, as his lithe body tensed like a coiled leopard. Under the unrelenting gaze of those 6 eyes, everything was laid bare, devoid of any means of concealment. The crystalline blue of the cursed energy, the familiar flow of blood, the intricate network of veins, and the information of sorcery. This was Wataru. His voice was barely above a whisper, but Wataru, honed by rigorous training from a young age, roused instantly, peering out from the warm embrace of the divine, rubbing his eyes to focus on the figure before him. His still drowsy mind buzzed, jolted by the sight of his long-absent father, and an expression of surprise and admiration flickered in the boy's eyes. Without a moment to don his tabi, he scrambled up like a little hamster, clasping his hands in greeting. Father, you. Before he could finish his sentence, Wataru's father raised his hand. A sharp crack echoed in the air. A resounding slap landed heavily, devoid of any restraint or jest, replaced instead by a torrent of rage and retribution. Wataru's face was forcefully turned aside, his unsteady form stumbling a couple of steps to the side. Get out. Chapter 108. The Rival of the King of Curses. Get out. Wataru's father spoke with an icy tone, his disdainful gaze sweeping down upon him. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Tsukuyomi, awakened by the commotion, rubbed his eyes and squinted at the confrontation between father and son outside the covers. Startled by the scene before him, Wataru, still in shock from the unexpected slap, remained in a daze. His head tilted, as if he hadn't yet comprehended what had transpired. It was difficult for him to articulate the sensation of this moment. His fervent enthusiasm had been doused with a bucket of cold water, the blood surging through his veins rapidly congealing, the external sounds fading away. He felt warmth enveloping him from behind, a comforting presence pulling him close. Struggling to lift his head, he caught sight of the delicate chin and anxious gaze of Tsukuyomi. Oh, it was Tsukuyomi. His lips moved as if attempting to converse. Did I do something wrong? A sharp ringing filled his ears, and his mind buzzed. It turned out that the initial sensation of being struck was not pain. The boy with white hair and blue eyes was a complete doppelganger of the 6-eyed figure opposite him, a proud and stubborn child, yet at this moment, he displayed an unusual perplexity. Why did you hit him? Are you mad? He is your son. Tsukuyomi interjected, stepping forward to shield the bewildered Wataru. You insolent wretch. Since when did you gain the freedom to enter here? Wataru's father dismissed Tsukuyomi's inquiry, his gaze sweeping past him to the diminutive figure behind. Tsukuyomi questioned his own hearing. How could a father refer to his son in such a manner? The relationship did not resemble that of a typical father and son, but instead felt akin to that of strangers or adversaries. Furrowing his brow, Wataru's father scrutinized the disheveled white-haired boy, his nightclothes rumpled from the tousled bedding, exposing large patches of porcelain-white skin that rose and fell with his rapid breaths, hinting at what lay beneath. Was this how he had cradled that child to sleep? How shameless. You have a fondness for him? Wataru's father asked cryptically, fully aware of the impropriety, yet unable to divert his gaze. Indeed. And what of it? Tsukuyomi replied, surprisingly unapologetic, as he expressed his affection for the child without a hint of shame. The boy behind him froze, for he had never encountered anyone who would say such a thing. No one had ever liked him, not even his father. Suddenly, Wataru's father stepped forward, grasping Tsukuyomi's arm with a forceful grip, dragging him outside until they reached the study at the end of the corridor. The boy who had just moments ago been shielded now found himself alone, his deep blue eyes void of light, a dark undercurrent swirling within, as if something was subtly shifting and fading away. The slap had shattered his childhood illusions associated with the term father, leaving them in ruins. Amidst the sounds of Tsukuyomi's protests, Wataru felt powerless. His hand, hanging limply at his side, tightened suddenly, emotions swirling beneath his azure gaze, cold yet tinged with something else. Only when you grow up. Let go of me. What are you doing, Wataru? I'm truly getting angry. Tsukuyomi exclaimed. Are you a pervert? You're gripping too tightly. It hurts. Release me. In the stillness of the night, with stars faintly glimmering, the illusion of tranquility was shattered. The servants lowered their heads, afraid to glance at the beautiful boy being forcibly taken, kneeling in a row with faces composed yet hearts raging with chaos, screaming silently in fervor. Tsukuyomi was pulled along, struggling to keep pace as the man strode forward with determined strides, exuding an air of calm control despite his rapid pace. From behind, one could see the broad, muscular back, taut with restraint as if he were bracing against something. In the depth of that night, Tsukuyomi suddenly sensed an underlying danger. He was thrust into the study, the door slamming shut behind them. Do you enjoy sleeping with others? The white-haired boy felt a wave of unease as he was forcibly seated on a small couch. You really do like him, don't you? Do you wish to remain in the Wataru household forever? Do you know just how popular you are? Meanwhile, on the other side, Sukuna had returned to the shrine once more. In a fit of rage years ago, he had slaughtered the villagers and priests who worshipped there, leaving the shrine bereft of offerings. Time had ravaged it, reducing it to mere ruins. The enigmatic and powerful king of curses stood amidst the desolation, his expression placid as he entered the hall that housed the divine statue. He deftly manipulated his cursed energy, clearing away the decayed wood and fallen pillars, revealing a small statue and altar buried beneath. Beside the towering, stout figure was an exceptionally adorable fox. Inari, how dull. Without an ounce of reverence for the divine, he struck again. Raimai hurried forward, attempting to intervene. Though the divine path had waned, its remnants still held sway. One could not predict whether such actions would harm Tsukuyomi. Found it, Sukuna smirked, his brow arching slightly, his deep, resonant voice laced with unexpected intrigue. As the dust settled, another small statue emerged, depicting a child holding a round-faced mirror, entwined with sedge grass. In Japanese mythology, the moon god is closely associated with sedge grass, which is believed to be a symbol of the moon god, serving as a vessel for divine possession. For the first time, the towering king of curses lowered his esteemed head, casually picking up a decayed talisman from the ruins, prying it open with his bare hands to reveal the inscription, no longer the name of the deity, but instead replaced with fine golden script, Tsukuyomi. Gods perish without faith. The dual-faced Sukuna cast a cold glance at the desolate surroundings, a place long abandoned. Even the offerings, if any, had long since rotted and turned foul. Have they found him? Adorned with tattoos as dark as maggots clinging to bone, he stood there, methodically wiping the dust from the statue of a deity. His keen gaze fixed upon it, devoid of the malevolence witnessed during slaughter, yet imbued with a profound silence. What of the gods? In truth, they are merely his possessions. Found at last. I see he has perhaps forgotten his place, believing this territory to be his own. Raimai remained silent. In fact, ever since Tsukuyomi was taken, they had been meticulously monitoring his whereabouts, even arranging for his protection among the three great families. Following the incident with the Onmyoji, Lord Sukuna insisted on revisiting this site. Though he felt a sense of urgency, he was powerless to alter Lord Sukuna's intentions. Now he comprehended Lord Sukuna's purpose, silently observing the ruins that had fallen into disrepair. Gods perish without faith, a truth that indirectly led to their decline. Yet the discourse between the malevolent curse masters and the utterly benevolent deities is a conundrum without resolution. Human faith is a fickle and ruthless creature, the depths of human nature inscrutable and grotesque. Furthermore, the life of Tsukuyomi is intertwined with that of the gods. Raimai furrowed his brow, contemplating how to restore this place. Suddenly, the dual-faced Sukuna broke into his thoughts. In the name of the moon god, his subordinate was not ignorant. Yet he raised his head, somewhat at a loss. This wasteland was devoid of life for miles. A mere inquiry would reveal the illustrious deeds left behind by the infamous king of curses. Ordinary folk would flee in terror and would never dream of returning, especially to worship such a rare deity. People revere Inari, believing he can grant them bountiful harvests. Okinanushi presides over wealth and marriage. Ebisu governs livelihood and fortune. Amaterasu stands in contrast to Tsukuyomi. Humanity venerates the sun god out of admiration and longing for light, while the moon god presides over the night. A time fraught with sin, an existence to be avoided. Raimai organized his thoughts. Faith must have a pretext, after all. People worship their desires, hoping for something in return. The dual-faced Sukuna placed the now pristine statue atop the shattered Inari figure. What he sought to accomplish had yet to be realized. What of the gods? If he desired their demise, they would perish. If he wished for their existence, they must live well until he grew weary of life itself. They were never bound by a relationship of mutual existence. However, the towering and fearsome deity insisted on maintaining a precarious balance. Within the ruins, the atmosphere grew tense. A hint of amusement playing at the corners of Sukuna's mouth, the underlying intent chilling and fearsome. Is that not a reason? He understood all too well the frailties of human nature. In the name of the king of curses arch-nemesis, how does that sound? Chapter 109, The Mark of Six Eyes. On this side, Tsukuyomi felt the alarm bells ringing in his heart. A firm hand upon his shoulder bore an undeniable pressure, rendering him immobile. The high-quality nightclothes he wore, soft in texture, had become loose during his earlier struggles, nearly slipping off his shoulders, precariously dangling from his collarbone. Tsukuyomi was no longer the youthful 17 or 18-year-old. Despite Raimai's diligent protection, he remained somewhat psychologically immature, yet he was a bona fide adult. "Let me go, have you lost your mind?" Five-striped Satoru ignored him, continuing to advance as if oblivious to his protests. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a glow upon his silhouette. Tsukuyomi could not discern his expression. Only the piercing azure of his eyes fixated on him, as if targeting a prey. The slender figure of the deity was completely enveloped in the other's shadow. "Do you despise me so? What are you pretending to be pitiful for?" Yet, the most seemingly upright gentleman often climbed the ladder of success, turning a kind face into a weapon of manipulation. This was precisely the type of person five-striped Satoru embodied, outwardly authoritative and unyielding, yet the next moment, he extended his hand. Resting against the bridge of a high, proud nose, his gaze deepened, the slightly lowered lashes softening the sharpness of his gaze, appearing gentle and warm under the cool, tranquil moonlight. Tsukuyomi remained silent for too long, causing five-striped Satoru's heart to sink, soon sensing the youth's struggle. The boy, somewhat aggrieved, spoke in a soft, sweet voice, laden with a sticky, plaintive tone, attempting to break free from his restraints. He had finally escaped the suffocating protection of Raimai and the dual-faced Sukuna. How could he resign himself to being captured once more? He did not wish for this. Undoubtedly, this was not the answer that five-striped Satoru sought. He wished only to accept that singular answer. It was all right, they could take their time. There would be ample time ahead of them, until the boy uttered the answer that would satisfy all. He ought to leave. Yet, he extended his hand. A faint cerulean curse energy gathering at his fingertips, poised for action. Five-striped Satoru discreetly inscribed a mark with his curse energy, a signal only the six eyes could perceive. It is well known that six eyes possess a heightened sensitivity to curse energy. To them, even the faintest trace gleams like a beacon. The lineage of the five-striped family has its own unique language of communication among the six eyes, requiring precise control over curse energy, condensing it to the size of fine threads, and subsequently compiling the family's secrets and their insights into six eyes into a tome. This was a secret only the six eyes of the five-striped clan could comprehend, an unwritten scripture visible only to them. Now, this special script was inscribed upon Tsukuyomi's body by five-striped Satoru. Sleep. After completing this task, five-striped Satoru turned, ready to leave without a backward glance. His steps quickened with a hint of unease. He had already done enough for one day. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, a faint voice broke the silence, soft yet filled with protest and confusion. "I hate you." The six eyes cast a downward glance, a shallow smile gracing his lips. Without turning back, his azure gaze returned to the serene, luminous full moon hanging high in the sky, its gentle glow illuminating his heart and casting a soft light over the rest of his days. From that day forth, Tsukuyomi secluded himself within his room, unwilling to venture outside. Even when he could no longer bear it, he would only dare to take a stroll when five-striped Satoru was absent. It seemed five-striped Satoru recognized the boy's predicament and took a step back, significantly reducing his time at home, spending most of his hours hunting cursed spirits. The three great families now served as a blade in the hands of the emperor and the aristocracy, not only ensuring that Kyoto remained free from the intrusion of cursed spirits, but also occasionally addressing matters on behalf of the emperor. Even among the three families, there existed varying degrees of strength. Currently, the five-striped clan held the most significant influence, followed by the Zenin and Kumo families. Due to five-striped Satoru's influence, the current generation within the five-striped clan was the most formidable, and the family stood united, ready to serve their patriarch's command. Thus, the monthly cursed spirit extermination event is typically conducted by the slightly less formidable Zenin and Kumo clans, ensuring their own safety. It was meant to be so. Yet Suguru Gojo, without a flicker of hesitation, severed the head of a grade 1 cursed spirit, just as he intended to turn and assist other teams. He was obstructed by a violet-haired youth. Zenin Hakusei stood beneath a lush ancient tree, his countenance as exquisite as jade, cloaked in the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. His expression, initially grim, transformed upon noticing Sujuro's gaze, morphing into a provocative smile, brimming with youthful arrogance. Annoyed, Suguru had no desire to entangle himself with such an immature brat. He shifted his stance, preparing to take another route. "You took him away, didn't you?" The six eyes halted, his expression inscrutable as he glanced back. Zenin Hakusei, undeterred by the unsettling gaze fixed upon him, continued, "Why won't you let me see him? Are you afraid?" Deep within, Zenin Hakusei harbored a profound disdain for this man, unable to suppress the darkest speculations about him. Suguru remained silent. We've known each other for over a decade. Have you ever seen him as a child? He was adorable. The first time I encountered him, can you guess where? At a shrine on the outskirts of Kyoto, when he was merely 6 or 7, sneakily nestled beneath the altar-esque curtains, sleeping soundly despite the surrounding clamor. Suguru suddenly smiled, a mocking twist to his lips, eyes gleaming with an unwavering determination. So what? Zenin Hakusei met his gaze head-on, jealousy gnawing at him. Return him to me. You arrived too late, Suguru replied indifferently. Opportunity is as crucial as effort, is it not? In Chapter 110, Inheriting the Legacy, Suguru Gojo rarely adopted the demeanor of an elder, tilting his head slightly, the wisps of silver hair cascading over his rugged brow, the neckline of his kimono slightly ajar. Exuding an air of defiance, Zenin Hakusei stepped forward, locking eyes with him, retorting, "You're an old man. It's best you refrain from meddling in the affairs of us younger generations." Old fool. Externally, one could hardly discern that Suguru had long surpassed 30, especially considering his son was nearing the age of betrothal. Suguru, however, was indifferent, casting a fleeting glance before departing. Yet within his tightly clenched hand, he slowly tightened his grip. He was no longer youthful, at least not in comparison to this small wretch from the Zenin clan. But so what? This was his to protect. Since that day, Gojo Nagi had become significantly more reticent. That slap had awakened him, clarifying the only course of action he could take now. Next, he struck down a training partner. The adolescent devoted himself daily to the practice grounds, honing his skills, the dark training attire soaked with sweat, clinging to his form, accentuating the burgeoning contours of his muscles. Though still somewhat naive, traces of his vibrant spirit were evident. In an era, only one Six Eyes could exist. Although he did not possess the fortuitous combination of 6 eyes and limitless like his father, even possessing solely the limitless technique sufficed for him to establish his footing within the Gojo family. He would grow, nurturing himself until he could stand independently and shield that person from the storm. When my father grows old, I shall inherit everything from him, including you. Occasionally, when exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, he would visit the garden to catch a glimpse of the boy, seeking solace. Young Master Nagi, is everything truly all right? Your silence is quite concerning. The head of the family doesn't seem to care. The dojo's servants whispered amongst themselves, oblivious to the fact that the subject of their conversation happened to pass by at that very moment. Suguru Gojo, without a backward glance, let out a cold scoff as he walked past. Just a self-important brat. He had never regarded him as his son. His existence served merely as a constant reminder of his own sordid past, a time when he was not yet powerful, constrained by the clan elders, forced into marriage with a woman he loathed. Repeatedly, he fathered this heir, and each time he beheld him, memories of that humiliating history surged forth, igniting a spark of fury, especially when he witnessed Tsukuyomi and this small wretch reveling in joy together. He had finally encountered someone he genuinely wished to protect. Time was of the essence. He was no longer young. Suguru halted, pausing to gaze through the courtyard gate at his son, drenched in sweat upon the training ground. So young, so vibrant, and yet so pure. Simultaneously, Suguru had not forgotten the true identity of the youth he had abducted. He was a treasure of Shinjuku's duality. Not for any other reason. Merely, he had yet to uncover the true motive behind the duality's concealment of one another. If it were merely a matter of interests, it was likely that the duality coveted the strange power residing within Tsukuyomi. If it were love, would even the King of Curses possess such a thing? In order to truly retain the boy, had he discovered the individuals pulling the strings behind the scenes? Suguru leaned against the window of his study, his eyes heavy with contemplation, a single hand lifting the translucent pipe, exhaling a long plume of smoke. His demeanor, shrouded in the ethereal mist, rendered his expression indistinct, though his voice grew increasingly deep, instilling trepidation. As you anticipated, Tsukuyomi, the previous occupant of the residence. The purchaser's information remains vague. That old monk did not lie. Have you traced who disseminated the news? It will require some time. This individual is exceedingly cautious. And the trail ends with the curse user group. Are you suggesting that the followers of the duality leaked his secrets? This matter is not so simple. Suguru gazed out at the resplendent sunlight, pausing momentarily, his imposing figure casting an unabashedly aggressive gaze toward the boy joyously swinging amidst the bamboo shadows. Adjusting his posture, he suddenly straightened, setting aside the pipe without a backward glance, placing both hands against the window frame, leaning forward with measured deliberation, as though unable to restrain his desire to draw nearer. His voice, low and imbued with menace. Someone is deliberately inciting a conflict between the King of Curses and the sorcerers. To be so well protected by the King of Curses, his subordinates envisioned the opulent, extravagant chambers, laden with silks and rare treasures, including imperial gifts and oddities from distant lands. The other party must hold some extraordinary significance for the spirits. If it were merely a weakness, it would be manageable, but if it were something the king of curses sought. Suguru narrowed his eyes, an intense possessiveness flickering in his typically cold and authoritative gaze, akin to a beast poised to pounce upon its prey. The duality leaned on his chin, surveying the bustling scene outside Heiankyo. Limei, has the news disseminated? The black-haired man, usually as frigid as ice, exhibited a moment of hesitation. All orders have been given. However, Lord Sukuna, do you truly wish to proceed with this? Are you questioning my decision? I would not dare. However, it seems somewhat implausible to believe certain claims. Tsukumi appears exceedingly gentle, and despite his expertise in the realms of domain and yin-yang techniques, he is no match for Lord Sukuna, whether in stature or martial prowess. Is it not a stretch to consider that he could defeat Lord Sukuna? Must we truly spread such unfounded rumors in certain circles? Or, is there genuinely anyone who would take these assertions to heart? Raimai is uncertain, yet she can only proceed with her tasks diligently. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind the investigation of Soto Zenin is leisurely conducting experiments, unperturbed even by the impending scrutiny. My lord, Lord Kenjaku, our actions are on the verge of being uncovered by the tyrant of the Zenin clan. What shall we do? The subordinate, drenched in cold sweat, quakes at the thought, nearly collapsing to the ground. He never anticipated that his covert operations could be unearthed. He merely activated a long-buried pawn within the cursed sorcerer's faction to subtly disseminate certain information. And after concluding his tasks, he eliminated all who had been involved. Little did he expect that the opposition would come knocking. Furthermore, the ramifications are glaringly evident. The three great families hold significant sway in the court, having resolved numerous troubles for the aristocracy behind the scenes. Why the haste? Have you located that woman? He has recently become engrossed in a new endeavor concerning the fusion of cursed spirits and humans. It is rumored that a woman from the Kumo family once possessed such abilities, though she was subsequently exiled. My lord, this is not the time for experiments. We are on the brink of catastrophe. Oh, so you have not found her. Kenjaku chuckled amiably, rising from his desk to approach his loyal subordinate with a relaxed yet curious demeanor. Did you just say we? Surely you meant you. Right, Kenji Hikari? Kenji Hikari abruptly raised his head, terror-stricken as he backed away from his approaching master, stumbling in his retreat. No, that's not what I meant. Without lifting his gaze, Kenjaku methodically procured a dagger-like cursed tool from his sleeve, grinning at his fleeing subordinate. Did you err, Kenji? Clearly, this was solely your undertaking. Please, I made a mistake. I beg you to spare me. I have done so much for you. In a panic, he turned to look back, his face ashen, only to have his body pierced moments later as the blade impaled his heart, leaving him bloodied and pinned against the wall, unable to move. Logically, cursed sorcerers possess extraordinary physical resilience. Even with a pierced heart, they could deliver a final strike if they still drew breath. Yet, Kenji Hikari collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably as the cursed spirit fireball he had conjured dissipated. He recognized that this cursed tool siphoned the strength of its target. The instant his body made contact with it, his abundant cursed energy was voraciously drained, rendering him immobile. He realized too late the dire consequences of his actions. His gaze fixated on the cursed tool embedded in the wall. Kenjaku clapped his hands, and from the shadows emerged an accomplice to clean up the aftermath. Oh, by the way, have the distractions at Soto Zenin been effectively redirected onto Kenji? No issues, I trust? His ever-present grin sent a chill down the spine. What he remained oblivious to was that the moment he turned away, Kenjaku's smile vanished, his expression turning impassive as he dusted off his sleeves, as if he had acquired some unsightly residue. The cursed energy is too thin. Chapter 111, A Justifiable Presence. A being capable of contending with the dual-faced Sukuna has emerged. Perhaps a divine retribution sent to teach him a lesson. Ah, has a deity incarnated? With white hair and red eyes, it could not be mistaken. At some point, the rumors had intensified, initially circulating in remote villages but soon spreading far and wide, causing unrest. Upon returning from outside, Rina suddenly became quiet, leaving Tsukumi at a loss. Young master, the head of the family summons you. The entire Zenin clan was tightly encircled like a fortress, impenetrable. Naturally, they dared not speak of the anxious rumors outside within their own household. In the presence of the young man, their bowing became ever more pronounced, their eyes cast down. Unwilling to meet his gaze, they were exceedingly cautious. The white-haired, red-eyed figure stood before the young man. Not to mention that he was the treasure captured by the head of the family, the dual-faced Sukuna. It dawned on them. The reason the dual-faced Sukuna had confined him was due to his power to restrain him. The servants could hardly contain their excitement, daring only to follow him with fervent, uncontainable gazes after he departed. Yet, they seemed to have subconsciously forgotten. Would the dual-faced Sukuna truly provide such lavish comforts to his destined nemesis? Despite the young man's frail appearance, seemingly incapable of battling spirits and demons, what if he truly was? However, had he not fallen ill every day since his arrival? Was his health truly that precarious? You just don't understand, do you? Lord Tsukumi's remarkable appearance must correspond to extraordinary techniques. Yet, the guards continued to chat, all witnesses to the events of that day. Moreover, had he not endured under the head of the family's command for quite some time? Indeed, such rumors were precisely what Soto Zenin dreaded most. Regardless of who spread them, it was utterly foolish. The tall man, unable to contain his rage, slammed his palm onto the table, causing a deep crack to form in the solid wood. A shadow fell across his handsome, mature visage. The familiarity of the methods employed in the channels through which the information was disseminated struck him. Considering the interrupted investigation, it was undoubtedly linked to the mastermind behind it all. This was indeed his worst fear. He wished to keep the young man within the confines of the Zenin household, yet never intended for him to become a mere parasite. He could still pursue what he loved in this land, as long as it remained within his sight. However, such rumors would undoubtedly thrust the young man into the spotlight, a perilous situation for him. All eyes would be upon him, both good and bad, making him the target of scorn, burdened with the mission of saving the world. Continue searching for him. As Tsukuyomi entered, the servants were struggling to move a heavy table outside. Autumn had deepened, and Rina had stopped him as he was leaving, adding a coat with a fur collar that, rather than appearing bulky, only accentuated his cuteness, making him look sweet and translucent, reminiscent of pear blossoms in March. Soto Zenin, initially standing stiffly by the window with a gloomy expression, turned upon hearing the commotion, his demeanor softening considerably. He took the young man's hand, drawing him closer, as his cursed energy enveloped the boy's cool fingers, warming them. Over the days, both father and son had grown increasingly attentive to Tsukuyomi, their gestures becoming more affectionate. Although Tsukuyomi found the attention somewhat awkward and hesitated to speak, he ultimately decided it was merely his overthinking and said nothing. The moment Futsuki Zonrin beheld Tsukuyomi Jinmen, he felt as though the previously somber room had been suddenly illuminated by a radiant beam of light, bringing a profound sense of ease to both body and mind. Softening his tone considerably, the long furrowed brow of the usually cold and unyielding head of the family relaxed, revealing faint traces of warmth that only enhanced the already handsome visage of the man, imbuing him with an air of mature composure. The scent he emanated surpassed any incense he had ever encountered, reminiscent of a solitary cold plum blossom thriving by a mountain spring. Chilly, yet laced with a hint of sweetness. What brings you to me? Futsuki Zonrin inquired, his gaze intensely fixed upon him, and proceeded to relay some of the more subtle fragments of the rumors circulating in the capital over recent days. Someone is orchestrating a scheme against you. Tsukuyomi Jinmen inhaled sharply, finding the absurdity of such unfounded rumors utterly ridiculous. How could that be? If I possessed such power, would I still be confined here by you? Is it the dual-faced Sukuna deliberately targeting you? That cannot be, he retorted. Moreover, they have no inkling of the truth. I was raised by the dual-faced Sukuna himself. You do not comprehend the danger he poses. He will bring you ruin, Jinmen. The situation is far from what you imagine. Please, remain calm, he pleaded. The silver-haired youth glared at him, his voice tinged with anger and difficulty, his cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, all of which were perfectly discernible to the elder's keen observation. When have I ever claimed to have imprisoned you? The world outside is tumultuous, as you well know. Only I can ensure your safety. His gaze burned with intensity. The moment Tsukuyomi Jinmen's eyes met his, he felt as though he had been scalded, hastily withdrawing his hand to create distance. Futsuki Zonrin's temples throbbed, and an unexpected weariness overcame him. He was too young, entirely oblivious to the nuances of love. How much longer must he wait? A year? 2 years? Or perhaps 5, 10? He had always believed he possessed ample time to wait, to take things slowly. Yet the relentless series of events pressed upon him with an urgency he could no longer ignore. An invisible hand seemed to be pushing against the encroaching danger. Public opinion was a formidable force. Even Futsuki Zonrin himself had yet to devise a strategy for this predicament. The crux did not lie in Tsukuyomi Jinmen's perspective, but rather in that of the masses. They believed solely in what they chose to perceive. There are countless individuals searching for you outside. Do you understand what they might do upon finding you? Futsuki Zonrin suppressed the tumult of complex emotions boiling within, lowering his voice as he analyzed the situation with him. The entire Kyoto is aware that the silver-haired, crimson-eyed boy is the nemesis of the dual-faced Sukuna. What do you think they seek you for? Those nobles and warriors will stop at nothing to achieve their ends. Tell me, in all honesty, what is your relationship with the dual-faced Sukuna? His gaze was profound and heavy, instilling panic in Tsukuyomi Jinmen. The nemesis of the dual-faced Sukuna? What would happen if they found him? Would they send him to confront Sukuna? He would be powerless against him. Furthermore, Sukuna would undoubtedly come to his rescue, wouldn't he? Tsukuyomi Jinmin felt torn but was resolute in not disclosing the truth to Futsuki Zonran. Pain surged in his jaw as he felt his chin being grasped, forcing him to meet Futsuki Zonran's gaze. Those clear, shimmering blue eyes were ablaze with fury and perhaps anguish. What right did Futsuki Zonran have to suffer? Yet, Tsukuyomi Jinmin's stature did not match Futsuki Zonran's, his strength insufficient to resist the iron grip that held him firmly in place. Futsuki Zonran. The youth's exquisite eyes were filled with terror and pleading, his throat constricted, rendering him incapable of uttering a complete thought, his youthfulness evident. Tsukuyomi Jinmin gazed at Futsuki Zonran, who appeared markedly different from his usual self. The mature and composed face now bore a twisted obsession, akin to a beast on the hunt. Tsukuyomi Jinmin's eyes widened, glistening with unshed tears, as he observed the man before him. Their positions were utterly divergent. He was far too innocent, akin to a handful of pure snow atop a lofty peak, or a new moon illuminating the night, exposing all his base qualities without refuge. What did age matter? Having presided over the family for years, he had long since forged a heart of stone. Yet, every time he encountered those pristine eyes, he felt acutely aware of his own disgrace. How shameful of Futsuki Zonran. Why had he not encountered you sooner? Futsuki Zonran's gaze dimmed, as if sighing. It is indeed too late. The tumultuous emotions within him churned violently. Dark thoughts restrained by reason roared in defiance time and again. He was too impatient, merely wishing to expedite your understanding. Futsuki Zonran's demeanor shifted too swiftly, now adopting a tone that resembled a plea. Will you stay with the Futsuki family? It is a rightful claim. Chapter 112. Journey to the Starry Palace. Please. Futsuki Zonran, who wielded absolute power outside, the iron-fisted tyrant, now approached him with cautious deference. Seeking his opinion, the pressure of his grip lessened. Let go, you madman. Tsukuyomi Jinmin's tears streamed down, his heart in disarray. He detested these individuals for disregarding his wishes and for uttering words he could not comprehend, yet he did not want to. I would never accept you. I loathe you. Tsukuyomi Jinmin exclaimed in indignation, attempting to leave, only to be seized once more. Futsuki Zonran would not relinquish his pursuit so easily. There were myriad ways to keep this person before him, yet he was unwilling to coerce him. A sorcerer must never expose their back. Instinctively, Tsukuyomi Jinmin unleashed a technique, only to find it thwarted by an invisible barrier, a manifestation of limitless potential. Could the dual-faced Sukuna truly harm you? Futsuki Zonran's voice was low and hoarse. Based on his earlier conjectures, the dual-faced Sukuna must possess some leverage over Tsukuyomi Jinmin, or perhaps harbor some unique sentiment or obligation towards him. However, it would be more prudent to hear the youth's perspective. He was willing to protect him, even if it meant concealing their connection. Is there truly no desire within you to become part of the Futsuki family? Very carefully, with great care, as though he cherished a beloved toy. Futsuki Zonran let out a long sigh, filled with regret. In that case, gather your belongings. Tonight I shall escort you to a far safer place. Never did he imagine he would face such a day at this age. Should Jinmin become a legitimate part of the Futsuki family, he would be able to wield the family's power to confront the external threats entirely. He needed to provide the family with an explanation. A mere legitimate excuse would suffice. Yet, he was unwilling. The head of the family bears certain obligations. It is not merely the privilege of enjoying the finest resources that defines his role, but rather the weight of responsibility that accompanies such privilege. The tasks that the head of the Gojo family cannot fulfill are to be undertaken by the members of the Gojo clan. After much contemplation, he concluded that temporarily sending someone away to evade the storm of rumors would be prudent. In this vast world, how many truly safe havens exist? By mere coincidence, he shared a close rapport with the master of barrier techniques, Tenjin, and in comparison, the Cozy Eye Palace could be deemed a secure refuge. There, the guards from the three noble families would always stand watch, allowing him the freedom to investigate other matters. Suddenly, Tsukuyomi pushed him aside and hurriedly opened the door, stepping out without a backward glance, only to be met with a surprise. Nagi, what are you doing here? Gojo Nagi slowly regained his composure, feigning that he was merely passing by. In truth, he had rushed over upon overhearing the servants discussing his family, anxious about the recent rumors circulating in Heian-kyo and concerned that his father might make an unfavorable decision regarding him. He had unwittingly stood outside for as long as they had occupied the room, and just as he felt compelled to intervene, Tsukuyomi finally emerged. His emotions were difficult to articulate. He should have felt anger and resentment towards his seemingly aloof father, who could display such a moment of indiscretion. Yet, simultaneously, he felt a sense of unwillingness. The boy's eyes darkened for a fleeting moment, but when he raised his gaze again, He wore the familiar childlike demeanor that Tsukuyomi recognized, innocent and unassuming. "Tsukuyomi, what happened to you?" he inquired. "Did you get bitten by a mosquito?" Nagi answered his own question with a hint of worry. "Does it hurt?" "Not at all." Why is Nagi being so fussy? A real man doesn't he concern himself with such trivial wounds? Recently, Nagi had grown at an astonishing rate, nearly matching Tsukuyomi in height. However, as Tsukuyomi stood on the steps, he naturally appeared somewhat taller. Unbeknownst to him, the refined yet awkward boy before him harbored thoughts that reflected a profound lack of understanding of this era. Despite often being regarded as a mere child, he had reached the age of marriage. In Heian-kyo, societal norms regarding love were remarkably liberal. The two lingered at the threshold of the study for a moment. Inside, a figure with a calm demeanor approached the door, pausing to observe them. Tsukuyomi, with his back to the door, remained oblivious, while Nagi found himself locking eyes with him. Unlike before, there was no trace of respect or humility in his gaze. He stood firm, unflinching, yet he withdrew his hand the very next moment. Tengen's barrier techniques were at the pinnacle of Heian-kyo, serving as her primary means of gathering information. Through the barrier network, she could monitor the dynamics of the sorcerer and spirit realms, achieving a semblance of omniscience. The journey to the Cozy Eye Palace was somewhat distant, conveniently removing him from the eye of the rumor storm and aiding Tsukuyomi in concealing his whereabouts. Chapter 113, The Escape. Once Tsukuyomi returned to his room, he sat in solitude for an extended period. He could no longer afford to remain passive. Although Gojo's clan members treated him kindly, this was not where he belonged. He longed for home, to be by Raimai's side. It had been so long since they had last seen him. Surely they hadn't forgotten him? Tsukuyomi dismissed the external gossip, which only solidified his resolve. This was undoubtedly a signal from the two-faced Sukuna, urging him to return. Though he was reluctant to heed such a call, Tsukuyomi sluggishly prepared a small bundle, planning to escape during this outing. "Sir, it is time for dinner," Rina called out. Tsukuyomi tossed his bundle onto the bed without a second thought and departed. After he left, another person entered to tidy his room, instinctively arranging Tsukuyomi's scattered shoes, only to spot the small bundle. His calloused hand paused momentarily. Rina had gathered numerous items for Tsukuyomi, large and small, leaving him somewhat astounded. This was not at his own home. Was it truly acceptable for the Gojo clan's belongings to be removed? "Rina, isn't this a bit excessive?" Rina, amidst her packing, looked up and gave him a knowing glance, as if to say, "Take what you can. Just rest, young master. Let me handle this labor." Tsukuyomi felt a strange discomfort, but refrained from further comment. The evening breeze carried a slight chill. Gojo Nagi was still awake, waiting to accompany him. Originally, Gojo's clan members were meant to join as well, but an urgent meeting had been called regarding this matter. The father and son stood apart, ignoring one another, separated by a noticeable distance. Aside from their striking resemblance, similar blue eyes and white hair, they did not appear as father and son, but rather as adversaries. Dressed with utmost formality, Nagi bore no trace of the earlier disheveled and pitiful demeanor. Although it was impolite to revisit past grievances, Tsukuyomi had once perceived him as pitiable, especially after being inexplicably slapped by Gojo's clan member. Now, Nagi appeared significantly taller, which left Tsukuyomi momentarily dazed. "Tsukuyomi, you will come back, right?" Gojo Nagi stood tall, his unruly white hair tied into a high ponytail, his features somewhat reminiscent of his father Gojo's, deep blue eyes, youthful and handsome visage, and a smile revealing canines akin to a playful puppy. Tsukuyomi blinked, feeling a pang of tenderness, unable to resist stealing several glances at him. Eventually, he stepped forward and gently embraced Nagi. In truth, he felt indifferent toward the rumors circulating in the capital. They were likely mere tactics employed by Raimai and Sukuna to locate him. Moreover, he sensed that his health had improved significantly, no longer feeling the same frailty as before. With this thought, he felt a twinge of guilt, and, while embracing Nagi, surreptitiously cast a glance at the older man. Gojo's expression was displeased, yet he remained silent, casting a dark look at his son before wrapping his arms around Nagi's waist, lifting him effortlessly. "Ugh!" Tsukuyomi gasped, momentarily unsteady, clutching tightly to his neck. "Once you're done, return home," Gojo commanded without turning back. This statement was not directed at Tsukuyomi, but rather at Nagi. "Yes," Nagi replied, his expression betraying unease as a heaviness settled in his heart. The boy's frame had elongated, and his affection and admiration for Tsukuyomi had intensified, yet he remained painfully youthful. His strength was insufficient, his methods inadequate. Even the techniques he possessed paled in comparison to the weight of his father's authority. The burden of relentless endurance and the stifling pressure weighed heavily upon his heart, compelling him to pursue strength relentlessly. Jealous vines twisted within him, yet ultimately, he could only feign calm and respond affirmatively before retreating. Soma Gojo let out a scoff, perhaps taken aback by how easily the impudent boy had capitulated to him. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi nestled into the warmth of the man's embrace, his arms draping around the man's neck, his body pressed closely against the broad expanse of his chest. There was still time to retract his words. Gojo inquired softly, a figure who wielded life and death with absolute authority outside, yet repeatedly indulged the youth in his presence, even permitting the promises he uttered to retreat step by step. It was as if the boy always had an escape route with him, and he felt compelled to unravel and elucidate all the schemes and machinations, fearing that the boy might falter in making the right choice. Retract what? Stay. You know the answer. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi raised his exquisitely arched eyebrows, nonchalantly declaring, "It's nothing. I have my own ways. I have no desire to linger here." In truth, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi harbored no substantial solutions in his mind. Why? Is there something you find unsatisfactory? Speak, and it shall be amended. Gojo's voice grew slightly urgent. Oh, spare me. You're so tedious, so nagging. Gojo was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time someone had described him in such a manner. Was he truly so tedious? He exhaled deeply. Then be good and don't cause trouble for others. I shall come to see you in a few days. Gojo had never contemplated the possibility of Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi escaping. He had even considered the likelihood of being abducted by Zenin Mahito's men, but never imagined it unfolding in this manner. The escort's caravan was streamlined, yet comprised of formidable warriors meticulously selected by Gojo. And even the attendants accompanying Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi included only a handful of individuals, including Rina. As they journeyed partway, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi continuously encouraged himself, cautiously lifting the curtain to observe the street's condition. Once they crossed this thoroughfare, they would soon be leaving the city. Until they reached the checkpoint, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi behaved with utmost propriety. The inspector accepted Gojo's coded letter without lifting the curtain to inspect further, granting them passage. It was supposed to proceed smoothly. Stop. I need to relieve myself. The clear voice rang out, infused with youthful bravado and a hint of awkwardness. The accompanying caravan halted, the leader glancing at one another, both hesitant to make a decision. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi sensed the carriage had come to a stop and discreetly lifted the curtain to gauge the situation outside. Several maidens were seen carrying bundles along one side of the carriage. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi inadvertently met Rina's gaze. They locked eyes for several moments, her expression flickering with understanding as if she comprehended something. Feeling exposed, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi hastily concealed the small bundle he held in his arms, retreating slowly like a turtle. Just as he lowered the curtain, muffled voices reached his ears. Rina produced something unknown, handing it to the guard, who, with a rustle, knelt respectfully on one knee. Young Master Tsukuyomi, please do not wander too far. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi had never engaged in such matters. He feigned composure, albeit lacking conviction, and responded with a hint of affected shyness. Oh, you may wait here. I'm merely feeling a bit shy, so you mustn't follow me. The leading guard exchanged hesitant glances with his companions, subtly on guard, while maintaining a polite demeanor. Young master, it might be best not to stray too far. Time is of the essence. All right, I understand, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi replied, his face unblushing, heart steady, clutching tightly to the small bundle on his shoulder. Young master, you're only going to the restroom. You needn't take the bundle. The guard's tone was humble, yet his physical stance was imposing, blocking his path. How audacious. What right do you have to meddle with the master's affairs? It's merely some items for cleansing. What's there to debate? Rina frowned, subtly stepping forward to shield Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi with her presence, her words laden with discontent towards these guards' overreach. They were guards who had fought alongside their master, having slain countless cursed spirits. When had they ever been mocked by such a mere maid? Recalling the token she had previously presented, the leader, despite his grievances, gestured for silence. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi pressed his lips together but did not hesitate, turning his back and striding into the depths of the forest. Initially, he took tentative steps, frequently glancing back at the carriage receding into the distance, gradually quickening his pace, moving forward with determination. He stumbled through the dense thicket, the teachings of the dual-faced Sukuna echoing in his mind. Enhance your legs with cursed energy. If I catch you, you will perish. His heart raced, adrenaline surging through him. Feeling no guilt but exhilaration and freedom, the faster Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi ran, the more he felt the bonds of constraint shatter. He did not wish to remain in the Gojo household nor be sent to the Star Palace. He yearned to return home, to the place where Sukuna and Rina had once sheltered him. The bushes alongside the path occasionally brushed against the hem of his robe, layered and obstructing his advance. Yet he felt an exhilarating thrill. The young master is missing. Search quickly. The young master cannot have gone far. Where could he be? Be thorough. Check if the young master has accidentally stepped into a trap. Indeed, Rina, without knowing when she had acquired a bundle, remained remarkably composed. standing in front of the burly guards. I told you, the young master merely went to relieve himself. Lady Rina, it's not that we doubt this. But the young master has been gone too long. We are merely following orders. Please do not be reckless. At the command of the trained guards, they dispersed swiftly, their pursuit unyielding. They had long accompanied their master into perilous, cursed, spirit-infested territories, excelling in reconnaissance and martial prowess. In a state of panic, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi twisted his ankle, letting out a pained gasp. Ouch, that hurts. Did you hear that noise? It must be nearby. Quick, search. One guard, upon hearing the sound, shouted, summoning others to search. Thankfully, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi cleverly crouched down, hiding amidst the bushes. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. He held his breath, curling into a small ball. Utilizing the surrounding foliage to conceal his form, the pursuers only a few steps away from his hiding spot. I think I saw him. Where's the young master? It was Rina's voice. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi shuddered, initially thinking he had been discovered, only to realize the footsteps quickly receded. A sigh of relief escaped him. But in the next moment, young master, what are you doing here? The bushes were suddenly pulled aside, silvery light spilling over the young man. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi abruptly lifted his head, meeting the gaze of the newcomer. It was Rina. She had not gone far, yet she had diverted the guards. Why was she doing this? Was it an act of assistance, or did she have ulterior motives? In his memory, she was always gentle and polite, speaking softly, placing rules and etiquette above all else, only daring to argue with him when he provoked her. Now, her demeanor had shifted unexpectedly. With a playful smile, she looked down at him, a hint of teasing and indifference in her gaze, shedding all pretense. Her tone was light, tinged with a hint of reproach, but fortunately, it did not attract the attention of others. Young master, your audacity is truly remarkable. You have startled me quite a bit. Tsukuyomi watched her warily, silently gathering her cursed power, ever prepared to counter any impending attack. Rina gazed at Tsukuyomi with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with a captivating brilliance. A hint of allure glimmering within. Perhaps sensing Tsukuyomi's wariness, she tossed him a small pouch the next moment, inquiring playfully, why are you so anxious, young master? The adults cherish you so dearly. How could they not discreetly arrange for your safe passage? Well, considering the plan has advanced so significantly, I wonder where you intend to go? Tsukuyomi's initial caution slightly waned, yet a lingering doubt remained. Was she referring to the dual-faced Shikigami? How did it differ from what he had known? Alas, it was all the young master's fault for his insatiable appetite. In packing, he neglected to include essential items, opting instead for mere snacks, thus wasting the treasures he had procured from the Wataru family. Are you the Shikigami sent to escort me back? Rina furrowed her brow in deep thought. Lord Raimai had only instructed her to bring the young master out, without mentioning their destination. It seemed the young master had acted recklessly, advancing the plan prematurely. Just then, footsteps echoed once more, this time tinged with resentment. Likely due to the earlier ruse being uncovered. Do not worry about me. Let us rendezvous in the town north of the capital, where we can discuss our return. Tsukuyomi pondered for a moment, perhaps feeling that leaving such a fragile woman to face those guards alone would be rather burdensome. In the blink of an eye, Rina's form transformed. Her neck twisted in an uncanny manner, her figure elongating and becoming more statuesque as she peeled away the skin that bound her neck and head. Before him stood a figure whose delicate features were undeniably masculine. Tsukuyomi could only gawk in astonishment. Humph, young master, why gaze at me so intently? Let us depart swiftly, do not delay me. With deliberate poise, he stowed away the enchanted artifact that altered appearances and produced a dagger concealed within his sleeve. Though a man, his voice bore an effeminate softness, lending an eerie quality to his demeanor, suggesting he was not to be trifled with. Tsukuyomi hesitated for a moment, yet cast a hopeful glance, silently wishing for the safety of those around him. After all, they were sent by the Wataru clan to protect him, and he did not wish for these innocent souls to pay with their lives. Humph, young master. Have a little compassion for my delicate frame, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm, gesturing for Tsukuyomi to leave promptly. Chapter 114. Before the incident, Tsukuyomi tightened his grip on the strap of his bundle and made his way towards the northern outskirts under the cover of night. He believed he was sufficiently prepared, his small pack filled with his favorite pastries, needing only to discreetly consume a piece each day. Alas, he was too indulgent. And in his worry of drawing suspicion through excessive movement, he hoarded food like a little hamster. However, he lacked the wisdom to realize that pastries are not enduring sustenance. It was not that they could not satiate hunger, but Tsukuyomi hesitated. Pulling out a small piece of crumbling, dried pastry, and couldn't he help but sigh. Can this truly be edible? After several days, the pastries had hardened, crumbling to dust during his earlier flight. No water, no food. Only a small pouch of pastry crumbs and a tiny bag of golden nuggets Rina had gifted him remained. Tsukuyomi acknowledged his carelessness. How long would it take to reach a place populated by others on foot? Thus, exhausted and parched, he trudged from dusk until midday, finally emerging from the forest to what was deemed the northern outskirts. In the distance, he spotted a rice paddy. The once refined and graceful youth now appeared disheveled. Despite reinforcing his legs with cursed power, fatigue still clung to him, and his normally well-kept hair was in disarray. Accustomed to being pampered, he found himself both hungry and thirsty, his throat feeling scorched, and his vision dimmed. "Hey, big brother, where are you going?" A child's voice broke through his reverie. Tsukuyomi looked down, startled, to see a small child, not much older than 5, dressed in tattered clothes, with one sleeve completely missing. The child was adorable, with plump arms and a crescent-shaped birthmark on the exposed skin. Perhaps finally reaching a safe place, he felt the tension in his chest release and promptly fainted. Yuzuki, 5 years old, believed he was already a big boy capable of helping his family with chores, collecting rice in the fields. Although his contributions did little to improve their situation, every time he returned home with a bag of rice, his older brother would pause his work, ruffle Yuzuki's hair, and commend him. Having relied on each other for years since their parents passed away, it was his brother, Yuzuki Suki, who carried him in a swaddle as they fled their homeland. With no milk to drink, they begged from others. By the age of 11 or 12, Yuzuki had taken on laborious work to support them both. At the end of a long day, he earned barely enough to exchange for millet, which he would then boil into a soup for his brother. Today, as usual, Yuzuki had arranged to join his friends to gather rice in the afternoon. However, they had barely collected any rice before he stumbled upon something much larger, a person. When Tsukuyomi awakened again, he felt significantly refreshed. The burning sensation in his throat had vanished. Water, he was parched beyond measure. In the next moment, he heard the sound of tiny footsteps. As a child approached, holding a ladle of water and tiptoeing to bring it to his lips, Tsukuyomi, not caring for decorum, gulped it down eagerly. Finding the child's pace too slow, and some water spilled over, running down his chin and soaking his clothes. "Wow, big brother, you're so pale." For reasons unknown, Yuzuki felt a flush of shyness, his cheeks turning rosy as he looked down, fiddling with his fingers. "Thank you." Tsukuyomi regained his composure, ruffling the child's hair while surveying his surroundings. The space was cramped and dim, with only a bed and a few farming tools piled in the corners, indicating that this household belonged to farmers. Yuzuki, bashfully shaking his head, clutched a small cloth bag filled with rice in his other hand. He had returned prematurely to save Tsukuyomi, and today's rice collection had been particularly poor, leaving the bag rather deflated. Yet he harbored no sadness, for this big brother was genuinely kind, and he couldn't resist sneaking another glance. "You're so handsome." Yuzuki, a tall, slightly hunched man, entered, a towel draped over his shoulder, worn and faded from use. Upon hearing his name, Yuzuki shrank back, scampering over to cling to his brother's leg. "Brother, you're back so early today? Didn't I tell you not to bring strangers home? You never listen." The man protectively shielded his brother, pulling him behind him as he cast a wary glance around, having just been working in the fields when he heard the commotion of Yuzuki's friends. "What do you mean?" Yuzuki found a little deity in the rice paddy, concerned that some nefarious individuals had encountered his brother. He abandoned the labor in the fields and rushed back in a flurry of anxiety. Tsukuyomi Jinmi, understanding the gravity of the situation, hastily rose from his bed, eager to explain himself, raising his hands in a gesture of harmlessness. "I apologize, truly, please do not blame him. It was my impetuosity today that caused this disturbance." Once Yuzuki sure discerned the identity of the person his brother had brought home, his initial wariness dissipated. Thankfully, the young man did not appear to be a villain of treacherous intent. However, his attire was remarkable, crafted from exquisite materials, starkly contrasting with the drab, coarse fabrics they were accustomed to. The pristine white fabric, adorned with intricate embroidery and subtle patterns, suggested a background of privilege. What if he were a wealthy heir being pursued? "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Yuzuki sure regarded him with a scowl, as if ready to unceremoniously toss him out at any moment. "Quite the surprise, I assure you. I merely passed through, waiting for someone here, harboring no ill intentions towards you," he exclaimed, his gratitude evident. "In fact, I am immensely grateful to Koz for his assistance. He saved me." In his haste, he rummaged through his small bundle, retrieving the gold coin Renai had gifted him. Without hesitation, he presented it before them, a small token from the gleaming pile, extending his hand to offer it. Yuzuki sure felt compelled to remain vigilant. This young man, clearly of noble lineage, was likely shrewd. Yet, the next moment, he inadvertently revealed his wealth with a naivety that slightly eased Yuzuki Shure's apprehension. He gazed at Tsukuyomi Jinmi with a mixture of pity and amusement. The white-haired youth scratched his face, feeling slightly embarrassed. Was he being too stingy? Were prices outside so exorbitant? Or was gold simply not valued? The boy's lack of worldly experience deepened his embarrassment, leading him to believe he had offended by offering too little. He rummaged through his embroidered pouch and timidly produced several larger coins, looking at Yuzuki Sure with uncertainty. Yuzuki Sure felt a lump form in his throat. Enough? What was the point in quibbling with a fool? Perhaps the boy's previous foolishness had lulled him into a sense of relaxation, leaving him feeling somewhat drained. We do not require this. Gather your belongings and depart swiftly. We shall pretend we have not encountered you. Tsukuyomi Jinmi rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit abashed. Yet he remembered his purpose. May I inquire if this is the village in the northern outskirts? Well, it can be considered so, though it is rather remote. Yuzuki Sure replied tersely. Should you not leave quickly? Is there an inn nearby? No, that is not what I meant. I simply have an appointment with a friend here and must remain for a while. Yuzuki Sure's gaze could have sliced through steel. And Tsukuyomi Jinmi dared not meet his eyes, unable to fathom why this man evoked a sense of dread akin to facing a vengeful spirit. Yuzuki Sure refrained from probing into his background. Having navigated the depths of society for so long, he understood the implications of trouble. With a sardonic smile, he mused. Who would have thought that even on the outskirts of the capital, one would encounter such desolation? There were neither taverns nor places to stay. This was an age that consumed its own. The gleam of Heian-kyo was a privilege reserved for the aristocracy. The city itself had not endured for long. And with the complexities of class struggles, natural disasters, and man-made calamities, one could be swept into the abyss of death at any moment. Survival was already a daunting task for ordinary folk like them. Tsukuyomi Jinmi had not contemplated these weighty matters and merely nodded, disappointment evident in his demeanor. Yuzuki Sure noted the youth's dismay, recognizing it as an expected outcome. After such disappointment, he would likely retreat to his rightful station. Brother, we have spare rooms in our house. Yuzuki Ko's voice was abruptly silenced by a hand over his mouth, while Yuzuki Sure cast a stern glance at him, contrasting with the increasingly bright eyes of Tsukuyomi Jinmi. In a rush, the boy thrust all the gold coins he had into Tsukuyomi Jinmi's hands. Although it appeared a meager amount, it bore a weight that a commoner could scarcely refuse. The adjacent wooden cabin belonging to the Yuzuki family was typically vacant, serving only to store seeds for planting. Thus, Tsukuyomi Jinmi boldly settled in, much to Yuzuki Sure's chagrin. Yet, the generosity he displayed was undeniable. Observing the boy's innocent joy, he felt a complex mixture of emotions, turning his gaze to his brother, who mirrored the same foolishness. In the days that followed, Tsukuyomi Jinmi found himself comfortably ensconced. Although Yuzuki Sure appeared stern and unapproachable, he proved unexpectedly dependable. The very next day, he provided Tsukuyomi Jinmi with several sets of clean clothing and ensured his basic needs were met. His routine consisted of lounging beneath the grand tree at the northern gate, awaiting his acquaintance, while Yuzuki Ko's dutifully delivered meals. After sharing a meal, the two would return leisurely to rest. Despite his young age, Ko's adeptly took on the responsibility of meal delivery, though he occasionally bore bruises, which Tsukuyomi Jinmi noticed but did not inquire about. Remarkably, despite being over 20, Yuzuki Sure found unexpected camaraderie with the 5-year-old, as they often gathered to share their unique secrets and stories. Brother Jinmi, you know, my father also has white hair. Just like you. Really? What a coincidence. Yes, indeed. That's why I felt you looked so familiar. You must be a truly good person. How so? Brother is truly wonderful, taking care of me, and he hasn't even started a family yet, Ko's remarked. Clearly, he cares for you deeply, Tsukuyomi Jinmi replied, nodding in agreement. His cheeks puffed with wild berries, speaking somewhat indistinctly yet eager to share. I have a brother too. He looks after me as well. One is quite kind, while the other is particularly wicked. Really? Yes, indeed. One is exceptionally good. Without his care, I would surely have perished. He believed every word he spoke was the truth, and Ko's naturally empathized with his sentiment. Before long, they began to boast about their brothers, engaging in friendly competition over whose sibling was superior. Will you return after you leave? Of course. With you being so adorable, I shall certainly come back to visit. Tsukuyomi Jinmi smiled brightly. However, soon he discovered the source of those bruises. When mealtime arrived and Ko's did not appear, Tsukuyomi Jinmi grew anxious, fearing misfortune had befallen him. In the grass by the roadside, he stumbled upon a group of 5 or 6 unruly children, taunting and jeering. You bastard. Just like your brother, an orphan. Go back where you belong. That valley is our territory. If I catch you stealing with your friends again, don't blame me for being rude. Just a cursed child without parents. You must be the reason for their demise. Tsukuyomi Jinmi felt a tightness in his chest snap. The familiarity of their words ignited a fury within him. When he finally regained consciousness, He found himself unable to recall his actions, only to be met with the terrified gazes of the children nearby. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi glanced at his hands, a stiff attempt at a smile barely touching his lips, when a warm sensation interrupted his thoughts. It was Yuzukizawa. The boy bore bruises and looked quite pitiful. A small wound seeping blood beside the crescent-shaped birthmark on his arm. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi sighed. Realizing his cursed energy had been exposed, he bent down and lifted the child, resolutely making his way back. I know, Jinei is not a monster. Jinei wields the same power as mom and dad. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi paused, saying nothing, yet piecing together the fragmented words from before to form a semblance of the truth. He sighed, surprised to find Yuzuki Tsukasa waiting for him at the gate of the small courtyard. It seemed he had heard the commotion from the children who had fled moments ago. Tsukasa remained as silent as ever, as if he were indifferent to the fact that Jinei was branded a monster. However, he seemed to have more words to express this time. So, does that invisible power truly exist? Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi hesitated, unsure how to respond, giving a lackluster ahm-hom. The normally taciturn man had a surprising abundance of words today. You, who can wield such power? Do you ever regret protecting others while being unacknowledged? Jinei halted and turned to regard him, perhaps sensing the strain in Tsukasa's tone or something else. No, because this innate ability held no room for regret. It was destiny, unavoidable. What Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi did not realize was that he had misinterpreted Tsukasa's inquiry, which was not about the existence of power itself. Tsukasa's lips curled in disbelief. So, you do not regret it. His forced smile betrayed his incomprehension toward the choice of their biological parents to abandon their own children to rescue a stricken village. Perhaps, they too were oblivious. After their demise, the two brothers left behind would be tainted with the stigma of being cursed by their parents. Yuzukizawa was mistaken. He had not remained unmarried due to poverty, but rather due to fear. He vividly remembered his mother's words. Does little Zawa not see this thing? Oh, how wonderful it is. Truly how wonderful. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi began to gather his belongings. Unwilling to linger any longer, he yearned to return home. He tidied up in the room, though tidying was not quite accurate, as he had come with nothing. However, Yuzukizawa dashed in, tears streaming, pleading for him not to leave. He was such a charming, understanding little boy. During Jinei's stay, the improvement in meals had added a bit of chub to the boy's cheeks, and his crying only elicited smiles. Brother is going home, to his own house. Zawa initially wished to prevent his departure, but he understood the significance of home. Everyone must return home, just as he and his brother did each day after working in the fields, returning when the sun dipped below the horizon, resting after play with friends. If they returned late, his brother would worry. Jinei and I must have a brother too. Surely he worries for you as well. This thought made Zawa ponder deeply. Yet he shyly added, but you will come to play with me again, right? Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi smiled and patted his head, glancing at the small crescent on his arm and teasingly tugging at it. Of course, we are quite fated to meet. Yuzuki Tsukasa had been standing at the doorway for an unknown duration, having listened to their entire exchange. He approached and handed Jinei a small cloth-wrapped package. Jinei felt it. It was hard, like stone, instinctively wanting to refuse. It's too precious. I cannot accept this. Tsukasa's expression remained composed, the sun-kissed skin from years of labor making him appear more mature, though he was not much older than his years. This is a talisman my parents used in their lifetime. Take it. After all, little Zawa and I have no use for it. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi tilted his head, intending to pass the object to Yuzukizawa, polite and unperturbed, but Tsukasa grasped both the item and his hand. The rough hands, accustomed to farming tools, rejected Jinei's attempt to return it, their touch fleeting. Since you claim not to regret, then let your actions reflect that. Tsukasa would never forget the youth's answer, perhaps thinking the same when their parents chose to abandon them to save the villagers. They could have prioritized their family's safety. Yet they chose a path of mutual destruction instead. Tsukasa had clutched his mother's sleeve, wishing fervently that she and their father would not return. Longing for many questions to be answered, asking, will you regret this? Are those lives more important than ours? However, now he seemed to grasp a fragment of understanding. Memories sharpened, perhaps revealing his mother's urgent expression had already conveyed the answer. You, who can wield such power, protecting others yet unacknowledged, do you ever regret it? They do not regret. No. Tsukasa ceased speaking, his gaze heavy yet ignited with fervor. Then go and test whether you can undertake what you believe will not bring regret. Children's words often go unheeded by adults. The influence of Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi quickly dissipated. Yet another rumor spread swiftly, one regarding the white-haired, red-eyed deity, the nemesis of the dual-faced Sukuna. The reverence for spirits and deities was ingrained in the very bones of this era's people. He alone symbolized the most terrifying calamity. And now, a figure akin to a celestial being had emerged to challenge it. Even if false, people were willing to believe. With Yuzuki Brothers' small provisions packed on his back, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi felt better prepared this time, having replaced the conspicuous white garb with more ordinary yet superior quality attire. As he opened his bag to retrieve a flask of water, his fingers brushed against the stone-like object Tsukasa had given him. It was a jade pendant, entirely green and translucent. A sudden unease gripped him. Having traveled only a short distance, the main road felt unnaturally quiet. He turned to glance back, only to find the sky behind him stained a deep crimson by billowing black smoke. In that profoundly silent moment, the distant thick smoke writhed ominously, as if mingled with screams of anguish and terror. Something dreadful was unfolding. In the next instant, a familiar surge of cursed energy rippled through the air. Someone had unleashed a vast domain, a feat demanding exceptional reserves of cursed energy and talent from sorcerers. It was Sukuna. Chapter 115, An Apology to His Little Rose. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi felt a sharp panic in his right chest, his body tensed, his eyes unblinking as they fixated on the rolling black smoke on the horizon. Sukuna was there, establishing his domain. A surge of increasingly ominous foreboding enveloped him, igniting a sense of panic and unease within. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi furrowed his brow, beads of cold sweat creeping up his back, propelled by an intense premonition that urged him to return. Yet, no matter how swiftly he moved, it proved futile. By the time he reached the northern outskirts, everything that had once existed here had been reduced to naught. The dual-faced Sukuna had departed, leaving only Rime waiting for him. The pungent scent of rust mingled with the nauseating aroma of charred flesh, and the once muddy yellow earth was now a grotesque tableau of blood and viscera. A mingling of blood and soil. This marked Jinmi's first-hand encounter with the calamity wrought by the dual-faced Sukuna. Previously, he had been shielded from its brutality, never having witnessed this horrifying aspect, and now, he could no longer deceive himself. Those who had lived here just yesterday had become mere remnants scattered across the ground, their corpses fragmented and incomplete. Within the realm constructed by the dual-faced Sukuna, a mere thought from him could cleave everything in the space asunder. All that remained were half-collapsed houses and bodies severed at the waist. In that moment, Jinmi beheld many once familiar faces, including those of the children involved in yesterday's altercation. They had not even closed their eyes, as if oblivious to the impending arrival of death. The unextinguished flames scorched the fallen trees and buildings. Jinmi stood transfixed at the intersection, the harrowing scene before him rendering him almost catatonic, his physical discomfort striking him like a heavy blow. Before him stood Rime, her long black hair standing erect, her attire immaculate, turning to him with a look of surprise. The expressionless, icy demeanor she had worn melted upon seeing the youth, her once formidable aura softening. Jinmi, at last, I have found you. How have you fared these past days? Have you been bullied by anyone? Jinmi gazed at the man, who remained unflinching amidst the horrific environment, his temples throbbing and his stomach convulsing. He parted his lips, wanting to voice something. He wished to inquire, was it you? The answer was, of course, self-evident. Both Rime and he were complicit in the actions of the dual-faced Sukuna. Rime approached briskly, her brow furrowing deeply upon observing Jinmi's attire, echoing her concern for his well-being as she always had. What is this? You've lost weight. She extended her hand, intending to touch his slightly gaunt face, but as her words escaped her lips, Jinmi forcefully pushed her away. Ugh. Cough, cough. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Rime hurried forward, attempting to support him, only to be rebuffed again. This time, she discerned the pain and fragility in his expression, greater than any previous episode. After enduring the spasms in his stomach, Jinmi, suppressing tears, pushed away Rime, determined to check on the condition of the Yuzuki brothers amidst the remaining structures. He staggered through the blood-soaked mud, leaving Rime behind. Gojo, are you all right? Yuzuki Tsukasa, where are you? Gojo, are you okay? Tears mingled with sweat, trickling down his temples. The remnants of any recognizable buildings had vanished, leaving only a desolate ruin. Yet, despite the desolation, Jinmi remained undeterred, searching through the debris, clinging to the hope that they might still be alive, perhaps merely trapped beneath. He was at a loss as to how to confront Rime. But if they truly were unharmed, if they were truly safe, please no, don't let me despise you. As if to grant himself a chance to believe in their survival, Jinmi sank to his knees, desperately clawing at the wreckage. Nothing. Rime stood silently behind him for a long moment before stepping forward to gently pat his shoulder, her voice tinged with helplessness. Jinmi, are you angry? The man, who had always shown a cold demeanor to everyone save the dual-faced Sukuna, now appeared flustered, like a child who had erred. Yet, had they not always behaved this way? Pillaging and slaughtering. Had they not always acted thus? What was wrong with that? Jinmi turned back, his eyes reddening, gazing mournfully at Rime. His face pale and devoid of color, his frail body trembling slightly. Why must this happen? The question was directed at the dual-faced Sukuna, yet Rhyme remained silent. Her gaze cast downward, unwilling to look up. They did nothing wrong. This was Jinmi's first encounter with such a question, standing opposite these ordinary people. And it marked his initial moment of empathy towards them. Speak. Why won't you say anything? I hate you. A crushing wave of despair and frustration engulfed him, suffocating him, despite him being the one to interrogate, his eyes filled with a humble plea. I'm sorry. Rhyme's apology was dry. But it was not extended to these innocent souls. Rather, it was for Jinmi's distress. He never apologized to the weak. He only felt remorse for those who mattered. For the little Rose who had cried. Why can't I find them? Why? The youth, overwhelmed with disappointment and grievance, released his pent-up fury as tears, sobbing uncontrollably before his loved ones. Forgive me. It's all my fault, all my doing. What am I to do? Who can tell me? What should I do? I have an older brother. He cares for me. Well, there are two. One is very good, and the other particularly bad. Really? Yes, indeed. One is exceptionally kind. Without his care, I would have surely perished. Will you return if you leave? Of course soon. Gojo is so adorable. I will definitely come back to see you. Brother is going home, to his own home. You, who wield such power, engage in acts of protection, yet remain unacknowledged. Do you regret it? No. Then go and try. And do what you believe you will not regret. I'm so sorry, so very sorry. The overwhelming guilt threatened to crush him, tears cascading like a dam bursting, dropping one by one, bead by bead. Each drop struck Rhyme's heart heavily, causing him to gasp for breath. Had he known the boy would be so heartbroken upon witnessing this scene, he should never have heeded the Sukuna's command. What training, what growth. He truly should have stopped the adults. Chapter 116, Questioning the Dual-Faced Sukuna. The man, clad in dark hair and robust attire, remained silent, rigid, just as he had every time he had made the boy cry, holding him close and comforting him, patting his soft back rhythmically. He continued this gentle motion, soothing Jinmi's delicate spine, from the boy's early days as a small child to now, as a half-grown youth. He felt an overwhelming sense of remorse for the harsh realities the boy now faced, which were all too real, if circumstances allowed. He longed to shield the boy from the tempest of life, to remain forever under the protection of Sukuna and the Lord, to never confront the dreariness of the mundane world. Apologies, indeed. A person like him is utterly wretched. How lamentable, Rhyme. Perhaps it stems from an unwillingness to accept his fate, or from profound anguish. The bonds of family and the plight of innocent victims tore at Tsukuyomi's sanity with conflicting forces. What should he do? To be selfish, favoring and caring for his family who raised him, or to be righteous, standing alongside the innocents? The northern outskirts, while not bustling, still fell under the emperor's jurisdiction near Heian-kyo, and though he harbored a reluctance to clash with Sukuna, he nonetheless dispatched members of the three houses to investigate the situation. Time had passed since the message arrived, and now the moment had come. When Gojo, Satoru, and Zenin Hikari arrived, they were met with a scene that was nothing short of shocking. Why, that hound, which only appeared beside Sukuna, poised and ready at the demon's side, bore sharp claws and a beak, hidden beneath an utterly cold and tranquil facade, was a cruelty and indifference akin to that of the demon himself. He merely cast a frigid glance, then lowered his gaze, softly soothing the boy in his arms whose face remained obscured. Although the boy's expression was indistinct, and his coarse clothing was of little worth, the silvery hair cascading like a waterfall was not something an ordinary household could nurture. Gojo clenched his fists. The person he had yearned for was before him, yet he was unaware of the grievances endured. He coldly uttered, "Rhyme, release him." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Tsukuyomi's body stiffened, and his sobs subsided somewhat, though he was even less inclined to reveal his face. Overwhelmed with shame, he did not know how to confront them. Tugging at Rhyme's sleeve to shield his face, resembling a child seeking comfort, Rhyme, of course, understood Tsukuyomi's feelings at that moment, allowing the boy to pull at his flowing sleeves, while his other hand rested gently on the boy's head, offering a semblance of protection. He had not forgotten how this man had forcefully taken Tsukuyomi away, and though the informants reported that the young one was doing well, still, to be of such an age and harbor such despicable thoughts towards a child. Mind your own business, Gojo, Rhyme admonished quietly. Indeed, Gojo was formidable, apart from Sukuna. He posed the greatest threat. Yet, this did not incite fear within Rhyme. He gently coaxed the boy in his arms. Sukuna must be growing anxious. Let us depart, Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi mumbled in agreement, filled with the resolve to reprimand Sukuna upon their meeting. His guilt prevented him from looking towards Gojo's direction. Thus he remained oblivious to the latter's sullen expression. Zenin Hikari, younger than Gojo, could hardly contain his impatience. Tsukuyomi, is that you? Come here quickly. Do you realize how perilous the individual beside you is? At these words, Rhyme's expression shifted again, his tone laced with derision. What of his danger? The three houses dare not approach. He is merely a lapdog of the emperor, accustomed to high status, unable to withstand the slightest provocation. It was merely a desire to covet Sukuna's power for oneself that kept them from acting, fearing the repercussions of damaging relations. The Gojo clan indeed could not act recklessly, for the emperor had only commanded them to ascertain the cause, not to eliminate Sukuna. Even so, they could only watch helplessly as Tsukuyomi was taken away by that man. Gojo's countenance darkened, shrouded in an aura of murderous intent and resentment that sent chills through the air. Was aligning with the emperor truly the right decision? Behind Zen and Hikari stood a man clad in a black hood, frowning at the unforeseen conflict unfolding. Was this degree not sufficient? What extent would incite a rift between these two factions? TSK. Raimai lifted the boy in his arms, softly adjusting his position as one would with a child, wrapping an arm beneath his knees to settle him on his forearm. Tsukuyomi clung tightly to Raimai's neck, burying his head in the crook of his shoulder. The very accomplices responsible for the massacre of an entire village strolled away with such audacity. Their destination was Sukuna, and along the way, Tsukuyomi contemplated the manner in which he would chastise him. Yet, he could not have anticipated the scene that awaited him, given Sukuna's current strength. It was evident that his presence in Heian-kyo extended beyond that solitary temple. Raimai was now leading him to another property of Sukuna's in Heian-kyo, situated near the noble enclave in the northern part of the left capital. The residence was adorned with pavilions and towers. Sukuna was seated cross-legged in the corridor, leisurely sipping from a cup. Even in such a mundane posture, he exuded an inherent aloofness befitting a ruler, his countenance marked by an air of languid disinterest, emanating an intangible authority. Tsukuyomi's pent-up fury coalesced at that moment, and he rushed toward the cherry pink-haired man seated in the distance. Sukuna, the demon, clad in a woman's kimono, lifted his gaze at the sound. This little rascal, after such a long absence, you dare call my name so brazenly? You must have a death wish. Why did you establish your territory there? Do you even comprehend that they are merely defenseless, ordinary people? The more Tsukuyomi thought about it, the more pitiful he felt, his eyes reddening, craving to leap forward and bite him. Oh, are you angry? Sukuna responded languidly, seemingly unfazed, his crimson eyes glimmering as they appraised him from head to toe. I let you out for some exercise, and you return looking so pitiable? The demon's gaze was cold, always tinged with a perilous edge, as it fell upon the boy's coarse garments, furrowing his brows. As Tsukuyomi observed Sukuna's nonchalant demeanor, a sense of impotence and absurdity washed over him. He struggled to maintain composure, hastily articulating the unfairness of the situation, his words tumbling forth in rapid succession, fearful that any pause would betray his tears. Such a display would only serve to invite Sukuna's contempt. Why? Why must you do this? What benefit does it bring you to slaughter those who are powerless? Sukuna, do you not realize that they are living, breathing human lives? The Yuzuki brothers. They were good people. They had finally emerged from the shadow of their parents' demise. They had finally dared to hope for the future. Why must you be so cruel? Are lives so inconsequential to you? Sukuna, why must it be this way? Sukuna observed the boy's suppressed rage for a moment, silently regarding him before suddenly speaking. How intriguing. A faint, contemptuous smile curled at the corners of his lips. Tsukuyomi could scarcely believe his eyes. What? Because it is entertaining, of course. Is it not? Witnessing those insignificant insects reveal their grotesque nature in the face of death, despairing, bewildered, begging for mercy as they grovel on the ground. Isn't it intriguing? The weak have no right to beg for mercy. In this moment, Tsukuyomi Kaname discerned the madness in his eyes, feeling as though he might collapse from exhaustion. The absurdity of it all struck him, causing his voice to tremble. Is a human life so trivial to you? To which the two-faced Sukuna calmly replied, I am acutely aware of the grotesque nature of humanity. Thus, I harbor no expectations of others, nor do I contemplate their demise. You madman, Tsukuyomi Kaname retorted, his calm demeanor belied by the throbbing veins at his temples, revealing his inner turmoil. Sukuna epitomizes malevolence, a creature born of wickedness. Sir, dinner is ready. Raimai's entrance shattered the tension between them. He carried a small table, upon which lay a meal prepared for Sukuna. A dish of meat, meticulously sliced and arranged into a small mound, glistened enticingly. The flesh, adorned with a skin-like pattern resembling a crimson tattoo, bore the semblance of the moon. Is this Ozawa's birthmark? How beautiful, like the moon. Hehe, brother says the same. I must be fated to meet Ozawa again. You must come back to see me. That won't happen, it won't. Tsukuyomi Kaname's gaze, trembling, shifted past Sukuna to the heap of food, his pupils constricting as he trembled violently, his heart pounding like a drum. Observing Tsukuyomi's disarray, Sukuna felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest and instinctively reached out to place his hand on Tsukuyomi's forehead, as if to measure his temperature. In the next moment, a sharp sound echoed. Tsukuyomi, devoid of all expression, instinctively swatted Sukuna's hand away, suppressing his nausea and attempting to disregard the man before him. Feeling a tumultuous churn in his stomach. Stumbling, he brushed past Sukuna's shoulder and approached Raimai, his weakened hand trembling as it hovered over the ornate dish. What is this? Chapter 117, Sukuna Desires 2. Raimai instinctively shifted aside, unwilling to let him touch it, and the atmosphere grew tense. Just then, a familiar, effeminate voice chimed in, filled with an inexplicable liveliness as if surprised. Ah, the young master has returned. It was Renai. He tilted his head, exaggeratedly glancing at the food in Raimai's hands, and waved dismissively. Does Lord Sukuna not fancy this? I brought it especially for him, having heard that he enjoys such delicacies. Oh dear, how disheartening. Enjoy? Sukuna relishes human flesh? Tsukuyomi's vision distorted as he beheld Sukuna's countenance, the dark purple eyeshadow spreading ominously, and the lips painted in crimson twisting into a gaping maw. A grotesque sight indeed. This world is so strange, indifferent, with an air of arrogance. Disgusting, utterly revolting. Tsukuyomi's state was alarmingly erratic. His breaths came in quick gasps. As if his throat were constricted, a surge of rage boiling within him, rendering the cruel reality around him indistinct. A continuous buzzing filled his ears. Like a furious little lion, he lunged at Renai, delivering a resounding slap. The abruptness of it caught everyone off guard, and the room fell silent until the sharp sound resonated. The effeminate man was momentarily stunned, but was swiftly overpowered by Tsukuyomi's relentless assault, fists raining down upon him. He could no longer hear the outside world. The voices of the Yuzu brothers and Renai intertwined in his mind, plunging him into a frenzy, a tide engulfing him, leaving him breathless. Why? The sorrow felt as though it might cleave his heart in two. Will you return after you leave? Of course, shortly. Ozawa is so adorable. I will definitely come back to see you. Brother is going home, back to his own home. You who possess such power, doing what you believe protects everyone yet receiving no recognition, do you regret it? No. Then go and try doing what you believe will leave you unrepentant. Regretful. He truly felt an overwhelming sense of remorse. What to do? What to do? I'm so sorry. I had no idea it would come to this. Raimai hastily set down the food and pulled Tsukuyomi away, not out of fear for Renai, but rather sensing his emotional instability. Renai, initially intending to retaliate, attempted to push Tsukuyomi away, but, in that moment of struggle on the ground, locked eyes with Sukuna, and cold sweat erupted. The shadowy gaze seemed like a blade, slicing through him without mercy, and he harbored no doubt that any hint of resistance would lead to his demise. Tsukuyomi was restrained in Raimai's gentle yet unyielding embrace, the slender youth still thrashing about, as if refusing to relent until he had imparted some lesson. Let me go? Let me go? I detest you all. Release me. You murderer. Renai covered his face, cautiously adjusting his position on the ground, sweat beading on his forehead and smudging his dark purple eyeshadow, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Tsukuyomi sought to calm the turmoil within himself. Geto. He summoned his Shikigami to ensnare Raimai, tugging at his robe as he sprinted toward the other side of the courtyard. Raimai glanced in that direction, instinctively sensing danger. Sukuna, however, remained unfazed, his gaze flickering, choosing not to intervene, his presence palpable. That was the direction of the kitchen's cold cellar. Raimai hesitated to attack the seemingly harmless Shikigami, merely brushing them off, anxiously looking towards Sukuna. Lord Sukuna, where is it? He wished to see, so let him go. Yes, there had been numerous occasions when Tsukuyomi had attempted to push open the kitchen door, only to be thwarted by Raimai or diverted by a change of subject. Today, he finally glimpsed the true nature of this place. The not-so-concealed small door to the kitchen emanated a chilling aura, growing colder with each step closer. As if to confirm something at last, Tsukuyomi held his breath and opened the small door. A blast of frost rushed at him. Inside lay dismembered human organs, large and small, their forms unrecognizable. And they were all women and children. Raimai was undoubtedly Sukuna's most capable subordinate, even excelling in culinary matters. All the meat had been meticulously categorized, selecting only the most tender and delectable parts. They were all kin. At last, Tsukuyomi understood the nature of those with whom he had cohabited all along. His daily life intertwined with these flesh-devouring fiends. They had lived in close quarters for so many years. Ugh. Cough. Ugh. Tsukuyomi could no longer contain his stomach's upheaval and began to retch violently, each heave threatening to expel the contents of his stomach. His ruby-like eyes glistened with tears, brimming with anguish. Kane, Raimai, having extricated himself from the Shikigami's grasp, rushed over, cautiously approaching him. Why have you kept this from me? Why engage in such deeds? As Tsukuyomi Jinmi felt a sharp pang in his nose, tears began to cascade uncontrollably down his cheeks. Raimai stood by, dry and speechless. I only did this for your sake, he murmured. But Ozawa is my friend. They saved me, provided me shelter, while you ruthlessly slaughtered them. You exterminated those innocent souls without mercy, even treating him as mere sustenance? The boy's voice trembled, his hoarse tone imbued with profound despair. I'm sorry. The dual-faced Sukuna strolled leisurely to the entrance, unwittingly intensifying Jinmi's distress. Stay away from me. Cough cough. The Cursed King felt an unsettling agitation within. Empathizing with the revulsion emanating from Jinmi, yet it only served to heighten his displeasure, his gaze growing increasingly mocking. Do you find me repulsive? Or perhaps you deem me too cruel, filled with resentment? Hatred? His speech was deliberate, each word laden with an inexplicable pressure that sent chills down one's spine. Get away. Tsukuyomi Jinmi vehemently wiped away his tears, unwilling to reveal his vulnerable self before this loathsome figure. Sadness and despair intertwined within him. It was the first time he truly comprehended the essence of human emotion. He had once naively believed he understood the malevolence of Sukuna, thinking he could remain indifferent, continuing to treat this place as his home. Yet when tragedy struck before him, all he felt was hopelessness. Sukuna had rescued him, nurtured him. He was akin to family. The Yuzu brothers had also shown him kindness, yet he could never repay them. Instead, he became an accomplice to unspeakable evil. What? Angry because of those inconsequential people? The towering figure of Sukuna paid no heed, forcefully invading the boy's space, casting a shadow that completely enveloped him. There was no escape. Sukuna, you're utterly revolting. Get away. Cough cough. The mere proximity of Sukuna made Jinmi involuntarily recall the food-laden ice cellar, inducing waves of nausea. Suddenly, Sukuna burst into laughter. Amused by Jinmi's disgust, he fixed his gaze on the boy, whose cheeks bore an unnatural flush due to his earlier retching, long eyelashes dampened by physiological tears. TSK. You look quite disdainful, he mused, his eyes slowly drifting downwards. And that mouth of yours only spews childish, infuriating remarks. How laughably immature. To think that such a feeble and insignificant creature would dare oppose him, living a life of mediocrity, lazily reliant on the compassion and morality of the powerful. What distinguished him from livestock? Such notions of good and evil, of values, were meaningless. This was an era of the strong, an era ruled by Sukuna himself, unparalleled in dominance. In the next moment, Chapter 118, Why can others do it, but I cannot? Initially, Sukuna merely sought to silence the incessant prattle of this oblivious child, who had no sense of decorum or eloquence. He was merely testing the waters, intrigued by the strange sensation that had crept up his spine that day, a thrill only experienced in moments of extreme excitement and bloodlust. Though the Cursed King possessed profound knowledge and cultivation, few had the opportunity to witness it. His formidable first impression overshadowed everything. He was merely seen as a monster of slaughter, while no one wished to acknowledge a thinking creature. They only desired him to be a weapon. Beneath the half-open white kimono lay robust muscles, wild and untamed, brimming with explosive potential, capable of delivering a fatal blow when the opportunity arose. Before Jinmi could retreat, he was seized around the waist, forced backward. His slender hands gripped mercilessly by Sukuna's powerful grasp. Resistance was futile. You lunatic. You ugh. The hand on his back shifted, gripping the young sorcerer's shoulder, a vital point. Jinmi's posture stiffened for a moment before he began to struggle violently, filled with tension and resistance, desperate to break free. But how could he possibly succeed? Raimai stood aside, for the first time revealing an uncharacteristic expression of distress. He could not comprehend why Lord Sukuna would act in such a manner, his first instinct to intervene. Yet he received a cold, disdainful glance from Sukuna. Raimai's usually stoic demeanor shattered, leaving him frozen in shock. Silence enveloped them. The boy continued to writhe, tears of fear streaming down his face as he met Raimai's gaze. Yet he merely clenched his fists tightly. Raimai ugh. He was becoming addicted, increasingly impatient as he pressed Jinmi backward, dangerously so. Sukuna's eyes lowered. Had he seduced others in the same manner that day? Jinmi, unwilling to cooperate, continuously dodged. How revolting. Truly a madman. Overwhelmed, Jinmi felt nausea rising within him at the recollections of Sukuna's past, the grotesque meals he had consumed. He bit down hard, mercilessly, like a cornered beast ready to lash out. Blood flowed from where they connected, and for a moment, Sukuna hesitated, refraining from employing his reversal technique. As he had desired to release the near-asphyxiating boy, Tsukuyomi Jinmi gasped for breath, his crimson eyes sparkling with fury, a stark contrast to the intimidation he sought to project, becoming oddly alluring instead. Madman. Insane. Repulsive, insane, diseased. Is that all you have to say? Sukuna replied calmly, almost absent-mindedly, as if mocking Jinmi's shallow vocabulary. Nonchalantly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, his brow furrowed low, excitement coursing through him. He was oblivious to how peculiar his expression appeared. His gaze palpably eager as it flitted over Jinmi's demeanor. He desired more, like a beast insatiable. Jinmi continually wiped his mouth with his sleeve, even rushing to the water jar by the stove to rinse, gagging and displaying a look of utter disdain, his already red lips nearly swollen from the effort. This caused Sukuna's countenance to darken, as if he might devour Jinmi whole. Is that how much you disdain me? Seeing the evident repulsion in Jinmi's eyes ignited a nameless fury within him, and he chuckled coldly, reminiscent of that strange sensation from the deep night. When had Sukuna been so toyed with? It was merely that detestable bond that kept them tied together, and it was utterly vexing. He had catered to this brat for years, and yet he had shown no growth. Even now, he allowed such trivial human emotions and moral values to sway him. Jinmi splashed water on his face and halted, casting a frosty glare at Sukuna. His hands and feet grew cold. He knew Rina was a pawn placed beside him by Sukuna and Raimai, but how could that be? That night, Rina had been fast asleep. How could he possibly know? Who told you? On what grounds do you presume such things about me? What does it mean that everyone else can do it, yet he is so inadequate? Tsukuyomi Jinmi felt his face flush with anger, yet he was at a loss for words in rebuttal, surrounded by an array of peculiar individuals, all of whom were men. It was indeed strange. After a prolonged silence, he found himself unable to articulate a single retort. He had been innocent, yet was chastised with such harsh words. After all, he was a man too. Little did he know that the silence of the youth was interpreted by the two-faced Sukuna as an acknowledgement. Sukuna's gaze, heavy and penetrating, bore down on him, emotions teetering on the edge of eruption. Over the years, his tolerance for the boy had become habitual. Even a spirit's heart is not carved from stone. How can you speak of me in such a manner? Is it not true? You are merely a feeble deity on the brink of demise, bound to me through fate, granted a brief respite to hone your abilities, yet returning from your escapades even more diminished. Sukuna's relentless barrage of questions and criticisms forced the boy to retreat further. Stop it, fool, Sukuna pressed on. And with a resounding slap, Jinmi could no longer restrain himself, his hand tinged with moisture, trembling yet devoid of pain. He simply yearned for Sukuna to silence himself. Jinmi was taken aback by his own actions, his heart racing with an unexpected panic. He had never envisioned himself resorting to such measures. Your words are too cruel. Sukuna, recognize your own place. You are but my vassal, empowered to speak back to me only due to the binding curse that exists between us. Do not elevate your stance too high. What binding curse? You are insufferable. Tears welled in Jinmi's eyes, cascading down his cheeks as if they were on the verge of shattering at any moment. His first instinct was to glance towards Raimai, but the latter averted his gaze. Silence was the most telling answer. Jinmi looked back at Sukuna in disbelief, a profound sorrow washing over him, a sharp pain piercing his heart. A metallic taste filled his throat, yet he dared not voice it, swallowing hard. The home he had believed in was merely a facade. The affection he had received was nothing but a veil shrouding the truth. Everything he possessed was an illusion. Their kindness had ulterior motives. Raimai's care and concern flooded his mind, fragments of the past resurfacing, now starkly contrasting with the present moment. No wonder, he thought, that Sukuna was the first to notice him falling ill in the dead of night. What, then, is truly real? Jinmi was overwhelmed by the shocks of the night. Struggling to process it all, it felt as though he had lost everything. A dull ache throbbed in his brain, threatening to unravel him. Yet he steadfastly fought against revealing a more vulnerable side before Sukuna. He had always felt like a mere joke, and when he lifted his face again, it was streaked with tears. He did not confront the reasons behind his deception. A profound sorrow and a sense of disorientation weighed heavily upon him as he lowered his head and hastily departed. Raimai instinctively wished to pursue him. Sukuna had gone too far this time. Let him go, Sukuna commanded without turning his head. Raimai hesitated for a moment before making the unprecedented decision to defy Sukuna and attempt to follow. I said, let him go. In that instant, a forceful strike landed a meter in front of Raimai, followed by an explosive sound as dust settled to reveal a deep crater. The dark-haired man paused, turning to face the scene. The demeanor of the King of Curses had shifted from aggressive to calm and rational, as if everything was firmly within his grasp. Chapter 119, Sukuna's Scheme. If communication proves ineffective, the best mindset is, we are different, but neither is wrong. How are matters at the shrine? Sukuna's expression remained calm, betraying none of his earlier ferocity. Raimai stiffened as though jolted awake, regaining his composure and nodding. Everything is arranged. The new arrivals have been settled. The plan was ahead of schedule. In a few days, they would initiate the first steps. Raimai, confused by Sukuna's intentions, followed closely behind. Initiate what? His heart raced, an incredulous sensation creeping in as Sukuna retraced his steps. In the corridor, The source of the trouble lay before them. Rina knelt, trembling, with her head bowed low in a posture of submission. Sukuna regarded her with a semblance of a smile, crouching down to grip her face without hesitation. His dark nails glinted menacingly, embodying a casual yet ruthless demeanor, as if handling something destined for slaughter. "You are exceedingly presumptuous," he remarked, referring to the offering before him. This was Rina's tribute upon her return. He had discovered the brothers barely clinging to life and had intended to grant them a swift release, only to find the elder fiercely protecting the younger. It was only upon their demise that he recognized the crescent-shaped mark upon them. "Oh, perhaps I have erred in my judgment?" Under Sukuna's covert machinations, tales of the moon god's enmity with the spirit began to circulate among the populace. Some, in desperation, began to pay homage to Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi, hanging a bundle of grass at their doorsteps. Those with greater means would erect statues or visit shrines to seek protective charms. They generally refrained from targeting such individuals. This undeniably bolstered the moon god's stature among the people, simultaneously enhancing the faith in Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi. Everyone regarded him as the adversary of Sukuna, believing that the deity had indeed heard their pleas and chosen to stand with them. To further lend credibility, the group of curse practitioners led by Sukuna had recently intensified their activities, eliminating those who were oblivious to the unfolding events while preserving those who fit the plan. For Sukuna, this was not a daunting task. A few rounds of brutal purging would suffice, yielding a power that did not even compare to half of his previous indulgences. Witnessing the sprightly demeanor of that little spirit today only solidified his suspicions. A deity without faith shall perish. Conversely, the opposite held true as well. However, the timeline of the plan had advanced far beyond his expectations. Sukuna's eyes flickered as he looked down impassively at the terrified individual before him. Rina had always been enamored with beauty. Aside from her duties, she would meticulously adorn herself with exquisite shades of black and purple eye makeup. At this moment, breathless and terrified, she gazed up at the man before her, resembling a malevolent specter, tears streaming down her cheeks. With her lower face covered, she could not utter a sound, left only to meet the gaze of the deity. Black liquid trickled down her cheeks, pooling in the palm of the cursed king, contrasting sharply against his skin. Sukuna frowned. Useless. With a single, lethal stroke, he severed her head from her body. As though deflated, he did not wait for the blood to spill. Raimai swiftly encased the body in ice, respectfully offering Sukuna a handkerchief to wipe his hands clean. The oppressive gloom that had lingered in his heart seemed to dissipate, yet upon closing his eyes, the image of Jinmi, with tear-filled eyes and a pleading expression, resurfaced. TSK. What a foolish child. Where else could he find someone with such an expansive heart as his own? A thankless wretch. To relinquish his anchor and allow it to venture into the world, granting him the ability to survive and the awareness to think independently, rather than being a pampered plaything, languishing in a dark, sunless chamber. Life and death are beyond his control. This is a feat achievable only by one who embodies duality. For only one of formidable strength and utter disregard for consequence can make this seemingly effortless choice. To expose one's vulnerabilities, to flaunt them in a manner so brazenly alluring. Knowing that a single misstep could lead to demise, yet still wandering about with reckless abandon. He refers to the youthful Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi. Reason tells him this is an exceedingly perilous act, yet the king of curses, accustomed to indulgence, believes he possesses sufficient strength to cushion the fall. And he is rather curious about how far this fellow might go. The choice rests solely within his thoughts. Much like that snowy night many years prior, the impetuous king of curses cradled his Achilles heel while traversing the vast, boundless snowfield, his spine erect, unyielding to the biting winds and swirling snow. In a world of pristine whiteness, all that met his gaze was desolation. It was dreadfully dull. The young demigod could only amuse himself by counting the breaths of the golden nugget he held, a creature as lazy as a pig. He thought he had been wandering alone for quite some time, but that was not the case. From the darkness of night to the break of dawn, as the sky began to glow with the soft light of the rising sun, he awakened. How pitiful it is for something so naive to wail about without understanding its surroundings. The duality of his existence mused lazily. It was merely a glimpse of the snowy landscape that elicited such a commotion. He did not even realize that from the moment the other awakened, the long and tedious journey had ceased to be monotonous for him. In fact, this arrangement was rather pleasing. The young king of curses found himself harboring an absurd notion of binding his life to another S. It was certainly intriguing. At the very least, it would stave off boredom. The culmination of strength often leads to desolation following reckless abandon. He revered freedom. Yet there would inevitably come a day of weariness and fatigue. One could certainly give it a try. To become a deity with an unceasing flame requires a multitude of devoted followers, countless in number and uninterrupted across generations. They would also need an opportunity that propels him forward, necessitating a clash between two factions to garner greater attention, and, importantly, the notice of that individual. Tenjin arrived here at the behest of the Emperor to escort a very special person. The entirety of Heian-kyo lay under her watchful gaze, serving as her source of information, as she sensed the myriad secrets within the barriers of the city. Yet, she had never encountered someone like this, for due to her innate abilities, she vaguely grasped the laws governing this world and the existence of higher dimensions. He is a human, yet not entirely so. This was her first genuine encounter with divinity. A single being embodies layers upon layers of death and rebirth. Lord Tsukuyomi, I have long admired your elegance. Chapter 120, I have done what your father did. The initial surprise gives way to a fluttering heart in prolonged company. The sky was a somber gray, as if a storm were imminent, casting a bluish-gray hue over the dull heavens. The sporadic raindrops, as fine as cow hair, floated in the air, adding to the oppressive atmosphere. It was suffocating. On the damp, filthy road, a woman approached slowly. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi found himself at a loss for how to express his emotions, his mind a chaotic whirlwind, rendering him incapable of coherent thought, enveloped in a fog of confusion. He lifted his gaze at the sound. In the next moment, a sharp pain pierced the back of his neck, and Tsukuyomi widened his eyes, forcing himself to remain conscious as his vision darkened. He saw himself being caught, powerless, by another, preventing him from collapsing to the ground. Satoru Gojo gazed down at him, his eyes calm. Shoo. Noticing Tsukuyomi's astonished expression, Satoru raised a finger to his lips, a gesture imbued with reassurance. He lowered his head and spoke softly. I will listen to your explanations shortly. His voice was quiet, yet imbued with a gentle authority that rendered his words impossible to refuse. Tenjin smiled faintly, observing the scene before her without haste. What, she wondered, was the head of the Gojo family doing? His expression was composed and cold, shrouded in silence. Was this truly the right course of action, Gojo? Tenjin inquired lazily, her hands tucked into her pockets. She had come at the Emperor's command to welcome the moon god. Would she simply acquiesce to his wishes, Tenjin? That was not her usual demeanor. Enough with the chatter. Kinji Hikari is far too invested in him. If you don't hand him over to me, issues are bound to arise. Besides, you intended to send him to me from the very start, did you not? What? Are you having second thoughts now? Stop pretending. You are undoubtedly in a quandary yourself. I truly do not understand how the Zenin clan became entangled with Hikari. If you wish to protect him, allow me to take him back. TSK, you're far too old for this. Satoru furrowed his brow, faint lines of worry forming. To him, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi seemed exceedingly young, barely older than his own son, an exquisitely delicate creature. Hence, Satoru felt a pang of embarrassment for his own heart racing upon his first encounter with this beautiful youth in the temple courtyard. As for the Zenin clan, Satoru hesitated. Since his birth, the Gojo family had firmly held the position of the foremost among the three great families, while the Zenin clan was undoubtedly resentful, having birthed a second strongest. In recent years, he had aged, while Zenin Hikari had grown increasingly formidable, likely seeking to disrupt the long-standing peace. However, the jujitsu world had prior agreements with Tenjin. The Zenin clan had breached their oath, colluding with Hikari. I will find a way to extricate the Gojo family from the court. As for him, I ask you to watch over him for a time. The Emperor's orders are of little consequence. He paused before continuing. Do not set your sights on him. The matter of the star plasma vessel is already settled. Understood. Enough of your ramblings. Once this decision was made, even the Emperor could not alter the outcome. Jujitsu sorcerers would willingly become the blades of nobility, with the choice remaining firmly in their hands. The realm of ordinary humans was far too sordid. Dealing with them over the years had cost them dearly. The elders within the family had long been reluctant to do more, for the common folk could neither comprehend nor empathize with their plight. Power and status had long ceased to hold any significance for them. Such a deceitful child. When Zenin Hikari arrived, he beheld this very scene, his silken purple hair disheveled. He possessed few capable subordinates, yet despite this, he rushed over at the first sign of trouble, only to find himself one step too late. If he had more influence within the clan, his grip tightened around the doorframe, with such force that it nearly splintered the wooden structure. Yet, he could only vent his inner frustrations through jest, donning a facade of laughter while his gaze remained icily cold. Old man, why so possessive? Don't let others witness your foolishness. He is still just like him, nameless and without distinction. What makes you so special? Is it merely your age? Should we then adhere to the tenet of respecting our elders and cherishing the young? Surely, precedence in all matters is to be observed, is it not, old man? Without a glance back, Satoru Gojo firmly grasped the boy's hand, calm and silent, as if these words were merely trifling banter. If you do not wish to see it, then be gone. Truly, It is impossible to harbor any fondness for you. Zenin Hikari narrowed his eyes, enunciating each word with deliberate precision. The origins of Tsukuyomi Tsukumo are no longer a secret, as Kinji Hikari has disseminated the information through unconventional means. You too are an insufferable wretch. Satoru Gojo's eyes brimmed with contempt. He was not inclined to bicker with a junior, especially one as poorly crafted as this imitation. Depart now. When Satoru Gojo had business to attend to and took his leave, the figure that had been as still as a statue since entry finally stirred, awkwardly approaching the bedside. Zenin Hikari was unwilling to accept his fate. He resented living perpetually in the shadow of Satoru Gojo, especially when both hailed as the strongest from their respective clans. Instead, he was molded like a mere tool, a puppet easily controlled, devoid of real authority and lacking in care and affection. Every reason for his existence was solely to aid the Zenin clan in vanquishing the Gojo clan. He exerted all his strength, falling time after time, gazing up at the towering mountain obstructing his path, with no one to acknowledge the grievances swallowed along the way. He was a despicable imitator, forced to embody the image of a genteel gentleman due to Satoru Gojo's tyrannical reputation. From a young age, he had to endure the rigorous training imposed by his family, because only in this manner could he barter for a fleeting chance to reunite with his mother. Even if she harbored no love for him, he had never been treated as a child. He was merely the hope of the Zenin family. How could he possibly save himself? He could only watch helplessly as the person before him walked step by step into an intricate web of traps, unable to retreat. And thus he was drawn into the fray. Snowflakes slipped between his brows, his silver hair cascading like a waterfall. The evening breeze stirred the crimson silk of the altar, the sound of drums echoing as they marked their initial fateful encounter, culminating in nothing but melancholy. Everyone yearns to retrieve the moon from the water for themselves, while I merely wish to cradle your gaze. In a place unnoticed by others, he allowed himself a moment of indulgence, his disheveled silken purple hair trailing along the ground, the luxurious yet understated robe heedlessly brushing against the floor. The rain continued to pour outside, intensifying and obscuring the sunlight. The interior was shrouded in a dim atmosphere, illuminated only by the flickering light of a solitary candle. On the bed lay a figure, the lowered drapes obscuring their form, while another, adorned in an opulent dark purple kimono, leaned against the bed's edge, their cascading hair obscuring their expression. How wretched, like a dog, was Satoru Nagi's first impression. What are you doing? The youthful fury erupted like a wolf cub's growl, igniting with a harsh reprimand. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he relaxed slightly, a smirk crossing his lips as he lazily adjusted his sleeves. He reverted to the familiar demeanor of warmth and courtesy. But would a true gentleman engage in such opportunistic behavior? Surely not. You are despicable, deceitful. Satoru Nagi's temper flared as he prepared to confront him. Hush. Zenin Hikari is enjoying himself, so do not disturb him. Moreover, I arrived first. He tilted his head, a smile gracing his lips. This smile was peculiar, stirring a tempest within Satoru Nagi's heart, as suppressed emotions long held captive sought to break free. That was the love of youth. The strange smile pierced through his heart, as if asking, do you wish to do what your father did? Chapter 121, Truth and Falsehood. The line between truth and falsehood is often blurred. What is genuine may sometimes masquerade as deceit. Tsukuyomi Tsukumo awoke to find it was already the next day, the only person present being Tenjin, while Satoru Gojo, who had vowed to settle accounts before his unconsciousness, was nowhere to be seen. You have finally awakened? A melodious voice resonated, and as Tsukuyomi Tsukumo opened his eyes, he met Tenjin's curious gaze, who was examining him with intrigue. How odd. Is it merely because he is somewhat handsome? Tenjin mumbled, shaking his head and stepping back from above Tsukuyomi Tsukumo, standing upright. Who are you? Tsukuyomi Tsukumo croaked, unease evident in his voice, as he pressed his lips together. An innocent question that nonetheless caused him to blush. What is there to admire about this fellow? Tenjin pouted, deliberately turning away to avoid looking at him. I am Tenjin. This is the Kozigu, constructed through my techniques. Why have you brought me here? Tenjin felt exceedingly awkward, perplexed as to why he could not meet the other's gaze, despite having gleaned so much information about him from the barrier. What is this all about? He was not even his type. It is not that I wish to meet you, Tsukuyomi-sama, he quickly corrected, recalling Satoru Gojo's words with uncertainty. It is the emperor who wishes to see you. An enigmatic deity he had never encountered before, with unclear intentions. Unable to secure the assistance of both sides of Sukuna, does he now seek other allies? You must prove your harmlessness to the imperial authority. It is important to note that the Japanese imperial family prides itself as descendants of deities. They have sanctified their royal lineage, perpetuating themselves as the offspring of the divine. However, the offspring of gods are fundamentally different from Tsukuyomi, one of the three noble children. In other words, in an era where lineage reigns supreme, Tsukuyomi Tsukumo could very well claim that position by virtue of his own abilities. Yet this is precisely the outcome the imperial family dreads. The identity they painstakingly fabricated to solidify their rule could be undermined in an instant. If he truly has come with a mission, defeating Sukuna would allow him to return home, at least. I know you do not covet power, but others do not know that. Tenjin cast him a meaningful glance for several seconds before speaking. How could someone who delights in the snow for an extended time yearn for power? Tenjin believed he was acting in Tsukuyomi Tsukumo's best interest, laying bare the intricacies of power struggles before him. Little did he realize that the youth remained indifferent, almost annoyingly calm, as if impervious to his words. He could not even be bothered to feign interest. Oh, he had not yet recovered from the blow dealt by Sukuna. Concepts of power and politics held little terror for one like him. Whether it be jealousy, impeachment, or schemes, they were matters of no consequence to him. Tenjin, having failed to showcase his brilliance, felt a twinge of frustration, letting out a huff. He could not abide this nonchalant demeanor. Who are you trying to impress with this moribund attitude? Is being cast aside by Sukuna truly worthy of your sorrow? Tsukuyomi Tsukumo, exasperated, retorted. That is not the case at all. She could not possibly comprehend the feelings associated with the collapse of everything from the past. He suddenly stood up, his gaze unwavering as he glared at Tenjin, his eyes ablaze with impending fury, leaving him no time to ponder how Tenjin was aware of this matter. Even those closest to him are exploiting him. This is utterly deplorable. Is this all there is to your life? Her sharp and biting words struck him like a dagger, piercing his very essence. What are you so melancholic about? Is mere existence not a splendid thing? It is merely deception. What is the big deal? Have you not grown up just fine? Does your life hold no other significance? Delicate flowers require tender care, for death comes easily to them. The sincerity of those words is genuine, yet the heart is false. The kindness of Ryumi and Sukuna is merely a consequence of the binding vow. However, Ryumi's unwavering affection is real, and Sukuna's guidance is indeed authentic. Clothing must be made of the softest silk, bedding can only be the most sumptuous of quilts, and the ingredients must be meticulously chosen for their freshness. For Tsukuyomi, raised in comfort, remains blissfully unaware. He knows not what fabrics may adorn him, nor what foods are safe for consumption. He seldom expresses his desires, for he is entirely oblivious to what he truly needs. Yet Sukuna knows. And thus Ryumi is also aware. No one in this world understands him better than Sukuna. A pampered deity, sheltered from the harshness of humanity, can be deceived by anyone who simply possesses a mouth. A mute may manage with gestures alone. Sukuna does not regard him as some domesticated entity. Even the dog that grew alongside him must stand apart from others. Hence, they traverse various realms to broaden their horizons. The results are negligible, as Ryumi instinctively tends to him with utmost care. He has experienced not a trace of society's brutality. The only setback Tsukuyomi has encountered in his life comes solely from Sukuna, merely the Curse King's last concession. This should have continued indefinitely, but plans often fail to keep pace with change. Tsukuyomi's physical condition deteriorates at an alarming rate, year by year. Even the Curse King finds it troublesome. Deities require faith. How could such a coincidence exist? He is precisely that nefarious villain. Venture outside. With your capabilities, you can achieve much, whether as a deity or a sorcerer. Do not place your hope for life in others. Seek the meaning of your existence. One can never truly receive help from another. One must discover their own strength to aid themselves. Tsukuyomi remained silent. Tengen's words did not inspire him, merely serving as platitudes. For his other mentor had also imparted to him, life is devoid of meaning. So why squander time searching for it? Your experiences are your greatest significance. Yet, Tengen's words felt overly familiar, and amidst the vague echoes, some answers seemed to beckon. How arrogant. Observing Tsukuyomi ensnared in turmoil and contemplation, Tenjin chuckled, mistakenly believing her words to have made an impact. In truth, she harbored her own motives, as the day of her assimilation with the star plasma vessel drew ever closer. And Kinjaku was tightening the noose. Her resolve had wavered, but that voice offered her guidance. In the sorcery world, she was renowned for her omniscience. This ability granted her a glimpse into higher dimensions, and not long ago, they had sought her out to unravel the binding vow between Tsukuyomi and Sukuna. Yet, she hesitated. For long ago, she learned of the infamous Curse King's singular weakness, which was a boon. Now, this higher dimensional existence demanded she unshackle the curse from the malevolent spirit, allowing him to wreak havoc upon the world, not to mention the implications of his treatment towards Tsukuyomi, whom he once regarded as an anchor. Should the members of the three families become aware of this information, chaos would surely ensue. Chapter 122, Lifting the Binding Vow, Part 1. Reluctantly, Tsukuyomi ventured into the outside world under Tengen's urging and disdain. If Sukuna had introduced him to the world as a means of elevating his perspective, showcasing breathtaking landscapes and expanding his horizons, then Tengen's actions were undoubtedly dragging him down from a radiant, pristine pedestal, forcing him to experience the humble existence of ordinary people. As insignificant as ants, he set forth southward, equipped with his prepared belongings, accompanied by a small entourage of 4 or 5 individuals. Servants dispatched by the Gojo and Zenin families. They were the elite of the 3 families, selected from a young age to accompany the future head of the family as advisors, particularly those sent by the Gojo family, no longer mere blades awaiting sharpening, but rather weapons steeped in blood, having just returned from the front line, still resonating with the echoes of battle. The 3 families had originally led by the Gojo clan. The recent decree to withdraw from political affairs would undoubtedly incite considerable turmoil, leaving little room for diversion. More critically, the Zenin family had begun to dissent, their opinions diverging from his. This heralded the onset of a shift within the 3 families. A tempest was brewing. Upon leaving Heiankyo, the towns along the way were far from prosperous, often bordering on squalor. It was a rarity to see wooden structures. Most buildings were constructed of crumbling earth. Yet wherever they paused, Tsukuyomi was well cared for. Even the most dilapidated inn would be arranged with utmost consideration. Luxuriously soft exotic beast fur blankets, warm and comfortable quilts, and the fragrant incense wafting from the burners. However, Tsukuyomi rejected it all. Upon entering a place that did not align with his tastes, he would promptly turn and leave. Young Master Tsukuyomi, will you not stay here? No, do not do this in the future. Had he been the person he once was, he might have readily accepted such care, accustomed to Ryumi's meticulous attention, viewing others' kindness as a given, but now things were different. In recent days, Tsukuyomi had traversed village after village, learning to journey through mountains and rivers as he once had. Their existence represented the majority, ragged and scarred. Poverty breeds wickedness. This place needed sorcerers far more than Heiankyo, yet they were evidently powerless to help themselves. A mere second-grade cursed spirit could obliterate their ancestral heritage, and yet they could only resort to desperate measures. Sacrifices, relocations, misfortunes. Tsukuyomi witnessed firsthand as they bound 6 or 7-year-old girls to sacrificial pyres, under the pretense of appeasing the mountain god's wrath. Yet cursed spirits would not relent. They were merely a conglomeration of relentless, greedy entities fueled by negativity. Why would they show mercy and relinquish their coveted prey? Perhaps Tsukuyomi's childhood experiences resonated too closely with the young girls, or perhaps for other reasons. He felt an unexpected surge of anger. People are so foolish. Yet their nature is not inherently malevolent. Myriad factors drive them to extremes: poverty, tyranny, natural disasters, and human folly. Tsukuyomi was regarded as a true deity by them. He remains indifferent to these matters. However, his entourage spares no opportunity to enhance his reputation. They have traversed numerous locales, discreetly vanquishing malevolent spirits at each stop. Yet, he harbors no desire to attract undue attention, wishing instead to shield the lives of ordinary people from disruption. In this world, rife with petty squabbles and oppression, mere survival has already drained their utmost strength. Contending against calamity and imperial authority just to maintain existence is a rare feat beyond that. It becomes a delicate subject, despite the bewilderment of his guards, who find it perplexing that one would perform good deeds without seeking reward, having grown accustomed to such brutality. They exhibit no other reaction. The fragile, sensitive nerves of the common folk are indeed on the brink of collapse, about to be crushed by the final straw. So be it. Let us not dwell too much on trivialities. Many things are inherently devoid of significance. If one desires to act, then let them do so. Concepts of reward or good reputation are merely burdensome shackles, constraining his true nature. Yet, reality often diverges from his aspirations. The benevolent deity's efforts to dispel malevolence have spread like wildfire. Zenin Hikari believes this to be just. It is unclear when the populace began to firmly believe in this rumor, that a deity descended from the moon, with white hair and red eyes, appears under the moonlit night. Every household has spontaneously erected statues to venerate this lunar deity. For these commoners, faith may not provide tangible benefits, yet it bestows upon them a unique hope, a hope for life. The cursed sorcerer group, led by Ryaman Sukuna, remains silent, uncertain of the connection between Tsukuyomi and Sukuna. Yet they are repeatedly used as a cautionary tale, much to their irritation. Clearly, they have donned the garments of another, and now that Tsukuyomi has severed ties with Sukuna, he has aligned himself with the opposing factions of the 3 prominent families. What a farce of a deity! Is he not merely a plaything of Lord Sukuna? Now, without Sukuna's protection, let us observe how long he can maintain his arrogance. Lord Sukuna has explicitly instructed against conflict with these adherents, including himself. But that was in the past. I have heard from previous seniors that this little imp has indeed severed ties with Lord Sukuna. Otherwise, why do you think we have not received any news from him lately? I say he should return to his former freedom, like Lord Sukuna, unrestrained. In truth, he has taken a liking to a renowned beauty in this region, yet alas, her entire family venerates the statue of Tsukuyomi. And Sukuna had previously instructed against taking action against them, but that is merely a relic of the past. His silence serves as the best evidence. During Tsukuyomi's travels over the past 6 months, despite consistently choosing the most arduous environments and undertaking the most challenging tasks, his health has remarkably improved. Throughout this period, he has intermittently communicated with Tenjin, resembling more of confidants than a master-student relationship. He remains woefully ignorant of many worldly matters, while Tenjin proves to be an excellent listener, their bond subtly deepening. With the Shinto festival approaching, the emperor will beseech the deities for bountiful harvests. Will you return to witness it? Over the past 6 months, the efforts of the Gojo clan have been commendable. The 3 prominent families are gradually delineating themselves from the aristocrats, merely a step away. The Zenin family remains entangled. Kinji Hikari has officially become a guest of the Zenin family and holds an instructional position in the Kamo family, until Tenjin successfully merges with the Shinjuku. They cannot fully trust her. Nevertheless, Tsukuyomi hesitates briefly before agreeing. Upon hearing reports of a formidable cursed spirit causing havoc in the outskirts of the capital, Tsukuyomi promptly rushes to the scene, only to discover that the so-called cursed spirit is none other than Ryman Sukuna, who has just escaped an onslaught by sorcerers. Long time no see, little imp. Chapter 123, Lifting the Binding Curse, Part 2. Tsukuyomi never anticipated their reunion would unfold in such a manner, the closest person to him. Both brother and mentor, now reduced to this state. How could someone so powerful and free-spirited be driven to such desperation? He glanced at the familiar faces surrounding Sukuna, Gojo Satoru, Zenin Hikari, the guards who accompanied him on his travels, and Tenjin. This is certainly no coincidence, but rather a premeditated confrontation. Tenjin. Tsukuyomi turned his head, ignoring Sukuna's greeting, and fixed his gaze upon her, his expression calm yet unsettlingly profound. He understood the implications. He was no longer the frail individual who would crumble upon deception. The past 6 months had fostered significant growth within him. A mere tranquil gaze conveyed everything. Despite not uttering a word, the unspoken understanding was palpable. Why deceive him? Tsunami. Let me explain this later, all right? Trust me, it was never my intention to deceive you. Tenjin attempted to justify herself, but Tsukuyomi had already turned away. Disappointment etched across his features. Sukuna's once pristine white kimono had been ravaged by countless battles, leaving his upper body exposed, revealing sinewy muscles adorned with ominous black markings, dangerous and enigmatic. His hair lay disheveled, matted with blood, and he breathed heavily, striding towards Tsukuyomi with a low, hoarse voice, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding chaos. Such audacity? Tsukuyomi's expression hardened. It had been over half a year. Surely he should have healed by now. Despite being hunted, he carried himself with an air of nonchalance, disregarding everyone around him, such as Ryman Sukuna. This onslaught differed from any prior. Gojo Satoru and Zenin Hikari nearly exhausted their family's resources, deploying their most treasured, rarely used cursed tools, each locked away in the family vault, too precious for casual use. Yet now, they were employed without hesitation against Sukuna. A reckless decision that would surely infuriate the elders should they learn of such wasteful expenditure. This tactic proved effective, while Sukuna appeared unscathed. The reverse curse technique allowed him to heal as long as his injuries weren't fatal, yet his cursed energy was waning, and his internal state was far from stable. Tenjin felt a twinge of guilt, but maintained his composure, refusing to glance at Tsukuyomi's expression. Sukuna, you are a menace. Not because he represented the cursed sorcerers, and thus was inherently evil. The relationship between cursed sorcerers and sorcerers in this era is ambiguous, with moral standings blurred. Sukuna's threat lies not in any specific heinous act, but in his very existence, which poses a danger and unpredictability that jeopardizes their interests. How amusing, Tenjin, that a rat like you thinks you can speak to me with such arrogance. The pink-haired man's posture was exceedingly relaxed, disregarding the intensely provocative glare he bore. Soma Mitsurugi reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the youth, gathering his focus as he tightened the silk thread in his grasp. A flash of silver gleamed in the air, and blood erupted from the neck of the twin-faced Shoko as he leapt back a few steps to create distance. Enough with the idle chatter. You ought to be grateful to us, two-faced Shoko. The binding curse has tormented you for quite some time, has it not? Zenin Hakusei stepped forward, fanning himself and placing himself protectively between Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi and the twin-faced Shoko, creating an aura of defense around the young man. You shall pay dearly for this. Yet Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi could not allow it. He belonged to him, and he harbored aspirations of a future with the youth. Thus he would not permit anyone to intervene. You need not escalate this further. Our purpose here is to unravel the binding curse that binds you to Tsukimi. If I am not mistaken, you have been searching for a solution for quite some time, have you not? They had only recently learned of this predicament from Tenin, meticulously orchestrating their plans to seize this opportunity. From a broader perspective, revealing the anchor point of the Cursed King, a being of unrestrained malice, should be a cause for celebration, for weaknesses imply vulnerability. By mastering his weaknesses, they could secure such a formidable weapon in their hands. However, that anchor point was none other than Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi. There were countless who sought to harm him, and equally many who wished to exploit him. Once they discovered the connection between Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi and the twin-faced Shoko, they would stop at nothing to seize control over the youth. This was perilously dangerous for Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi. They were still unaware of the rules governing the binding curse, and moreover, if the existence of a deity nurtured by the Cursed King were to become public knowledge, he would be besieged by countless threats. All past reverence and admiration would transform into the sharpest blades piercing the young man's body. This constituted a grave risk for the large dogs. The twin-faced Shoko believed he should feel elated. He could easily rid himself of this pitiful creature and return to his unrestrained self. His crimson eyes flickered, fixating intently on the silhouette behind Zenin Hakusei, and suddenly, he broke into a grin. What if I refuse? You, Zenin Hakusei, exclaimed in exasperation, preparing to summon a Shikigami to attack, only to be interrupted. You have no choice. Mitsurugi. A piercing strike pierced the abdomen of the twin-faced Shoko. It served as a warning. The cursed tool he employed this time was insufficient to eliminate the twin-faced Shoko, merely a means of restraint. Everyone assumed that the twin-faced Shoko intended to use this information as leverage, binding himself to Tsukimi to secure a chance at survival. The relationship between the twin-faced Shoko and Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi had plummeted to an icy low after that incident. It was evident that few would treat a mere anchor point with genuine kindness and warmth. If it were them, whether intentionally or unintentionally, even if he were innocent, they would inevitably cast blame upon one another, harboring discontent, particularly someone as capricious as the twin-faced Shoko. If the binding curse were not unraveled, the potential for retaliation must be swiftly extinguished in its cradle. I shall free you from your shackles, but you must impose a binding upon yourself, ensuring that once released, you shall not seek vengeance against Tsukimi. Tenin interjected hastily, fulfilling the desire of the voice echoing in his mind. A binding refers to the exchange of a disadvantageous cost to attain a certain ability or effect for a specific purpose, yet the consequences of violation remain uncertain. Such practices are rarely adopted in this era. Upon hearing Tenin's words, Mitsurugi was momentarily stunned. This was not what had been agreed upon before their arrival. Zenin Hakusei narrowed his eyes. What use was a binding if they could not kill him afterward? The opportunity lay before them, and if they missed it, they might never again have the chance to eliminate him. How intriguing. Ha ha ha. Truly amusing. The twin-faced Shoko laughed boisterously, his gaze sweeping over the men with varying expressions before finally resting on Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi. This lad has quite the talent for ensnaring men. Vengeance against this little imp? The twin-faced Shoko scoffed, yet his hand continued to form seals, accompanied by a whisper of an incantation. I shall never harm Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi. With that, a binding was established upon the touch of the binding curse, and in the moment Tenin's words erupted forth, a flash of golden light flickered. The binding was set. Chapter 124, Countdown. The heavy night draped over the flowing river of the Milky Way, which should have been eerily silent. Yet it was disturbed by the tumultuous thoughts of the youth. No one anticipated that the twin-faced Shoko would acquiesce to Tenin's conditions, much less establish such a binding. All willingly accepted. It was not a matter of vengeance. Rather, it was a commitment to never inflict harm. The implications of these two stances were worlds apart. It was profoundly ironic. After all, on that day, he had spoken such harsh words to him, yet he now hypocritically swore such an extravagant oath, as if he bore no ill will towards him whatsoever. After the binding was unraveled, before Mitsurugi and Zenin Hakusei could take further action, Raimai had already led a group to shield his departure. It was a teleportation technique. The man with the black ponytail cast a fleeting glance back before turning away, his eyelashes quivering slightly. After such a long time apart, he still felt a pang of reluctance. He had so much he wished to convey. So many complicated matters he wanted to explain, yet upon seeing the other's calm, indifferent expression, he felt discontent. This was precisely the demeanor they wished for the youth to adopt. The timing was wrong, and the location was unsuitable. Tsukimi, you must grow up quickly. Even in his absence, one day he would have to learn to stand on his own, to cultivate his body, to find joy. The world of adults was so convoluted. It would feign concern for your well-being while coercing you into doing things you despised, molding you into someone you never wished to become. Yet their time was truly insufficient. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi grew weaker by the day. In one moment, he managed to endure and send him off, and in the next, the twin-faced Shoko began to cough up blood. To rapidly accumulate renown in such a short span, they had to proceed in this manner. The youth would not deceive, to gain the support of the three great families. They could only ensnare the youth alongside them. Fortunately, they succeeded. No one in the world would suspect that the heinously wicked twin-faced Shoko would nurture a child in such a manner. Years of silent companionship and reluctant care were fraught with unwilling factors. Only when the anchor point thrived could the twin-faced Shoko find solace. Those concerns and attentions had long since blurred the lines of truth and pretense, and he himself had grown accustomed to it. He had grown accustomed to using the binding curse to sense the feelings of the other anchor point, ensuring he possessed the means for self-defense in the event of unforeseen circumstances. He taught him sorcery, culture, and common knowledge. If you cannot run, you shall perish. You are too slow. Each training session for Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi was conducted with unrelenting rigor, his pain resonating in tandem with the twin-faced Shoko's own body. The twin-faced Shoko would not permit himself to relent for such a ridiculous reason. The agony was never borne by just one, but by both. The growth was not confined to the youth alone, the twin-faced Shoko too, and there existed no notion of subtle influence. No one could fathom this intricate and convoluted emotion, not even the twin-faced Shoko himself. Initially, it was merely a playful endeavor, yet with each passing day, the concern deepened, and the bond grew increasingly intimate. In this world, there shall never be another soul who comprehends Tsukuyomi Jun's physique as thoroughly as he does. He is acutely aware of the upper limits of the boy's pain threshold. Thus, he relentlessly trains him, pushing his capabilities to the brink. Occasionally, the small deceptions to evade training arise, driven by gluttonous impulses and the misguided desire to conceal them, revealing an unwarranted sympathy for others despite his own limited abilities. Tsukuyomi Jun is but an ordinary individual, not a diminutive deity, foolishly self-assured in his arrogance, inherently meant to exist under his protection. Henceforth, this shall be the only reality. He is too disdainful to engage with this fool over past indiscretions. Yet he never contemplated that the binding spell would be undone. The dual-faced Sukuna, stationed far beyond the borders of Heian-kyo, relished the confrontation with these prodigies of the sorcery realm, his hands, concealed in the shadow of the eaves, exuding a palpable presence. Sukuna bowed his head, his expression clouded, his eyes swirling with unnameable emotions. The connections he once deemed a burden and a disgrace have been severed. How vexing it is. Why does it come to this? He is now, undeniably, impatient. For reasons unknown, Sukuna has remained silent and hidden for a considerable duration. It is indeed unfortunate that he could not deliver a swift end to his adversary last time and allowed him to escape, which was an unwarranted concession. Gojo Nagi once again trailed Tsukuyomi Jun to this obscure village to exorcise cursed spirits, all the while grumbling in a casual manner, carefully gauging the boy's demeanor. Upon returning home, his father's mood was grim, and all presumed that Tsukuyomi Jun played the role of a victim in the context of the binding spell, imprisoned and despised, living a life akin to that of a marionette, devoid of autonomy. Yet they were mistaken. From the very beginning, the boy resided at the pinnacle of this unequal relationship, with no threats or captivity to speak of. Rather, the god of slaughter harbored an extraordinary concern for him. This is not the reaction of a normal person. Humiliated and enraged by manipulation, Sukuna, in fact, cares deeply for Tsukuyomi Jun, even willing to impose such constraints upon him, a testament to his immense confidence. That gaze, akin to one surveying his possessions, is profoundly unsettling for Gojo Satoru, as it implies that Sukuna harbors the same thoughts as they do, concealed sentiments that he had possessed long before. At the Kumo residence, the head of the family expressed his concern. Lord Tenjin and Kinji Hikari are sworn enemies. Are we not disregarding Lord Tenjin's words by acting in this manner? I comprehend your intent, and furthermore, we are not the instigators. It was the Zenin clan that first betrayed their trust. The Zenin heir's ambition to seize power is far too reckless, yet I find it appealing. He referred to Zenin Hikari's utilization of Kinji Hikari in the Zenin clan's power struggle. Beneath his seemingly unassuming demeanor lies an ambition unwilling to be suppressed. He acknowledges that his opponent, compared to the current tyrant, is lacking in both strength and means. Historically, the Gojo clan's desires have led the three esteemed families in all matters. However, Gojo Satoru's recent commands have left him dissatisfied, to withdraw from politics and distance himself from the eyes of the common folk. This would result in the Kumo clan losing much power, wealth, things he yearns for and values above all else. What is Kinji Hikari's next experiment? It seems to involve human experimentation. Oh, has this fellow grown increasingly deranged? Whether Tenjin can successfully assimilate remains uncertain. No, it is not solely because of Lord Tenjin. Kinji Hikari had dealings with the Kamo clan years prior, as their techniques predominantly pertain to blood, often rendering their bodies distinct from ordinary individuals. In the past, they had been rare women with unique physical traits, but such women have not appeared for a long time. Recently, Kinji Hikari procured a batch of yukai and cursed spirits from the black market, and he aspires. Has he lost his mind? Inquiring about other deities? Everyone knows that there is a readily available one right here in Heian Kyo. Chapter 125, Countdown to Old Matters. In the year 1132 of Heian Kyo, the activities of the curse users led by dual-faced Sukuna underwent a transformation. They gradually faded into obscurity, becoming increasingly discreet, yet whenever they were mentioned, it was with palpable disdain. Internal societal conflicts were often resolved through violence. The status of the warrior class surged dramatically, and civil unrest prevailed, plunging the populace into dire straits. The clandestine exorcism of cursed spirits by Tsukuyomi Jun was ultimately revealed. Zenin Hikari privately commanded a widespread proclamation, yielding remarkable results. As admiration for Tsukuyomi Jun soared to unprecedented heights. Lord Tsukuyomi is indeed a magnificent and selfless deity. I heard from the southern folk that any household that venerates him shall receive his blessings, free from malevolent disturbances. I know. Not long ago, a villain intruded upon my home, yet before even reaching my door, he was so terrified upon passing by Lord Tsukuyomi's statue that he fled in utter panic. Is it truly so miraculous? The moon god truly exists, having concealed so many good deeds from us. What a kind-hearted deity. Indeed, just in our street. Which household has not enshrined Lord Tsukuyomi? Xiaomei, you should hurry to the shrine and bring back a statue. I hear it is the most potent one there. Yes. Despite the sun and moon being in opposition, for those who detest the night, Tsukuyomi Jun has, unbeknownst to them, become the emblem of exorcising malevolence and upholding righteousness. In this era of scarcity and hardship, possessing millions of followers, his incense offerings far surpass those of other deities. His contributions are widely celebrated among the populace, with nearly everyone able to recount a tale or two related to him. Who would have thought that Kinji Hikari would possess such a remarkable figure? Zenin Hikari's status has begun to subtly eclipse that of the current family head, largely due to Kinji Hikari's machinations. He has forged contracts with the active sorcerers. By merely offering a part of their bodies upon death, they could potentially be reincarnated under suitable circumstances a century later. No one desires immortality more than those elders of the three esteemed families, making Kinji Hikari's proposition all the more tantalizing. During this year, the youth's true self was fully manifested, be it in intellect, techniques, physical prowess, or otherwise, akin to a once green fruit now ripened and full, exuding a sweet and intoxicating fragrance. During this time, Gojo Nagi rejected the marriage arranged by the Gojo clan. I will prove to my father who is truly the most deserving. The youth's stature continued to grow, while the tyrant gradually aged. Yet he never relinquished the inner voice within. The silver-haired man, with a composed demeanor, gazed steadily at the boy of equal height, radiating an air of calm that starkly contrasted with the youth's fervor. You are welcome to try. Resolute yet tinged with bitterness. It was only after the spirited young Lion King departed that he stirred, approaching the bronze mirror. With an impassive expression, he gazed at his reflection, slowly raising his hand to smooth the deep furrow between his brows. How long must he wait? This was the umpteenth small mountain village that Tsukuyomi had visited. Over the years, his physique had improved remarkably, and for reasons unknown, his cursed energy had surged forward, further augmented by his travels, his prowess increasingly refined. Help! There's a monster. Brother, run. In this desolate village, a terrifying grade 1 cursed spirit lurked, requiring no domain expansion from Tsukuyomi. The Yada mirror. The tranquil space began to writhe, manifesting a mirror that shimmered like rippling water, its golden rays too blinding to behold directly. Tsukuyomi stepped in front of the brother who was hiding behind a tree, calmly employing his technique. In no time, the cursed spirit was reduced to ashes. Wah! It's dead. The two brothers were quite young, the elder barely 11 or 12, while the younger was only 6 or 7. Both were grimy, and the elder fiercely held his younger sibling in his thin arms, casting wary glances in Tsukuyomi's direction. Tsukuyomi pressed his lips together, opting not to elaborate further, and turned to leave. He did not appear to be a particularly aggressive individual. On the contrary, he possessed an undeniable beauty in this rarely trodden wilderness. His snow-white hair and crimson eyes made him appear almost divine, as if he were a spirit of the mountains, his features too striking to belong to this realm. It was no wonder the children were apprehensive. Yet Tsukuyomi had grown accustomed to the astonished and panicked gazes of others. They were merely children. Without offering excessive comfort or explanations, he proceeded to his next destination. He found the atmosphere of Heian-kyo unappealing. The townsfolk were overly boisterous, and the multitude of revered statues overwhelmed him. His power had grown formidable, yet he felt no joy. The immense faith indeed bestowed strength upon the deities. But it was merely a fleeting tide, a surge of affection that was too easily given and too hastily withdrawn, benefiting only themselves. The faith was vast yet impure, tainted by malice and greed that flowed like a river into his being. He felt discomfort. Humanity was too complex, forever insatiable. Nevertheless, he would not cease his efforts to eliminate cursed spirits. He simply required more time to adjust, opting for inconspicuous mountain villages as his destinations. This time, Tsukuyomi yearned to truly connect with himself, to discover his inner voice. However, scarcely had he taken a few steps when he heard the cries once more. Don't come any closer. It was the same two children. Tsukuyomi's heart tightened, and he promptly turned back. Yet, he did not expect to encounter him here. It was truly unexpected, considering they were in the depths of the mountains. Oh right, how could he forget? These two were always on the lookout for powerful beings. As his gaze fell upon the duo, now kneeling in fear and begging for mercy, memories of past regrets surfaced, an insurmountable chasm that lay between them. A scar that had yet to heal. Are you out here searching for ingredients again, Raimai? Chapter 126, Countdown 3, Prince Sayaka. Raimai chuckled weakly. A forced smile. Has it been so long that Tsukuyomi still hasn't forgiven me? Oblivious to the boy's wariness, he continued to ramble on. However, Tsukuyomi felt a surge of irritation. He no longer wished to dwell on the deceit and lies that had ulterior motives. He simply wanted to distance himself from the two of them, unwilling to risk losing his composure or the stable life he currently led. What do you want to say? Tsukuyomi cast a glance back at the children, signaling them to leave quickly while he stayed behind to handle Raimai. Forgive me, will you? The man, usually as cold as ice, rarely showed such vulnerability. He noticed the boy's defenses but made no move to alter the situation, letting his hands fall and watching silently, almost looking somewhat aggrieved. Though the binding curse had been lifted, his presence should not endanger the dual-faced Sukuna. Why, then, did he wear such a pitiful expression? Why must you be so fixated on my forgiveness? Tsukuyomi found it perplexing. A ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Could it be that he had developed feelings for him? Tsukuyomi coldly entertained the notion he deemed impossible, unaware that what he considered most improbable was, in fact, the truth. Let us return, Tsukuyomi. Come home with me. Raimai spoke with utmost sincerity, his tone as gentle as ever, yet Tsukuyomi no longer wished to listen. I have no home. Those few words struck Raimai like a thunderbolt, his typically frosty demeanor nearly cracking in disbelief. He said he had no home? He reached out a hand in desperation, trying to grasp Tsukuyomi, but the boy stepped back to evade him. How can that be? You must have a home. He and Sukuna had brought him back when he was so small, guiding him with care over the years. They had once been so close. The boy's first words had been spoken while training alongside the dual-faced Sukuna, encompassing every aspect of his life, from dressing to reading. The child who had once crawled into his bed when frightened, who he had gently patted to sleep, had now grown up. But how could he possibly have no home? His little Rose could not possibly be without a home, because you have never stood by my side. Tsukuyomi flung Raimai's hand away, his eyes reddening as he looked at him, no longer the calm figure he once was. Rather, he seemed to have reached a breaking point, emotions spilling forth. His eyes glimmered with unshed tears, his nose slightly flushed. The light danced in his blood-red gaze, dazzling enough to make Raimai avert his own. It was only because I was bound to Sukuna that you treated me so well. You always stood by his side. Yet, I was the one who suffered. But you never stood up for me. Just like that day, facing Sukuna's humiliation, Raimai had been present but had never defended him. Not once. Tsukuyomi felt utterly exhausted. Why continue to deceive oneself? Stop dwelling on this issue. I cannot return with you. Tsukuyomi regained his composure, leaving behind that final remark as he turned to walk away, leaving Raimai frozen in place. He could not linger any longer. He feared he might lose control of his emotions and lash out further. It was better this way, preserving dignity for both. No sooner had the boy departed than a shadow fell from the tree above. Raimai looked up to find Sukuna there. Of course, it would be Sukuna. After all, Raimai's presence here surely meant he was with Sukuna. The man's cherry blossom pink hair swept back, his robust muscles brazenly exposed, while serpentine curses coiled around him in spirals and clusters. He paid no heed to Lime, his scarlet gaze still fixated on the distant figure that had long since vanished from sight, unblinking, as if it were a prey being targeted. After a prolonged silence, he abruptly spoke. He was still seething with anger. It was not a question, but an assertion. Perhaps even he was unaware of how grim and terrifying his expression was when he uttered those words. A smile cracked across his lips, yet it failed to reach his eyes. What a fierce temper he possessed. Uncharacteristically, Limei did not respond to his provocation, standing there in silence, utterly motionless. The eyes of the dual-faced specter shifted lazily to rest upon Limei, as if it were languidly inquiring, "What? Now even you are angry with me?" Limei remained wordless, her mind echoing with the boy's earlier remarks. "It is because I am bound to the dual-faced specter by the heart-binding spell that you treat me so well. Thus, you always stand by his side. I am the one who is bullied, yet you never stand with me to speak on my behalf. No, it cannot be like this. I am sorry. It is well known that in ancient Japan, there existed 4 great vengeful spirits: Sugawara no Michizane, Tara no Masakato, Prince Sakanu no Temuramuro, and Emperor Satoku. They were indeed real. Nagao is an ominous place, and it is essential to recount the tales entwined within it. Emperor Kanmu, like Prince Sakanu, was a son of Prince Konan. The former crown prince, Prince Otto, was deposed due to the machinations of the Fujiwara clan. But it is highly probable that Kanmu, in collusion with the Fujiwara, falsely accused him, leading to his downfall. Prince Sakanu was Kanmu's half-brother. At the onset of Kanmu's reign, he was appointed as crown prince. In 784, both Emperor Kanmu and the crown prince, Sakanu, took residence in the palace of Nagakakyo. However, at that time, both the capital and the palace were incomplete, prompting Kanmu to dispatch his most favored retainer, Fujiwara no Tenetsugu, to personally oversee the construction and expedite the work. On a day in November 785, while inspecting a construction site in Nagakakyo, an arrow suddenly flew forth, striking Fujiwara no Tenetsugu in the heart. That very night, the emperor's beloved retainer met his demise. Enraged, Emperor Kanmu ordered a thorough investigation of the incident. It was ultimately revealed that the assassin was Otomo no Yakamochi and Prince Sakanu's men. However, Otomo no Yakamochi had perished a month prior, and Prince Sakanu vehemently denied any involvement in the conspiracy. Consumed by fury, Kanmu did not spare the entire Otomo clan from repercussions. The crown prince, Sakanu, was deposed and exiled. Feeling wronged, Sakanu incessantly pleaded with his elder brother, asserting his innocence and refusing to eat, embarking on a hunger strike to express his plight. Kanmu, torn between the grief of losing a cherished retainer and his long-standing dissatisfaction with Sakanu. After all, every ruler desires their own son, not a half-brother. To ascend to the throne, showed no mercy. The unfortunate Prince Sakanu starved to death during his exile. From that moment on, tales of vengeful spirits seeking retribution in Nagakakyo began to circulate. Coincidentally, both the emperor's mother and wife, the Empress Dowager and Empress, met mysterious ends. Furthermore, disasters such as smallpox and floods ensued. For Emperor Kanmu, on one hand, he was haunted by the dread of Sakanu's and Otto's vengeful spirits, yet on the other, he needed sufficient authority to uphold his rule, lest he be branded as a tyrant. Thus, a few years later, Kanmu decreed the construction of a new capital, Heian-kyo, which was remarkably auspicious in both geomancy and geography. In 794, after scarcely a decade in Nagakakyo, Emperor Kanmu hastily departed to the new palace in Heian-kyo. There, he performed rituals to exorcise the vengeful spirits and rehabilitated the reputations of Prince Otto and Prince Sakanu. This was not only to pacify his own troubled heart, but also to quell the outrage of public sentiment. Yet he was mistaken. Prince Sakanu had never truly forgiven him. His resentment grew day by day, accumulating into a formidable entity, a special grade cursed spirit. Due to its ties to royal secrets, this matter had never been made public. Thus only a select few were privy to the knowledge that the special grade cursed spirit, Prince Sakanu, had not been eradicated but was instead imprisoned and sealed within Heian-kyo. Coincidentally, the heads of the 3 great families were the very individuals who had sealed him, possessing knowledge of the imperial secrets, which contributed to their subsequent prominence in the emperor's eyes. However, the ruthless break with the political realm by Gojo Satoru left no room for mercy. The seal on Prince Sakanu began to weaken, and the intentions of the new emperor were unmistakable: to resolve this matter at its roots. They did not inform the Gojo clan, but instead discreetly contacted the Zenin and Tsukuyomi families through the royal underworld, partly as a test, and partly to bury this scandal once and for all. Chapter 127, Countdown 4, Human Experimentation. Upon receiving the news, Tsukuyomi returned to Heian-kyo immediately. The head of the Kumo family had already received the summons and departed ahead of him, while Tsukuyomi and Zenin Hakai were promptly invited to the imperial palace without a moment's delay. Within the exceedingly opulent hall, the emperor sat enthroned upon a resplendent dais. Though he had recently ascended to the throne and his actions were still somewhat naive, the majesty upon his countenance was undeniable. Tsukuyomi, dressed rather casually in a light blue kimono, made no effort to don formal attire for this audience with the emperor. His feelings toward the emperor were complex. Having witnessed the sufferings of the common folk over the years and the oppression by the nobility alongside the bureaucratic inaction, he found it challenging to harbor any goodwill toward the decision-maker before him. As for bowing, that was out of the question. The dual-faced specter had never taught him to grovel, nor did he intend to bow before anyone. Accompanying him was Zenin Hakai, who should have been represented by his father, the head of the Zenin clan, yet he had nearly usurped the family's power. Dressed in a formal purple hakama and a black feathered haori, his hair was bound and adorned with a gilded crown, his tall frame standing straight and exuding an innate nobility. He cast a sidelong glance at Tsukuyomi, casually gesturing to the emperor with a slight bow before retreating to Tsukuyomi's side, his eyes fixed unabashedly upon him. Given the unsavory nature of the royal secrets involved, he had dismissed the attendants before their entrance. Yet, who among the populace was unaware of the origin of the name Heian-kyo? It was merely self-deception. The so-called royal secrets were simply matters they preferred not to mention, allowing the common folk to speculate as they pleased. The emperor initially adopted a lofty demeanor, seeking to impose his authority upon the two. One, a potential threat to his reign, a deity of great merit, and the other, an heir who defied orders with irreverence. Observing that neither seemed to regard him with any deference, he cleared his throat and swiftly descended from the dragon throne, his smile dazzling as he approached Tsukuyomi. "You must be Tsukuyomi, revered one. I have long heard the tales of Heian-kyo, and indeed, meeting you today confirms their truth. Alas, it is regrettable that during the recent turmoil in the court, we could not host a banquet in your honor." The emperor's lineage prided itself on being descendants of deities, and now that a true god stood before him, maintaining a facade of respect was paramount. Though internally he struggled to maintain his composure, the notion of a warm welcome was merely a pretext to establish dominance. Tsukimi gently nodded, appearing quite delicate in Zenin Hakusei's eyes, reminiscent of a poised little kitten. After such a long absence, he too felt a pang of longing, his gaze greedily following the youth, completely disregarding the emperor standing before him, who was attempting to engage him in conversation. This was hardly surprising. Sorcerers have always regarded ordinary people with disdain, viewing even the emperor as merely an ordinary individual wielding some power, a useful tool, nothing more. There was no greater reverence to be found. This rendered the situation rather awkward. Tsukimi subtly signaled Zenin Hakusei with his elbow to behave. And although he exerted little force, Zenin Hakusei pretended to cry out in a manner that was both affected and elegant, drawing attention. The emperor chuckled awkwardly, unwilling to indulge in lengthy pleasantries, exchanging only a few words with Tsukimi, likely something along the lines of visiting the palace often, as they were all deities, treating it as their own home, without mentioning the privileges, wealth, rights, or rewards befitting divine beings. "Will you be attending this year's new ritual? I appreciate the kind invitation, but I must decline." Following this, the emperor instructed his attendants to escort them away. The location of the special grade cursed spirit, Prince Ieiri, was not particularly concealed. It was within a renowned royal temple in Heian-kyo. The head of the Kamo family had been waiting for them there for quite some time, accompanied by two old acquaintances. Upon recognizing the two individuals awaiting them in the courtyard, Tsukimi's eyes widened slightly in surprise, a truly endearing expression. An elderly monk, noticing his gaze, nodded slightly, as if to acknowledge him, while the tall figure of the monk could only be Yoshinari. "Yoshinari, what brings you here? It's been ages." Tsukimi's previous calm demeanor vanished instantly, and he began to converse with his familiar friend. "Indeed, your departure last time was quite sudden." Yoshinari, lowering his head, looked at the youthful boy before him, his ears flushed crimson, scratching his head in uncertainty about what to say next, while the elder monk sighed with closed eyes. Zenin Hakusei squinted, pushing his way over, determined to insert himself into their conversation. In the next moment, their warm exchange was abruptly interrupted. The head of the Kamo family silently released the seal, and in an instant, a fierce wind swept through the courtyard, the ominous black aura of cursed energy spreading forth, transforming into vine-like tendrils that lunged at them. From the thick, swirling black mist emerged a figure with blood weeping from its eyes. Tsukimi had no time to ponder. He immediately positioned himself before the others, activating his domain in an effort to neutralize the incoming attack. Domain expansion, true mirror of Tsukimi. However, it was too late. The moment the head of the Kamo family had unsealed the confinement, they had stepped into the other S domain. And this special-grade cursed spirit S domain encompassed all of Heian-kyo. Zenin Hakusei braced himself against the aggressive tendrils before him and approached the head of the Kamo family's side, delivering a fierce punch to his back before he could comprehend the situation. "You fool. Why did you unseal it without consulting us? The other party remained silent, facing away from them, his head drooping. Frustrated, Zenin Hakusei grabbed him, and the sorcerer guard beside him inadvertently knocked off the other's hat. This isn't a living person. A glaring seam, twisted and poorly stitched, marred the forehead of the head of the Kamo family. It was fortunate that he had worn a hat during the day. But now that his face was visible, Zenin Hakusei couldn't help but exclaim. Blood oozed from the other's mouth and nose. He was not breathing. Zenin Hakusei narrowed his eyes, seizing his wrist and flipping him over. A multitude of corpse-like patches marred his skin. He had been dead for quite some time. The mark on his forehead suggested he had been subjected to a craniotomy, turned into a puppet for manipulation. Chapter 128, Countdown to Evil God. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black basement, devoid of any light, the walls were adorned with illustrations related to human anatomy, and the bookshelves behind a desk were filled with various glass vials. Within them swirled unknown solutions, and upon closer inspection, one could find organs long devoid of color. Has everything been arranged? Yes, my lord. Once Sayuri's domain expands to cover Heian-kyo, our scouts will relay the information. Good. Disseminate the news swiftly. The more who know, the better. The dark-haired man smiled, his hands never ceasing their meticulous polishing of a dagger, his movements careful, as if he were peering through this oddly shaped weapon to glimpse something else. His eyes, rational to an extreme, were starkly defined in black and white, betraying a terrifying and obsessive madness. It will soon be upon us, he murmured. The chaotic black, cursed energy surged through a corner of the temple, a wind blade shrouding a figure indistinct in form. As vine-like tendrils crafted from cursed energy flailed wildly in midair, crashing down and creating a significant crater, Zenin Hakusei and the others immediately took cover. The moment the seal was lifted, a colossal black shroud descended upon Heian-kyo, emanating from this very temple, steadily consuming the blue of the sky. Within Heian-kyo, whether merchants engaged in trade or farmers laboring in the fields, all paused their tasks, instinctively gazing skyward, murmuring in confusion. What is happening? Is it a solar eclipse? How strange. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? What is this? Could it be the wrath of the gods? How could day turn to night so abruptly? We should head home. Something must be amiss. How peculiar. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi quickly grasped the situation and, seizing the moment before Heian-kyo was entirely enveloped by the opposing domain, activated his own. Domain expansion, true mirror of Tsukimi. A deep azure cursed energy erupted from Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi's feet, rising majestically into the air, striving to claim the areas yet untouched by the black, cursed energy. The ancient and powerful fluctuations of this cursed energy sent a shiver through those closest to him, leaving them breathless. The wide sleeves and hem of Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi's garments billowed in the tempestuous winds of cursed energy, his silvery hair shimmering like satin as it danced in the air. Everyone stood behind Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi, gazing in stunned silence at the unfolding scene. Even the elderly monk who had participated in the sealing ritual did not anticipate that Prince Sayuri could wield such formidable power now. Nor did he foresee being shielded by a seemingly delicate youth. Even without standing at the forefront to withstand the onslaught, they could feel the terrifying force of that cursed energy, a soul-deep tremor that crushed them utterly. It has grown stronger. The elderly monk squinted at the humanoid cursed spirit within the black vortex. This was only to be expected, betrayed by a loved one. Even starvation to prove his innocence had not garnered a shred of sympathy. In death, he found no peace, imprisoned in this land, forced to witness his betrayer live in carefree ease. Clearly, he was the crown prince. It was not his fault. Why frame him? Brother, why must you conspire against me? What of the relocation of the capital? How dare you seal him beneath the earth of Heian-kyo for all these years? Heian-kyo, Heian-kyo. He shall ensure that none in this city shall know peace. From the depths of the obsidian tempest emerged a remarkably handsome, aristocratically attired special-grade cursed spirit, whose demeanor, though seemingly that of a normal human, exuded an air of the extraordinary. His tightly shut eyes wept crimson tears, two streams of blood trailing down his striking visage. The moment he stepped forth, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. In the next instant, darkness enveloped the space. As the realm of Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi was repelled, the last vestiges of azure light were devoured. Special-grade cursed spirit, Prince Sarera. The domain unfurled, impervious as the sutra of the Great Seal. The visible, pitch-black barrier enveloped all of Heian-kyo, leaving those outside to gaze upon a foreboding black semicircle. Countless enormous vines surged from beneath their feet, thick and resilient, as if imbued with consciousness, rapidly radiating outward. Wherever they reached, buildings crumbled, and those on the ground were swept into the sky, only to crash down violently. The speed was astonishing. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi, unable to halt the unfolding chaos. Heard a voice behind him. "Tsukimi, get out of the way." It was Zenin Hakai, who, while desperately dodging the assault of the vines, summoned his Shikigami. 10 types of shadow techniques. Great Serpent. Manifest. A colossal white serpent erupted from the ground, racing towards Prince Sarera, only to be ensnared by the immense vines, rendered immobile. Zenin Hakai keenly sensed the exceptional nature of this special grade cursed spirit. Some cursed spirits are deemed special grade due to their strength surpassing that of first grade, while others are labeled as such because they represent the pinnacle of their kind. This humanoid cursed spirit before him possessed wisdom surpassing all other cursed spirits he had encountered. With an overwhelming aura of resentment and an unfaltering intent to annihilate Heian Kyo, outside of Heian Kyo, in the depths of the mountains, the dual-faced Shoka abruptly ceased its slaughter of prey, slowly rising to gaze towards Heian Kyo, its crimson eyes flickering ominously, brimming with a chilling murderous intent. Raimai hurriedly approached Shoka's side, exclaiming, "This is bad. Lord Shoka, the special grade cursed spirit, Prince Sarera, has unleashed his domain, and Tsukimi is still there." Shoka remained motionless, fixating on the horrifyingly dark canopy. "Let us take a look." In the next instant, it vanished without a trace. Just as they departed the mountain's base and traversed through a populated area, they encountered a throng of people gathered, indignantly discussing something. Families convened, venting their frustrations by smashing the statue of Tsukuyomi to the ground, while the show grass hanging at their doorways was carelessly torn down and discarded. "No, wait." Shoka's eyelids lifted slightly, halting its advance. "Hey, did you know? They say this so-called moon deity is no benevolent god at all. He's a malevolent spirit." "How could that be? Haven't you heard? He was raised by evil spirits. He isn't a true deity. It's all a facade." The ignorant man grew increasingly fervent in his claims, his expression one of profound betrayal. "This rumor has spread far and wide. He is not a god at all, but clearly aligned with those evil spirits. In the past, everyone worshipped Amaterasu, and day and night are clearly in opposition. He is certainly not a protector of us, ordinary people." A group at the village entrance continued their heated discussion, oblivious to the impending danger. At that moment, the voices of 2 brothers interjected, bold despite their previously inconspicuous existence in the village. "You speak nonsense. He is indeed a benevolent deity. Exactly. He has even saved our lives. You mustn't speak ill of him." The younger brother, clearly a devoted admirer of Tsukuyomi, bore a red clay crescent mark on his forehead. The man previously denouncing Tsukuyomi felt his argument crumbling, raising his voice further. "You little brats. Go ask around the countryside, and you'll find out whether this is true. Everyone knows the truth. What a load of nonsense about a moon god. He's clearly in league with those evil spirits." "Oh, are you speaking of me?" From atop a rooftop, Shoka interjected unexpectedly. The inky curse markings writhed like maggots upon its face, a distinctive mark of the king of curses. Its crimson gaze fixating on the shattered statue before returning to the man. It regarded him coldly, as if observing a lifeless corpse. "You seem rather idle, do you?" In the next instant, an unseen blade cleaved through the air. "Ah?" The brash man who had spoken so carelessly found himself severed in two. "Ah, help! Murder! It's the evil spirit. The evil spirit has come." The crowd erupted in panic, scattering in all directions. Shoka flicked its wrist, as if shaking off the remnants of a workout, and surveyed each household. The entrances bore no show grass dedicated to Tsukuyomi. "Kill. For those who shattered the statue. Kill. For those who spoke blasphemously. Kill." The sharp, obsidian claws ruthlessly pierced through the chests of those present, blood mingling with shattered organs, dripping down the muscular arms of the evil spirit. The pale pink strands of hair were swept back by the wind, tainted with blood. It abhorred the idea of being sullied by the weak, insect-like blood, arching its elbow to regard the warm blood clinging to its arm, raising its head to savor it. The liquid cascading down its throat, relishing the taste. Boring. Its pupils slowly descended upon the last 2 standing, the 2 brothers. Chapter 129, Countdown to Betrayal. Shoka squinted, its gaze devoid of warmth as it scrutinized the siblings. They appeared familiar. Those were the boys whom Tsukuyomi had rescued from Raimai that day. The brothers were utterly petrified by Shoka's brutal and bloody actions. The elder sibling shielded the younger one behind him, both gazing at the cursed spirit with a mix of shock and terror. The younger brother clutched tightly to his brother's clothing, his face smeared with dirt, tears, and snot, his forehead adorned with a comically drawn crescent moon. Shoka let out a derisive laugh before slowly approaching. The brothers trembled under its gaze, fearing for their lives. The elder brother, realizing the gravity of the situation, extended his hand to firmly cover his brother's eyes, closing his own tightly, hoping to face death with less dread. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. An eternity passed without the anticipated pain. The The bolder brother cautiously opened his eyes, only to find Shoka's presence had vanished. He turned sharply, discovering that the cursed spirit had passed them by. Was this a sign of mercy? He was unsure, but trembling with relief, he embraced his brother, cherishing the tear-stained face, his thumb trembling as it traced the absurd clay mark. Thank goodness, oh no. Within the domain, Zenin Hakai's Shikigami struggled against Prince Sarera, and as everyone regained their senses, they rushed to offer assistance, unaware that the cursed spirit had already grown impatient. Surrounded by the vines, it soared into the air, its destination unmistakably aimed at the imperial palace. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi immediately employed fire-based Onmu techniques to intercept him. The Gojo clan had been away from Heian-kyo on missions for some time, and the sorcerers from the three noble families began to take action as soon as they sensed that the entirety of Heian-kyo was enveloped within the opposing domain. The streets and buildings were overrun with thick, grotesque vines, resembling tree trunks, pulsating with a life of their own, aiming directly at individuals to impale them. A single strike was all it took to deliver death. People scattered in terror, desperately attempting to evade these horrifying entities. Inside the palace, the emperor, shielded by his attendants, hurried into the basement, hoping to evade those monstrous creatures. Frustrated, he swept the ornaments off the table, cursing, "What are those fools doing? It's merely a matter of eliminating a mere special-grade cursed spirit. Yet they've created such a grand spectacle. Soon the entire Heian-kyo will know of the royal family's disgrace." Faced with such a calamity, the emperor's first instinct was not to concern himself with the casualties and losses of the common people, but rather to fret over the exposure of a secret so widely known. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi relentlessly pursued, summoning a mirror to immobilize him. Yada no Kagami, mirror demon. This guardian, existing solely within Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi's domain, was enveloped in blue and white crystalline stones, extraordinarily hard, towering at 3 men high. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi dispatched them to protect the defenseless citizens. Run. Riko, a middle-aged man, terror-stricken, watched his daughter, frozen in shock in the street, wailing uncontrollably as the vines approached menacingly. His eyes reddened at this sight. Riko. In the next moment, the anticipated horrific scene did not unfold. A giant descended from the heavens, shielding her from the lethal strike. Encased in crystalline armor, he staggered only a few steps under the impact of the enormous vine, which had left a deep crater on his back. The crystal giant, seemingly devoid of pain or emotion, gently set down the dazed little girl before turning to assist others. Meanwhile, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi and Zenin Hakari were entangled with Prince Ieiri, who, despite multiple wounds, refused to halt his advance. Zenin Hakari first unleashed Datsubutsu to delay his progress, but it proved ineffective for long. Prince Ieiri's blood and tears streaked, eyes widened slowly, his visage terrifying, as he could not comprehend why they sought to obstruct his path to vengeance. A vine suddenly lunged down, mercilessly crushing the jubilant Datsubutsu. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi, unable to bear it, widened his eyes, his hands forming seals without pause. All combatants stand ready. A pentagram formation materialized beneath Prince Ieiri, binding his steps, while he glared at Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi with unbridled defiance. God, even you wish to thwart me? Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi paid him no heed, closing in to deliver a fatal blow with the Yada no Kagami. In that fleeting moment of spatial distortion, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi's gaze sharpened. There was no time left. A beam of light shot forth, piercing through half of Prince Ieiri's shoulder, causing him to spit blood. He calmly lowered his head, trembling as he severed the vine that had impaled him. Tsu-mi, Zenin Hakari and Minamoto no Yoshitsune rushed over, with one standing in front, summoning Nu to deliver a heavy blow. Yoshitsune hurriedly produced a talisman to attempt resealing him. Prince Ieiri smirked coldly, his eyes shedding even more blood tears, cascading onto the ground as a tempest arose. Having been sealed beneath Heian-kyo for so many years, he was no idle captive. In an instant, a multitude of vines erupted from the ground, piercing through bodies, demolishing the structures above, all surging toward him. The sky was shrouded by serpentine vines, obscuring the sun. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi gritted his teeth, his pale lips stained with a hint of crimson, his skin, akin to jade, grew increasingly pallid. The gash in his abdomen was grave, a significant penetrating wound that quickly soaked his white attire in red, spreading like blooming flowers. He took deep breaths, lowering his head, his eyelashes drooping, his gaze somewhat unfocused. Pale and fragile, each breath was laced with agony. Mother, please wake up. Help us. Is there anyone who can save us? Oh God, I implore you. The pleas of the faithful echoed once more into the ears of the divine. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi's motion to bend down momentarily faltered, but he stood firm once more. His unfocused gaze sharpened. He had a task, yet unfulfilled. No, he could not afford to fall now. Shadows began to loom before him. Yet he resolutely summoned the Yata no Kagami again, his nearly translucent hands adorned with numerous wounds and blood, yet he stubbornly clutched his weapon. Cough, cough. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi exchanged a glance with Zenin Hikari, signaling him to hold off the enemy. Yoshitsun, Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi called out, you don't need to worry about me. With that, he charged forward once more. Prince Ieiri sneered, and even with his legs bound, he refused to yield, summoning more vines to assault the approaching Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi. A torrential onslaught descended, impossible to evade. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi disregarded the sharp injuries, allowing the vines to pierce him, only to sever them afterward. Golden cursed energy burned within him. Relentless, his ruby-like pupils gleaming with golden light as he fixed his gaze upon him. His once pristine white attire was now marred with large splotches of blood, in tatters. Yata no Kagami. A concentrated beam of light erupted from the mirror's surface. Where it struck, black mist hissed forth, and once again, it pierced through Prince Ieiri's chest. Just one more strike. The sound of a blade piercing flesh resonated. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi uncontrollably coughed up blood, his steps faltering as he nearly collapsed, incredulously glancing back. His trembling hand pressed against his heart. His heart had been pierced by the dagger from behind. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi. Chapter 130, Countdown 7, Longing for Home. At that moment, excruciating pain surged through him, rendering him nearly helpless, collapsing to the ground. Cough, cough. Each breath was a tormenting tear, blood trickling down the dagger's hilt. Before him lay a vast expanse of darkness, nearly blinding him. Why do this? His tone was soft, devoid of any resentment, only confusion. The attendant from the Zenin family behind him stood stiffly, ignoring his inquiry, head bowed as if a marionette. Tsu-mi. Zenin Hikari watched the scene unfold with eyes wide in agony, disregarding the entangling vines, rushing forth to strike down the Zenin clan member. Yet it was already too late. Tsukuyomi Tsu-mi, already grievously injured, found himself vulnerable as Prince Ieiri seized the opportunity to lash out with a whip forged from cursed energy. Instinctively, Tsukuyomi summoned a protective spell, but the Yata mirror had already fractured. From the moment the curtain fell, his strength began to wane, and a cacophony of dissonant, pleading voices echoed in his ears, further sapping his vitality. Die? What a worthless deity. Clearly, you are a malevolent god, aren't you? You've kept us in the dark for so long. Clearly allied with the two-faced Sukuna. Indeed, a fraud, a complete fraud. A malevolent god, a deceiver, truly a useless deity, a charlatan. Why aren't you the one to die? Tsukuyomi was struck heavily, stumbling backward, trembling uncontrollably until he could no longer bear it, and sank to his knees. Pain radiating through his limbs. The delicate features of the youth turned as pale as parchment, momentarily lost in confusion. He did not understand. Zenin Hikari rushed to support him, attempting to use reversal techniques to heal his wounds, trembling as he comforted him like in their childhood days. Tsukumo, does it hurt? Hang in there. Reversal techniques will work. But the warm hand that had reached out to assist halted him. Don't worry about me. Go to the cursed spirit. Zenin Hikari ignored him, panic overtaking him as he desperately reached with his other hand to remove the dagger from Tsukuyomi's back. So much blood. How could this happen? Blood flowed incessantly from the wound, a large patch on his chest and abdomen staining nearly the entirety of his white garment, a shocking crimson. Hurry. Tsukuyomi's forehead glistened with large beads of cold sweat, trembling as he struggled to articulate a coherent sentence, forcefully pushing Hikari away. Tsukumo, please don't be stubborn. I can do this right away. Hurry. Tsukuyomi suppressed his roiling emotions and snapped fiercely. Zenin Hikari fell silent, his heart racing as he gazed at the dagger lodged in Tsukuyomi's heart, uncertain whether to remove it. His voice quaked with a mixture of pleading and anguish. How could this happen? I truly didn't know he would do that. It wasn't my instruction. What should I do? Tsukumo, don't sleep. Don't. Tsukuyomi had no energy to discern the truth in his words. He was exhausted. Why wouldn't he listen? He could barely muster the strength to speak. Just go. I believe in you. Tsukuyomi's tone softened, his hand gripping Hikari's arm tightly. Zenin Hikari froze, seemingly inspired by those words, urging Tsukuyomi not to move. Before rushing towards Prince Ieiri, with wild abandon, his eyes burning crimson. Tsukuyomi finally exhaled in relief, a buzzing dizziness clouding his mind, and he began to breathe uncontrollably. He had a foreboding sense that the reversal technique would no longer be effective for him. How strange, this dagger. It was siphoning his strength. Inside him, it felt as though a gaping void had formed, rapidly draining his cursed energy, and he could not summon the power that had long since dwindled. Due to excessive blood loss, Tsukuyomi's consciousness began to wane, kneeling on the ground with a stooped back and bowed head, his thoughts spiraling out of control. His once pristine white hair, now stained with blood and dirt, hung limply, resembling a statue. The surrounding populace continued to cry out for mercy, vines relentlessly demolishing nearby structures. And everyone was still engaged in battle. Tsukuyomi struggled to keep his eyes open, fighting the urge to succumb to sleep, his fingers twitching, yet he could not rise. A vine lurking nearby seized the opportunity, poised to strike. Get away! A middle-aged man erupted, carrying a small girl on his back, swinging a hoe to sever the creeping vine. Damn it! Let us show this thing who it's messing with. We're not to be trifled with. Riko, go check on Lord Tsukumo. The man stood resolutely before Tsukuyomi, his eyes wide with fury as he faced the encroaching vines, bellowing, everyone, gather around. Lord Tsukumo is here. It's time to show these monsters our strength. As those words resonated, the nearby ruins shifted, and more heads emerged, scanning for the source of the commotion. I'm here. I'll be right there. Lord Tsukumo just saved my child's life. Now I must protect him. Me too. I will come too. More and more people, disheveled and dirty, emerged from the rubble, some requiring assistance, limping towards Tsukuyomi. One after another, they encircled the immobile Tsukuyomi, forming an impenetrable barrier around him. Despite being ordinary people without cursed energy, they still attempted to be brave in this dire moment, gripping hoes and kitchen knives, glaring defiantly at anything that dared approach their deity. The sorcerers from the three prominent families expected to scoff at such a scene, but with eyes misty, they could not help but draw closer, joining those ordinary people they had previously looked down upon. Riko cautiously approached the statue-like Tsukuyomi, bending down to peer at his expression hidden beneath his hair. Lord Tsukumo, are you all right? Tsukuyomi slightly turned his head away, rejecting the inquiry. Humanity is so complex. Why had they returned to concern for him? Surely, they should be focused on their own survival. It was all too complicated, beyond comprehension. Memories flooded his mind. Aren't you mute? When did I ever say I was mute? I despise you. Sukuna is a terrible villain. Wa Raimai, didn't you say you wouldn't eat? Ignorant child, it's merely a snowy landscape. No matter the cause of death, the weight of another's demise remains equally heavy for me. I am well aware of the ugliness of human nature, which is why I hold no expectations for others, nor do I harbor any thoughts regarding their deaths. This is my Shikigami, Dabutsu. Do you like it? Then it's yours. You, aren't you my father's concubine? Stay, it's only right. Will you return after you leave? Those of you capable of wielding such power, who do good for others but remain unrecognized, will you regret it? Will you regret it? Tsukuyomi wearily closed his eyes, uncertain. His mind was hazy, becoming increasingly unclear. All his strength had been drained away, yearning for home. Home? Did he even have a home? His ponderous thoughts were interrupted, perhaps out of sorrow for this absurd notion. Riko was it? Tsukuyomi's pallid lips trembled slightly, managing a strained smile, hoping not to frighten the young child before him. Could you do me a favor? Meanwhile, outside the barrier of Heian-kyo, Sukuna was still searching for a flaw in the barrier when suddenly, a sharp pain constricted his heart. Emotionless, he raised a hand to press against his chest, the pain pulsing rhythmically. How could this be? Time was of the essence, as a throng had gathered outside the barrier. Among them were familiar faces, including members of the Zenin clan and a multitude of their followers, alongside ordinary citizens who mournfully beat against the colossal barrier, weeping for their loved ones trapped within. Uncertain of their fates, the Zenin clan members noticed him as well, yet clearly had no intention of causing him trouble, nor did the dual-faced Sukuna. For now, more pressing matters took precedence. Chapter 131, The End of the Heian Era, Part 1. With the collaboration of Yoshimitsu, Zenin Hikari, and a host of sorcerers, Prince Tsurashiki was exorcised. As the special grade curse dissipated into nothingness, it cast one last glance at the vast expanse of Heian-kyo. Indeed, he harbored a disdain for this place. After all, he was the true victim brother. The special grade curse's removal led to the slow dissolution of the surrounding tents. Survivors embraced their loved ones, and those who had anxiously awaited outside the barrier rushed in with great haste. The swiftest among them were two lightning-fast figures, a man with pink hair and another with silver locks. Throughout Heian-kyo, save for the imperial palace and some distant farms, all else lay in ruin, a landscape marred by shattered walls and debris. The area that had once encircled Tsukuyomi had been reduced to a vast pool of blood. Zenin Hikari stumbled in from a distance, scanning the surroundings. Tsukuyomi, where are you? Tsukuyomi. The first to arrive was the Zenin clan leader, his azure eyes brimming with anxiety. A stark contrast to their usual clarity, now laced with anger as he regarded Zenin Hikari with disdain. What was wrong with him? Zenin Hikari, in a state of disarray, searched the crowd, oblivious even when the Zenin clan leader seized his collar. Tsukuyomi, the Zenin clan leader surveyed the chaos around him, his rage boiling as he realized this was a trap. The Zenin and Kumo clans, displeased with his decisions, had conspired with the emperor and believed they could manipulate this pawn. But where was Zenin Hikari's supposed prowess in seizing power? Useless. The Zenin clan leader's temples throbbed with anger, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. Ignoring Hikari, he pressed on, desperately searching for Tsukuyomi's figure. The previously cacophonous sounds of lamentation abruptly ceased. It was the dual-faced Sukuna and Raimai. They brazenly appeared before the crowd, their gaze scanning the throng with palpable impatience. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Did you know? That lunar deity is not a god of exorcism at all. He is a creature nurtured by the demons. Impossible. Just look at what the King of Curses is doing. We've all been deceived. That Tsukuyomi is a malevolent god. Indeed, everyone has heard. Sukuna paused, his formidable physique attuned to even the faintest of sounds. He turned his head slowly towards the gossiping individuals, regarding them with an expression as cold as death. Oh, they've killed someone. Those who had just been whispering were torn apart by an invisible blade of wind, a swift execution. It was not enough. Sukuna's gaze remained unervingly calm as he surveyed the crowd, perhaps searching for a reckless white-haired boy to intervene, yet none appeared. The Zenin clan leader and Zenin Hikari noticed, but did not intervene. The recently liberated individuals plunged into a new terror. Sukuna leisurely rolled up his sleeves, confirming that the person he sought was not among the crowd, and tilted his head, bones cracking as he stretched. In a heartbeat, he seized another gossiping individual with lightning speed, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Silence enveloped the area, a palpable madness brewing in the air. Have you seen him? And no. Have you seen him? Help. I don't want to die. What about you? Have you seen him? Wah, no. And you? And you? Please, spare me. My family used to worship him. Please, let me go. Sukuna tilted his head, observing the man weeping in his grasp, when suddenly someone in the crowd shouted. That man saw him. We protected him together. Yes. And that girl. Sukuna turned his gaze, releasing the man, and followed the voice to the glaring pool of blood. Squatting down, he smiled, his eyes fixated on the bloodstain. This little brat has grown quite audacious, hasn't he? Yet. His movements betrayed a simmering irritation as he slowly brushed his hair back from his forehead. The crowd surged again as a little girl was pushed forward, crying out. Let Riko go. What do you want with her? Let her go? Wah, daddy. It was she. She saw. A woman in the crowd boldly exclaimed, disregarding the furious gaze of a middle-aged man. Rising, Sukuna quietly regarded the weeping girl. Riko, stop crying, speak up. Don't cry. Those watching could hardly bear to see. Whispering hurriedly, fearful of inciting his wrath and causing him to slay everyone present. Wah, Tsukuyomi-sama said he wanted to go home. But how could that be? Tsukuyomi-sama couldn't even muster the strength to pull out the dagger. How could he go home? Sukuna bowed his head in silence, his crimson irises glimmering with uncertainty. Then, with great strides, he departed the scene. Raimai hurried after him, her eyes filled with genuine concern, even daring to run in front of Sukuna to halt him. Sukuna-sama, you haven't found Tsukuyomi yet. Where are you going? Sukuna-sama. Sukuna's tone was indifferent, yet his pace quickened. He has gone home. Home? Where could he possibly return to? The muscles in Sukuna's lips tightened, his wrath stifled deep within, akin to impenetrable clouds blocking the sun. How foolish to roam alone after sustaining such grievous injuries. Chapter 132, The End of Heian-kyo. The pure white deity was drenched in his own blood. After concluding everything, he suddenly found himself uncertain of where to go. His strength was waning, and time was short. He longed to return to the place that once enveloped him in warmth, even if it were merely an illusion. It mattered not. Tsukuyomi, hurry and put on your shoes. Don't run barefoot in the hallway. Come down. What have you done to Sukuna-sama's face? When you grow older, you can wear them. Tsukuyomi, always be happy. Fool, if you can't learn tonight, don't expect dinner. You can't master even the simplest yin-yang technique? Little rascal, come here. Stand behind me. Tsukuyomi Jinmen had grown weary of entangling himself in the web of half-truths and falsehoods. At least in that moment, he was genuinely cherished as family. If that were the case, then it mattered not. Each breath he took was laced with agony and obscurity, the air thick with despair. His snow-white, silky hair lay sullied, tangled behind him, and his spine seemed devoid of strength, curving slightly as if on the verge of collapse. Following a profound blow, Tsukuyomi Jinmen wandered in a daze along the path he had originally traversed, each step leaving a bloody footprint, avoiding the bustling thoroughfare, and instead daring to navigate through the thorn-laden woods. He could no longer face the avaricious humans. As he approached the final juncture, his longing for home intensified. His once pristine white attire was now soiled, the hem stained with earth and dried blood, a crimson streak marring his delicate, pale visage. Tsukuyomi Jinmen felt the sounds of the world fade, frogs croaking, the wind whispering, slowly retreating from his realm. Yet, despite this, the yearning to return home persisted. He sought a tranquil corner to curl up and quietly dissipate. In this realm, Tsukuyomi Jinmin stubbornly trod alone through the woods, unceasingly venturing further into solitude. Indifferent to the passage of day and night, a fragile yet obstinate desire to return home consuming him. Meanwhile, at the Gojo family estate, Fushiguro and Zenin were driven to madness upon receiving the news, dispatching numerous individuals in a frantic search. Yet, for a deity genuinely wishing to evade the throngs, their efforts bore no fruit. He and Rhyme returned once more to the secluded courtyard where they first encountered Tsukuyomi Jinmin. Rhyme tidied up the interior, ensuring it was clean, and waited there for quite some time. Tsukuyomi Jinmin's spirit had waned. Even his perception of reality became distorted, leading him to believe that what lay before him was but a fleeting dream. The original residence remained intact, nearly indistinguishable from his memories. He stood dazed at the entrance, gazing at the heavy, pitch-black door. This time, the binding spell was absent. The Shikigami no longer bound life and death to him. Would this door still open for me? He pondered, comforted by the thought that those far away in Heian-kyo would never suspect his presence here, yet a pang of grievance stirred within him. Though he could easily scale the wall, or simply open the door, he felt an inexplicable urge to knock, as if to inform the house that he had returned to the place where he had grown up. He was back, a mess of emotions, pitifully so. Yet he was back. Deep down, he understood he had no true home. The white-haired youth, with vacant eyes, struggled to wipe the blood from his face, only to smudge it further, transforming into a wretched little creature. His knocking grew increasingly languid. Thud, thud, thud. Just as he contemplated lowering his hand, the door swung open abruptly from within. He stood there, dazed, like a child caught in wrongdoing. It was the Shikigami. An unfamiliar emotion surged within him, making him feel profoundly uncomfortable. The air before him shimmered with mist, and he suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Turning away to wipe his tears, he attempted to leave, only to be grasped forcefully. A flash of green light, an inversion technique. It was futile. The inversion technique. The inversion technique. The inversion technique. None of it proved effective. The Shikigami roughly pulled him inside, cradling him in a harsh embrace, striding toward his room. You know how to return? Tsukuyomi Jinmin did not reply, his head swimming, straining to comprehend the shapes of the words being formed by those lips. How fierce. How painful. The little cat, having endured so much outside, still knew to return home, its once meticulously groomed fur now tangled and matted, its body aching, still scolded by its caretaker. At last, he could find solace. Tsukuyomi Jinmin leaned quietly in the embrace of the king of curses, tears mingling with blood, dampening the Shikigami's kimono. So warm. Rhyme hurried to the room, cradling a pre-prepared hemostatic brew, nearly losing her grip and tumbling to the floor. Jinmin, how could this happen? The techniques continued to activate from the moment she laid eyes on Tsukuyomi Jinmin, yet they bore no fruit. The Shikigami's expression darkened, his heart tightening uncontrollably, despite his inability to grasp the sensation of panic. Rhyme, Jinmin's beautiful crimson eyes could no longer focus, muttering incantations under her breath. Trembling, Rhyme grasped his hand, helplessly glancing at the Shikigami. Lord Shikigami, how could this be? The Shikigami replied solemnly, the inversion technique is ineffective against him. Brother Rhyme, it hurts. Tsukuyomi Jinmin's head rested beneath the Shikigami's chin, nestled in his embrace, the rapidly fading warmth of his body becoming less unbearable in the presence of the deity's embrace. Despite being cradled by the Shikigami, he pitifully sought comfort from another. The Shikigami lowered his gaze, his four hands tightening their grip, holding him firmly within his arms. It hurts, my heart aches, my stomach too. The cursed energy dwindled, unable to fill the void in his chest. Rhyme, in a state of helplessness, reached out to cover the continuously bleeding wound on his abdomen, but the blood flowed too freely. Was there truly no way to save him? Why was this happening? Why was the inversion technique ineffective? Tsukuyomi Jinmin felt profoundly wronged, tears cascading like pearls onto Rhyme's hands. Their demeanor reverted to how it once was, treating him with kindness, speaking softly rather than hurling crude insults as they had on that fateful day. A dagger, it was the dagger. The dagger was the issue. Tsukuyomi Jinmin felt exhausted, yet could not suppress the urge to complain to his guardians. He had been ambushed. How foolish. The Shikigami maintained his icy demeanor, yet adjusted his hold to allow Jinmin to rest more comfortably against his form. Tsukuyomi Jinmin didn't tee here. He stared blankly at the Shikigami's lips, a flood of memories surging forth. Tsukuyomi Jinmin was undeniably a deity. There was no doubt about that. The decline of a deity is unlike that of mere mortals. A deity without faith shall perish. The sudden emergence of faith from the populace was not pure, although it provided him with immense energy in the short term. It was fleeting, non-renewable, and incapable of generating a continuous stream of faith's power. Their love and faith came easily, yet their loss was just as effortless. When a deity is no longer venerated but reviled, branded as a malevolent spirit, the ensuing backlash is only exacerbated. In Heiankyo, discussions began to swirl. News from outside infiltrated their realm, and coupled with the Shikigami's initial display of power, the already wavering populace leaned further into the tide of public opinion. With only a select few truly blessed individuals remaining silent, Riko, nestled against her father, silently watched as the crowd vandalized the statue of the moon god. Bah! What kind of deity is that? A harbinger of calamity. Indeed, he is nothing but a malevolent spirit. Truly unfortunate. I suspect the chaos in Heiankyo is his doing. A number of individuals, their eyes rimmed with red, vented their frustrations by violently striking the statue, occasionally uttering curses. They had lost far too much in this calamity: wives, children, livelihoods, and their faith had brought them no protection. Indeed not. Tsukuyomi, unable to contain her indignation, attempted to reason with them, only to be restrained by her father, who silently ushered her indoors. When public opinion sways in a particular direction, defiance ceases to be a rational act. The absence of dominant viewpoints leads to a disintegration of common beliefs, resulting in a lack of unified perspectives on any matter. With the populace growing increasingly indifferent to issues that do not directly affect them, the silver-haired youth gradually curled up in his embrace, shrinking not in physical stature but in age. Countless golden motes spilled forth from Tsukuyomi's being, swirling around Lime and the two-faced Sukuna, lingering as if reluctant to depart from this radiant child. Yet, the time to leave had come. Lime gazed vacantly at the boy in Sukuna's arms, who was slowly diminishing. At 24, he began to regress, becoming 23. Madman. Insane. What? Others can, but I cannot? Lime. His height gradually diminished, his visage becoming more youthful. Tsukuyomi had fallen silent, staring blankly at a point in the air, obedient and docile. Unlike his usual prickly demeanor, he refrained from spouting the foolish platitudes of defending ordinary people, remaining very compliant in Sukuna's embrace, much like when he was brought back as a child. Reliant solely on him, he would not retort nor express anger. Sukuna rarely exhibited his full form in front of Tsukuyomi, but at this moment, he fully embraced him, holding him tightly. 20 years old. Sukuna, I really don't want to practice today. I refuse to try. Get up. What kind of behavior is this? If someone is willing to take me out, can I go by myself? Apologies. 18 years old. This world is left with just us. Sukuna, how much longer until we arrive? Sleep if you're tired. Are you a pig? Not at all. I need to sleep for a long time every day. 16 years old. Aren't you mute? Say another word. Absolutely not. You big bad Sukuna. You little rascal. Who allowed you to speak to me like that? Sukuna, I think I have a fever. I feel awful. I know. Why did you suddenly come to my room at night? Silence. 12 years old. 11 years old. 10 years old. 9 years old. The now diminutive Tsukuyomi bore no visible wounds, having reverted to the state he was in when Sukuna first found him, fragile and pitiable. The once tattered and bloodied white garment could no longer contain Tsukuyomi's form, leading Lime to remove her own haori to wrap around him. Sukuna cupped his chin with one hand, drawing him close as their foreheads touched, reminiscent of countless nights past, where despite his closer bond with Lime, it was always Sukuna who rushed in at the first signs of night terrors. Sukuna was indeed a prodigy of his era, having comprehended the reversal technique that others pursue their entire lives without grasping, yet at this critical juncture, it proved utterly ineffectual. Tsukuyomi's soul was shattered. Long before he descended into this world, no one had known that the Yada no Kagami was, in fact, the essence of his soul. Now, with the mirror shattered, his spirit began to leak away. Stay? Sukuna suddenly spoke. However, Tsukuyomi could no longer perceive clearly. His tender, cool hand slowly clasped Sukuna's larger one, gently. That fragile being, naively grasping the terrifying hand stained with the blood of countless victims. Sukuna lowered his gaze, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy, quietly observing this little one as if he had finally made a momentous decision. The spirit would use its own essence to complete him. Tsukuyomi's eyes widened slowly. But it was of no avail. His body continued to dissipate uncontrollably, the pace quickening, the light of pale gold illuminating the dimness of the tatami room. Sukuna had been reckless, failing to consider the consequences of his actions. Completing the other with his own essence would yield no benefit, should the other vanish. It would all be in vain. Yet, Sukuna clearly thought otherwise. If a deity could be birthed, then one day they would undoubtedly return. He had marked him, using his soul as the sigil, ensuring that next time, he would find him first amidst the throngs of humanity. Tsukuyomi, do you regret it? For those ignorant and ungrateful creatures, who, having benefited from you, brazenly betray you, do you loathe them? the fickle and vile common folk? Or do you harbor a greater resentment for me in comparison? Were it not for my bringing you back, others would not have dared to assail you." The King of Curses spoke rapidly, as if urging or compelling something, his words laced with an insidious allure, leaving one to ponder his true intentions. Human nature is indeed grotesque. Two parallel eyes, yet unequal in their scrutiny, ears perched on either side, yet always listening to but one side of the tale, with a single mouth capable of uttering two-faced words. Tsukuyomi, having come this far, do you not regret it? Can you truly refrain from harboring hatred? A pause lingered between Tsukuyomi and Sukuna. Curse me, with bitterness and resentment, for as a sorcerer, you fulfill the criteria to transform into a cursed spirit. Remain, even if in a loathsome form, and learn to despise me. Tsukuyomi smiled, revealing soft dimples, his complexion pale to the point of translucency, yet still putting on a brave front. You truly are quite detestable, Sukuna. Even now, in these final moments, you fail to speak sweetly, with your obstinate and unpleasant nature. Yet he felt joy, his tiny fingers making one last firm grasp of the deity's hand, his body gradually becoming transparent. Will you curse him? How could that be, brother? Tsukuyomi smiled. He had never addressed Sukuna in such a manner before, despite being the one who, alongside Lime, brought him back to care for him. In their closest moments, he had only ever called Lime's sister, despite his fears of Sukuna, daring to utter his name directly. Now, for the first time, he called him brother. How could he curse his own kin? Sukuna's demeanor was not as mournful as Lime's. Instead, it was strikingly stern. If you die, I will slay everyone in Heian-kyo. He threatened him. But Tsukuyomi's body had reached its limits. The deity had already begun to dissipate into countless motes of light, illuminating the darkened tatami room, gradually fading away. Chapter 133. After the fall of the deity. Sukuna remained in that position for a long time, until the first rays of dawn illuminated the tatami room once more. The golden light spilled through the windows. Outside, the stark branches of the red plum tree stood bare, a plant that the impudent Tsukuyomi had insisted upon planting in the courtyard. At that time, his health was frail, and Raimai forbade him from stepping outside, often leaving him to languish indoors in boredom. This was his long-cherished request. Hanging from the window was a moon-shaped wind chime, a token Raimai reluctantly brought back after being persuaded by Tsukuyomi during one of her shopping excursions. It was hideously crafted, and he had mocked it for quite some time when it was first hung. Upon the windowsill lay 3 small clay figures, purchased during their outing from a vendor whose elderly demeanor had terrified Tsukuyomi into a hasty retreat. He had sculpted them in their likenesses, but had taken great care to make his own form exquisite while rendering Raimai's and his own as distorted. Despite being a tempestuous, noisy child, harboring a multitude of flaws, Tsukuyomi was not without his charms. The duality of Sukuna felt a weight in his heart. No one knew what transpired that day. Sukuna merely fell silent for an entire night before charging into Heian-kyo with the intel gathered by Raimai. Wherever he went, rivers of blood flowed. Those who whispered and baselessly slandered the deities, those who believed in the malicious gossip, all became the lost souls under the command of the vengeful spirit. For Sukuna, taking lives was an effortless task. He had long forgotten the last time he felt such unrestrained exhilaration, his hands stained with blood as he indulged in his whims. Why? Why do this? What gain is there in slaughtering those powerless beings? Sukuna, do you not realize they are living souls? Huh, what's wrong? Upset over those inconsequential lives? Regardless of the manner of death, the passing of others weighed equally heavy on him. I am acutely aware of humanity's depravity. Thus, I harbor no expectations for others, nor do I contemplate the demise of others. Having lost his anchor, the cursed king was unrestrained in his actions. In the past, he had tempered his inner turmoil out of regard for the faith of lesser deities. Yet, when the divine fell to the betrayal of the masses, it perished. To others, it was merely a star falling from the heavens, a lamentable line in history. But not for Sukuna. His weakness transformed him from a dreamer into a harbinger of nightmares. The entire era must be buried with him, and all the foolish masses must pay the price. Only then would it suffice. Those ignorant creatures, akin to livestock, who knew nothing but indulgence, were unworthy of comparison to him, even if millions perished. A deity without faith shall die. But what of the deceased deities? Could they possibly descend once more, driven by the prayers of the ignorant? His speed was unmatched, like an unyielding beast, aside from Tsukuyomi's followers. All others were drawn into his realm. In mere seconds, he emerged alone, his pristine white robes still dripping with blood, a relentless machine of death. Killing for the sake of killing, he committed heinous acts not for amusement, but out of disdain. To disrespect the divine is to deserve death. Who would have thought such a grandiloquent statement would escape the lips of the cursed king? After Tsukuyomi departed, A shadow emerged and seized the dagger amidst the chaos. Zenin Hakai, having dealt with Prince Ieiri, immediately sought out Tsukuyomi, but he was nowhere to be found. Once the epitome of elegance, heralded as the most esteemed young noble, he now appeared disheveled, stumbling as he accosted every passerby for information. Have you seen him? White hair, red eyes, strikingly beautiful. Who are you? Are you unwell? Have you seen him? His name is Tsukuyomi, and he was injured. No, I haven't seen him. Get lost. Tsukuyomi, Tsukuyomi, where are you? Breathless and drenched in sweat, Hakai's long violet hair hung disarrayed, his wounds severe, yet he refused to abandon his search for Tsukuyomi. He said he would wait for me. We had an agreement. Yes. And that traitor, why did he betray me? Who orchestrated this? The refined and noble youth had succumbed to madness, his mind fraying, his speech becoming incoherent, his eyes betraying an unmistakable red glint, lost and frenzied. He picked up the blade from the ground and dragged it before the traitor he had knocked unconscious, mercilessly plunging it into him. Just the abdomen. It's still far from enough. Far from enough. Speak to me. Tell me who commanded you. Roughly seizing the traitor by the collar, no matter how he retaliated, the other remained in a stupor, seemingly lifeless yet palpably breathing. Hakai scrutinized him closely, dragging the unconscious body by the hair until they reached an open area where he released his grip. The head struck a rock with a sickening thud, and Hakai's gaze fell, revealing a chilling depth of horror. With a swift motion, he drove the sword into the traitor's heart. For the worthless who cannot speak, death is your only recourse. No reaction. Beneath the cap that had fallen away was a grotesque scar resembling a centipede. Gojo Zenin stood aloof, watching the entire scene unfold with a cold detachment. Once the deed was done, he stepped forward and delivered a powerful blow. Worthless. Gojo's tyrannical temperament was well known, his sullen visage and fierce assault betraying his inner turmoil. Worthless. 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 Hakai, already inferior in technique, found himself retreating before Gojo's rapid onslaught, unable to retaliate. Overwhelmed by guilt, Zenin Hakai, Gojo's voice dripped with disdain as he gazed upon him with contempt. How can a naive fool like you, with no cunning whatsoever, not strive to hone your skills before assuming the mantle of family head? Instead, you conspire with the Kumo clan and Kinjaku. I have repeatedly emphasized that the sorcerer world must sever ties with the royal family, withdraw from the court, and cease entanglements with the common folk. Why? Why do you persist in your folly? Why do you refuse to heed my directives? Why did you involve Tsukuyomi in the royal conspiracy? You are courting death, you fool. You have brought about Tsukuyomi's demise. Kinjaku was incensed. According to his calculations, Tsukuyomi should have faced utter betrayal, with everyone reviling him. Then, he would capitalize on Zenin's downfall to abduct Tsukuyomi for experimentation. Everything had been proceeding smoothly, yet those detestable commoners had rallied around him, thwarting his plans. He simply could not comprehend it. Do these individuals truly lack the ability to comprehend human speech? Is it not common knowledge circulating in the world regarding this fellow's lineage? Why does Heian-kyo remain oblivious to the news? Those foolish commoners have caused such an uproar that he dares not act hastily, lest he alert the serpent. Infuriating. Even when Tsukuyomi left Heian-kyo amidst the chaos, numerous souls were in pursuit of him. He was unwittingly entangled when he encountered Zenin Hakari, who was sobbing while clutching a ridiculous origami. All I desired was that divine vessel, merely a step away. Yet the deity has dissipated. In the dimly lit basement, Kusanagi gritted his teeth, his lips twitching as he struggled to suppress the urge to explode. In the flickering candlelight, a hint of madness emerged. Kusanagi has relentlessly sought the optimization of curse power, resorting to any means necessary in his experiments to explore various possibilities. Over the years, he endeavored to fuse human essence with curses, but alas, it proved futile, for ordinary humans lack such qualities. He then turned to Yukai, attempting to utilize their robust forms as vessels for the union with curses. Ordinary Yukai retain a semblance of humanity, often possessing greater strength, yet more susceptible to retaliation. Fortunately, through his experiments, he discovered the separation of their power systems, prompting him to cease his efforts. A few years ago, he set his sights on deities. Whispers from some Yukai hinted at a weak deity dwelling in a rural shrine from years past, whose power was so feeble that it was nearly indistinguishable from that of a human, yet undeniably a deity nonetheless. Kusanagi was exhilarated, yet by the time he arrived, it was too late. The place lay in desolation, shattered remnants obscuring its former glory, and through extensive inquiries, he learned that the King of Curses had once unleashed a massacre there. He calculated every possible angle, yearning for a vessel worthy of his grand ambitions. Why? Why does everyone oppose him? Kusanagi gripped the oddly shaped dagger tightly, a calm exterior betraying a flicker of fervor. Truly formidable. If, perchance, another opportunity arises, he shall. The campaign to eradicate the dual-faced Sukuna among the populace has grown increasingly grandiose. The emperor, having lost his grip on the sorcerers, has become ever more apprehensive regarding the potential calamities posed by Sukuna. In desperation, he resorts to indirect methods to win him over, humbly seeking favor from the demons. He invites Sukuna to enter the imperial palace of Heian-kyo as a new object of worship during the annual harvest festival. Following every autumn harvest, the emperor offers new rice to the celestial deities, praying for bountiful yields. The emperor's presence is not mandatory, as this is a Shinto ritual, formerly known as the Otasai. Upon the announcement of this news, the nation trembled in shock. The true deity's role has been usurped by a genuine, malevolent spirit, and they dare not voice their fury. Instead, trembling as they hold a fragment of the moon god's statue, humbly beseeching for the true deity's return to the mortal realm. This undoubtedly aligns with Sukuna's intended outcome. In the third year since the deity's disappearance, the three great sorcerer families mobilized to launch a second offensive against Sukuna. This was a battle marked by a multitude of participants, united in purpose. Countless sorcerers and ordinary citizens sacrificed their lives, leaving the battlefield littered with the remains of the deceased, the stench mingling with the acrid smoke permeating the air for miles around. A grand, blood-soaked revelry. This was the tribute he desired. Led by Satoru Gojo and Zenin Hikari, they are all brothers of Tsukuyomi. Go down and accompany him. After this battle, Satoru Gojo bore countless wounds, yet a relaxed smile remained upon his face. Blood gradually clouded the demon's pupils, his vision awash in dark crimson. Did that little spirit depart in such agony? Sukuna lowered his gaze, an icy demeanor enveloping him, his blurred vision lingering on his wounded abdomen, before a faint smile crept upon his lips. Sukuna. His cherry blossom-colored hair was drenched in the blood of unknown foes. Perhaps it was an auditory hallucination. But he slowly raised his head to find a beautiful figure standing before him, clean and soft, exclaiming in disarray. Look, I told you it hurts here, right? Humph, I absolutely detest Sukuna. Why did you come looking for me so soon? Must the incessant chattering never cease? The phantasmagoria of fantasy and reality intertwining curiously brought him a sense of relief. How exasperating. Thus, the once mighty demon met its demise. The corporeal form gradually dissipated, leaving behind merely 20 fingers transformed into special-grade cursed objects and a crooked, unsightly clay figure. Zenin Hikari wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, coldly approaching to collect the white clay doll, placing it into his pouch containing the escape rabbit. Subsequently, the shrine dedicated to the Moonlit deity was established. As 5 of the fingers were remarkably unique, unable to be entirely sealed, only in the shrine dedicated to Sukuna could they be somewhat pacified. The King of Curse's resentment was far too potent. Perhaps this was the only means to maintain a tenuous seal. Why does Jin'ai clutch those talismans so tightly? Veins bulging on the back of his hand. Just like you, Jin'ai. It is all obsession. Zenin Hikari and Satoru Gojo spearheaded the construction of the Moonlit deity's altar within their clan. Henceforth, the descendants of the 3 great families must offer worship to the deity alongside their ancestors during every festival. I shall not forget you. Not even my descendants may forget. In the 5th year since the deity's disappearance, tensions between Satoru Gojo and Zenin Hikari escalated, culminating in a deadly confrontation on a certain autumn day. After the second offensive, the wounded Satoru Gojo perished alongside Zenin Hikari in a cataclysmic clash. It was your arrogance and greed that led to his demise. Zenin Hikari assumed control of the Zenin clan's power, disregarding the counsel of both him and Tenjin, resolutely integrating Kusanagi into his ranks while maintaining an ambiguous relationship with the emperor and the nobility. And what of you? A coward, timid in your actions. Satoru Gojo, as the clan leader, was compelled to sacrifice personal sentiments for the sake of his family. In the end, it all boils down to insufficient love, does it not? 6 eyes. Zenin Hikari relinquished restraint, vowing to vent the fury within him in this struggle for survival. You are unworthy of the position of clan leader. The duel raged for 3 days, marked by unparalleled brutality. In that year, the limitless 6 eyes Satoru Gojo and the 10 shadows technique Zenin Hikari met their end together. The following year, Satoru Nagi assumed the mantle of clan leader. Though lacking his father's audacity, he still held a foothold compared to the waning Zenin and Kumo families. Following Satoru Gojo's passing, little remained of his legacy. Each clan leader's possessions were meticulously sealed within a designated tatami room, awaiting the inheritors to learn. As the sole heir of Satoru Gojo, Satoru Nagi naturally bore the responsibility of sorting through these belongings, only to discover an unremarkable sentiment pinned on the side of his father's partner. Tsukuyomi. Satoru Nagi scoffed, ordering the incineration of all documents associated with Satoru Gojo, including the page containing his name in the family tree. Nagi, young master. No, Clan leader, this is unwise. Do not forget. I am now the head of the Gojo clan. I shall inherit everything from my father, including you. Yet, unexpectedly, Satoru Gojo seemed to have anticipated this day, discreetly instructing others to fulfill his clandestine affection. With a composed silence, Gojo Nagi gradually unfurled the colorless scroll. Only this can remain, all else must be burned. This is my bottom line. In the year 1185 of Heian Kyo, the monk Minamoto no Yashin passed away, subsequently transforming into the Hell Gate's boundary. In the same year, Kinjaku completed the signing of contracts with sorcerers from various factions during the zenith of the Jujutsu world. Chapter 134, System Space. Boss. Tsukuyomi. The life points of the esteemed one in that world have already hit 0. He should have returned to the system space by now. What shall we do next? The system of Tsukuyomi and Tsukumo anxiously circled around the central figure, a kaleidoscopic deity whose humanoid outline was indistinguishable. Recently, this two-dimensional deity had become enamored with the strikingly vibrant style from a mysterious floral family, and was currently preening before a mirror draped in an extravagant floral robe. Seemingly oblivious to the noise of the system, his fingers gradually came together, forming a pose he deemed charming. Calm down. Fear not. This deity shall not treat him unfairly. Besides, if his treatment were to decline, the consciousness of this world would not spare me either. He referred to the world consciousness of this realm. The duality of Sukuna could be regarded as the pinnacle of combat prowess in this dimension, even though, under the original author's pen, his demise was rather, well, hastily portrayed. Despite his strategic acumen, combat strength, and charismatic personality being of the highest caliber, he suffered an ignoble exit influenced by a merciless plot. Akin to how Sun Wukong was felled by a mere sneeze from Lin Daiyu in one of the 4 great classical novels. He was undeniably a formidable weapon, unbound by any worldly constraints, acting solely upon his will. This time, regardless of anything else, as long as such a powerful entity stood by Tsukuyomi's side, all nefarious schemes would undoubtedly be crushed to dust. The thought made the two-dimensional deity want to chuckle. He eagerly anticipated witnessing the tofu-like figure being denounced by the masses, outraged as their schemes unraveled. Ha! The two-dimensional deity cackled mischievously, then suddenly composed himself. System, sometimes, I truly wish to report a workplace injury. Well, let us not allow him to absorb the memories of that world too swiftly. After all, we have taken advantage of him. Let us grant him one wish. I recall that his grandmother, yes, that one, though it might exceed system permissions, a word with them should suffice. They would agree. He referred to the world consciousness of the cursed realm. The two-dimensional deity was, after all, an outsider in this world, a parasitic entity. Such actions could be excused once while the other party remained unaware, but a second time warranted careful negotiation. 001, you shall handle this matter. Inside the pure and immaculate system space, hundreds of luminous orbs brushed against the humanoid figure at the center simultaneously, akin to stars descending upon the earth, surrounding the moon. Adorned in white and with snow-white hair, the boy appeared soft like a rabbit, but possessed a heart of steel. Shoo, he is about to awaken. 021, move aside. You're crowding me. No, you move. I was here first. You interrupted my signal. Enough. Tsukuyomi is waking. The chaotic assembly of white lights finally settled down, affectionately clustering around him. Amidst the myriad of floating lights, the boy gradually opened his eyes, his long, white lashes fluttering with drowsy moisture. It seemed he had slumbered for an eternity. His last memory lingered on a conversation with the system. Master, do not be disheartened. You must hasten to the other time node to complete your mission. No, I don't want to. I truly do not wish to continue. What happened in the end? Did he fall asleep? A flurry of fluffy orbs surged towards him, cuddling affectionately. A fleeting glimpse of familiar tactile memories flashed momentarily. Tsukuyomi opened his eyes wide, shimmering with a rosy hue, as he found himself encircled by a mountain of orbs. What are you all doing? The systems had long been aware that the 001 system had brought forth a tragically beautiful host, endowed with exceptional talent. It was said to be the only one predicted to successfully navigate the cursed world based on big data analysis, with stunning looks and a good heart. Who didn't he know that the top-ranking 001 had hit the jackpot this time? Such fortune was something they all coveted. The only legitimate system, 001, struggled to push through the encirclement and enveloped Tsukuyomi in a grand embrace. Master, you've finally awakened. I've missed you so much. Tsukuyomi turned his head away, unwilling to look at him, still recalling how coldly and ruthlessly he had rejected his pleas. TCH. However, Tsukuyomi secretly squeezed his own hand, feeling little change. It appears the system has compromised for me. If so, why the excessive affection? It's because I missed you. Smooth talking, Tsukuyomi sat up, only to realize something was amiss. His silky hair cascaded like a waterfall with his movement. He paused, reaching back to touch his hair. How could it be this long? He felt perplexed. For some reason, waking up had dispelled much of his sorrow, leaving him feeling considerably lighter. He tilted his head, his rosy, innocent eyes appearing adorably curious, causing 001 to feel somewhat guilty as he stammered an explanation. Could it be that you have slept for 10 years? Thus it is only natural for your hair to have grown longer? 001 was not lying. Tsukuyomi's body had remained in the system space, nurtured and repaired. Even for a deity of the virtual realm, complete restoration was no easy feat. Though his body showed no visible changes, his hair was indeed different. How could I have slept for 10 years? I am not a pig. Tsukuyomi instinctively retorted, familiar words spilling from his lips, as this pertained to his reputation. When tired, one sleeps. Are you a pig? Certainly not. Tsukuyomi frowned, casting a suspicious glance at the corner where 001 huddled. What did you all do behind my back? 001 stammered, struggling to explain the background, detailing how they had forced him to execute tasks against his will, erasing his memories and leaving him in a strange world. But your grandmother has been revived, and you can return to the real world to reunite with her. This matter was not as challenging as they had anticipated. The world consciousness turned out to be unexpectedly accommodating. Merely a mention of it. 001 did not consider this a satisfactory, wish-granting opportunity. Any ordinary person would undoubtedly feel a surge of anger when subjected to such treatment, even if their intentions were noble, aimed at saving more lives. However, it is a curious twist of fate that Tsukuyomi-jin's reaction was remarkably calm. Oh, 001 sneaked a glance at the benevolent host. Aren't you even the slightest bit upset? The matter at hand was indeed morally dubious, and 001 spoke those words with gritted teeth, for deep down, he harbored a sincere desire for his host to refrain from undertaking such tasks. He fervently defended, "We will compensate you, as long as your requests are not excessively unreasonable. We can accommodate them." Tsukuyomi-jin rose, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire, exuding an air of tranquility that suggested he was unfazed. "Have you finished speaking?" he inquired. "Yes, I have," came the reply. "Since I cannot recall, it is of no consequence." Jin pursed his lips, possessing a clear understanding of his stance. He was painfully aware of his own insignificance, recognizing that no one would regard his opinions with respect. After all, this life was one he had salvaged. Thanks to the system, in a certain sense, it was they who had granted him a second, nay, a third, chance at existence. The past, now shrouded in forgetfulness, could remain buried. What he yearned for was the opportunity to return to the real world and reunite with his grandmother. As for what you just mentioned about fulfilling a wish, Tsukuyomi-jin did not direct his gaze towards 001. Instead, he lifted his chin, his eyes shimmering as they gazed upon the pristine expanse of the system's realm above. This time, his voice was gentle yet resolute, and despite the loss of his memories, he found clarity in certain matters. I wish to be an ordinary person, not a deity, nor a sorcerer. He was weary. Whether divine or sorceress, it seemed neither could adequately safeguard his grandmother. A vivid image of a flamboyant figure with crimson hair flashed through his mind, prompting him to smile softly. That is not permissible. A voice, aged yet filled with kindness, resonated, heralding the arrival of an unexpected guest within the system's domain.